the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the power band is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindfield wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field of the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, trainers. The name of the game is Pokemon, and at the end of this prestigious regional championship here in Stockholm, one trainer really will be the winner that takes it all. I'm Josh Cromie, and I am joined by an esteemed panel of commentators for this regional, the Super Trooper Lee Provost himself, the Dancing Queen, Zoe Liu, and Costa Dynamos.
That's a bit unkind.
Well, I ran out of lines, I'm sorry. But, I mean, how are you guys feeling? This is the last regional in the EU circuit. It's going to be incredible. Costa, how are you feeling?
I am feeling ecstatic. This has been my first time back to Sweden in the casting capacity ever since 2020. So honestly, it is going to be so exciting. We've got a lot of different teams and compositions that are going to come straight from the fore from Indianapolis.
Yes, and as I said, this is the last regional on the EU calendar, but it's not the last event necessarily in this season for us. Lee, do you want to talk us through the remaining 4 events that are lined up there?
Yeah, not many events to go now. We've had such a great run this season, but it's unbelievable, really, that we're getting towards the end of our EU regional season. Obviously, here in the 5th time that we've been to Sweden for a regional event here this weekend in Stockholm. It's going to be brilliant. Then we've got one more event in Bologna. It is the special event before we head over to North America for the International Championships. And then, so exciting, we've got the World Championships heading up in August. So that is going to be so exciting. But like I say, come to the end of the season now, but it is clinch time for all of our players. They need to make sure the remaining points that are available are the ones that they get to get themselves to Honolulu in August.
Exactly, and Honolulu, Hawaii, the World Championships is one of those tournaments that you can only get through invitation of those championship points. Zoe, championship points, very, very important. Would you like to talk us through how they work?
Yeah, so as you can see, on each regional, you get a set number. For big, large events like these regionals, you do get an automatic invite to Worlds if you win. Of course, there can only be one winner of a regional, so it's a lot easier to qualify through gaining championship points. As you can see, the breakdown first place gets you 200 points, and also the points that you get from the championship schedule also gives you places you in higher standing on travel awards, which can be really, really helpful because, of course, you do have to travel a lot, which can be a little bit of a financial burden. But, you know, with those points, that giving a travel award, it just makes it a lot easier. And also just, you know, good bragging rights.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Everybody wants those championship points, but they also want that money, money, money as well. All those prizes, Costa. So many amazing things up for grabs here at Stockholm. Do you want to talk us through some of the other amazing prizes that you can get here at this event?
Of course. We do have a variety of different prizes. I believe first place does have 6,000 and does get 72 booster packs as well on top of that, which is huge to be able to sort of fuel any travel as well as, you know, just general seasonal advancements to other events that are upcoming too.
Exactly, and of course, so many things for these trainers as well as glory and booster packs and everything to open up as well. It's that last minute where they have the last opportunity to try and get all the way to that World Championships, as well as have a lot of fun and battle away with some friends. Speaking of battling though, we believe the next round is actually ready. So before we just dive over to the desk, make sure to follow along with all the Pokemon action because it will be coming left, right, and center through our social medias using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. You can follow us on X. You can, you see it all down there at the bottom. Make sure to catch up on all the videos, whether maybe you're tuning in a little bit later because of time zones. Go on YouTube, watch the VODs, as well as following all of the channels so you do not miss a second of the epic Pokemon action. Using that hashtag #PlayPokemon as well, let us know who you're rooting for, which Pokemon you want to see, and we love seeing some pet pics, don't we, as well?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
All the pet pics, all the Pokemon art, give it to us. We're going to love to be able to see it this weekend. Well, as I said, the trainers are ready. I believe, Lee and Costa, you're going to be kicking off the show. So we're going to let them physically run over to the casting desk, and we will join you there in just a moment, trainers.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open team list format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
And we are here. We've been able to grassy glide our way through to the caster desk. And of course, we are ready to feature our first stream match of the day. I myself am Trustedai Dimos, and I am joined by none other than Lee Provost. And we are here for day 1 of the Stockholm Regional Championships of 2024.
Very exciting. Like we just touched upon at the couch over there, it is the last regional for the European circuit this season. So it's very exciting. We also have a brand new regulation for our players to jump into. We had a little bit of a taster of it last weekend in Indianapolis. Really great to see the players adapting that over the pond, but it's a chance for our European players now to showcase their talents, their teams, see what they bring to the table.
Oh, 100%. There's always going to be intermixing in terms of team compositions and strategies that these trainers do go ahead and embark on in order to try to go ahead and break the meta and find a way through to winning those coveted titles. But we do tend to have a bit of a spin with our own EU meta to a certain extent. I know that we commonly do see a bit more balanced scores come out from EU with a couple of flourishes of those niche picks. You know, we've seen people such as Jamie Boyd, for example, which we saw him just before, and he's done it once again. He's brought those niche picks, but a lot of other trainers too, where they really want to try to experiment in finding a bit of way to be able to break centralizing Pokemon, which we've definitely seen in this regulation with all of the restricteds that have come through.
Yeah, well, I think that's it's not just Jamie we'll mention, and hopefully we'll get to see a few of these trainers on the stream over this weekend, but it is the fact that you can come into a new regulation and you can utilize these tools that maybe players aren't expecting to really exploit some of the weaknesses that these teams do have.
That is definitely the case because, like we mentioned, there are definitely a lot of different tools that the trainers have in their arsenal, essentially. You know, we've seen a lot of experimentations with the different restricteds already, so something that's definitely on my radar is Terapagos. But in terms of players generally to watch, however, we do have a couple of them being highlighted. We've got Maddie Morgan, who is the current reigning champion of a Swedish regional. I believe last season it was Malmo. We do have then Niels Dunlop, our current EU IC champion, who was crowned several weeks ago. And then we've got Nikolaj Nielsen, alongside, I believe, as well with his brother. They've been a pair which have team built so well. They're from Denmark, and they've been doing incredible in terms of online ladders as well as in-game events.
Yeah, very consistent players, and it's nice to have that camaraderie between two brothers as well, and to see them both performing so well in the format. So hopefully this weekend we'll both get to see them, you know, perform extremely well, make it into day 2, and we'll see where it ends up. But it's nice to have Nils here this weekend as well, off the back of that EUIC regional win. Not only that, but Nils also won the Malmo regional back in 2017 as well.
Yes.
So back in his home turf, he's going to feel probably quite confident coming into this one this weekend.
Yeah, we did have a chat as well with him, and he was looking very excited going into this event. But talking about excitement, we also have some notable matches that we can go ahead and run through very shortly in order to highlight the current Swiss round number 3, of which we are kicking things off with. And we've got our featured match who are going to be Javier Señorena versus Guillermo Castilla, all around Spanish bout, just to kick us off.
Yeah, two extremely top players from the Spanish region coming over here to represent Spain, and you know, they've both got some very interesting teams. Guillermo with that Zacian as well, something that we don't really see too much of in the early stages of this format, something that Guillermo is going to rely on. Feels obviously very confident with to bring into this match. Javier bringing that Shadow Rider Calyrex and the Gastrodon, which we know one of our fellow casters will be very happy to see. But some other matches as well. You've got Alex Gomez there. He is running the Zamazenta, one of those stronger picks coming into this Regulation G, and then going up against David, who has, I'm just going to point it out, the Ditto there.
He does. And David, I do know him. He's a lovely person and trainer. Being able to see him highlighted with such a variant type of team composition is really cool. Sinister, something that we don't commonly see nowadays in terms of, you know, just being present in the meta. We've got so many grass types. You know, where does this Pokemon come from? Like, there's still a niche to it, though.
Yeah, it definitely is. And the other thing I would like to point out, I think early on in this tournament as well, the influence that we are going to see this weekend from that Indianapolis Regional Championships. We obviously saw Mariah take the whole thing in just such good fashion. It was just electrifying, to say the least. I'm sorry, I had to put it in there. But the other thing to mention as well is you go down that top cut of those teams that we did see over there. There is influence from those teams coming over. So it'll be interesting to see. We haven't got it featured in that 2 trainers for this one. We'll get into the teams in a moment. But, you know, if you look down that top 8 from Indy, you see Keanu, who had that Zamazenta, the Latios team. And there's a few players at this tournament this weekend that are piloting that. And I hope that we do get to see it on stream at some point this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. And not to forget as well, we did have the Buenos Aires event too, the special event that did bring a lot of Calyrex Ice Rider stocks straight up. We already knew this was a Pokemon that was so prevalent at Indianapolis as well, and there's such a rise in it for good reason. It's just so bulky, it's so strong, especially under Trick Room. Pair that up with the Clear Amulet. I mean, just generally Clear Amulet with physically attacking restricteds is sort of feels like the #1 item.
Yeah, and I feel like with both the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Shadow Rider variants, you know, the one thing that they really have going for them is their signature attacks, the spread damage that they're able to throw out onto the field. It really does mean that we're probably going to see a rise in Wide users, but the fact is, if they get into a position that's suitable for them, under a Trick Room, or maybe if you're using the Shadow Rider in the Tailwind situation, although it doesn't really necessarily need it, they are so oppressive. And then with their abilities as well, they can really start to snowball that momentum and make it difficult for an opponent to really manage.
Yeah, and I think just being able to have a good comprehension on the board states and sort of the influence of turn 0, which I feel like even more than ever is so crucial with these restricteds coming into the format, you know, because you've got Pokemon such as Calyrex Shadow Rider, as we mentioned over on Javier's side, which is just such a menace. You need to be able to really lead appropriately in order to not allow this Pokemon to just snowball through your team.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I think you're going to need to really lean a lot more on your own speed control in these situations against that sort of Pokemon because it's naturally so fast. It is really going to outspeed pretty much everything in the format, so you really do need to utilize things like Tailwind if you've got access to it. Icy Wind, we've seen trainers already kind of leaning on, but you've also got things like Raging Bolt that has access to that Electro Web, so there are tools to be able to slow that Pokemon down. But it's very difficult, especially if the Calyrex is protected well enough, and I think that's the one thing, because it's not the bulkiest of Pokemon, it can be one of those Pokemon that goes down a little bit easier than some of the other restricteds.
And these trainers are of the highest caliber, as we do know that they are such great pilots around these ever so powerful Pokemon. We've got Guillermo being the 2022 Worlds finalist in London. He's also gone ahead and wrapped up a couple of titles for himself, 3 namely, being the Bochum Regional in 2020, 2012 Italy National, as well as Spain National back in 2011 versus Javier as well, who is also a bit of a veteran. We've seen Javier just do incredibly well over the years. A couple of years ago, he made his sort of big comeback slowly yet surely, and he's sort of been no stranger to definitely the stream broadcast over the past couple of seasons.
Yeah, previous Italian national champion as well, Javier, just an extremely well-decorated player, very skilled, and it's going to be exciting to see these two go up, especially for our first kind of stream match of the day, because both of them very experienced in this position, got their teams ready to go, got some odd picks, what you would say wouldn't be the most common things to come in this weekend with what you were expecting, especially the Zacian as well from Guillermo. It's really nice to be able to see that. And finally, that Shadow Rider Calyrex, because the thing is with that Pokemon, everyone was hyping it up coming into Regulation G and then expecting it to be the big Pokemon coming into Indy last weekend, but it was nowhere to be seen by the end of that tournament. So we'll see how well that Pokemon in particular gets on this weekend. Nice to see that Javier is using it.
Yeah, I think Javier is going to have to be able to, you know, put those stocks straight back up. I think there was 1 or 2 teams that did make the top 32 of Indianapolis, but you definitely had high expectations for it. But going into this matchup then, we do have Zacian versus Calyrex Shadow Rider, a bit of a blast from the past when it comes to Sword and Shield era-like formats. We don't have Dynamax anymore, so Zacian isn't as powerful with its behemoth blade, but it does feel like there's still some sort of niche in order to allow it to really excel. Generally speaking, the Swords Dance on it is sort of a point of contact where with Zacian, if you allow it to get that set up, it does very quickly start to become a huge threat.
Yeah, and it almost gets around the Intrepid Sword, which did take a hit coming into Scarlet and Violet, where before, anytime you brought it out into the field, it would always activate and give it an attack boost, whereas it's a one-time only boost this time around. So you have to be very careful to take advantage of that, especially in front of things like the Incineroar, because you're holding the Rusted Sword. You can't utilize items like the Clear Amulet that other big physical attackers would normally rely on to get around that Intimidate sort of cycling. So the Sword Stance really alleviates that. You can get it into a position, utilize that Sword Stance, and really stop the cycle.
But we do have the beginning of this set and match. It is going to be Zacian and Incineroar over on Guillermo's side versus Javier's Calyrex Shadow Rider, as well as the Incineroar of his own. So we've got Intimidate already being on the field. It's quite nice against both of these restricteds because we've already got the damage mitigation because of the attack drop on Zacian, bring it back down to neutral, versus the fact that the Calyrex may feel forced to have to Terra versus this Incineroar, which does threaten with a Dark-type move.
Yeah, that's the big problem. I think the knockoff that is present on Guillermo's Incineroar is going to cause a few problems. You don't want to lose your item on the Calyrex if you are Javier. And of course, as well, there is the double fake out that we've got on both sides of the field, so a little bit of a stalemate here. But again, both restricteds do not want to leave themselves kind of open to taking damage here, so we might see some adjustments. We're going to see a fake out kick us off here.
Yeah, to kick us off, of course, it does give a bit of an indication, perhaps with speed, but no, it's just going to be a raw Astral Barrage straight into the Zacian, and the Incineroar does respectable amounts of damage, but due to the fact that it doesn't have that damage boosting item, it's not able to guarantee a 2-hit KO onto a Zacian that now has set up Swords Dance.
Yeah, +1, the Zacian is becoming very threatening, taking that Astral Barrage extremely well as well, you know, sitting on about 60% health, going to be able to take another one. Has to be careful about that Calyrex going for the Terastallization, but because of that Behemoth Blade that it does have access to, kind of putting off the Calyrex Calyrex in this situation. Javier might want to readjust. Really needs to get that Incineroar off the field to be able to utilize that Intimidate support as well to cycle it back in, mitigate those Swords Dances. But Guillermo doing everything right that first turn, stopping the Incineroar on Javier's side of the field, operating with that fake out, and then just going for the simple play, getting the Swords Dance up, overriding the Intimidate drop, and becoming a big threat this next turn.
As we are going to actually see the Incineroar wanting to cycle out, maybe really approving and appreciating the Intimidate and fake out pressure in a following subsequent turn. Raging Bolt now on the field. It's actually really well placed to be able to take any sort of steel type moves if Guillermo does try to go for the read, but we do have the Fairy Terrestrialization.
Yeah, the Fairy Terrestrialization here. Going to give it a little bit of alleviation from a Behemoth, well, from an attack from the Incineroar, more like the Dark type attack that could come out here. We are going to see Protect from the Zacian and another Astral Barrage fired in, but protected this time. The Incineroar in a comfortable position to be able to take this because it resisted. It does leave the Incineroar open to get a big attack off this turn. Does it cycle out? Does it go for a knockoff? And that's exactly what we're going to see, taking away that item from the Calyrex.
That is really nice positional play there from Javier. I really do like it because he maybe anticipated Guillermo to go a bit on the defensive in order to whittle down this Calyrex's HP, or at least its productivity on the field. You do have the Thunderclap pressure alongside the Calyrex now to potentially, if there's a double up into Zacian, pick up a KO.
Yeah, potentially the double up here is on, isn't it? And now Javier has cycled out the Incineroar, so it's in the back, so he's got it able to bring in, really mitigate that Swords Dance boost. The Zacian sitting on +1. It is really, it is a threat right now, but the health that it's at, it is pretty threatened as well. So Javier doing a really good job to manage this board state, this threat. And we are going to see another Terrestrialization in response to the threat that Guillermo is currently in.
Oh, I really like this. Grass Terror in order to maybe push the Zacian out of a double-up KO focus with the Thunderclap. It will now be resisting those electric-type moves, but no priority comes out. We do have the Astral Barrage. We know this doesn't guarantee a 2-hit KO onto the Zacian, as proven right there, but because it's taken so much damage to the Incineroar, it may have been put into place for a KO. But talking about KO, Calyrex has now fell down to that Behemoth Blade.
Yeah, huge turn here for Guillermo, taking full advantage of this Zacian here. It is going for that Grass Terrestrialization, so not going to be susceptible to any of those electric type attacks that could come out, and taking the right opportunity now to go for a parting shot, lower the attack power on that Raging Bolt, and then give him the ability to reposition something next to the Zacian to carry on this momentum swing.
Yeah, because Javier maybe was in between two minds there of protecting the Calyrex, which could have been a well-placed defensive play there, but didn't opt for it. Wanted to go onto the offensive in order to capitalize off of an adaptation from Guillermo, but we do see the Electroweb being the move of choice there, so it does give a bit of an indication of Javier's expectations over Guillermo's play. It will be dropping that Zacian speed down to -1, but we do have this Incineroar back onto the field for Javier.
Yeah, and the Incineroar coming back on is nice. We've talked about the use of that Intimidate, just making sure that Zacian doesn't get too out of control. Is back down to neutral attack now, but still a big threat. It has access to moves that are going to really threaten that Raging Bolt, but with that speed drop, it is going to be a little bit of a problem. Probably not so much in front of an Incineroar and a Raging Bolt, because it's still likely going to outspeed those, but the big problem now is the Amoonguss. It is threatened by the Incineroar, of course, on the opposite side of the field. You do have to worry about fake up, but it gives Guillermo a perfect opportunity to maybe switch out that Zacian, keep it for later on, or, like we see here, just protect it for one turn.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like the look of that Incineroar on the other side of the field. Fake Out did actually want to try to target down the Zacian in order to slow it down. Perhaps this could be a Draco Meteor, and it is into the Amoonguss in order to start whittling down its HP and maybe even force a regenerator obvious switch out. But the Spore with the actual move of choice here, it is going to be able to get a guaranteed sleep onto that Raging Bolt for the subsequent turn.
Yeah, and you can see how useful that parting shot was onto the Raging Bolt, lowering that special attack stat. So the Amoonguss in a much more comfortable position to take that big, powerful Draco Meteor. It is now switching out, going to activate that Regenerator ability, get a bit of health back, and now allow Guillermo to come onto the field. A huge play rough into that Raging Bolt, picking up a big knockout.
Very big knockout already, forcing Javier down to his final two Pokemon due to that one-hit KO. But at the trade-off cost of this Zacian, which now has been knocked out of game 1. However, Guillermo does have a lot of more resource management available to himself because of those plays. And generally speaking, alongside a Raging Bolt, having an Incineroar and a Moongus is just so well placed in terms of synergy.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the Gastrodon that's coming out for Javier at the last Pokemon. A pretty good Pokemon to have in front of an Incineroar and a Raging Bolt. But like you say, the resources Guillermo is managing, done very well. Got a good return from that Zacian, taking down a Calyrex and the Raging Bolt. You would say that's a pretty good return here from my restricted, so done a good job, but it's not quite over yet. The Gastrodon can be very disruptive as well. Does have access to Yawn, so that's something that Guillermo is going to have to worry about. With 3 Pokemon, you have the ability to cycle in and out if you do get a sick bit by that, but we are going to see a big Thunderbolt into that Incineroar here, not doing a huge amount of damage and taking a parting shot for its trouble.
Yeah, and the lovely thing is right now Guillermo does have that 3rd Pokemon available in order to get those switch-ins and switch-outs, reset the parting shot effects, as well as maybe even get the fake out onto the field in a following turn. But really nice adaptation to that offense. Bringing the Gastrodon is really well thought out. However, you need to be able to actually get those moves launched out. You've got the Ice Beam, you've got the Earth Power. They're really, really good in all 3 of Guillermo's Pokemon, but it is very slow and it is prone to drops such as the Parting Shot.
Yeah, and I think that's what Guillermo's going to have to rely on, because when you look at the options that Guillermo has access to, you're not got anything super effective to hit that Gastrodon. You need to really weaken it, and exactly what Guillermo is doing. You don't really want anything like that Raging Bolt coming in, taking an Earth Power. The Incineroar is not going to enjoy that either. And the Flare Blitz here coming out into the Amoonguss, but not quite enough to take it down. Amoonguss taking it quite comfortably, and then the Rocky Helmet chip, just another bit of whittle away on that Incineroar.
Yeah, double up, not quite enough to pick up the KO. Earth Powered now not being able to deal as much damage as the little Gastrodon would have liked due to the Parting Shot, but it does have leftovers, which adds a bit of more value in terms of its sustainability on the field. It may be given more room to maybe even get some sort of critical hits, but we're going to have to find out as the Thunderbolt is enough to pick off that Incineroar.
Yeah, and that is really nice because it gives the Amoonguss a little bit of protection here. It comes down to the speeds here and the score, outspeeding that Gastrodon, getting it and putting it to sleep, making it a lot easier for Guillermo to manage this end game.
Yeah, that's really tough, and that's the sort of importance of these speed interactions between these 2 commonly known slow Pokemon. Amoonguss and Gastrodon sort of fall within the same tier in terms of their speed and potential, but it really is crucial depending on how well they are trained in terms of speed, because Amoonguss want to try to be trained to be just slower than Calyrex Ice Riders under Trick Room.
Yeah, that's a really good point here. We are going to see a bit of an adjustment here. The Raging Bolt go out, the Incineroar come in, and Guillermo utilizing that side Pollen Puff. Going to heal up that Incineroar, and I think this is a really good play because I think you get the Incineroar onto the field now to utilize that knockoff. You do some good damage, but more importantly, you can then get rid of that leftovers held item that the Gastrodon does, kind of stop that line of recovery that it's got and start to whittle it down. You're really looking at the Raging Bolt with that Draco Meteor to get the big damage onto the field, and that's exactly what we're seeing Guillermo. Switch out the Amoonguss, activate the Regenerator. We're going to see a fake out this turn. No knockoff just yet, but just to cover that, the wake up from the Gastrodon, a really nice play.
Lovely little play and synergy between these Pokemon. Sort of what we were talking about, Lee, there, having this sort of trio in terms of the availability of switch outs. You know, you've got that damage output, which is essentially the Raging Bolt. You just need to be able to connect with Draco Meteors, maybe knockoffs as well in tangent, but we do have the knockoff. It will finally get rid of the leftovers. No more residual recovery for Gastrodon, and there you go. Rather than opting to go for Draco Meteor, going for Snarl really works well because that Incineroar barely took damage from a super effective move.
Yeah, now it's in the position where you can just lock this up with a Draco Meteor. Should be enough to get it from this range, but then if it didn't, you can Parting Shot out, get your Amoonguss back in, start that cycle all over again, and Guillermo really taking that first game in very good fashion, very convincing.
Yeah, that really was, wasn't it? You know, and not what you typically expect from Zacian, at least because of the amount of deterrents that are available in the current meta. You know, it can get outsped by a couple of other threats, or to be completely honest, there could have even been a speed tie interaction between both the... I believe, if I'm not mistaken, max speed Calyrex can outspeed Zacian only by just a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that's the awkwardness in terms of the matchups that you really need to take into consideration. But Javier's Calyrex does seem to have the calm mind. So it could be a bit of an indication of it being a tiny bit more bulky in order to associate the setup interaction with his game plans and having the redirection fake out options available too.
Yeah, it's really difficult for Javier, really, when you look at this matchup, because the way that Guillermo's leading things off with that Incineroar, with the Zacian, even though Javier bringing their own Incineroar to that match to mitigate the Intrepid Sword boost, which is great, you are in that position where you're almost forced to terastallize your Calyrex because you can't allow it to take that knockoff the next turn after the fake outs have been burned. So you almost put yourself in a really awkward position against the Zacian. Maybe you look at other Pokemon to come in to help deal with the Zacian Incineroar. Of course, if you bring in something like the Gastrodon, if you're Javier, then the Zacian can just terastallize and then it doesn't really worry. But you do have access to things like Yawn. Maybe try and slow the game down a little bit, disrupt through that, and then weave in that Calyrex to a point where you can get a free Calm Mind off. And then that additional damage might be enough to get you through these very defensively built Pokemon on Guillermo's side.
Yeah, and I think that may be what Javier is trying to lean a bit more, going in with these Game 2 leads of the Calyrex and the Incineroar versus now a bit of a switch up over on Guillermo's side, being the Amoonguss and the Incineroar. So wanting to go ahead and actually focus down on limiting the availability of, you know, like movement in terms of turns for this Calyrex. We do know, obviously, Incineroar does have safety goggles, but we do have Fake Out that did actually move first in game 1, but that was only due to the fact that the Incineroar on Javier's side didn't actually opt to go for Fake Out just yet.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think a really nice lead here from Guillermo. Exactly why we're seeing the Protect straight away from Javier, because it is almost pinned in this position. You're going to see Fake Out from Javier's Incineroar into Guillermo's Incineroar, stopping it from functioning this turn. But the Spore maybe predicting a switch out from the Incineroar into that slot.
Cheeky.
Safety Goggles saving the day.
Very cheeky. I do like it because there's also another layer that you have to consider, being the knockoff interaction into the Incineroar, knocking off the safety goggles, following up with the Spore too. So that easily could have been a play if there wasn't a Fake Out on the field.
Yeah, and we are going to see a terastallization start us off in this game 2 here, and it is going to be on that Calyrex Shadow Rider. We'll be going for that Fairy terastallization, giving it a bit of a helping hand against those potential big knockoffs that are coming off from the Incineroar.
Yeah, and being able to finally get that set up is what Javier is trying to target down here, but that is at the potential cost of the Spore going into the slot. So you'd rather go ahead and try to get the defensive boost in terms of special side as quickly as you can. But Parting Shot is actually the move of choice from one Incineroar to the other, being able to allow that free pivot switch of the Zacian.
Yeah, and this is perfect. This is what we're talking about at the start of the match. Guillermo really utilizing the ability to get the Zacian in, to utilize that Intrepid Sword. Not ideal because the Incineroar's out on Javier's side of the field, and we do see the side Will-O-Wisp to prevent the burn potentially coming out, and that is exactly what we see. The Spore into that Calyrex, but it has failed. What a great play here from Javier.
Absolutely exquisite. I think having that set up, with the interaction of having Draining Kiss as a self-recovery move, it works so nice in the matchup versus Amoonguss. Maybe something that Guillermo was really hoping Javier didn't identify, but Javier being able to do that just goes to show you that he's got those flowcharts set up. He's well aware of how he needs to approach an Amoonguss and Incineroar lead.
We are going to see the Incineroar retreat from Javier for a moment. Going to readjust his board position, and the Gastrodon hit the field, and will put on a little bit of pressure from the Zacian, but more importantly, it is going to allow that Intimidate to be in the back to bring in again to mitigate that Intrepid Sword boost. But Astral Barrage coming out, the Zacian protecting this turn. How much is it going to do? +1 to the Amoonguss, and it will be going straight in and doing big damage.
Guaranteed 2-hit KO is what you want to see, but a Spore into your Gastrodon is definitely not what you want to see, as it is going to have to take that guaranteed turn of sleep in the subsequent turn. But the Zacian did not get damaged in that turn, which means unless he can guarantee a one-hit KO, onto it, that Zacian is really a big threat in order to pick up your sweeper that Javier is so reliant on in terms of this matchup.
Yeah, and you've got to think Javier now will switch out that Gastrodon, bring in the Incineroar. Can that be something that Guillermo spots or plays to almost, but really need to start getting damage onto that Calyrex as soon as possible. +1 special attack at the moment. It is going to be doing a lot more damage. The Zacian as well is in a bit of a precarious position where you don't want to take in too much damage because it is going to be your main attacking Pokemon. Obviously as well, the Amoonguss in a really sticky situation right now where it is susceptible to going down if it stays on the field, and that's exactly why we're saying Guillermo, take it out, activate that regenerator ability, get a bit of health back, and allow something else to come in to support that Zacian, which it is the Incineroar, which it'll have that active fake out going into the next turn.
Yeah, it's a perfect switch in order to take that resist from the Astral Barrage, but Javier wanting to slow down the momentum that this Zacian has by bringing in that Intimidate once again. Being able to have the fake out for the subsequent turn really pairs up quite nicely with a potential protect that may come out, but it does not. Astral Barrage does indeed get clicked. It does guarantee a 2-hit KO onto Zacian, but can it survive this Behemoth Blade at neutral? It cannot, and it is out of Game 2 in a similar fashion of which it was from Game 1.
Yeah, just not being able to get enough damage onto the field. Guillermo knowing the calculations there perfectly and utilizing even at that neutral attack after the Intimidate, he is able to pick up the knockout. That is the double-edged sword really that you've got with that Ferret Terrestrialization, because you do have that potential threat from those knockoffs from the Incineroar that you have to terrestrialize, but at the same time, on the other hand, you've got the Zacian sitting there with these big, powerful steel-type attacks that are so threatening to your new terrestrialization type. We are seeing an adjustment here, Javier bringing onto the field that Urshifu, and it is the single strike variant, unlike the rapid strike that we are more commonly seeing in the format.
And don't get me wrong, being able to have fake out and an unseen fist user by your side is really good playing into any potential protects, but there is this is a situation that could be easily read by Guillermo, and he just needs to get those rotations going, as we do see with the Zacian. Now going back into the Pokeball, bringing out the Raging Bolt and a fake-out focus into that Urshifu. It will be breaking its Focus Sash, and just a bit of trade-off from very minimal chip damage on either side.
Yeah, breaking that Focus Sash is really important because then it opens the door for your Zacian to come back in later in the match and be able to pick up an easy knockout onto that Pokemon. You don't have to worry about doubling into it at any stage. So really doing everything right, Guillermo, making it very difficult for Javier. Has lost his restricted, and now you feel like things are getting very difficult to kind of turn the tables around. The Raging Bolt coming in onto the field now, going to put a lot of pressure on to, in particular, that Urshifu. And you've got to think as well, Javier not really got the utility of the Gastrodon now. It is in the back, but it is asleep, and it has to take a guaranteed sleep turn before it is able, or has the opportunity to wake up before it is able to impact anything on Guillermo's side.
Yeah, the main key piece for Javier did seem to be that Calyrex, but unfortunately with it down right now, you don't have that immediate damage sweeping potential that you would have had due to that amazingly busted double spread signature move. But we do actually have a Detect coming out from this Urshifu in order to allow itself a bit more breathing room and maybe want to better position itself going into the subsequent turn. But Flare Blitz does target the Amoonguss actually, and it does pick up a KO, so starting to sort of limit the resources that Guillermo has, which is definitely what you need to do. You need to start removing his pieces in order to not allow him to have so much freedom when it comes to all of the switches that he gets with that synergy.
Yeah, really nice predict there from Javier, scouting out that the Incineroar would switch, and for that Amoonguss as well, utilizing the Flare Blitz, picking up the knockout, a huge play, and gets him a little bit closer to getting back into this match, but still a lot to do. You've got the Zacian now coming out onto the field for Guillermo. It is going to pressure big damage, in particular to that Urshifu that cannot terrestrialize, get rid of those weaknesses, and also to the Incineroar as well. It is not going to really want to take a play rough, even though it is pretty healthy at this stage. You know, a double up between that and the Raging Bolt will probably be enough to clean it up. And are you worried at this stage about the Urshifu too much?
I think you definitely are. It sort of feels like you have to employ a protect the king sort of strategy, and you're very limited because the Gastrodon is asleep, so it may force you to have to bring it in as a sort of sacrifice or damage sponge in order to allow more alleviation on that Urshifu. But as we do actually see, the Urshifu doesn't switch out. It does seem to be the Incineroar. Player up focuses onto that slot, and because it's within range, it does get picked up by that close combat, which naturally speaking allows the Rage Bolt now to try to get a most likely guaranteed KO if there's a Thunderbolt focus onto it.
Yeah, but it's into that Gastrodon slot, and it is not affected because of the ground immunity there. A great turn here from Javier, removing the restricted on Guillermo's side of the field with that close combat. You thought if just the Draco Meteor went into that Urshifu slot with the defense drops from the close combat, you would have picked up a knockout and made it very difficult for Javier to claw back in. Not the case, though. Javier in a really good position now to stop pressuring. Just needs that Gastrodon to wake up.
You know what? I feel like that was like a level 3 play there. I think Guillermo read Javier's potential force double detect there in order to, you know, just alleviate damage focus on that slot. And Guillermo's like, okay, cool. Let me just get rid of your second slot so you know you don't have any more options left. And that just didn't work out as well as he would have liked.
Yeah, definitely. And we are going to see a rotation again. The Urshifu kept in the back for Javier as this Incineroar comes out into the field, dropping an all-important Intimidate onto the opposing Incineroar on Guillermo's side. And finally, Guillermo going for the Terastallization, and you would think it will be into the Incineroar here as it goes for that Water Terastallization. Going to take away those weaknesses to the Earth Power that it does have from that Gastrodon in particular.
Yeah, not what you commonly see going up against a Gastrodon, but we do have the knockoff focus that will put it within range of a Draco Meteor most likely, but no focus of it. Thunderbolt does target down that Incineroar and will once again put it within range. So this is quite nice for Guillermo because you're most likely going to be able to benefit off of having a potential faster either Incineroar or the Raging Bolt. And if there is, let's say, a fake out, at least one of your two Pokemon do still get to take a move.
Yeah, that's it. And I think you have got the active fake out, but only for this turn. It is out onto the Raging Bolt. Going to prevent a potential Draco Meteor this turn. Knockoff coming out into the Incineroar is resisted, but it does remove those safety goggles, opens the door up for potentially being put to sleep. But unfortunately for Guillermo, has already lost that Amoonguss, so not really going to be playing into effect too much in this game.
Yeah, and it's quite tough because from the scenario where you felt like Javier is starting to run out of fumes, we just see this sort of appreciation of saying, right, okay, I'm just not going to give up. I know I need to play to my outs, and I need to not be susceptible to any sort of thunderclaps, and just being able to just focus in, just take that risk, go for the damage with the Urshifu, and the switch out on the Gastrodon really paid great dividends to his strategy and maybe even force a game 3 at this current rate.
Yeah, and I think the Terastallization, you can kind of understand it on the Incineroar, but it might come back to bite Guillermo a little bit more than he expected, because if you can remove, say, the Raging Bolt, then the Incineroar is going to be susceptible to the Wicked Blows that can come in from that Urshifu.
Yes, it will, as the Thunderbolt does pick up the KO onto the Incineroar. Now Javier is down to his final 2 Pokemon, but it is that Urshifu. The Gastrodon does remain asleep. It at least needs to try to guarantee a KO here. This is anyone's game right now, especially because we do know that there is the Thunderclap priority that may sort of take precedence here in terms of the mind games that are going to be exchanged between both these trainers.
Yeah, that's it. And I think you need to remove that Incineroar as soon as possible because of the threat there from the Will-O-Wisp that could come in and really kind of slow you down. You don't want to get burnt. You don't want taking away damage from that Wicked Blow. But at the same time, you can't really ignore that Raging Bolt. But if the Gastrodon wakes up, it can threaten with those Earth Powers, of course. That's the big thing that Javier can take advantage of. We are seeing the Gastrodon wake up, of course, and just go for a nice little Protect. Take a moment. Wants to see what happens this turn.
A no Protect from the Urshifu. Just a Wicked Blow. It is enough to pick up the Incineroar from that range. You can actually see Guillermo a bit dismayed because he was thinking, okay, surely, even if it is neutral, I could survive it. But no, as that coincides with a Draco Meteor focus onto the Gastrodon, which did wake up and did get that insta-protect. And all of a sudden, we have a very tantalizing situation that Guillermo has to try to claw back from.
Yeah, we are going to see it followed up with a Wicked Blow. It's not quite enough to pick up a knockout, but doing huge damage. Draco Meteor in response and picks up the knockout, but it leaves the Gastrodon to fire off an Earth Power. Will it be enough? Because it is going to be super effective.
It is going to be super effective. There is an Assault Vest, but no focus of an Earth Power just to yawn and say, you know what, I want to slow things down just a bit. Gonna go ahead and most likely get a little protect there, cheeky little protect, quite nice, in order to guarantee that sleep. And all of a sudden, we've got a Gastrodon felling a huge Titan.
Yeah, it's a really nice play, Javier. It could have been so easy to lock in with that Earth Power, but really want to just make sure they can close up this match as we see the yawn take effect now. You don't need to be susceptible to taking any potential Draco Meteors. If you miss the knockout onto the Raging Bolt, it would be risky because the Draco Meteor looks like probably in range to take it down. So really safe play from Javier as the Earth Power comes out and quite rightly, not quite enough. But Javier needs this Raging Bolt to stay asleep this next turn. And it does!
Oh, it does! Because he had to try to have an out of the Draco Meteor crit with the instant turn 1 wake, which is not enough. It does not happen right now. And yes, indeed, we have Javier going ahead, battling this out, forcing the game 3.
Yeah, taking us to a game 3 and exactly what we want. And from what looked like a really, really tough situation for Javier, once that Calyrex Shadow Rider went down, he really was able to bring it back, maneuver his tools into positions, even with the Gastrodon asleep, to weave out that kind of end game, utilizing the Urshifu so well to take advantage of almost that terrestrialization on the Incineroar. If the Incineroar hadn't terrestrialized, then you're having to lock in with the close combat there. Yes. You're weakening your defenses, and you're not as threatening going forward because it's easy target then for the Raging Bolt to hit in with the Draco Meteor. You saw how well it took those Earth Powers with, you know, the Assault Vest has got access to, it's got Snarl as well, so further weaken the Gastrodon. Of course, we're just hypothetically speaking here, but I do feel like that terrestrialization was a little bit detrimental to Guillermo in the end game, but all credit to Javier for being able to tie this up and take advantage of things like that Calm Mind on the Shadow Rider Calyrex early on to get the initial damage down onto the field and then clean up house with that Urshifu in the late game.
Yeah, and I think the Raging Bolt Assault Vest variant, or set, should I say, that Guillermo is running, is something that he's identified this season, being one of the key players. He's been bringing in to countless events prior as well to the build-up of this one. And looking at that Gastrodon, I don't think he's very happy, and maybe Gastrodon kind of has a point to prove and say, right, Guillermo, put me back onto your team, please, as we do know that he did go quite well, or at least have to deal with it in that finals back in 22 of the London World Champs.
Yeah, and when you look at options that Guillermo's got to deal with the Gastrodon, there isn't really too many. I mean, you could look at the Pelipper there alongside the Raging Bolt, but you're going to really want to bring the Pelipper to this match. You're then relying on the Hurricane to be the big damaging, and you're kind of committing 2 slots to just one Pokemon. It's so disruptive for Guillermo. Has tools to be able to weaken it. I think you need to go back to a little bit more like a game 1 plan. Try and put it to sleep earlier like he did in that last game, but then try and deal with it quicker, because if you don't, you can end up in end games like that where it could be quite tricky.
But we do have an exact same lead from both trainers in terms of game 2 transitioning over to game 3. A bit of interaction that obviously we do want to call out as well is the Intimidate speeds from both of these Incineroars. Guillermo actually moving first right now. We have seen a bit of a situation where a Fake Out came out earlier from Javier's side into Guillermo's. We didn't know what move was being played, but it could potentially be a speed tie.
Yeah, it could be a speed tie, but Guillermo's has been outspeeding most of the time, getting that Fake Out off first, so you would assume that it is the faster of the two. Can play a really big part in these sort of games. We are seeing a Fake Out from Javier here, predicting that no knockoff or Fake Out was coming from the other side of the field.
Oh, and no protect, no redirections. This is going to be a Spore, no doubt about it, into the Calyrex. Oh, no, it was actually into the Incineroar, maybe hoping for a defensive play from the Calyrex, maybe a follow-up knockoff into the slot. The strategy that we were talking about before, knockoff interaction into dropping the goggles, getting the Spore guaranteed, is such a big momentum swing that Guillermo could have profited off of, but unfortunately did not. Javier played that very nicely.
Yeah, really, really good read there from Javier, knowing what Guillermo did in that game too. Playing on that completely, going for the Fake Out, thinking, okay, well, I am the slower Incineroar, but I'm going to utilize my Fake Out because you're not going to use it. And then taking the full advantage of that free Astral Barrage to get some really useful damage onto the field now and start threatening things. Because that Amoonguss now in a really awkward position where potentially a Flare Blitz from Javier's Incineroar will pick up the knockout. And that's exactly why we're seeing Guillermo have to switch it out, to readjust, to bring something else onto the field.
Yeah, because you don't want your Amundius to be put within KO range in order to get a Chardonnay Prophet, or Grimnay, sorry, and get that +1 special attack, as we actually see the Calyrex wanting to go on the defensive this turn. It will be blocking the parting shot. However, the Incineroar over on Javier's side was trying to actually focus down on, I would say, the Incineroar slot over on Guillermo's side, maybe anticipating the parting shot to go into his own Incineroar and get that Zacian burn straight off the bat with the pivot switch.
Yeah, and I think you could see that, but Javier not really falling for it here. Just keep staying out on the field, taking things nice and slow. Now the Raging Bolt coming onto the field, it does threaten with that Snarl in particular onto the Calyrex, really slows it down on the momentum swing aspect of sort of things. And with that Assault Vest as well, it is going to be able to soak up the Astral Barrages, even those Draining Kisses that it is susceptible right now, pretty easily, especially when you do support it with the Snarl and potentially even a parting shot from the Incineroar pairing with it this turn.
Oh, as we do have the Fairy Terror coming out from the Calyrex. It must have been love, because this Terror is so well suited onto this set with Calm Mind and Draining Kiss, as we do have the setup starting to actually pay momentum and want to actually force further damage mitigation from this Raging Bolt and be able to resist the knockoff.
Yeah, it's a huge, huge Terrestrialization just to be able to take that so comfortably. You're going to see a Snarl following up here, and it is going to kind of mitigate that special attack boost that the Calyrex has just had access to, but it doesn't get rid of the special defense boost that it has got under its belt. Big Flare Blades coming out, maybe trying to predict an Amoonguss switch in there or a Zacian. Not really paying off here for Javier, but in a decent position here where you've still got access to big, powerful attacks, especially on to that Raging Bolt. But the problem is you really want to get rid of that Assault Vest. If you can weave in a way to knock off that Assault Vest on the Raging Bolt, the damage output that you'll be able to do with the Calyrex becomes a lot better.
Yeah, and I do like the interaction of Guillermo's strategy, having the knockoff go first in terms of the speed interactions with the Rage Bolt, guarantee that the Covert Cloak will no longer come into effect and force the special attack drop from the Snarl. As we have the Zacian now coming onto the field, it will be getting its +1 in its attack due to the Intrepid Sword, as the Astral Barrage at neutral will be launched out and forces a 2-hit KO actually due to a critical hit onto the Zacian, which could really pay dividends as we progress further in this game 3.
Yeah, and we are seeing a parting shot come off from the Incineroar on Guillermo's side of the field into the opposing Incineroar on Javier's. It does leave it open though, it does reduce its attack stat even further, but if we do see a double up into that Zacian slot, has the predict been made? Are we going to see a Flare Blades there? But it's into that Amoonguss. It is going to take some good damage, but because of the drops from Intimidate, the parting shot being able to take it a lot more comfortably.
Lovely little play to be able to at least guarantee a bit more damage. No HP no longer being available to Amoonguss, which just tends to force the trainer to consider those switch outs, those regenerator procs in future turns. But we do have the redirection on Guillermo's side alongside the Zacian. That is something that he is trying to build up to. However, he needs to take into consideration that Astral Barrage, and if somehow, some way, it could pick up a KO from that range.
Yeah, and that's it. I think the Zacian probably in range at the moment from another Astral Barrage. That's what you have to be worried about. So really going to have to be aware of that. The critical hit not great for Guillermo, and we are seeing a bit of an adjustment here. The Flutterman for the first time in this set being brought onto the field for Javier in place of that Incineroar.
Oh, I actually quite like this, as we do have a really good momentum shift if we have speed control available on the Fluttermane side, but Behemoth Blade not being able to pick off that Calyrex that is so wanted to do. However, it still does profit from this turn. The Pollen Puff recovery is able to now guarantee it is no longer within range of a focus down KO of the Astral Barrage.
Yeah, it's a really nice play here, Guillermo, knowing that the Calyrex is probably under a little bit of pressure here, taking full advantage of that, getting the Pollen Puff off, undoing what the critical hit did earlier in this match. And because of the adjustments here, Javier having to readjust himself, taking the Calyrex out, keeping it for later on, and bringing in that Incineroar to lower the attack stat, get rid of that Intrepid Sword boost onto the Zacian, and a huge taunt coming out from from the Fluttermane, shutting down any support options from that Amoonguss.
Yeah, as the Behemoth Blade, no, it doesn't target the Fluttermane. It tries to get rid of the fellow restricted on the other side of the field, which is now an Incineroar. So lovely little play from Javier there. Complete shutdown in that turn, which can better position himself now to actually focus down on either going for Moonblaster KOs, anticipating a Raging Bolt switch in here, or trying to slow down and enforce speed control via the Thunder Wave.
Yeah, that's the big thing. The Thunder Wave could be really detrimental to Guillermo's progress here if he does allow it to go onto the Zacian, but it's such an easy switch if you do suspect that maybe into the Raging Bolt. But then, again, it flips back to Javier. Does he suspect the Zacian to switch out now? So it can be protected for later on in this match, and maybe if something comes in, can you predict maybe a Raging Bolt coming out in the field and snipe with a Moonblast?
No, but it is Incineroar, the treasure hunter, which is now back onto the field. It will be able to drop its fellow feline over on the other side of the field's attack, but the Thunder Wave missed. That is quite crucial, because it would have guaranteed that it's always going to be outspeeding and potentially pick up a full paralysis, and the Incineroar goes down. And that may have actually been a case where, because of the Thunder Wave and the halving of the speed control, if the Incineroar over on Javier's side is quite speedy, it may have even picked up a KO.
Yeah, maybe picked up a KO, or at least got a parting shot off before it was able to attack, but not the case. One of the drawbacks and risks about using that Thunder Wave, it's not the best accuracy and really costing Javier in this situation. Guillermo making it extremely difficult for Javier to get any sort of momentum swing in this match, putting himself in really good positions, especially with the Fluttermane, getting that speed control, utilizing it, just falling a little bit short, not hitting its mark, making things difficult. Now losing the Incineroar, you've lost your way to mitigate the attack boost that this Zacian potentially has access to.
We do have the reveal of the final Pokemon on Javier's side being a Focus Sash intact Urshifu with a lot of damage potential to go for. We can easily see another Thunder Wave attempt over on Javier's side, but at this point, since you've lost your Disruptor, being that Incineroar, you need to be able to really force momentum and pick up those quick KOs in order to limit Guillermo's switching potential as well as board state control.
Yeah, exactly. And I think if you look at everything on Javier's side of the field, the Urshifu is susceptible to the play roughs. If you break the Sash there, then job's a lot easier for Zacian. The Fluttermane, the Calyrex, now a Terra Fairy, both susceptible to the Behemoth Blade. So the big important thing that Javier needs to do is get rid of that Zacian, get rid of the big threat. We do see a fake out into the Protect on the Urshifu, not allowing that Sash to get broken so easily this turn. And another Thunder Wave, trying again, but into the Raging Bolt this time because of the electric typing, it does fail.
Yeah, I did feel like Javier really needed to go onto the offensive there and go for the read, force Guillermo's hand, because right now that is such a big momentum swing. You're having to sort of reallocate your resources right now to have to deal with the pressure that Guillermo has available on his side, and that's definitely not what you want to see. We do still have two very offensive Pokemon over on Javier's side, but you need to be able to quickly dispatch of Guillermo's Pokemon.
Yeah, and we are going to see in response to those threats, the Terrestrialization from the Raging Bolt, going to go for that Terra Electric, boost the power of those electric type attacks and become a big threat of its own. With that Assault Vest attached, it's going to not take too much damage from this Moonblast here. Fired in, taking it so comfortably.
Ooh, but it actually does pick up a special attack drop there, which could be quite crucial, as the double up there, not quite enough to pick up the KO. Willow miss. Oh, I was going to say Willow miss, but no, it's Willow Wisp, and it does connect onto the Urshifu. Will be halving its damage output, breaking its Focus Sash, putting it in a really good spot, but the Thunderbolt right now not going to be as important and crucially impactful as before, as that would have surely picked up a KO if there wasn't a special attack drop.
Yeah, that is a huge play here from Guillermo. Getting that Will-O-Wisp is so important onto the Urshifu. It feels like one of the last resorts that Javier has access to really start cutting through things on Guillermo's side of the field, taking advantage of the Will-O-Wisp, making sure that it lands. Of course, you can't always make sure, but thankfully it did for him.
Yeah.
And now the Fluttermane. Obviously, that special attack drop as well, pretty huge there, because I think, like you say, without it, you would have been taking down the Urshifu. So it has slowed Guillermo down, but still in a decent position. Going to be able to take a Moonblast, not a double up, though, from both, even with the burn on the Urshifu. If Javier decides to double up into that Raging Bolt this turn, we'll be able to pick up the knockout. But if you do that, you leave yourself open for the Incineroar, which is sitting next to it, just to pick off whichever one of these targets it wants this next turn.
And both trainers are having to try to force the board state to be able to be beneficial for the restricted to sort of act as that end game sweeper in the back. As we see the thunderclap coming out, it will be targeting the Urshifu, guaranteeing a KO, given the fact that there wasn't any sucker punch focus from the Urshifu in order to circumvent that interaction there. Moonblast actually focusing onto the Amoonguss, and guess what? It's able to completely shrug that off as if it is no one's business, forcing the Calyrex now onto the field. Javier's final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, the Amoonguss switch in really nice there. It does have to be, like, it is protected, right? Javier has got access to Taunt now with that Fluttermane, so can keep and protect that Calyrex from those Spore threats, and then start firing off those Astral Barrages. You've got to say that the Raging Bull probably in range to go down to an Astral Barrage, so you can start activating that ability, getting those special attack boosts, which may give it just enough to be able to cut through the remaining Pokemon on Guillermo's side of the field. So really not over just yet. Going right down to the wire here between both trainers. A great board position here between Javier with the Fluttermane support there. It does offer a nice amount of offense as well, but it has the protection against the Amoonguss more importantly.
Can you pick up the KOs you need to in order to enforce that snowball effect if you are from Javier's side? But no redirections. We see the Taunt targeting the Amoonguss. It will not be able to get any sort of status type moves off this turn. Astral Barrage will now actually put the Amoonguss into range of a following KO, but no Spore, just the Pollen Puff. Very, very smooth play from Guillermo in order to sort of bring all of that damage dealt from the Astral Barrage and shrug it off completely once again.
Yes, a really nice play from Guillermo, kind of identifying, knowing that the Taunt was going to come out, but making full use of that turn anyway. Taking an Astral Barrage on the switch in, let's undo that with the Pollen Puff that I still have access to keep it in a really threatening position, which it is this turn. You might see the Thunder Wave come out, but Guillermo could easily predict that. We're not going to see that. The Thunder Wave does connect this turn.
It does connect, and it is going to be potentially subject to a full paralysis, but before then, the speed control is completely halved. Astral Barrage, once again, now does actually put the Incineroar within range, but the Behemoth Blade, it does break through paralysis potential. It does pick up the KO, and we can see the writing may well be on the wall. Guillermo does knock off a huge piece to Javier's board.
That is a massive turn here. Javier relying and wanting, praying for that paralysis to kick in to stop the Zacian. All you probably needed was one more turn, but we don't see it. Guillermo doing everything right in that match, taking it in convincing fashion, and our winner of round 3 here at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
What an emphatic win from Guillermo, and was able to just clutch things out from what seemed like it could have been the jaws of defeat, especially with how Javier played that game too. He was able to really bring it back from where you didn't actually even expect him to be able to. You know, he made some really cool calls in order to better adapt himself from the situation he was in. He sort of felt like he had the back against the wall. Guillermo played so excellently during that game 1, and just being able to force that game 3 and go to the situation where it could go either way was incredible from Javier, and sort of a testament to the great display of the veteran-like skills from both of these trainers.
Yeah, not wanting to like take any big risks in that game really at all from both sides of the field, and I think it really showed through there how experienced, like you've mentioned, both players were. I think, you know, Javier in one respect was a bit unlucky with that initial Thunder Wave missing.
Yes.
Might have made it a little bit easier at that point in the game to kind of get a foothold to try and get a momentum swing, but you had the huge threat throughout there of the Zacian, right, where it had that Behemoth Blade. Like we mentioned in the match, it threatened the Fluttermane. It threatened the terrestrialized Calyrex. So you really needed to deal with it very effectively. And because of how well Guillermo played it with the Amoonguss at the right time, even when it was taunted, utilizing those turns to get the Pollen Puff to keep the most important piece of the puzzle protected, healthy, and really when it came down to it, we just saw how effective Zacian as a restricted still can be in Regulation G.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was just such a high level set from both of these trainers, you know, being able to have your mind both in the present as well as the future in terms of the following, you know, like 2 or 3 turns is a very tough skill, but because we we keep on seeing these trainers succeed and excel at the highest levels of competition, it's sort of a testament to their consistency, to their knowledge and experience and understanding of this game, of the board state, and the way that they're able to sort of navigate their way through even uncharted territories with some sort of interactions and matchups. But in this case, both trainers felt like they knew what they had to do in order to succeed, and they tried their best to deploy that.
Yeah, and I think really in hindsight, and hindsight is a beautiful thing, what we can sit here retrospectively look at the game, but you think the Fluttermane, you can see the reasons why it was brought. It really disrupted the Amoonguss from being able to be such a threat with those spores in particular, and for that reason, great. But then you think, would the Gastrodon have still been a better pick there, just because of the threat that it can, the immediate threat that it almost puts onto the board for the Zacian before it can terastallize, Raging Bolt before it can terastallize, and even when it does terastallize into that electric type that we saw in that last game, still pressures with the Earth Power, and also the Incineroar hasn't got the easiest time against the Gastrodon. You just feel like that would have been the Pokemon. Maybe Javier expecting Guillermo to really kind of counterplay to that, because it caused so many issues, even in Game 1, that Guillermo was able to close out. And then you think about not the immediate pressure, you've got that yawn as well that could have been so disruptive.
Yeah, it really, really could have, as we did see the little slug try and do so well in the previous game. However, we will unfortunately not be able to have any time for an interview to hear from Guillermo himself, but I'm pretty sure, as we've seen in the past, Guillermo will crop up at another point to be able to give us a bit of a shine of an interview. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to go ahead and try to cut straight through to round 4. So get your refreshments, and we'll be back very shortly.
Web make another big impact here. The whole way through, he was basically perfect.
He was. Like, that was just, like, expert performance. Take some notes.
I had 3 teams that I could have brought, and I didn't know which one I was bringing until the car ride on the way here. And I had, you know, prepared all of them, but I wasn't sure because I wasn't sure what the metagame was going to be. And this metagame has been super diverse, very difficult to predict. And I thought I was going to fight a lot of the teams, like Luca Paz's team that I fought in top 4. And those are very hard matchups. I had played 10 games against that team in practice and not won any of them. So that win was the product of a lot of hard work and a little bit of good fortune, I guess, in like getting some plays right. As far as like navigating through the event, I was just focused on playing the next game. That's something that you get told early on that feels trivial, right? Like, of course, I play the game in front of me. I can't play the game in round 7 when I'm in round 5. But there's a fear that you can get of like, oh, well, if I lose this game, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen. Play the game in front of me, right? My strategy doesn't change in top 8. I think I'm a little weird in this way. I think a lot of players prepare really heavily. And I do to an extent, right? I think about the matchups because I know they'll think about the matchup and we can't improvise. But I think Pokemon is the most fun when I'm figuring it out, when I'm showing my work, in a sense. So yeah, when it comes to top 8, it's like, I feel like it's the most fun when we have no time between the matches, when we're flying into them, and I just have a little bit of time to refresh myself on what they might be bringing and go for it, you know? I think the hardest match I played was Justin Tang in round 13 of Swiss. He had that Raging Bolt Lando I team that I fought Luca with, and he played it really well. It felt like he really knew the matchup. I was scared of Avery in top 8 because she had played so well in Swiss, and I had won that matchup cleanly the first 2 times I played it, and then she pushed me to the ropes both of our games. So I was really scared of the adjustment she was going to make because I felt like I was so secure in the matchup, and that's exactly when you can fall. And then I think, of course, like, again, that Raging Bolt balance team with Speed Booster Flutter with Icy Wind was my boogeyman.
We've got 2 amazing players, Toller Webb and James Evans, just waiting to take on this finals.
2 former senior division world champions. This is all built to what should be a really epic clash between 2 of the best players in this tournament and in the world.
I felt really confident, actually, when Tornadus came in right away and was not damaged. Because I knew at that moment I was going to get a Quick Leak Windstorm like 4 times. And of those, if I hit 2, I'm good. So I have to go slightly worse than average for it to be bad. And then it was just a question of hitting attacks. But obviously, I mean, I clicked a lot of inaccurate attacks in that game too. Snarl, Leak Wind, Draco. I had to click all of my inaccurate moves in the matchup. So every time one of those hit, it was a little heartening.
And Toller Webb wins the Knoxville Regional Championships.
I'm excited to win. I'm really glad. I felt like the kind of player that can win a second regional for a long time, but never gotten there. And I hope I can play well enough to do it again.
Prepare for trouble.
And make a double.
Meowth, that's right. It's Luat Josh Cromie with Zoe Liu on the desk. I'm so excited to be working with you at this event. How are you feeling ahead of the Stockholm Regional Championships?
Oh man, the hype that we saw in that last match, you know, Gastrodon on stream. I was rooting for Gastrodon as well. I was like, oh, well, of course. No,
everybody's rooting for Gastrodon, Zoe.
Yes, well, of course, it was a fantastically well-played match. I always really love it when a game goes to game 3 because it just shows the skill level of the players. And, you know, with so many high-quality, like, top-level players at this tournament, you can see, like, even as early as, say, round 3 and 4, there's going to be top players paired up against each other.
Yeah, exactly, and it really does show the caliber of competition. There's over 250 players here. Again, we've had some events that maybe have even higher breaking record numbers. However, the caliber of the players here is just phenomenal. And I think it really is testament to the fact that the World Championships is just around the corner. And a lot of these trainers are trying to get those last-minute championship points, maybe just ahead of the North American International Championships, or to lock up their invite to go all the way to Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah, there's only, I think, 3 more major events left in the season before Worlds. So there's a lot of players, you know, just trying to, some of them are maybe trying to get the last number of points to get their Worlds invite. Others are just trying to lock up their travel awards, because I think the top 8 from when I last saw the championship leaderboard, that one is, I think the top 8 players are quite safe. But beyond that, especially I think from 12th place onwards, they're all very, very close, you know, within, say, 50 points of each other. And how well a player does at each tournament can really affect that.
I think you're right, and particularly those last couple of places in the top 16 race, let's say, is definitely really much that intense time for these trainers. They've got to really make sure that they do their best at every opportunity to get as many points as they can. And of course, we're in a new regulation as well here in Europe. Regulation G has been unleashed, and that means that we have some really exciting Pokemon ahead and some exciting choices for you guys as well. Community choice is going to be our next round here on the broadcast. So depending if it's a player that you really want to see or a Pokemon, we have 4 options that you will be able to engage with as well. If you're on the Twitch side of the broadcast, you can get involved with that action and select one of these amazing matches. Zoe, what do you think of these? We've got some good choices.
Oh my goodness, look at all these names. Aurelian, Sula versus Taran Birdie, both really, really consistent players. You can see them consistently top cutting. There's Flavio Depidio and versus Frederick Nielsen and Joji Kaida, all the way from Japan. So I think people might know him more as Suika, so you know, the Japanese player, really well known. And I think the Japanese meta is not as familiar in the West.
It's always different, right? And I think we see that a lot with our NA counterparts as well, that they have very different meta games. So I'm really interested to see what Jayhei's able to bring over here to Stockholm, as well as some really other interesting Pokemon choices there. On the opposing side there, we've got the Ursaluna Blood Moon with that Cornerstone Ogopon. I mean, it's just come off the back winning a regional championships over in Indianapolis, and the fact that a lot of trainers are picking it up and using it is really, really impressive to see. As well as our last pairing there, Nils Dunlop. Fantastic player, obviously, and bringing a Regidrago. Did not expect to see that come through.
No, the Regidrago had a bit of showing, I think, in Regulation F on those Tailwind, like, hyper offense teams, because the Dragon Energy is basically a Dragon-type water spell, and it can do a lot of damage, especially, I think, Niels might be taking advantage of the fact that Flutter Mane, the usage isn't quite as high as, say, the start of this generation, when, you know, Regulation A, B, and C, where Flutter Mane was just on every team. But now, with the restricted coming in, there's a lot more options, and not as many players are running the Fairy type, so you can just go for Dragon Spam.
Exactly, and trainers, please make sure you're voting. Give Zoe and I something spicy to kick off our broadcast this day on Saturday. It's going to be a phenomenal match, and I think you've made a really good point about the Fairy types, and Flutter Mane really was kind of the cream of the crop, right at the top. Fantastic Pokemon, day 1 usage, day 2 usage. It was always up there in kind of the podium top 3 spots, but it's really falling from grace a little bit here, particularly with the restricted powerhouses that are coming in. We just saw as well Zacian come through on Guillermo Castilla's team, and that's a Pokemon that previously in the Sword and Shield era was just so dominant, but there's also Zamazenta that we have to contend with as well at the minute that's picking up in popularity.
Yeah, that one, it has been, a lot of players on the ladder has been noticing, like Zacian I think at the start of the format, maybe people thought, oh, you know, just like the Sword and Shield era, it might not be as Zamazenta. I think I got those two mixed up.
It's very easy. They're both very cute little dogs.
Yes, and I think in Sword and Shield, Zamazenta wasn't as popular as Zacian, but I think in this era, it got access to Iron Defense and Body Press, and all of a sudden, you're not really forced to rely on your offensive pressure to actually get out any damage. And in fact, when Incineroar drops that Intimidate on the Zamazenta, it doesn't really care. It's just gonna go immediately to, you know, boost up its defenses and start body pressing away.
And we've seen that a lot, actually, that Iron Defense body press combination come through. Pokemon like Komodo have gone for it. Also, I think Ferrothorn in the past, as well as most recently, I've seen a few Registeel, not Celesteela. That's an old Pokemon. We don't talk about Celesteela anymore. But the Registeel in particular will go for that as well. And if you just don't have a way to battle through it, then it gives you, you know, a lot of difficulty. But let's find out who our community choice battle pairing is going to be and who will be able to broadcast later here today. It's going to be Flavio Del Pidio versus Frederick, and I cannot wait to see how this match is going to go down, because look at some of these Pokemon choices. There is the Miraidon that's just come fresh off a #1 finish in Indianapolis against the Terapagos, one of the new shiny faces here in the metagame.
Yeah, it's almost looking like a playback of the finals of Indianapolis, the Terapagos versus Miraidon. Of course, the partners for both of these restricted are slightly different. There's no more Ogerpon Cornerstone on Frederick's team. Instead, it is a Chi-Yu, and that actually just helps Miraidon boost up its offensive. I think, I'm not sure if that's a choice spec set. I think we will find out later.
Yeah.
But, you know, paired up, I think some trainers maybe after Indianapolis thought, oh, I'm just going to train my Pokemon to survive these Volt Switches and Electro Drifts, but all of a sudden there's Chi-Yu on the field, and it's not as easy to survive that.
Definitely not, particularly with Chi-Yu bringing that Beads of Ruin ability to lower the special defense on the field and really help out the special attackers, notably on Frederick's side, Pokemon like the Blood Moon Ursaluna that we've been able to see so dominant as well at EUIC, paired up with its best partner in crime, the Farigiraf, a Pokemon that I know you're very interested in, Zoe, particularly as the debate, is it a horse, is it a giraffe?
Yes, well, it's got hooves. I think the scientific term for it might be ungulate. It might sound a bit strange, but it means a hoofed mammal. So, you know, I did pick Farigiraf as one of my top picks for this tournament, although that being said, I did pick every Pokemon with 4 legs and hooves, so...
There's a theme, I feel, coming from you there, Zoe.
Yes. Well, you picked it. I think we all get to pick our favorites, and you know, I am personally, you've got your Miraidon pick up on the screen as well.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. I was picking Miraidon as one of the top Pokemon to watch out for, as well as a few other interesting choices, Gastrodon, which we have on the broadcast, and I also picked a Pikachu, but I will talk about that a little later. Maybe if we see its, you know, evolved form Raichu come into fruition, then you'll understand the method behind that madness. But Terapagos is a Pokemon I want to talk about a little bit as well, because it's one of the new Pokemon, and it's very, very unique, having lots of different kind of tiers with its ability and terrestrialization. This Terra Stardom, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, Terapagos is one of the Pokemon I think a lot of players are now slowly learning to use, because its abilities change when it goes for that Stellar Terra, and it's a very, very unique ability because it's almost like an anti-meta Pokemon, because it deletes the weather and deletes the terrain. It's not like Airlock from Rayquaza. It actually just full-on gets rid of all the terrain and the weather, and which means that, you know, if you've got all the Paradox Pokemon on the field, suddenly you'll be losing all of these boosts. So Terapagos is one of those Pokemon, I think it's also just really, really bulky. When it goes for the Terra, it gains health. So, you know, it's something that's really difficult to knock out.
And being a normal type as well, a restricted normal type isn't something we see every day. And when you've got Pokemon like Calyrex Shadow Rider running around with those powerful Astral Barrages, as well, you know, Shadow Balls coming through from a Flutter Mane, having a normal type Pokemon that can just switch into those with ease and then, you know, be able to threaten the counterparts on the opposing side, I think gives it a lot of strength. As well as the fact, as you mentioned, the ability getting rid of the terrain, getting rid of the weather. When we have Pokemon like Rillaboom running around everywhere and Miraidon bringing the electric terrain to the field, I think it is one of those really unique situations where as the meta rises in favor of one thing, you've got a complete counter, and Terapagos is able to do that with ease.
Exactly, and I think what's also really interesting in this generation's restricted or box legendaries is that in previous generations like Kyogre and Groudon, one deletes the other.
Yeah, they're
like their weathers.
Yeah.
But both, you can have both a Miraidon and a Koraidon on the field, and their abilities don't actually interact negatively with each other. In fact, they just totally ignore each other. So you could have something like, you know, a Raging Bolt in the sun, in the electric terrain. I wonder how much damage that does when it goes for the Terra Electric.
I can see what you're cooking up in your team builder here, Zoe. Like, that sounds very, very intense. But I mean, you're right, though. You're right. It has this kind of synergy that allows them to work well alongside each other, as well as help out all of those Paradox Pokemon. I think as well, the future Paradox Pokemon are very, very grateful for the fact that Miraidon has been released into the fray, because otherwise all you really had to help activate your ability was Pincursion.
Yeah, that's
not the best.
No, you don't really. If you use a Pincursion, then you're basically running a 5 Pokemon team.
I remember lots of people trying.
Yes, I tried. I was one of those. And I think the best I managed to do was go, oh, I'll put some health into it so that when it gets knocked out, it'll take the amount of damage it's taken out. But you're at the point sacrificing one Pokemon to knock another, and it's like,
a bit counterintuitive.
Yeah.
Not really how we play Pokemon necessarily, but definitely was a lot of fun to see trainers try and pick that. Whereas I guess the past Pokemon, the ancient Pokemon, had a lot of help with Pokemon like Torkoal, for example, being able to set up the sun. You also had Pokemon like, you know, Tornadus that could go for Sunny Day and things like that, just to be able to help it out a little bit. I think the key thing, however, though, is now you've also got Koraidon, you've got a powerhouse, and that also threatens Groudon. Because when it was like, sun's coming back, so, you know, we've got Groudon on the field, but then Koraidon's like, hi, I'm the shiny new thing. Who's Groudon again? Like, so a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, and Koraidon can also boast the fact that it's got 100% accurate moves.
Yes,
Groudon's signature move, very unfortunately, is not very accurate. And we've seen time and again in previous formats, you know, Kyogre going for the Origin Pulse or Groudon going for that Precipice Blade, and just unfortunately missing the critical target at the right time.
Honestly, many hearts have been broken by either Origin Pulse or Precipice Blades. I remember back in 2016, I ran both of those. And I never ran them again because, you know, it was too much. We want to go for accurate moves. We even saw that in the previous match between Javier and Guillermo that, you know, Thunder Wave miss onto the opposing Zacian. It does show that sometimes those non-effective moves, although they are high risk, high reward, sometimes even the smallest margin of missing your attacks will come through in a match and can be devastating.
Yeah, especially when it's a move, 90% accurate. I think it sounds very accurate, but when you use it over and over again in a battle, it actually, you know, the chances of it missing becomes higher and higher, and that is one thing players have to balance out when they're team building and when they're in a tournament, is that there are usually 9 rounds in a tournament, and you might be clicking that move multiple times, and there will be a time when you miss that move, and you do have to prep for it and make sure that when it misses, you have appropriate counters and a plan B for that situation.
Yeah, and speed control as well has got to be something you've got to think about coming into any match at the minute. Is it a case of going for something with Icy Wind to lower your opponent's speed, or trying to boost yourself up a little bit with something like a Tailwind? But we're also seeing a rise in Trick Room Pokemon coming back, particularly with Calyrex Ice Rider coming into the fray. I know one of your favorite Pokemon as well. But I think the fact that that's such a good utility, strong Pokemon in Trick Room has made a lot of people pick that up again as an archetype.
It has indeed, and you know, we haven't seen Calyrex on stream just yet, but I'm sure we'll be seeing it as the day goes on, because Calyrex Ice is one of the strongest Pokemon in the format, and you can see our players are starting to get ready for their matches, and Calyrex Ice, I think, is one of those Pokemon, but I won't talk about that right now, because let's just focus on the matches. This Terrapagos, the Terrapagos versus the Miraidon team, and you know, both our players just quite relaxing at the moment, just getting a little bit of, you know, maybe just getting that time to settle into the game before it starts. And you know, I think headspace is something that's really important in a match. Like, you wanna, the way you practice in game is, like, when you're at home, is very different to a tournament setting, because the hype is totally different, the atmosphere and everything.
Definitely the mental game is a big part of Pokemon, making sure that you're staying calm, cool and collected ahead of a formidable opponent like both these trainers are. We can dive a little bit deeper into the teams as well. A reminder, on Frederick's side, it's the Miraidon, Tornadus, Chi-Yu, Iron Hands, Farigiraf and Ursaluna. Iron Hands, a blast from the past of those electric types. So much more used to seeing Pokemon like Raging Bolt out on the fray. But when it's paired up with Miraidon as well, being a future type Paradox Pokemon, it can reap the benefits with its Quark Drive and have that activated.
Yeah, and look at this little Terrapagos on the screen. I always think it's so cute that you see its baby form right before battle. But of course, once it gets sent out, it is going to be in its, I keep forgetting the form name, but the middle form, the Frisbee disc.
I call it the Frisbee. It definitely looks like it'd be a fun Frisbee to hang out with, maybe at a picnic or something like that, making some sandwiches for Miraidon to snack on. But you're right, the trainers are currently in team preview. They've got each other's team sheets. They're focused on trying to think exactly which 4 Pokemon they want to bring to this match. On Flavio's side, the Terrapagos, the Rillaboom, Incineroar, Ogerpon, Golden Go, and Fluttermane make up a really consistent core. You've got that classic Fire, Water, Grass core with the Incineroar, Ogerpon, and Rillaboom. But then you've got these really interesting Pokemon coming through, the double Ghost types with the Golden Go and the Fluttermane, to be able to apply a lot of pressure. Something like a Make It Rain going to be able to hit really, really hard.
Oh yeah, and Golden Go is something that wasn't used quite as, I think we haven't seen that much at Indianapolis. We saw it on stream a couple of times, but there's just a lot of powerhouse Pokemon coming into this format. But, you know, I think Flavio has found a way to make this Pokemon work. So this is something that's going to be really exciting. And of course, it's going to be both Double Ghost is going to be immune to Fake Out. But we are going to go straight into the game. Flavio is going to be leading with the Miraidon Tornadus versus the Rillaboom and the Terrapagos.
You're right, Zoe. It's teeny tiny. Let's go for Terra Shift and turn into the slightly bigger version here of Terrapagos. The Hadron engine, of course, is activating as well, bringing that beautiful electric terrain onto the field as Rillaboom counteracts it with a Grassy Surge. I haven't seen this since the day of the Alolan Guardian, Zoe. All these terrain wars.
Yeah, these terrain wars. And of course, Rillaboom is a really strong Pokemon. I think it's even, in some ways, you know, really strong, maybe even better than Bulu, because it's not weak to Steel types, but there's a lot of Fake Out pressure coming in here right now. I think the Tornadus, I believe, is a covered cloak. So, oh no, it's a Focus Sash. So it is not going, it will be flinched if it gets hit with a Fake Out. And same with the Miraidon. It is a Choice Spectrum. Of course, there is that Farigiraf in the back, so Flavio can just switch that in and immediately nullify any sort of priority moves coming in. Of course, the Terrapagos also is in a good position to go for any Calm Minds. I think right now there's not much, but here we go. The Fake Out onto that Tornadus, rendering it useless for that one turn.
Yes, the Fake Out just coming straight through here and is going to be able to get the damage down onto that opposing Tornadus. Volt Switch coming through, though, from the Miraidon. Now, we saw this a lot at the Indie broadcast, and it's going to be able to get some decent damage on the field and allow this pivot from Frederick here, bringing in that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Oh, this is a really, really good switch. I think in the next turn, you know, the Tornadus, now that this turn's over, it hasn't taken too much damage, and there's really nothing stopping it from going for a Tailwind. And then the Ursaluna we've seen, I think the trend lately has been for the Ursalunas to be outspeeding a lot of Pokemon under Tailwind. So I think that is something that... Oh, sorry, I just lost my mind for a second, lost my train of thought. But yeah, this is something that's going to be really, really strong. And I think the Ursaluna, you know, going for those Blood Moons, of course, it's a one-turn attack. You can't really use it the next turn, but I think there's nothing really stopping you from then going for the Hyper Voice and maybe even the Earth Power. But I think, you know, Hyper Voice is just a really consistent spread move that can be used.
And we see that a lot, right? Going for that consistency, that spread damage, just to start getting the damage counters rolling up. So maybe something in the back, like that Miraidon that's nice and safe and toasty for Frederick, can come in and get the KOs a little bit later in the match. Very fast finger work here, trying to lock in the moves before that timer runs out. And Blood Moon Ursaluna, it does look a little bit lethargic there, but we know it's ready for action, as is the Terastallizations, bringing a little bit of sparkle, a little bit of glamour onto the field here, as Terrapagos goes into its most beautiful form, the most majestic form, and bringing its Stellar type to the fray.
A very stellar, a very stellar performance indeed. I think that Terrapagos is getting ready to, you know, it's got the Calm Mind boost up. It is getting ready to deal some serious damage down, and we're going to see that Ursaluna, you know, just going for Protect to scout out what's going to happen, and also just want to keep it safe from the damage. And we see there's no Tailwind this turn. It's just going to be a Bleak Wind from this Tornadus, managing to hit both Pokemon. So well done to this Tornadus for being very, very accurate. And Terra Starstorm now coming out, it's not going to do anything to the Ursaluna as protected, but I think this might be enough to take out the Tornadus. Oh, it lives! Oh,
just able to hang on with 3 HP, but I think it was critical that Rillaboom breaking that focus slash previously to try and give Terapagos the window to get the knockout, but not to be. Tornadus now able to go for that potential tailwind if it wants to. We can see with the privilege of the kind of team preview in the back, Frederick has that Farigiraf in the back. That could come in, stop a potential Grassy Glide coming through if that terrain was to come back into fruition, but the Terraform Zero releasing the grassy terrain from the field. So Rillaboom is going to have to switch out and come back in if it wants to get that set back up again.
Yeah, and we can see Frederick going for that Tailwind Hyper Voice. Just, it's a really nice and safe play. I think the Ursaluna is bulky enough that it's not really going to, I don't believe it's going to get knocked out by any Terra Starstorm, even if the Tornadus gets knocked out and it's going to end up taking single target damage. And as you called it correctly, the Rillaboom is going to switch out because it's going to want to set up that grassy terrain later on. And Incineroar, a really nice switch into this. Of course, it's not going to resist any of the attacks that's going to be thrown out at it, but it's a really, really bulky Pokemon. And here we go, Tornadus hitting, oh no, going for, I thought that was the animation of Bleakwind. No, that is a Tailwind, and Hyper Voice doing really good, decent damage to both the opponents.
Hey, it's still doing stuff with the wind, right? You know, controlling the weather up there, making it nice and speedy on Frederick's side. As the Terra Starstorm does come through, connects, this time will cleanly be able to get rid of the Tornadus and tries its best to take Ursaluna with it as well, blowing an absolute gale on the field here. But Ursaluna able to stay in contention.
Yeah, this Ursaluna hanging on. That was a full-powered Terra Starstorm. And coming off a +1 Terapagos. And Terapagos is a Pokemon that has very, very high special attack. So, you know, a really well-trained bear there on the moment, but it's going to be ready. I think now that Farigiraf is on the field, Frederick is not going to have to worry about any sort of fake-outs coming his way, and this Ursaluna is very free to just start laying out really serious spread move damage. And I think we may have caught a glimpse in a spoiler of a Terra Normal coming off, and so that's just going to really, really boost up itself. And this Farigiraf, I think, also has helping hands, so it can just help out its partner. Because at this point, I think the Farigiraf, its role is just really to support its teammates and make sure there's no priority, that's the word that I was looking for. No priority coming out onto the game, and then it can just helping hand, you know, do some massive, massive damage for Ursaluna to do some massive damage down.
And that's really important, right? Because we know that Rillaboom's in the back for Flavio. As soon as it comes in and that grassy terrain is on the field, because Terraform Zero only works in that terrestrialization moment, the terrain will stay. It can go for Fake Out, it can go for Grassy Glide. The Incineroar right now could go for Fake Out as well, but not with Farigiraf on the field. Frederick decided to go for the terrestrialization. We've seen this before. Blood Moon Ursaluna going for the normal Terra as well to give an even heavier punch behind its damage. And Farigiraf, a good measure, gonna say, I've got your back, helping hand, do as much damage as you can. As the Terrakabos goes for the Protect, however. So that's one Pokemon that Blood Moon Ursaluna is not gonna be able to get any damage on the board down with. But with the Hyper Voice being a spread move, Incineroar has to watch out.
Oh, yes, indeed. Here comes this Terra Normal helping hand boost, and then it is enough to pick out the knockout on this Incineroar. So a very well-timed Protect on this Terapagos there, just saying, no thank you. I know I am going to get knocked out, and no, I do not want to be knocked out. I want to stay around, stall out that Tailwind where I get the speed advantage once again, because both this Farigiraf and the Ursaluna are normally not very fast Pokemon. They're only just really fast because of the Tailwind. Now, Ogerpon now forced out. I think there's a Rillaboom still in the back, and that has the potential to boost up the Ogerpon's Horn Leech, which can be really, really helpful for recovery. Both the Ursaluna, oh no, sorry, not both, just the Ursaluna is quite heavily chipped. I think it might be able to survive just one more turn of Life Orb recoil, so Frederick has that one more turn of also Tailwind left. And I think there's something that maybe the Ogerpon might just want to go for, maybe a Spiky Shield just to stall out that final turn of Tailwind. Well, of course, that does mean that the Terapagos is going to, you know, have to take that hit. And here we go. We see that helping hand come out. There is no Spiky Shield. Is that enough to take out the move?
Just able to hang on. Ursaluna's last hurrah, though, as it does get KO'd by the Life Orb. But I think what a fantastic way to go out in this match, getting so much damage on the board, but not critically being able to get the KOs. Ogerpon can follow up with that Ivy Cudgel, connecting right down into the opposing Farigiraf. Decent damage on the board. And is the Terapagos going to be able to get the KO? I think it will with the single target. Terra Stardom here, going to be able to connect down. And as you can see, the Farigiraf tries its best, but will be knocked out. There is only the Miraidon left for Frederick.
Oh, so it looks like Flavio has won the terrain, almost a weather war, the terrain war here, because Miraidon's going to get the electric terrain set up, but there's really nothing stopping Flavio from being able to switch out into the Rillaboom and nullify, reducing the damage of any electric types coming from Miraidon. But what a clutch survival from both the Terrapagos and the Ogerpon. I was not expecting them to survive a live form Terra Normal helping hand boost, and I think this Miraidon at this stage is probably locked into the discharge just to try and pick up both the Ogerpon and the Terrapagos, and maybe I think at this stage might be just hoping for some paralysis from the discharge, and you know it's not over for either of these players. I think Miraidon, yes, if we see the discharge coming out, but also now the Rillaboom can come in and it can just fake out, and Miraidon is going to be forced to take that one turn of fake out plus the Terra Starstorm. Keep saying Stardom.
So do I. It's a lot of stars going on, but not in the sky of Stockholm, though. I think around the rest of Europe there were some beautiful stars in the sky yesterday, but not today. Instead, it's all about the Terrapagos bringing that glitter to the field. Miraidon, however, that is the downside of running one of those choice items. Yes, you can deal that extra powerful damage, but you are then locked into that move. No opportunity to protect, and now it really is Rillaboom's game. It can go for this fake out, allowing the Terrapagos to just have completely uncharted damage here. Able to go for the Earth Power this time, shaking up a little bit, maybe done enough with the Starstorms, and instead gets the knockout with an Earth Power, showing that it is not just a one-trick pony or a one-trick turtle in this case. It can actually do a few other things too.
A very, very well played game there from both these players. And I thought maybe Miraidon is relatively bulky. It's not the bulkiest Pokemon out there, but it can survive some hits. And I think, you know, the Miraidon not being in that Terra form meant that maybe Frederick just thought, oh, let's not go for the Terra Starstorm, which is a neutral attack, although it's still going to be really, really strong. But, you know, really well played. I think both games, both players had a lot of outs every turn. And I think it just, the tide of the battle just slowly swung towards Frederick, towards the end game there. And, you know, it was really cool seeing the interaction of both Rillaboom and Terrapagos. You know, Frederick just not caring that, you know what, I don't mind if I erase my own terrain. I can switch it out and I can switch it back in again.
I think it was necessary to be able to get the spread damage from Terra Starstorm, actually. And, you know, like you said, you can reset that weather. I think going into this next game from Frederick's side, what I want to see a little bit more of is the Miraidon paired up next to the Ursaluna. So you can go for those discharges, not worry about hurting your partner Pokemon because it is a ground type, and just being able to get a lot of damage on the board very early. I think that turn with the Tornadus went for Tailwind and then went down, bringing the Frigoraph in. I totally understand that because the Incineroar just coming on the opposing side, you can kind of stop the fake out, but it meant that Miraidon didn't get seen until the very end of that match, having come out in the leads, then coming in so late when there really isn't enough partner support to be able to help carry the momentum. So I think if I was Frederick, I want to maybe get that Tailwind up, yes, fantastic, but try and maybe get Ursaluna next to Miraidon so that you can get that synergy going.
Yes, and that Discharge Hyper Voice, a little bit of a playback to, you know, the infamous Discharge Earthquake combination. Yes. So it's really, really hard, and we can see that Flavio has no wide, so not Frederick has no wide guard on, or actually neither of the players have wide guard. So you know, there's a lot of just spread damage coming off from both these players, and I think, you know, going off like Miraidon, without the electric terrain, its damage output is quite severely limited, as we can see when Rillaboom was able to override that with its grassy terrain. So I think, you know, Frederick might want to think a little bit more about just getting the terrain wars control kind of a little bit better, and maybe you know, switching in and out a little bit more wisely. But we are going to go straight into game 2. We're going to have Rillaboom and Terrapagos, a bit of a change-up versus Miraidon and Frigoraph. So a complete change-up from both the players.
Yeah, we are going to see the terrain come through very early on, though. However, we know, of course, the Hadron entrance is going to go first, but then the grassy surge coming through from the Rillaboom is going to be able to override that. Terrapagos, though, once again going for that Terra Shift onto the field as we get all these boosts as well. Frigoraph using that Electric Seed to boost up its defense. That's fantastic when you're against a physical attacker like the Rillaboom.
Oh, yes, indeed. And that the defense boost doesn't go away when the terrain is overridden. So actually, Frigoraph is now at +1 against this Rillaboom, which is primarily a physical attacker. And, you know, it's going to be in quite a nice spot. The Terrapagos, of course, without any Carmine boosts, can't immediately offer any immediate knockouts. It will most likely want to go for some sort of setup move. I mean, it can go for that Terra Starstorm, but in its normal form, I think it may want to think about just getting some setup before going for. Of course, I think the Miraidon might want to just maybe switch out of there and come back in later on to get that terrain set up.
We're going to see straight away Miraidon helping hand boosted Draco Media into Rillaboom. That is a one-hit KO. Removed from the field. Literally steals the words out of my mouth about how Rillaboom is able to do limited things on the field. Well, it does nothing. It's gone. Terrapagos able to go for this Carmine you were talking about, though, Zoe, because without it, it's not going to have that oomph behind its damage in the way that Miraidon on the opposing side was able to really perfectly demonstrate. The one upside here for Flavio's side, I guess in the sense, is that you have this free switch into a Pokemon in the back. In Game 1, we saw him bring the very standard Fire, Water, Grass core, and I really wouldn't be surprised to see something like maybe the Incineroar come in now, just to kind of get onto the board, try and maybe go for some parting shots and neutralize some of the damage on the opposing side. The issue, however, is with the Farigiraf on the field, you don't have that fake-up pressure, and you don't have a lot of speedy options to deal with this opposing Miraidon, unless you have brought something like your Fluttermane, but I don't know which Pokemon Flavio has brought yet. We'll have to see.
Yeah, Flavio is taking some time to just think about what Pokemon he wants to bring in. I think it's also worth noting that Frederick's Miraidon is locked into the Fluttermane on the field, but Frederick's Miraidon is locked into the Draco Meteor. It's stuck, and it can't do anything to this Fluttermane, so it is going to have to switch out if it wants to switch up its moves, and that is something that Flavio can take advantage of, knowing that there is a switch out. And Farigiraf can't really threaten either the Fluttermane or the Terrapagos right now, so it is, it's very, very good against the Incineroar and against all priority, but right now it's kind of sitting on the field. It can do some damage, but I think we can see, can go for a Trick Room. Maybe there's that Ursaluna in the back, going for that Trick Room, ensuring that once again there's the speed control for Frederick.
I like this thinking, though, because particularly considering Fluttermane's on the field, you see how fast it is. It's going for that Moonblast, not notably targeting into that Miraidon, leaving it free on the field to go for this Draco Meteor, but it goes down into the Terra Shell, meaning that it will not be dealing super effective damage at all. It will be not very effective because the full HP was intact of that Terrapagos.
Yeah, so Terrapagos now going for the Terra Starstorm outside, just going for the single target damage. Not enough to knock out the Farigiraf, and it is going to be able to get that Trick Room up. But that means the Farigiraf is going to be the first Pokemon to make a move, but then followed by the Terrapagos, because the Miraidon has not switched out, and it is in fact now at -4. But the nice thing for Frederick here is he has broken that the Terra Shell. I think that's the ability. I keep forgetting the ability for the yes. So now that the Terrapagos is going to be taking normal damage instead of resisted on any hit, and I think it might be time for the Terrapagos to start dealing out some damage under this Trick Room that has been quite advantageous for it.
Exactly, and I think one of the key things, having a little sneak into Frederick's team there, is the Trick Room was so critical in that match. You've got the Ursaluna in the back, you've got the Iron Hands, two very slow, bulky Pokemon that want to capitalize on that slower speed. The question now is how you get them in safely, because you still have a Terrapagos and you still have a Fluttermane on the field, and they are still in a position where they can deal some good damage, something like a Moonblast. Neither Pokemon are going to appreciate. Instead, it's just going to be a hard switch here for Frederick, just making sure that Miraidon's safe in the back as the side shot comes through. That is going to do minimal damage to the opposing Terrapagos in a fantastic spot to go for this Terra Stardom. It is, of course, only a single target attack in this place. Ursaluna's gone. He didn't get it in safely. That was not the plan for Frederick. That is gone. Out of here. Goodbye.
Oh, no. That is quite a devastating. And Farigiraf is also going to be picked up by that Moonblast. So Flavio taking that turn actually with very, very minimal damage. That Terrapagos, took a little bit from that side shot, and now Iron Hands is coming out, followed by that Miraidon setting up electric train. So, the Iron Hands is in a really, really strong position right now. Of course, I think Flavio is going to probably want to switch in that Rillaboom at some point just to override the electric terrain and make sure that this Iron Hands, both with the Quark Drive attack boost and also the electric train boost, boosting its electric moves, is going to be heavily reduced. And I think Rillaboom itself, being a grass type, is just naturally resistant towards electric moves thrown at it. So it's going to be a very nice switch. And so I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see that Fluttermane just wanting to switch out, because Fluttermane really, even though it is a fairy type and does super effective damage to the electric and fighting type Iron Hands, it's not going to want to face off against it on the Trick Room.
I think, yeah, you got to bear in mind Trick Room is still in play. So this really is Iron Hand's territory at the moment. Miraidon was very kind of damaged by the fact that its special attack was in the drain right there from all of these Draco Meteors. So it's now come in a little bit fresh. Wouldn't be surprised to even see something like a Terrestrialization come through at some point just to drop that Dragon typing on the Miraidon just in the face of this Flutter Mane, but we're not going to see any switches straight away. The close combat goes straight into the Protect, so a wise play by Flavio, also burning through another turn of Trick Room as Miraidon capitalizes on this and goes for the Electro Drift. Powerful damage into that Flutter Mane. One hit KO. Frederic's not messing around here. Trick Room's in play. You got to use those turns while they're active.
Oh, the double electric here coming through. You know, Flavio maybe not wanting to risk that Rillaboom switching and taking heavy damage because this is a Specs Miraidon, so it is going to be doing lots of damage. And actually, Ogerpon coming out now, and I just want to make a correction. I think it looks like the Rillaboom was already knocked out, and I completely forgot.
Went straight away at the beginning. That was the Draco Meteor. Miraidon is the one getting KOs after KOs here, Zoe.
So I like to correct myself. But there is still, the Terrapagos has not gone for the Terra, so it can actually go for that Terra, Stellar Terra ability and just delete the electric terrain. So just, you know, nullifying a little bit of the electric damage coming off from the Miraidon, which is now locked into Electro Drift. Of course, the Iron Hands has had the attack boost, but if the terrain goes away, it will lose that Quark Drive boost.
I mean, the Miraidon's got two very powerful KOs, and Terrapagos, being the superstar for Flavio in game one, is calling in an SOS here, getting the Ogerpon onto the field to kind of help it out. Maybe a follow me redirection as very classically the Terraform Zero form coming out here, going to be able to then turn that Terra Starstorm into a double target attack and just try and get damage on the board. But honestly, the way that the Electro damage from the Miraidon is coming through, that is going to be very formidable for the Ogerpon to deal with. As you said though, Zoe, at least being able to now get rid of the electric terrain is going to stop Miraidon from going on the rampage it has done previously, but Iron Hand's able to go for the close combat. I think it's now in range of a KO from Miraidon, don't you, Zoe?
Yeah, I believe so. Electro Drift Choice Specs is going to do a lot of damage. First of all, we're going to see that Terra Starstorm coming off. Of course, I think Frederick has very wisely kept both his Pokemon non-Terra, but the Iron Hands took so much damage. I don't know how many, I think there's either 1 or 2 turns of Trick Room left, and of course Miraidon cannot protect. So if Trick Room ends this turn, and I'm not sure it will, I think there's one more turn. I think maybe if the Iron Hands can knock out the Terrapagos with that close combat, this game will be going to Frederick. So it is, you know, this is a very bulky Terrapagos. Terrapagos naturally just has a lot of health, and so I'm not too sure if the close combat can take the knockout outside of the electric terrain, but it will be very, very close. So here comes the moment, the Protect coming off from the Terrapagos, just stalling out that final turn. I think maybe Flavio is worried about that, and it might likely be a damage roll. So I don't think Miraidon, I don't know if it'll KO, but outside of the electric chain, I don't think the Electro Drift can take the knockout.
I think the question though is whether when the speeds kind of equal out a little bit as they've done here, the end of Trick Room, is Terra Starstorm going to be enough to get the double KO on Iron Hands and Miraidon here? That's what Flavio needs, because I think exposed to the close combat and the Electro Drift, that's just going to be too much damage for one little Pokemon to be able to deal with. So Terrapagos needs to make sure that it gets the KO on this turn. It doesn't really have a lot of other utility. You know, Earth Power is only going to be a single target attack. I think going for the Terra Starstorm, being able to hit that double damage, is going to be able to put you in a good position, and could explain a little bit why as well. Frederick hasn't gone for Terrestrialization this game, right?
No, he hasn't. Yeah. He's thinking about it right now.
But that's the risk, because if you are a Terrestrialized Pokemon, the Terra Starstorm is going to be able to deal double damage. So just not wanting to put his Pokemon in the line of being able to be KO'd by such a devastating move. But here we go. Miraidon actually going first. Electro Drift comes through.
Let's go. Let's see. Can it take the damage? Oh, that's not even close.
But the close combat, that's the thing.
Terrapagos is going to get, I think, it's going to be able to take a double knockout this turn, or at least knock out the Iron Hand. And is that going to just... Oh! That is so close. The Miraidon just hanging on. So Frederick very, very wisely saving that Terra, and now we see that Terra Electro Drift, you know, just coming off. I don't know if this will take out. I think if it doesn't, it'll be a really, really close row. But here we go. The Terra Electric coming off from this Miraidon. Is it going to be enough to take the knockout on this Terrapagos?
It's all or nothing now on this Miraidon. Not worried about taking the risk by terrestrializing. You need the extra pack behind your Electro Drift to try and get the KO. Without it, it definitely wasn't enough. But with it, can you get the KO and get into a Game 3 against Flavio Del Pidio? The damage comes through. Game 3 We'll see you there, trainers. It's coming right up. What a fantastic battle between these two restricted Pokemon. Wow.
Oh, that was such a thrilling endgame. And, you know, Frederick made that really, really fantastic and critical call there not to Terra the Miraidon the previous turn. Just getting that little bit of chip damage with the Electro Drift out on its normal form. That way, it wasn't taking the double damage from the Terra Starsorman, clinging on with that sliver of HP. Just 2 HP there. I think he had a lot of sandwiches.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I know the lunch break's coming up for some of our trainers, but I think Miraidon, you know, checked in early there. I think one of the big things for me in this match was just the commanding fashion Frederick played with right from the very beginning. That Draco Meteor helping hand boosted, just removing the Rillaboom from the fray. And when you look at the Pokemon that were coming through, yes, once the Farigiraf is down, you've got Pokemon like Iron Hands and the Blood Moon Ursaluna, Pokemon that want to be in Trick Room. If you've got Rillaboom on the field, able to go for these grassy glides, that kind of works around Trick Room. You've got Pokemon like Incineroar and Rillaboom that can go for these fake outs, and that can be so disruptive to a trainer who's really trying to bank on being in Trick Room and wanting to utilize those turns to their full potential. So Frederick getting rid, I think, very early on of that Rillaboom just put him in a really good position, as well as completely decimating that opposing Flutter Mane. Really nice adaptation from Flavio. I love to see it come in, but it wasn't able to get the KO on that Farigiraf, and as soon as Trick Room went up, Frederick knew what he had to do in order to put those pieces in play.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that the Ursaluna actually did nothing for Frederick.
Did literally
in that game.
nothing.
It switched in, took, I think, a Terra Starstorm, and maybe, oh no, the Moonblast was taken by the Farigiraf, and that caused an knockout. And I think at some points I thought, oh, it's a little bit dicey there for Frederick, because he had this Miraidon that was actually faster than the Terrapagos, so actually on the Trick Room, which Frederick had handily set up for, you know, Flavio's Terrapagos, meant that it was going second, but it was so critical just being able to survive. And I think Frederick did a really good job of balancing the very, very slow Iron Hands and picking the correct targets, and then also Miraidon just being naturally a very bulky Pokemon, because it is, of course, a box legendary. It's it's got great defenses and offensive prowess, so, you know, it's a Pokemon that's why it's restricted. Like, you can only have one of these because it's just so strong.
I also like the synergy on Frederick's side, because in game 1 he went for this Tailwind strategy with the Tornadoes, and in game 2 went for a Farigiraf. And I wonder, coming into this game 3, which are you going to go for here? Are you going to try and get that Trick Room set up again? And Farigiraf coming front and center with the Miraidon does indicate that for sure, but this time Rillaboom knows what's up. Has to watch out for that helping hand coming through with the Draco Meteor. Maybe there's even something like a Flutter Mane in the back that could switch in and take no damage from that, just putting Flavio in the driving seat a bit more.
Indeed, and Farigiraf is going to get that electric boost, electric seed defense boost from the electric flame before that is going to get immediately overwritten by the grassy terrain. So, you know, same leads from both players. So I think both players have figured out now by game 3 that this is their best option against each other. Of course, they now have a lot more information. Like, Frederick knows that the Helping Hand Draco Meteor is going to KO, and Flavio also knows this. Or maybe it could be a damage roll. We don't know, but I think, you know, that is something that Flavio has to be in mind, that this Rillaboom can get taken out in one hit, and that is something that he has to play around, and maybe, as you mentioned, bring in that Flutter Mane from the back, which then nullifies any sort of dragon moves coming off its way.
I mean, you put an Assault Vest on that Rillaboom, you think it can take a special attack or two, but not when you've got Choice Specs paired up with that Helping Hand. Miraidon actually this time just leaving the field, going for that Volt Switch, and going to be breaking the Terra Shell of Terrapagos. Of course, this will be not very effective damage, but still does a significant chunk. That's about a quarter lockdown on that opposing Terrapagos, and allowing Frederick the opportunity to pivot in a Pokemon in the back. You can see it's the same for as game 2, his winning game in this set. Iron Hands joining the fray now to maybe enable something like a Fake Out and Trick Room setup, but Rillaboom here able to go for the Wood Hammer, does a huge chunk of damage, and Rillaboom, particularly with Farigiraf on the field, is locked into only going for U-turn or the Wood Hammer, and it's nice to see Flavio trying to get that offensive damage on the board.
Yeah, Terrapagos now going for that Calm Mind, just recognizing that it's not really in a lot of danger, but of course, now that the Iron Hands is on the field, and the Calm Mind is not going to help against the very physically offensive Iron Hands, and even if it goes for that Stellar Terror, it is still going to keep that normal typing. So regardless of what it does, unless it goes for the Protect, it is going to be hit super effectively. And I think in this range, perhaps even with the help of a Helping Hand, it might get taken out by the close combat from the Iron Hands. This Iron Hands is not the typically defensive defensive set we've seen with the Drain Punch, this is a really offensive one. It's just going to be taking KOs on the Trick Room, which we all know is the slowest thing on the field right now, which means it is going to be going first on this turn of Trick Room.
Yes, Trick Room is where Frederick wants to play, particularly with Iron Hands applying so much offensive pressure here. Rillaboom, I think, in a position where, yes, you can go for another one of these Wood Hammers, but the issue is Terrapagos wants to go into Terraform Zero here. That will then remove the grassy terrain from the field, and those Wood Hammers will be dealing significantly less damage. So you're kind of detrimentally affecting your partner Pokemon from being able to shine, quite literally in Terrestrialization. So I like this switch here from Flavio, bringing the Rillaboom in the back for later as the Fluttermane joins the field. Not normally a Pokemon we see in Trick Room, but at least it's a Pokemon that will take 0 from a potential close combat.
Yes, possibly Flavio trying to catch a close combat on that switch in here. We are going to see that Terrestrialization coming off, possibly on that Terrapagos. And it is indeed that Terrapagos going to become this beautiful world turtle form. Just turtles upon turtles.
Oh, yeah.
It is getting ready to rain down stars upon its opponents.
Yes, Terraform Zero comes into play. Goodbye, grassy terrain, but I'm sure we'll see it later on in the match. As Iron Hands does go for the close combat. Fantastic play by Flavio here. Farigiraf following up with a foul play, but that's a special attacker. It's going to do minimal damage. However, Terra Starstorm, on the other hand, will do a chunk to both these opposing Pokemon here. Is able to connect down. Iron Hands taken down into the red, and Farigiraf in a precarious position. If it takes a double up from something like the Fluttermane and the Terrapagos in this next turn, it will be knocked out.
Iron Hands is heavily chipped. We can see there's quite a few more turns of Trick Room left, and both the Fluttermane and the Terrapagos does have access to Protect, so there is a lot of potential for stalling if Flavio chooses to. And I think in that last turn, Frederick going after that Rillaboom, maybe predicting some sort of Protect from Flavio, because of course I think the Helping Hand close combat onto that Terrapagos is going to deal really heavy damage, if not just straight up knock it out. And maybe Frederick trying to get into his opponent's head there, but maybe not quite getting, and Flavio getting that upper hand. A fantastic switch onto this Fluttermane, and just got in for free. And of course, it is not going to be very happy under this Trick Room, but we're going to see that Helping Hand coming out immediately. So I wonder what this Iron Hands went for.
I think you have to target down the opposing Terrapagos. It's just such a threat. But Flavio, identifying that it is a key piece in his team, goes for that Protect. Iron Hands was trying to go for that close combat with the Helping Hand to be able to guarantee a KO. And Fluttermane once again free to go for some damage here. Moonblast comes through into the Iron Hands. It's removed from the field. Now, yes, that's brilliant to get a KO, but we knew that Blood Moon Ursaluna is in the back, and that's a Pokemon that can deal so much damage with the Life Orb as well. Going for something like a Helping Hand boosted Hyper Voice, that's going to get some good damage on the board.
Yeah, so Iron Hands didn't actually manage to get any damage off, I think, before being knocked out. But there's still Ursaluna on the field right now, and that is also another heavy hitter. Of course, the Terrapagos does have that +1 from the Carmine boost way earlier, and Ursaluna is a special attacker, the Blood Moon form at least, unlike its regular counterpart. So, Ursaluna, I think, is not going to be able to knock out the Terrapagos from one hit unless maybe a Helping Hand Blood Moon. I'm curious if that is something that is going to knock out, and I think, that's something that Frederick is also contemplating. So this is going to be a really, really close, we're going to close turn, whether or not this Terra Normal Life Orb boosted Helping Hand Blood Moon is going to knock out. Because if it doesn't knock out, I think the Terra is going, because of the Terra Starstorm of the Terrapagos is going to pick up the KO. So let's see what's going to happen right now.
Ursaluna has a score to settle with this Terrapagos as well from that previous game. Here comes the Helping Hand, and particularly with Mind's Eye as well, it can even potentially hit that opposing Fluttermane, even though it is a ghost type. But Ursaluna has its eyes and its target set on that Terrapagos. Here comes the Blood Moon coming down from the sky, finds a target, finds a KO. The restricted Pokemon is gone for Flavio.
Oh my god, what a fantastic turn for Frederick, knocking out that really, really threatening Terrapagos. And now there's no more threat of a Terra Starstorm, so no more super effectiveness. Ursaluna taking quite heavy damage, but still relatively healthy, not in the red. It's still got many more turns of Life Orb damage left before it gets knocked out. And Trick Room, I believe this is now the final turn, so Flavio could just Protect to stall it out, because of course both the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Farigiraf are very slow Pokemon, but there's see all the Miraidon in the back. Of course, now that the Terra's being used up, the Miraidon is going to be stuck as an electric dragon type, which means it will be hit super effectively by this Flutter Mane's Moonblast. So that is something that both players will have to consider because the battle is far from over.
I think that's a good point, actually. The Flutter Mane is a Pokemon you really want to try and get rid of in order to help the Miraidon in the back. But as you pointed out, the Flutter Mane has the potential to go for something like a Protect here and just... Oh, in fact, it can't actually. It's not even running Protect. Excuse me. It cannot Protect. So it is sitting a little bit more vulnerable. Rillaboom as well, you know, is vulnerable. It's running that Assault Vest. It cannot Protect in any way, shape, or form. The issue is with the Assault Vest, Ursaluna, are you as good as Miraidon though? Are you going to be able to get that knockout? There is a little bit of chip on that Rillaboom, but I think if you're Frederick here, you want to get rid of that Flutter Mane, particularly when the speeds reverse out as well. You do not want that Flutter Mane to get the edge over the opposing Miraidon. You also know already your own Miraidon with Farigiraf on the field is able to get the KO on that opposing Rillaboom.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very close. I think we have seen some Flutter Manes train to survive a Blood Moon from Ursaluna, so with the Hyper Voice in mind of it, the Flower Play coming off, doing a nice bit of chip damage onto Flavio's Rillaboom, and we're going to see now the Hyper Voice come out, not enough to pick out the knockout. It's going to take some Life Orb recoil, but U-turn coming off, you know, not doing too much on this Farigiraf because it has had that +1 defense boost from Electric Seed from that turn 1, and Flavio is going to reveal his final Pokemon.
I feel like Flavio is just trying to get rid of this Farigiraf so that when the Rillaboom comes back onto the field, you're able to go for those fake outs. But instead, targeting down that Ursaluna removes the powerhouse from play and leaving Frederick with only 2 Pokemon remaining. You know that Miraidon is going to come back in, and the issue again for Rillaboom is you cannot go for any of these fake outs. But at the same time, if this Flutter Mane is able to get the edge and go for a Moonblast, that is going to be big damage. And you also have the benefit of having your Ogerpon on the field now. That's another Pokemon that can provide some redirectional support.
Yes, Ogerpon can go for that Follow Me just to make sure that any Electro Drift, really powerful Electro Drifts cannot hurt its team. Because I think Flutter Mane at this point is in quite a nice position. It is, I believe, the fastest Pokemon on the field. Miraidon, you also know, cannot go for the Terra to get rid of that Fairy type weakness. So Miraidon is going to be forced to take this Moonblast. And I don't know if that will pick up the KO. I think it depends on how the Miraidon is trained and how the Flutter Mane is trained. But I think, you know, we've seen that Miraidon take that Terra Starstorm earlier with 2 HP remaining. So, you know, there's a good chance it might survive this. So it just depends on kind of the training and how fast each Pokemon, because I believe Miraidon and Flutter Mane but naturally have the same speed. It's just a matter of which Pokemon starts. But Flutter Mane is boosted energy, and I think we saw that speed earlier. So yes, the Flutter Mane is going to get Moonblast. It's not enough to knock out the Miraidon. It survives with 30 health and gets that Electro Drift off on the Ogerpon. It is enough to pick up the one-hit knockout.
And do you know what I love as well? It didn't even need the helping hand here, enabling the Farigiraf to go for that Psyshock, a Psychic type move that will hit on the defensive side of the opposing Flutter Mane, and it is not known for its physical defense prowess. So that's another knockout on Frederick's side. Boom, boom, what a turn for Frederick here. KO after KO.
A double knockout that turn, a really fantastic turn. And now Flamio is down to his final Pokemon. He does get the terrain boost, but of course, Rillaboom cannot go for the fake out, cannot go for the Grassy Glide because of this Farigiraf on the field. And we all know Miraidon outspeeds the Rillaboom. And in this range, I think even with the Assault Vest and the Resisted hit, there's no way this Rillaboom is going to be able to survive in Electro Drift. And if Frederick wants to be stylish, he can maybe want to go for a helping hand, but of course, Flavio recognizes that and is going to forfeit. And what a close match. It was so thrilling. I think Game 2 was still my favorite, that Miraidon just clinging on with that 2 HP. It could be a damage roll, so we never know.
I mean, what a comeback as well. Frederick able to be victorious over Flavio Del Pidio, a previous EUIC champion. And you can just see the way that Frederick was able to pivot the Pokemon in and out there, going for the Trick Room strategy after realizing, Stunfisk there. I know the Pokemon Go players will appreciate seeing some Stunfisk action, although it's not really meta for the Pokemon VG side. However, Miraidon, really one of these Pokemon that was just a standout in Indianapolis, and now here in Stockholm is already making waves of electricity through the venue.
Oh yeah, I know a lot of players have said, oh, you know, Miraidon got underestimated at Indy and you know, you end up winning the tournament. I think going to this tournament, there has been a rise in the number of Miraidon counters because there's a lot more ground types. We've even seen Terra Ground, some Lightning Rod users. We might see a Pikachu,
I would love that.
maybe a Raichu, but of course Miraidon proving you can counter me all you want, but I am still going to do huge damage to you with my choice specs.
And I think that's the thing, when it's just allowed to run rampant on the field, particularly with the terrain in play, with a helping hand as well for good measure, there's very few Pokemon that are not ground types that can get in its way. And I think we saw that so beautifully played out between the Terrapagos and the Miraidon as well, because at the same time, you can't underestimate that Terrapagos. If it's able to get into its Terraform Zero form and go for that Terra Starstorm, hitting both Pokemon, which is something really unique, not something that our trainers have had to adapt with before necessarily when it comes to these kind of Terra moves. I think it just shows that Miraidon can not only deal with that, but can also retaliate with formidable force.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that in the last game, there's both the Rillaboom and the Terrapagos, which both have abilities that are able to nullify the electric terrain. And I think Miraidon actually took KOs outside of the electric terrain. So it's just going to say, you know what, I don't care if I don't have my terrain. I've got a choice specs. I've got my smart goggles on.
Yes.
I'm going to be dealing major damage.
And I love seeing Iron Hands back in action as well, because we've spoken a little bit about how electric types have always been very dominant in VGC, and particularly with the regulations we've had. You know, Iron Hands was very front and forward at the beginning of regulations early on, but then it was all about Raging Bolt, and now it's a little bit about Miraidon, but Iron Hands has kind of come back and been, okay, I'm not the best electric type out there, but I still have usage, I still have utility, and I think having that fighting type has really enabled it to come back in the form of this Terrapagos that it's got to fight down against.
Yeah, fighting is a really valuable typing in this format right now, because there's a lot of Terrapagos that's just being on the rise, and it's so bulky, and we didn't get to see that helping hand close combat, you know, take a KO, because of course the Terrapagos
there was
went
the protect,
for the protect.
A wise protect.
It did not. Iron Hands did not have unseen fist. It had a it has a largely seen palm. So
yes, yeah, but it's not quite strong enough to get through the protect. It tries though.
It's very, it's a Pokemon that completely dropped off the radar and wasn't on my mind coming into this tournament. But you know, this double electric core, maybe that is something that we will see have really good success later on through this tournament.
I think as well, because it can benefit with the Quark Drive, but also the electric type moves are boosted by the electric terrain. So really Iron Hands is having a party out there on the field, as well as Raging Bolt being able to capitalize on that. So we've spoken a lot in the past about Fire, Water, Grass core, but this double electric core, could this now be a new archetype thing that we have to watch out for?
Yeah, maybe, because electric is, there's not that many things that resist electric. You know, there's ground that's immune to it, and then dragon and grass. And
yeah.
I think off the top of my head, that's it. And also electric also resists, the only thing that deals super effective damage to electric types is the ground. So that is something that I think it's got one of the least super effective, you know, types against it, other than normal, which also gets hit super effective by fighting, and then nothing else. So it is actually quite a nice defensive type, and I think we have seen early on in like Regulation F, when Cresselia was around, people going for the Terra Electric with the Levitate, and now it's got no weaknesses.
That was such nice synergy for that Cresselia, you know, I think I was so happy to see that come into fruition. The other thing I love about the electric terrain, though, is the fact that it puts a Mungus back in its box a little bit. You cannot freely go for spores when electric terrain is in play, because those grounded Pokemon will not be affected by it.
Yeah, and now it seems like the players are, the interview is ready.
Oh, it is.
Yes, we're going to go here straight from the winner of our last round about how that Miraidon was able to steal the show.
Thank you so much, Lou and Zoe. I am here with our round 4 winner, Frederick Nilsson. It's great to have you here, Frederick. Congratulations on that win. How are you feeling after that last match?
I didn't think I would win that series. It was so crazy. Also, the first game where I clicked Helping Hand Hyper Voice and at 1 HP each, and then I didn't think I would win this one.
Yeah, the margins were just ridiculous throughout that set. First thing I want to touch upon is that game 2 where we saw you not terastallize your Miraidon, so you could take less damage from the Terra Starstorm and then go for the terastallization. How confident were you at that position when you did terastallize that you were going to be able to pick up the knockout with Electro Drift?
Yeah, I was like looking at the HP and the hope that the first attack was a high roll, so I would survive the second attack, because I could either go for the Terralize and go for the crit, or hope for the low roll. But I just hoped for the low roll, and I was really happy it worked out.
Yeah, it took it to a game 3, which we were all wanting as well, because it was such an exciting set. The other turn, going into game 3, you had the Frigoraph, you had the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and at that point, it's quite risky to terastallize. How confident were you going for the terastallization and knowing that the Blood Moon would be enough to pick up the knockout onto the Terrapagos? Because it was pretty healthy at that point. And like we went back to game 1, it's surviving after that helping hand hyper voice.
Yeah.
You think, is it going to be enough? Were you kind of going through those motions at that time as well?
So the turn before, I clicked close combat into his flutter main, which was a really good play. So I felt I was really far behind. I actually didn't think it would kill. I was like hoping for a critical hit.
Yeah.
So that's the reason, because I thought like the only way I get back in this game is to get a critical. But it was not even a critical, so I was really surprised it killed. It died.
Yeah,
I didn't think it would die.
I bet when you saw the HP bar go down,
like,
you thought, I've got the crit.
Is that a critical?
No, it's not. It's just so strong.
Yeah.
But you and your brother are kind of renowned throughout this season for the consistency that you've shown, but you also have both been using that Frigoraph and Blood Moon Ursaluna combination pretty much the majority of the season with a lot of success.
In every tournament, we have brought Ursaluna.
Yeah, and it's...
Either Blood Moon or the other one.
Yeah. And how are you feeling about the Miraidon? It had so much success last week in Indianapolis. So you're just thinking because of that, it's just so powerful.
Exactly, because of the result in Indianapolis. That's the reason we went back to Miraidon, because we actually wanted to bring Terrapagos, but after the result, we were like, man, we want to play that one.
Yeah, and it's so strong. I mean, the helping hand Draco Meteor into the Rillaboom as well. It's still surprising me now how much the Miraidon, how hard it can hit. And just,
even in grassy terrain.
Yeah, I know, and just being able to just delete Pokemon, even though you think, it's got an Assault Vest, it'll probably be able to take that. Nah, it's the Miraidons. No, it's all right. We got this. Yeah. So you're 4-0 at this point in the tournament. You must be feeling great about it. I know we haven't got long before we need to throw to a break to let you prepare for the next round, but do you have any shout-outs that you would like to for anyone at home, anyone at the venue?
Yeah, I want to give a shout-out to my twin brother and my family. And then I also want to give a shout-out to the Danish community. If a Danish guy gonna be on the stream, we have to bring the Stunfisk. So if you ever see a Stunfisk on the stream, it's a Danish person that's playing.
We need to get more Stunfisk in VG, although not at the minute, unfortunately.
It's the Danish mascot.
Yeah, it's a great mascot. Well, Frederick, thank you so much for coming by the couch, giving us a little bit of time, giving us a bit of insights into the match as well. I really wish you a lot of luck with the rest of the tournament as well. And with the Miraidon, is there any last words that you'd like for anyone at home that might be playing with Miraidon or thinking about using it all?
It's good. You will knock out a Pokemon turn 1 if you play it, so it's really good.
There we go. Some great advice. Frederick, good luck with the rest of the tournament. Hopefully we'll see you for the rest of the weekend. Sit tight, everyone at home. We'll be right back with round 5 very shortly.
Let's hear it for
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C. I first got into Pokemon when I was probably around 5 or 6 years old. I really hated getting my hair cut. And so my mom took me to one of those places where they had TVs for the kids to watch so that they would, sit still and get their hair cut. And they had an episode of Pokemon on. And, my mom and I watched it. I loved it. And I was just obsessed. Like, I had the Pokemon cards. I had, action figures. I had pretty much everything. I eventually was able to play the games when I was a little bit older. And I really fell in love. And, ever since then, I've just kept playing. And it's just, turned into something so much more than I ever could have expected. When I was in middle school, I found out that you could play Pokemon against other people, and that really got me hooked because I have such a competitive personality. And so I was playing online. There were these forums, and you would go and you'd basically schedule a battle over Wi-Fi. And on one of these forums, I saw that there was a sub-forum that said real-life events, tournaments in real life. And I thought, that sounds cool, so I clicked on it, and I saw that there was one in Chantilly, Virginia, 30 minutes from where I grew up. And yeah, so I ended up winning that first event, and it kind of snowballed into everything. I think some people, when I talk about, I'm still playing, I've already won Worlds, I've, won every level of tournament, I think some people are, surprised, or they're thinking, okay, well, why? Why are you still playing, right? And I think the answer that people expect is something like, I want to be the best ever. I want to be indisputably the best ever. But the truth of the matter is that I really just play because I enjoy it. I really enjoy and appreciate the game, and I love that it's always changing. I love that it makes me feel like I can always change, I can always be better. The best thing that I've gotten out of Pokemon is my friends. Some of the best people I've met in my entire life are people who I've met through this game, and I really love Pokemon because it gives us a chance to kind of all see each other a couple times a year. None of my friends are really even that close to DC, so being able to come to these events, being able to work with my friends towards a common goal, being able to celebrate their successes, being able to kind of commiserate in their losses, I don't know, it's really meaningful to me. I think the game's also taught me a lot about failure, you know? People look at me and they see like, oh, all the trophies, all the accomplishments, right? But there's a lot more failures than there is victories. It's really hard to kind of truly try to be the best in the world at something, because when you fall short, like, been kind of told pretty directly, you are not good enough, you are not the best. And so one of the best things that I've got out of that is just the ability to cope with failure, to say I tried my best and I wasn't good enough, and I'm okay with that. Well, I mean, I'm a little biased. I think winning Worlds for me will be probably one of my favorite moments from competitive Pokemon history. I think there's lots of other great moments, but personally, if I'm being honest, the fake out Swords Dance play in the finals of my Worlds, it'll always kind of have a special place in my heart.
Wolfie Glick is your 2016 World Champion after so many years of hard work. I can barely stay in my seat right now.
Probably my favorite player is Shoma Honami, the 2015 World Champion. When I watch him play, I feel like he sees the game in just such a completely different way that I do. I just think it's so cool. Aaron Traylor is another one. He just is so willing to break apart the way that the game works at a higher level, and I think he's doing something that nobody else is doing. My starter Pokemon, that's a tough one. My first starter Pokemon was Charmander, but I really like Emboar. He's one of my favorites, so I feel like I have to kind of represent my boy. My goal every season is to win Worlds, just plain and simple. It's a lofty goal. It's one that I've achieved before. It's also one that I failed much more than I've achieved. And barring that, I would love to see one of my friends win the World Championship.
My name is Marco, and I'm from Italy.
Traveled to come to compete against the best, and he'll leave having etched his name amongst the great as an international champion, not just the first, but the second time in his VGC journey.
I watched the anime a lot when I was a kid, and then, yeah, when I had the opportunity, I started playing the video game as well. I started by watching some YouTube videos, and then I got really interested into that, and I looked for all the events that were held in Italy. I definitely look up to Wolfie Glick. In fact, for the last 10 years, every time I see him playing, he basically never does any mistakes, and every day I try to get on the level. My #1 goal will definitely be winning the World Championship. Last year I came close, I got top 16, but yeah, I hope that next year I'll be able to improve that.
It goes for the heat wave, connects on both Pokemon. That's a double KO. Marco Hamantha Caldula Silva is going to be advancing into top half.
It definitely would mean a lot since I've been playing for the last 5 years competitively, and that would really make me happy. The feeling of winning definitely drives me the most about competing, since it's probably one of the best feelings in the world.
The break is over. The action is going to be soon following up right now for round 5 here at the Stockholm Regional Championships. I myself am Prosta, and I'm joined by the ever so lovely Miss Lou at Josh Cromie. How are you doing after that fiery set?
Honestly, what a way to kick off my part of the broadcast here. Like being able to see Miraidon and Terapagos, 2 Pokemon that everybody's talking about now that we're in Regulation G.
Yep.
Not only being able to see them, but seeing why they're so good, I think was really educational, not just for the viewers, but also for me. You know, you got to remember all these different Terra names and abilities. And, you know,
wow, there's so many.
We do our best, but they're definitely something that Terapagos brings to the field is all the terrestrialization magic. And it was really good to see Terra Starstorm working so effectively, but also really understanding why Miraidon has just won a regional championships, because it is so strong.
It's an absolute terror. The fact that you can have so many multipliers stacked and compound together to form this outrageous amount of damage output is insane. I think there's like you could potentially get a maximum of 5.7 multipliers applied via, let's say, Helping Hand, Terra Electric, the Electric Terrain via the Hadron engine, and there's just a lot of different nuances to it where it's sort of acts like the main sweeper, and if you allow it room, it will just absolutely tear through your team.
Exactly, and it's not like you even allow it to set up and then go through your team. It just arrives all ready for the action.
Oh, wait, what? You called?
Yeah, I'm here. I've got my choice specs on. I'm looking fly. It's all good. And then particularly with the fact you've got the terrain, and Farigiraf I think was really nice in there with the Helping Hand as well, particularly when you know there are a lot of Pokemon out there, and if you're running your damage calculations and you're really prepared for a tournament like this, you know which kind of top tier Pokemon out there that you're going to face, and you know how you're going to deal with them. And getting rid of that Rillaboom with that Draco Meteor straight off the the flat.
Crazy.
Like, and he also clicked it quite confidently. So it's like, I wonder if he already knew that that had the potential with that assault vest.
Very well could have. It's just the fact that you need to make sure that you get very familiar and comfortable with your flow charts. But talking about different restricted, so far we've seen 4 different ones in the first 2 stream rounds. Let's go ahead and see how we fare in terms of the usage stats here at Stockholm for day 1. As drum roll, please, top 10 restricted Pokemon, Calyrex Ice Rider takes the first spot so far.
Honestly, there's horses and puppies galore here, and I absolutely love to see it. I'm not surprised by pretty much the whole top 5, I'm going to be honest. Zamazenta, Zoe and I were talking a little bit about how its counterpart Zacian has really been in the spotlight in previous formats, and now actually it's Zamazenta's time to shine, and being able to come in and just have such good defensive capabilities in a realm of physical attackers does give it a little bit more longevity on the field. But for me, it's really about those other 5 choices. Pokemon like Kyogre and Groudon have just been absolute staples in any restricted format. But as, you know, new generations of Pokemon come through, new Pokemon are discovered and released into our metagame, that's where we're really starting to see these changes. Pokemon like the Miraidon coming through, Terrapagos, even Koraidon, pipping them to the post in these stat usages.
Yeah, fallen from grace a bit. And I'm not sure if Rayquaza...
4.7%.
A very high drop, of course, but I think, like you said, it's really interesting to see their interaction in the current meta and how they stand. So far, there are just so many different viable threats, and the fact that we had Miraidon just come off from a huge win at Indianapolis Regional Championships last week, we've just seen it skyrocket through with day 1 usage stats. People saying, right, yeah, this is really busted. I thought Terrapagos and the Calyrexes were busted. No, this Pokemon just has that capability. The moment it arrives on the field, it is an immediate threat.
Ice Rider Calyrex, however, is one that I really want to talk about because, yes, these shiny new Pokemon in the form of Terrapagos and Miraidon are really kind of in that podium spot, but the number 1 by quite a significant jump. Look, 13.7 and 13.3, neck and neck for 2nd and 3rd. But then you go up by over 7% here into that Ice Rider Calyrex, and that really, to me, is indicative of the fact we've got a lot of Trick Room out here on the field. And I always wonder, is this because the trainers running this Pokemon, are they previously Trick Room users? Have they used this Pokemon in previous formats? So they're going with something comfortable that they know?
Right.
Or is it a case of thinking, hey, this Pokemon is the Trick Room restricted Pokemon and that's the archetype I want to run? That's the question I've got.
I think it's, you don't necessarily have to have a full dedicated hard Trick Room mode in order to be able to run this Pokemon and say, you know, like this is the sole reason why I'm going for it. You've got the Clear Amulet item, which is so good.
Oh, it's
with
great.
Physical, offensive Pokemon. These restricteds that come in are like, Clear Amulet, yeah, one to go, please. Because it's just so great. You're able to nullify any sort of Intimidate cycles, and we saw Incineroar being at the number 1 spot with huge astronomical usage stats that we hadn't seen ever since, I would even say, previous restricted formats that Incineroar was feeling very comfortable with.
Incineroar's phenomenal, and not only because of the fact it's the best kitty cat in town,
of course,
but also utility it's got. Yes, it's got the Intimidate ability, but it also has Fake Out, Parting Shot, all these different types of moves that are used to kind of slow Pokemon down or lower stats, and the Clear Amulet just puts you in such a great position as well. Intimidate who? It's not going to be doing any damage.
It will not. But talking about the little kitty cat, let's go ahead and see how it fares in day 1 usage stats for the regular Pokemon. And, oh wow, okay, all right, a bit of a drop in comparison to last week's day 1, which I believe was around the 65% mark, but it's still the top cat.
It's still number 1, right? It can take a little drop, but it's still in the number 1 place. And the one that I'm really interested to see is this number 2 Pokemon in the form of Amoonguss coming in. It's the Pokemon that we just can't seem to get rid of. And in a meta where you've got electric terrain running around everywhere, where grounded Pokemon then cannot be put to sleep, I kind of question why Amoonguss is so high up in the usage stats at the minute. We're also seeing a shift in the metagame to taunt Fluttermane. We've seen it on both our Pokemon teams so far on this broadcast. Both the Fluttermanes were running taunt. And I wonder if that is because of the fact Amoonguss is rising up. You've got to find a way to shut it down.
I think that's a really good observation. The fact that it still has such a prevalent role in the meta with redirection, and let's say, for example, if there are a couple of different terrain wars as opposed to weather wars, you've got the Rillaboom still having really strong usage, 32%. It's quite nice when you've got Fake Out accompanied by it. We know the core of Incin, Amoonguss, Rilla, Ursh, I would even say Urshifu, Water is just so strong. You have that great potential of switching things around. It promotes Amoonguss's viability variability in the certain role that it has. You know, you've got the Trick Room Pokemon like Calyrex Ice Rider, and a Moonguess is just such a great initial answer to be able to glue onto any team, to be able to counter it, have it trained to be slower within Trick Room conditions, and whether it has Sludge Bomb, whether it has Pollen Puff and Spore, it can try to focus down on trying to neutralize that threat.
And I want to talk a little bit about Pelipper because our Pokemon Go commentators were very intrigued as to why Pelipper is so good in the meta right now for video game. And for me, it really comes down to two things. One, the fact that it can bring that rain onto the field. That can help benefit a lot of Pokemon that want to deal out some heavy water-type moves. But really, it's about the wide guard. The fact that we've got Astral Barrage coming out. You've also got Glacial Lance coming out. Even something like the Terra Star Storm coming through, hitting both target attacks.
Discharge as well.
Discharge as well. So many spread-type moves are coming through. Even Dazzling Gleam, you know, that old one. Seen that one before. But Wide Guard is that protect of spread-type damage. And so I think having that on the field has just been such a strong tech for Pelipper to be in. As well as being able to go for 100% accurate Hurricanes in the rain. Pokemon like Rillaboom still being very strong, and Moongus as well. It's a really nice counter to these. And I think the Wide Guard is also where we saw on the usage stats of the restricted Pokemon, Lunala is starting to rise up a little bit as well.
Right. I think you have to be able to fit in utility tools in order to best adapt your game when you have such high power creeping potential from these restricted Pokemon that each have signature moves with spread damage. It's like, you have one, you have one. It just feels like, oh my lord, like, you need to be able to have that immediate answer. And Pelipper has the potential of being able to bring in the rain. It's got speed control as well, being able to have the Tailwind and the Weather Ball. That is such a great adaptation I've noticed in the previous couple of formats where you just don't want to rely on Hydro Miss or Hydro Pump. And being able to have so much more damage potential and guarantee you don't get the miss when rain is set is so key, because we saw it could be a big offensive threat if left unchecked, as we saw last weekend.
And we've spoken a lot about the Pokemon that are really exciting to see, but we also have some notable matches for you as well, diving a little deeper into not only the teams, but the trainers as well, who are facing up against each other in this next round. Some incredible matches, but the one we're going to be featuring is Niels Dunlop versus Aurelian Sula. Aurelian, a trainer we have really followed and showcased throughout this entire season here on the European circuit, and then Niels Dunlop, the local hero here, coming fresh off a victory at EUIC.
Yeah, I mean, this is easily a matchup that could be a finals of a regional event.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt about it. And the fact that we're getting such a treat so early on with a different variety of choices between both of these trainers is so great in terms of team composition. They have the same restricted, but nearly every single other Pokemon is different other than an Urshifu there. So it'll be really interesting to see, and we're going to be checking that out shortly. But I do have to call out Jamie Keane versus Alex Gomez. We've got a UK representative of a high caliber back in the good old days, as Jamie would say, versus Alex, which is an ongoing IC champion, regional champion. But yeah, there's just a lot of different quality to call out there.
And I want to call out as well Donald Smith as well, you know, traveling a great way across the pond all the way here to Stockholm, bringing some very interesting Pokemon choices. The Galarian Moltres, I know our co-caster Lee Provost will be very happy to see in fruition, and there are so many epic matches out there. I wish, honestly, we could bring you all of them, but we can only select one per round because, you know, we're on a clock here. There's only so many hours in the day.
Production, what are you doing?
Extend time already. Let's get Dialga, Palkia, Arceus all in here.
Mate,
Make it
that
happen.
would be so good. Make it happen, but obviously we do have the matchup that we're going to be able to go ahead and stream very shortly. Niels, like you mentioned, Lou, coming straight off from the belt, you know, with a huge win at EUIC. We did see Porygon 2. I was a bit saddened to see that there wasn't a Porygon 2 on his team right now, because I do personally feel like it's got a place in the meta, given its normal typing. However, we've got that Terrapagos, which is the sort of substitute of a normal type, and it's completely busted. Let's be real.
Well, that's the thing. Porygon 2 is like, pick me, I'm over here. However, Terrapagos is just like, sorry, I'm the VIP right now.
No ducks allowed, turtles only.
Frisbee turtles.
Frisbee turtles.
Frisbee turtles.
Very nice. A lot of turtle power.
Yeah.
Emanating from it.
Oh, definitely. But it's so powerful as well. And the thing I like about this particular matchup is both these trainers are running it.
Yes.
So where we've actually only really previously been able to see Terrapagos versus another restricted, it's going to be interesting to see how it fares up in the mirror match. And I know a lot of the time when you kind of say mirror match, it's a bit like, oh no, not this again. But when it's new uncharted territory, it's actually incredibly exciting to see where these nuances come into play about how one can gain an advantage over the other.
Right. And I think the fact that we've got the unique interaction of the Terra Starstorm either being a single target or double target move, depending on when you choose to terrestrialize into the stellar form, is so key because it still deals so much damage, especially if it has either Carmine set up or if it has the choice specs. You've got a lot of variety in terms of being in the moment, deducing whether it is most optimal for you to terrestrialize or not, because like we mentioned, there's a lot of terrain wars going on. And the fact that you've got the Terraform Zero ability that can completely negate terrains, you've got the weather, it can completely neutralize those within a moment of time, is so powerful, and I think there's a lot going for this Pokemon that we're yet to see.
And I want to talk a bit more about the Terra Starstorm as well, having this unique ability where if it goes into a terrestrialized Pokemon, it deals double damage. So when you're talking about terrestrialization in general, it's not just about, do you use it early, do you save it in the back to kind of clean sweep? It's, do I risk giving my Pokemon extra damage when there is a Terrapagos against me?
Yes.
And in this kind of mirror match again as well, I'm sure we're going to see the terrestrialization go down on the Terrapagos, but it just brings into contention this new mechanic that our players have to get to grips with when coming into team building.
Yeah, I couldn't have put it any better, to be honest, because
thank you.
I have to give the compliments naturally.
Did it pain you though, Costa? Did it hurt you in your soul?
What pained me was that I saw that Gastrodon, which was not the correct form. However, I mean, the Gastrodon was there though, and it did put a lot of power in terms of its performance.
Knowing me and knowing you, we're going to debate this all weekend long, Costa. But there is no Gastrodon in this match. Nils has the Kyogre and the Mega Swampert as his plushies of choice on the desk, and I think those, particularly the Mega Swampert, has been a mascot for him for a long time.
Yeah.
Something that, unfortunately isn't meta, isn't available, but Megas are on the horizon. Who knows?
Ooh, that could be a little exciting treat moving on towards, in the future.
In the future.
In the future. However, we have the present, which is available to us, and we do have Niels and Aurelio on our screens now. They're getting things set up as we're going to be having a quick look and recap over both of these trainers' multiple accolades. We do, of course, have Niels, current EUIC champion, only a month ago. However, he's got a lot more under his belt. Richmond Regional Champion of 2020, World's Top 4, which is something that not a lot of people can claim, alongside the huge history of VG in 2018 and Malmo Regional Champion 2017. So looking to try to get another title in Sweden.
Honestly, a trainer that you would want to be able to watch here in Sweden, battling away at a regional championships. But Aurelian as well, a trainer we have been able to showcase a lot and has been so close, so close to a big win here in the European circuit. So many amazing accolades here. Utrecht special event finalist going down against that amazing Articuno team. Little regional finalist as well this season, and previously in senior division able to be a world's top 8 player. So has so much in terms of skill and confidence and knowledge of the game, really wanting to try and get the last regional in Europe, coming so close at 2 events so far. Could it be third time the charm?
Potentially, but Aurelio just has that ridiculous amount of consistency, which is just so impressive given the promotion from senior divisions. Aurelio's just been marching through all of these events, always getting high-end performances. So I'm sure there's going to be a title that they'll be looking to try to go ahead and claim. But, Lou, we have the teams. Terrapagos, of course, being the restricted of choice for Niels, accompanied by Whimsicott, Ogerpon Half-Flame, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Indeedee Female, and Regidrago.
Now, a Firewater Grass Core is something I always like to talk about, Costa, but not normally do I say it when Whimsicott is the grass Pokemon. Yes, Ogerpon is kind of hybriding there, but it really is the one bringing that fire energy here with those Ivy Cudgels, going to be able to try and get some good damage on the field. But there is a thorn in the side. When it comes to this Ceruledge, maybe it's more of a thorn, it's more of a sword. But having that flash fire ability means it's not going to be able to take damage from fire type attacks. Ogerpon, however, also has a trick up its sleeve. It's got Mold Breaker, Costa. It's this kind of yo-yo between these two trainers, and I think being cognizant of the way that these abilities work and the synergy they're going to have on the field is going to be a strong play for these trainers to make.
I think it will, especially when we've got Terra Bug as a choice of Terra on Ceruledge. It does really lean into that interaction if we do expect to see. It's very dangerous with Mold Breaker, and it already introduces a lower level scenario of dynamics that both of these trainers have to consider. However, talking about the matchups themselves, there are a couple of pivot Pokemon that we've spoken about already, but also key players. Regidrago, we know it has so much damage potential as long as there's no Fairy on the other side or any resists. And we do have Terrapago, so we already see hard sweepers from Niels' side versus Aurelio also having a bit of variety in terms of that with the same specs Terrapagos, but has a couple more setup options available.
And both these Terrapagos as well, rocking those choice specs, are really going all out on the damage here. Interesting as well to see a couple of utility moves, things like as well on the Flutter Mane, Fake Tears. Now, Chi-Yu can come in and just drop the special defense with Beads of Ruin, but if you can't do that naturally, you got to do it manually with the Flutter Mane and a potential Fake Tears. Whimsicott as well on the opposing side could be a Fake Tears user, but not today. Nils leading out with that Whimsicott and the Ogerpon here against the Flutter Mane and the Raging Bolt on Aurelion's side. It's the Paradox Pokemon leading out for Aurelion.
What a way to start up this fiery set. We do have a lot of different variety in terms of mind games to kick things off. Speed control is definitely a big key player in this situation. Flutter Mane, if it's able to get cheeky Fake Tears to allow further enablement of this Raging Bolt to pick up the KOs, that could really be an option that Aurelio has identified and wants to try to go down the path with.
I think that you could see the Nils was hovering over maybe terrestrializing as well, and clearing in for it here. The Ivy Cudgel with the extra damage given to it by that terrestrialization could be devastating into Aurelion's side, particularly as considering the fact that the Raging Bolt is carrying that Assault Vest. You really want to hit it on the physical side of things. The beautiful terrestrialization straight out of the gates following turn 0 for this Ogerpon does leave it in a formidable spot.
And we do, of course, have the negating of the grass type no longer being available. So let's say there is any sort of electric type moves that do focus down on that slot, it will no longer be as effective. Icy Wind, though, does come out. We'll be guaranteeing a 2-hit KO onto that Whimsicott because of the critical hit, which is quite nice. But most importantly, there's no Tailwind that's been set up right now. Wanting to go on the offensive with this Moonblast does actually guarantee a 2-shot, which is very nice because of another critical hit.
And here comes the Draco Meteor into that Ogerpon, not enough to be able to get the KO. But I want to talk about that Whimsicott. It didn't go for Tailwind, instead goes for the Moonblast. Ogerpon able to now retaliate with this Ivy Cudgel. It's fast as fury. And Raging Bolt is gone. It bolts out of the field. A fantastic double up on Nils' side. And I really like this play. You don't go for the Tailwind. You go for that double up, knowing you can remove it from the field, because Raging Bolt, such a formidable presence.
Wow, not what you commonly see. Having that embody aspect, bring its attack up to +1, and essentially without a critical hit, guarantee at least a 2-hit KO. Just shows and proves testament to how powerful this Ogerpon is. And maybe there could have been a scenario that the critical hit, because of the Moonblast, did put it within range. We will not yet find out. Maybe in some other games that will be coming up. But most crucial thing is that Raging Bolt was a key player. At least, though, it did get a situation to be able to deal a bit of damage on.
And Whimsicott being like, anything you can do, I can do better, going for that critical hit. And Whimsicott now in a position where it can go for that Tailwind. And I like how we're still able to outspeed the opposing Raging Bolt despite the Icy Wind drop that the Flutter Mane gave through. The issue, however, is going to be this Urshifu. It's holding the Focus Sash as well, so in Niels' side, you have to be cognizant you're going to have to hit it twice to be able to remove it from the fray. And something like a Sucker Punch as well is easily going to be able to clean up against that Ogerpon. Whimsicott, I think, very free to go for the Tailwind, and I would recommend it here for Nils. Even if you lose these Pokemon at the front, you know, they're kind of frail at the moment, you can bring two powerhouses in from the back to capitalize on that.
However, you have burned your potential of terrestrializing a Terrapagos from Niels' side if you do, of course, have it in the back. It does still pose a very huge offensive presence, as we will most likely find out as Tailwind has been set up. Moonblast will actually move first because of the Flutter Mane still outspeeding due to the -1 speed on that Ogerpon.
That Icy Wind was critical at the beginning for Aurelion, really setting up for these win conditions later in the game. Not every day we see a close combat go down into a Whimsicott, and never really do we see it get the KO. But thanks to the work that Flutter Mane was able to put in that first turn, it's actually utilized this double knockout situation here for Aurelion.
Yeah, and we do actually have a weird situation where Niels now can bring up all of the offensive pressure because of the Tailwind's been set up. It can guarantee will most likely outspeed, especially with that Urshifu being the Choice Scarf, does make its way on the field. However, Aurelio does still have that final Pokemon in the back. There may be room to allow for any defensive switches, which may even lead to trying to stall out these turns of Tailwind. And if the Flutter Mane can move, it can try to get and force that speed control via its Icy Wind, which we've already seen it try to capitalize on.
I like the idea of Surging Strikes just going into the Flutter main here, just trying to remove it from the field. Tailwind is up. You also have the Choice Scarf for good measure. And there isn't really a safe switch that Aurelion has anymore. The Raging Bolt is gone. The only options you've got is something like a Ceruledge, Tornadus, or even the Terrapagos that don't really want to take these moves, particularly when Terra Shell will be broken by one of these hits. Here comes the second one, the third one, gonna follow up, and it will get the knockout.
Wow, that is just within range there. It could have easily have been a damage calc roll in that scenario, but it has been failed. Will force Aurelion to have to bring in that final 4 Pokemon, but not before the Terra Starstorm does bring that Urshifu down to its Focus Sash.
Good job it had that Focus Sash, eh? I think it needed it against the Terra Starstorm. It is able to retaliate with the close combat. It will go into Terra Shell, but because of the Terra Shell, it will be not very effective damage. Normally, completely different story, and now Terrapagos is exposed to another one of those. Urshifu, however, I think is a little bit more precariously placed on 1 HP.
Yeah, it sort of leans into Niels' strategy of this sort of hyper-aggressive form in order to pick up KOs fast and furious and force Aurelion to have to really take those hits in terms of losing the resource available to themselves. Urshifu is still on the field over on Aurelion's side, but we've still got the speed control heavily in Niels' side because you're able to at least guarantee KO onto the Urshifu, no doubt about it. But question is, can Aurelion's Terrapagos really pull through for themselves?
I think Niels just needs to break the Terra Shell on the opposing Terrapagos here, and then that will enable the Urshifu to go for these Surging Strikes and clean up. It is Choice Scarf, so it doesn't have the utility to change into that close combat and really apply a lot of damage. But something like the Surging Strikes, obviously that first attack is going to break that Terra Shell, leading the other two to be able to do a little bit more damage. Terrapagos in a position where it can then clean up. The Urshifu, however, on Aurelion's side, you generally really can't ignore. It is going to go for the Detect here, but I was going to say, even if it attacks, it can only hit one Pokemon at a time.
It can, and it will, as it does try to target the Terra Shell. It will be breaking it. No Terastallization coming out from Aurelion just yet, wanting to be able to reserve itself as best as possible. And the really nice interaction here is because the Surging Strikes acts like a singular sort of move in that time, we've got the furtherment of the damage mitigation of the Terra Shell still coming into effect, as the Terra Starstorm is enough to actually clean up Aurelion's Terrapagos in what I felt may have been very close.
Do you know what? I'm jotting down that mechanic. That's new for me, and one I'm not going to underestimate in the future. But hey, when you've got Terrapagos by your side, you don't have to worry too much about that Terra Shell. It's enough to be able to just get the knockout. Of course, now for Aurelion, a little bit difficult situation. You have your Urshifu on the field. Sure, you could go for something like a Sucker Punch, just avoid trying to get around the Choice Scarf element of this opposing Urshifu, but the fact that it is a 2v1 situation means Niels is going to be in a prime position to start cleaning up. The one thing I like seeing from Niels there as well is looking at the overall board state of those 6 Pokemon, looking at what Aurelion has brought, maybe starting to think a little bit towards Game 2 because this is a best-of-3 set.
Yes, it really is a good shout because I feel like Aurelion was just really hoping that they'll be able to at least survive due to the Terra Shell mechanic there. Not quite enough. Is something, though, that Aurelion's going to really have to go back to the drawing board to be able to better assess. You know, you want to be able to, let's say, not allow the full advantage of having Tailwind and both of your sweepers on the field at the same time, because that's essentially what Niels just did, you know. Just got the setup initially, you know, got a bit of damage, which was actually quite crucial. We saw the critical hit Moonblast actually focus down onto the Raging Bolt. It was able to put it within range. You had the follow-up of the Ivy Cudgel. However, it's still the fact that you allow the speed control to be set up whilst the Niels was able to just bring in both sweepers at the same time to capitalize.
I'm glad you mentioned the Raging Bolt, because although it didn't do too much in the battle, it was such a critical moment for Niels to be able to KO it. Just doubling down at the beginning of that match, getting rid of a Pokemon that can be so difficult to deal with, particularly if it's going for Electro Reps, lowering the speed on your side of the field. Thunderclap priority, something you just don't want to have to play the mind games of, I think was really, really nice for him. Yes, you took a lot of damage, but the key thing was getting that Tailwind up for the 2 Pokemon in the back. Bringing in the Urshifu and the Terrapagos at the end game just meant that you were giving overwhelming pressure to your opponent's side, and there really wasn't a lot that Aurelion could do once the speed was reversed in Niels' favor.
Yeah, and I think Aurelion from their side, that, you know, maybe even have to bring the Tornadoes if they really want to try to go for a sort of staggered mid to end game tailwind and try to expire and, you know, exhaust all of the turns of momentum from Neil's side, which is quite difficult of an ask because you've just got so much damage output potential coming out from at least 3 of Neil's Pokemon if he so chooses to bring the same slots that he did. So, but if you're Niels, sort of, is there any reason to change things up? Because that's sort of the name of the game. You just want to go for damage, have the Tailwind set up, and just hope that Aurelion has left an opportunity for you to start going ahead and getting the sweep underway.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Nils bring the same 4. I think the Regidrago is a little bit difficult here. You've got Pokemon like the Fluttermane, and you clearly have already demonstrated you don't need it to get rid of the opposing Raging Bolt. And indeed, with the Psychic Terrain, there aren't any fake-out setters on the opposing side, or users, I should say, that you don't really need Indeedee to bring that Psychic Surge onto the field. So I wouldn't be surprised to see any changes from Nils' side. Aurelion, however, one thing I would like to see is the Raging Bolt still come, but have it in the back. Just have it so that it can come in and actually do what it wants to do without being pressured on Nils' leads. Because if Nils leads again with something like that Ogerpon and the Whimsicott, not only do you have the pressure of the speed control, but you have that utility option to double down into it. Again, whether or not the Moonblast critical hit was critical or not is something we still need to figure out. But I would love to see Raging Bolt come in the back and sweep and close up a game.
Ooh, but we actually have a change-up from both of our trainers, Tornadoes, alongside the Terapagos over on Aurelion's side versus that Indeedee, actually being brought with an immediate redirection pressure as to accompany and assist the Choice Specs Terapagos over on Neil's side. So you got immediate damage potential yet again. Sure, you can even opt to go for a Trick Room setup now that we've seen Tornadoes has been brought over on Aurelion's side.
One thing I like about Indeedee as well, Psychic Terrain's on the field, and yes, you don't have any fake out to stop, but you do have the potential Scary Face coming through from this opposing Tornadoes that would be trying to lower the speed on Nils' side. Nils has an option now. Yes, you've got the Trick Room, but I think for me, the Indeedee's more about the helping hand. If you've got a way to be able to boost the damage that the Terapagos can go for, that puts you in a really, really great position. At the same time, if you do go for that Trick Room as the opponent goes for Tailwind, that could be really, really nice.
Oh, but we have an evasion of the Terapagos with that Bleak Wind Storm. Not quite enough to be able to connect, unfortunately, but Terra Shell is going to be procced and broken thanks to the Terra Starstorm over on Aurelion's side, which is going to be reciprocated from Niels' side as well. So just both of the trainers feeling each other out right now, not wanting to commit to the speed control initially from Aurelion's side, but the Trick Room has now been set up. Aurelion not going straight away for the Scary Face allows them a bit more room to be able to consider whether the Trick Room was going to get set up or not. So both trainers a bit hesitant, but wanting to play a bit safe.
I think as well it would have been nice for Nils to capitalize on maybe Aurelion going for a Tailwind here, but when you know you're up against a potential Trick Room, it's too risky to click that button. So I like how Aurelion played that, going for the Bleak Wind Storm, going for some damage. Indeedee now drawing in some type of attacks, kind of saying, hey, your Terra Shell's broken, I've got your back, I will take the Terra Starstorm coming my way, which is exactly what Aurelion has gone for here. Indeedee not able to take it thanks to a critical hit, will be KO, but this does give Nils a Pokemon that could switch in and capitalize on Trick Room later on.
That's quite tough because it did have the Psychic Seed that gave it the +1. It's special defense, but it is enough. Niels' Terapagos has completely knocked out Aurelion's. One restricted down, and guess what? Bleak Wind misses yet again, completely bounced off by the stellar performance of this restricted.
There's a reason why we don't normally see Tornadoes in Trick Room, and I think it's, you know, shaking off some of those nerves, being in an unfamiliar environment. Nils has two very interesting Pokemon in the back. Whimsicott, again, a Pokemon we don't normally see in Trick Room. So I like this thinking from Nils to bring in something like the Regidrago. Obviously, we don't know how it's built, but if it is a more slow and bulky mode, this could be a fantastic opportunity to just go for some big damage, particularly considering Raging Bolt is in the back. Psychic Terrain's on the field, so you can't even worry about Thunderclap. Possibly, this Regidrago could clean things up for Nils.
Yeah, and there is an interaction, awkwardly, if Nils does go for the Stellar Terra on that Terapagos, it will be getting rid of the Psychic Terrain, allowing that priority to come back into fray. However, having this dual speed control mode from Niels is really, really nice to see. I absolutely love the strategy because you're able to adapt mid-game in order to better position yourself in your board state versus Aurelion.
And a great call there, Costa. The Terraform Zero coming into effect will wipe the Psychic Terrain from the field. And that's actually quite nice considering your Whimsicott's just joined the battle. You want it to be able to go for any prankster potential it's got here. Most notably, Encore would be the thing that Psychic Terrain would have stopped. Raging Bolt went for the Draco Meteor though. Fairy type in its place, not going to deal any damage as Terrakabos can go for the Terra Starstorm as it is now in this beautiful and bejeweled phase. It will hit both the opposing Pokemon here with Terra Stellar damage. Not able to get the KO, but definitely puts Tornadus in a vulnerable spot.
It very well does as the Bleakman finally connects with the Terrapagos and does actually break that Focus Sash over on the Whimsicott side whilst being able to drop its speed. So I don't think it's quite enough to be able to allow it to underspeed Raging Bolt and get a cheeky Moonblast focus onto it. But the fact that Raging Bolt does underspeed this Terrapagos does allow it a bit more room to be able to get those attacks off, or maybe even better set up the end game once Trick Room does expire to have the speed control force with the Electro Webs and even just pick up that Whimsicott since it's at 7 hit points remaining.
I mean, Nils is kind of leaving Tornadus unchecked here at the moment. Yes, it's not too much of a threat, but these Bleakwind Storms, when they do connect, particularly on a grass-type Pokemon like the Whimsicott, are going to be able to deal a huge chunk of damage. And I think Nils switching it in, knowing safely it's got the Focus Sash, it kind of has a bit of respite, has been lovely for it. It can go for this Protect, start stalling through the Trick Room turns a little bit more, but you want to be able to see it shine. Tornadus going for the Scary Face on its partner. Fantastic, going to be able to lower the speed harshly in this Trick Room environment, allowing it to then go for the Electro Web, not able to connect onto that opposing Whimsicott and try and get a knockout, as it is able to connect on Terrapagos. There goes the speed.
Yeah, I think that may have actually been a really nice play in anticipation of the Electro Web, forcing this Terrapagos to be even slower under Trick Room conditions, as the Tornadus does get picked off. No critical hit there would have actually, I don't think, mattered in that case, given the HP range and the damage we saw in the prior turn. However, we've got this Raging Bolt free to go for another Electro Web while still underspeeding that Terrapagos.
And that's the key thing, because you're also setting up for when Trick Room is over, right? You want to make sure that your Urshifu is in prime position. We have seen all 4 Pokemon on Nils' side, so you don't have to worry about potential Choice Scarf Urshifu in the back, but you do have to worry about that Regidrago. If it's able to go for something like the Dragon Energy and get a lot of advantage on the field, maybe Whimsicott sets up a Tailwind now, just anticipating that the Trick Room will be reversed soon. That could be very, very difficult for Aurelian to work around.
And I think that is definitely something key that most likely both trainers do actually acknowledge. However, it's just down to the granular sort of interactions on the mind games. Do you try to opt to go on the defensive or just full aggro it? As we actually finally see the terrestrialization from Aurelion's side, it is going to be the Electric Terra. It is going to be threatening a lot more damage because of this ferocious damage output sweeper.
I love this as well. The Thunderclap's in play. There's no more Psychic Terrain. You don't even have to worry about the Scary Face because there's priority. Look at that. Terrapagos is gone before it can utilize his last turns of Trick Room and get damage on the board. Now you've got the Whimsicott looking down against this opposing Urshifu. It is a Focus Sash as well, so even if it is a Moonblast, then it's going to be difficult. Encore, I don't think it worries about Encoring into Thunderclap at this point in time, I'm afraid.
It may well not, as the close combat will guarantee the KO onto the Whimsicott, forcing Niels' Regidrago to be the final front that Aurelion's going to have to try to overcome to force this Game 2 affair into a Game 3, as Trick Room does now expire. We know that this Urshifu does have that Sash, so it will at least guarantee 2 wicked blows in a row, as typically they do tend to be much faster than the Regidragos.
We've only seen the Regidrago as bait so far in this particular game, so we're still unsure if it's fast or slow, but even said, as you've mentioned, Urshifu has the potential to go for something like a Sucker Punch. Raging Bolt can go for the Thunderclap. There isn't really a lot that Raging Bolt can do. Even if it is able to go for something to KO the opposing Raging Bolt, it has to hit Urshifu twice. So Aurelion has perfectly pivoted Pokemon and keeping that Raging Bolt in the back for later, coming forward now to apply pressure with the Electric Terra boosted Thunderclap as well, has put him in a phenomenal position to close out this Game 2. There's not a lot Regidrago can do.
No, there very much isn't, because at this point you just need to have that redirection available, or at least outspeed. But then you're still susceptible, like you correctly mentioned there, Lou, to the double priority potential on both the Urshifu and Raging Bolt. So this is just going to have to be a bit of time to allow Niels to refigure out how he's going to approach Game 3, as the Thunderclap is not quite enough to pick up any sort of respectable damage. But guess what? The close combat very well is. Who needs Wicked Blow when you've got close combat critical hits?
I mean, the Reggie Drago had a spread move option in the form of that Dragon Energy, but then the Thunderclap, yes, it doesn't do too much damage, but let's just say hypothetically the Dragon Energy could have come off there. It's going to be still severely weakened by that Thunderclap, and with close combat following up anyway, who needs to even worry about the Reggie Drago? But that's good information for Aurelion as well going forward into Game 3. And this is what I love, Costa. A Game 3 situation between two so established players, and in Game 1, Nils was very much in command, getting rid of that Raging Bolt. In Game 2, Aurelion was very much in the driving seat, going for those scary faces, being able to just make sure that he had all the priority, potential, and speed advantage outside of Trick Room. Going into Game 3, I wonder if we're going to see any more changes. Nils made very drastic changes from Game 1 to Game 2. Is he going to change back to Game 1?
I feel like Ogerpon is just very well placed here.
Yeah.
Because you're able to directly threaten so much damage. You don't necessarily have to terrestrialize it. You can, if you really want to, lean a bit onto the Stellar Terra from Terrapagos, but we did actually see that he really didn't need to. As long as you have that Terra Starstorm and you can focus down with 120 base power onto one of the targets to be able to lock in and put it within range for a subsequent pickup is key. And I think Aurelion, even though I really would love to see the Cerulege, I don't think it will likely make it through, because I'm trying to think of the scenario that's helpful and I can't find any.
Yeah, yes, it can do stuff to the Whimsicott, but then we've seen the Whimsicott KO twice by a close combat. So I feel like you don't need that to deal with the Whimsicott at this point in time.
Yeah.
I think for me, you're right. The Ogerpon's definitely a key piece for Nils, and it can apply a lot of offensive pressure out there on the field. I want to see, however, if either trainer decides to go for the Terraform Zero and terrestrialize up that Terrapagos, I want them to make sure that the Terra Starstorms are in a position where they can get the knockout. Because when it's not dealing enough damage to get KOs, you're leaving it so vulnerable to a double up. And it is such a threat. These trainers cannot just ignore it on the field. And if you lose it, not only do you lose your restricted, you use your terrestrialization Pokemon and a fantastic spread move option.
I do genuinely see the value on not Stellar Terraing both of the Terrapagos, because you've got the Terra Shell, it will reduce any damage being focused onto that slot while still guaranteeing so much damage to whittle down and put your opponent's Pokemon within range. So honestly, I don't even want to see Nils Terra the Terrapagos. I just want to see the damage coming out, and maybe a cheeky little Ogerpon Terra once again. But we are gonna have to find out as Game 3 is here. We've got the Tornadus and Terrapagos over on the Aurelion side versus Terrapagos, and another little cheeky prankster Pokemon being a Whimsicott over on Nils.
Yeah, I like the synergy here. Both these trainers have the capability to go for that Tailwind, go for the fast mode, and they also have the restricted Terrapagos on the field. Now, I kind of agree with you. I don't necessarily want to see terrestrialization, because Terra Shell has been such a great ability in this particular game, particularly when you've got close combating Urshifus. At this point in time, though, do you want to sacrifice that to a potential Bleakwind Storm coming through from Tornadus, considering if it does able to find its mark, however? Whimsicott able to just do what it does best, going for the Tailwind. Early doors here for Nils, no messing around, wants to get the speed up there. No Tailwind critically on the opposing side, as the Terra Storm is able to come through. Not enough, though. This is what I'm saying, you need to get the knockout.
No, but the Bleakwind Storm does miss the Whimsicott. I feel like that's what Aurelion was really trying to bank on there, to be able to not focus down on the Tailwind, not be susceptible to Encore the subsequent turn, as Terra Starstorm does focus down on the Terrapagos. Not quite enough to pick up the KO, but my word, 14 hit points is so very close to getting picked up off.
And the Whimsicott now still has its Focus Sash intact as well, so the Bleakwind Storm not only able to have dealt significant damage, but putting it in a very dangerous spot. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Tornadus on the opposing side try and get a Tailwind up here, but Whimsicott does have Encore, and that's a problem, because if you want to lock it down into something, then it cannot get the speed advantage up. But Whimsicott's saying, not today, I'll let you get that up on your side.
As the Moonblast is going to be the move of choice, now breaking the Terra Shell over on Aurelion's side of the field in order to allow a follow-up, but now it's pretty critical on which Terrapagos will move first. It is going to be Nils. It is going to be Taki. The Terrapagos does pick up the KO. Moonblast just barely putting it within that range to be able to knock it out.
Nils with such a commanding start to this Game 3, removing the restricted Pokemon on Aurelion's side of the field, but does leave Aurelion free to bring this Urshifu in. The Terra Shell has been broken to Terrapagos, honestly. A Bleakwind Storm would even KO it at this range, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Bleakwind Storm come out, maybe a double up coming through into that Whimsicott, but we know Whimsicott is fast. Something like the Moonblast could even deal with this Tornadus.
Yes, it very well can, and Urshifu having the Focus Sash is very well placed to be able to at least guarantee picking up a KO onto the restricted, or even keeping it intact depending on which slot it targets down, as the Tornadus is now out of this game 3 and set. Wicked Blow targeting the Terrapagos, wanting to guarantee that restricted does not keep on going on this absolute havoc path that it has been wreaking.
Yes, and you can see the Pokemon in the back as well for Nils. That Ogerpon back into the team, able to apply some pressure with those Ivy Cudgels, but Raging Bolt joins the fray as well for Aurelion. My eyes are on this Whimsicott, though. It's being left really unchecked on the field at the moment. Focus Sash still intact, and Moonblast definitely going to be able to deal significant damage to both these opposing Pokemon, as well as the threat of that Encore. That's something the Urshifu has to contend with. If it wants to go for something like a Detect, it cannot do that so safely. The one thing you've got to contend with, though, is the Urshifu, because it is a dark type, isn't going to be affected by that Prankster.
No, it very much won't be. And the fact that the Whimsicott still has its sash intact does allow it even more breathing room to get damage off. Something that you don't commonly see Whimsicott really trying to focus down on, as the Detect will be able to nullify any attempts on breaking that sash over on its side of the field. But no terrestrialization just yet. Ivy Cudgel, wanting to try to guarantee knocking out that Urshifu, but this opens up the Raging Bolt to try to get an Electro Web. But guess what? This Whimsicott, it's as flailing as the wind. It's able to weave itself around, completely miss any webs and any storms.
Now able to just go for a Tailwind. You know, I'm sure that Urshifu going for that Detect very safely in the face of the Prankster Pokemon does give it a little bit more flexibility. You can always go for something like the Wicked Blow and try and deal with this opposing Ogerpon here, because yes, the Whimsicott can go for the Moonblast, but there's enough utility for a 2v1 to be able to remove it from the field.
Yeah, and this opens up Aurelion to be able to actually Dark Terrastalize that Urshifu, go for the Wicked Blows, and at least once you get Electro Web dealt and connected finally onto the Whimsicott, you may even put it within range of a Sucker Punch focus as well, if the damage output is enough.
That's the thing, the Focus Sash as well on that Urshifu will give it a little bit more longevity on the field. There's the Wicked Blow, like you said, boosted up by the Dark Terrestrialization here, going into the Ogerpon with the critical hit, of course, but not able to get the knockout. Raging Bolt follows up, though, and says it's okay. It's gone from the field, and now Nils also has only 2 Pokemon remaining.
Yeah, and actually trying to target down with the Moonblast is quite critical for Nils' gameplay here, because you need it to stop the momentum from this Urshifu. So you sort of had to make that trade in order to further improve your board state and rely on that final Pokemon in the back. If it is the Regidrago, get that Tailwind set up, stagger out and expire the Tailwind setup from Aurelion's side, and try to go for as much damage as you can.
I love this as well, because Regidrago's got in outside of the Electro Web, so if Whimsicott can get that Tailwind up, it's in such a great pressure to go for that Dragon Energy. Spread move will be able to remove Urshifu from the field. You've got to watch out, though, for the Raging Bolt. It is carrying that Assault Vest, so it could be in a position where, particularly if it goes for something like the Thunderclap, will be able to hang on from taking a Dragon Energy. But it's a nice way to get damage on the board, remove the Urshifu from the field, and allow the Whimsicott to follow up with a Moonblast. But first, you've got to get the Tailwind up.
You very well do, but we're going to see a bit of defensive plays coming out from both of our trainers here. The Urshifu and that Regidrago being the main sweepers. Moonblast trying to lock down that slot. Feels like it still has room to be able to navigate around, since it still did have that sash, but it's susceptible to paralysis that, unfortunately, for Aurelion did not connect. And the Whimsicott, the fact that it's got a guaranteed 3-hit KO survival from Thunderbolt allows it more room to take those liberties and not necessarily set up Tailwind and further exhaust any additional turns that you can capitalize off of.
The thing is, Whimsicott now sitting a little less pretty on the field. Its Focus Sash is broken. We know there's not anything really priority-wise on Aurelion's side that can remove it from the fray, particularly if it does want to go for a Tailwind and it's not going for an attacking move. But the issue is this Regidrago. You've got to protect it well, because otherwise Aurelion is going to be able to come through in this match. Nils does still have access to the Terrestrialization. I think putting all the kind of weight and momentum into this Regidrago is what he needs to try and close out this set. 2 incredible players, game 3 in this set. Regidrago is not messing around. Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, Dragon Terror means that the Regidrago is here for the business. Tailwind and no protects from either side. Sucker Punch is gonna be the move of choice from the Urshifu, targeting down the Regidrago, limiting the damage output of a Dragon Energy. However, no energy to be found. Dragon Pulse in combination with the Dragon Terror on Assault Vest. How much damage does it deal? It deals enough damage, and it picks up the KO on an Assault Vest Raging Bolt in raging fashion, allowing this Urshifu to now be susceptible to a Moonblast and focus on the Regidrago.
Regidrago deserves that roar of redemption that it got there at the end of that turn. Urshifu can go for the Sucker Punch all it likes. Moonblast on the Whimsicott will be able to come through and clean this up for Nils Dunlop. Amazing to be able to see the Regidrago come in that last hurrah and has done all it needs to do to help out this little Whimsicott. It's not just a supportive role, it's a shining star on the stage.
Ah, look at these trainers embracing. We've got Niels, your winner of round 5.
Wow. Wow. That's all I have to say.
That's all you can say, Lou.
It's honestly amazing. Nils Dunlop coming off an incredible EUIC finish and now in a position so commanding here in Stockholm. I just have absolutely loved to see the caliber of play, particularly when you consider we were in Regulation F, we're now in Regulation G, and the meta has shifted quite a lot, but Nils has adapted so perfectly.
It very well does, and I mean, that doesn't even necessarily say that Aurelion hasn't. It's just the fact that you have the duality of the different speed control approaches. You know, you've got the Tailwind, you've got the Trick Room as well, viable with the female Ndidi, but it's all about the training. Which sort of speed benchmarks do you want to try to target in terms of the different mode that you want to apply? Do you want to go with the Tailwind? Is Regidrago fast enough to be able to outspeed, let's say, a Calyrex Shadow Rider or whatnot? And then it depends on your matchup versus Tailwind. You know, those tend to be the scenarios that you can capitalize off of a dual speed control team. And Niels is a master at this sort of composition. We've seen him do it before. We saw at EUIC as well. He knows what he's doing. He's very comfortable, and it shows with how he's playing.
Yeah, and I think one thing that both these teams actually showed us really well is about speed control options.
Yes.
Things like the Electro Web, also Scary Phase, haven't seen that in a while, but also Tailwind. There's so many different nuances to how you can gain speed control in a match. It's not just about Trick Room and Tailwind. You have a lot of options, but also when you use them can be critical, because we saw at the beginning of that game as well, the Tornadoes could easily have gone for the Tailwind, instead went for the Bleakwind Storm, I think hoping to obviously hit the Whimsicott, but then it enabled you the potential of, hey, the opponent's going to go for Tailwind, I know that. Instead of matching it and stalemating it, let me try and get some damage on, then I'll go for my own Tailwind, so that in the long run, they will lose theirs and I have the advantage.
It's the sort of staggered Tailwind approach,
exactly.
Right? And you're able to capitalize off of a mid to end game profit point versus the current immediate conditions that are set. And I think that was a really nice little interaction where we were talking about the Tornadoes, whether it wants to try to set up Tailwind or not, and be susceptible to an Encore. But if the Encore did come out, it would have meant that you had a priority boosted Bleakwind Storm that would have been coming out if you tried to select the Tailwind at that same time.
That's so true.
And it would have been a very cool little interaction, but obviously we didn't see it. The Tailwind was the focus of it. And the fact that Tornadoes had so much room in Game 2 really proved dividends for Aurelion's game plan, but at least we saw from Niels' approach in that Game 3, just wanted to guarantee gets rid of it when possible and has that duality of the Trick Room setup versus the Tailwind endgame setup.
I guess in those mechanic situations, you have to ask yourself, if you're the Whimsicott, like, how much do I think it's actually going to hit the Bleakwind Storm? Is the risk going to be okay? But so many interesting mechanics actually came through in that match. You know, looking at the Surging Strikes, for example, going into the Terrapagos with the Terra Shell, you know, not something we see all the time, and being able to identify that that counts as one move is really good information, very fresh into this metagame. Good for our trainers and us alike.
Very well so, as we did see, and it was very interesting, the fact that we know that Terrapagos is such a broken Pokemon when it comes to the stellar form of it, and both trainers actually opting, let's say in Game 1 and Game 3, not to utilize it as much because of the fact that you can better resource yourself to have that terrestrialization on another Pokemon, since it's basically just a special offensive sweeper that all you need to do is just focus down on that one slot. 120 base power Terra Starstorm is nothing to scoff at, even though we've seen variants and sets have Hyper Beam for the 150 base power cap off. The fact that it's just 30 base power difference, you know, doesn't really slow yourself down, and you can still use it as a single target or double spread, just depending on the scenario.
And you've got to remember as well, these are choice specs Terrapagos that we're seeing as well. So you can list off all the damage of these moves, but let's just go up by 50%. It does so much to these opposing Pokemon. I think the one thing I like about Terrapagos, though, as you've highlighted, is it isn't just a Pokemon that you need to Terrestrialize to make it effective. It has a lot of synergy regardless of the form that you're able to battle with. And that allowed both our trainers to use that Terrestrialization on different Pokemon. Aurelion used it on that Raging Bolt earlier on as well to deal even more electric-type damage to the Thunderclap, and that was critical in order to get that momentum in the match. And then in the next game, you see it coming through on, say, the Urshifu, and then we see it come through at the very end here as well. Really nice to be able to see.
It very much is, and I think Terra Shell is... It's just such a great ability. It's a better version of multi-scale if you think about it, because you don't half all of the damage output. You force that damage move to actually always be a resist. So let's say, for example, in the scenario you've got Dragonite multi-scale or Lunala with the Shadow Shield, if it's a move that is still super effective against that Pokemon, there's still going to be a lot more damage output dealt versus if you had like a Terra Shell, which it automatically forces the resist and the 0.5 reduction of the damage output.
I think Zoe and I saw it earlier where a close combat went into the Terra Shell and it just said not very effective. It kind of takes a minute to realize that mechanic's working through. But you're right, because even if it was super effective move, it would still do more damage. Like Lunala, for example, yes, you have that extra longevity against it, that kind of safety blanket, but depending on how, you know, damage is stacked up against you, it's still going to be formidable. So having the respite of not very effective does give you a little bit more wiggle room, let's say.
Yeah, it definitely does, because, you know, you don't necessarily need redirection when you know at least you're not going to be going ahead and being susceptible to super effective moves, because there's no such thing as a super effective move when you've got Terra Shell at least and allow it to activate. But Aurelion, though, really pushing through with that matchup. We saw that game 2. Going into game 3, it just seems like Niels had a lot more utility tools available to themselves versus what Aurelion could be able to, you know, better cope against. So do you feel like maybe there could have been any improved leads or strategies that Aurelion did? Because I feel like they played the best that they could to their outs, but there wasn't a lot more they could do utility tool-wise.
That's the thing. I like the full Pokemon that Aurelion brought, and I particularly like the adaptation of putting Raging Bolt in the back so that it could have a little bit more oomph on the field and not be such a target.
You did identify that as well quite nicely.
I was quite proud of that. I'm not going to lie.
100%.
You know, that was a nice moment. But I think the one thing Nils was able to do is, and as a player, you see him do this, look at the leads and go, this is what I've got to work with. So how am I going to, you know, move my Pokemon in the right way? And particularly in that game 3, identifying, hey, no Raging Bolt, but there is the Terrapagos on the opposing side. I'm going to get my speed advantage up and just target it down. That would also then force your opponent to go for that Tailwind as well. Otherwise, turn 2 is going to go exactly the same way as turn 1.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point. Because in the end of the day, it's those sort of nuance-based, you know, like timeline that you have to try to read through whilst you only have like 45 seconds to deal with, okay, which move do I click? It's like, wait, no, there's so much we actually have to sit and think about in terms of where does this tree branch lead? Is this most optimal for me? Is there a chance where I have my back against the wall and I need to try to rely on luck or RNG? Because we saw there was a bit of RNG. There are a lot of, you know, misses with that evasive Whimsicott, but maybe that could have changed the flow of things. You know, had the Focus Sash broken from before, earlier point in the game, that could have maybe benefited Aurelion, but we shall never know.
We definitely won't. But one thing we will know is a couple of thoughts from our winner of that last match, Nils Dunlop, over in the lounge. Let's kick it over to the interview.
Thank you so much, Lou and Costa. I am here with our last round winner, Nils Dunlop. How are you doing? How are you feeling after such a crazy match?
It was a crazy match. I feel so good. Like I knew it was super close matches, all the game 3. Like game 1, I got a bit like favorable Bleak Wind misses, but then I was happy that I could like I wanted to really close it out in game 2 because I was really close to it. But I didn't think about the Encore or like Thunderclap going before. I should have just attacked. But regardless, I feel like it was a really nice game, and you saw like both of our Terrapagos is speed tied, so it's like a mind game.
that comes really down to the wire. I feel like yours as well, because were you confident in most of the match? Yours was way out damaging Aurelion, so it really comes down and highlights how important it is to train your Pokemon in a specific way, because you look at your Terra Shell getting broke, and then you take the Terra Starstorm, and you survive pretty comfortably in that situation, and then you return back with the Moonblast, I think, at that stage, and then followed up with your own Terra Starstorm, and it just wipes it out. It just wipes it out, yeah.
I sort of prioritized having more damage on it because I knew that you could get some really cool hyper beam calcs if you're a bit more like invested into attack. And that's sort of, I think, that put me over the difference of getting that KO on Terrapagos, I think.
Yeah. Well, you've had a very good start to the day.
Yeah.
Touch wood, will not jinx it for you, because I hope it continues. But obviously, we know that you are the current EUIC champion. Coming into this tournament as well here in Sweden, in your home country, it must be feeling pretty good to have the start that you've had today.
Yeah, it feels great. It's a bit like not what I first expected for some days ago. Like I had almost expected that like 3 days ago that I would not come up with something good or anything new. Like probably some Terrapagos team was what I was thinking, but they didn't know exactly what. But I managed to find something unique, and this format, at least for me, was hard to innovate in. But I think I managed to find something with like Drago and Terrapagos because they slightly complement each other in a good way.
Yeah, and there's very kind of like nods to your Frankfurt team in there as well, where, you know, you had so much success with that team, and then bringing influences from that into this one. It's really nice to see. I think the team that we are seeing you pilot with Terrapagos is extremely unique. We haven't really seen that combination with the Ndidi there, and I love the Psychic Seed on it as well, because you think when you're pairing it next to it, you think in this format, oh, yeah, Electric Seed seems to be like the more prominent seed that we're seeing, the defensive boost, and that is beneficial. But really, when you're looking at the big hitters like the Terrapagos, it's always going to be Specs. And then you've got the Kali, the Shadow Rider as well, which also hits on the special side. It's so good for those situations. And I really do like the way you've kind of cultivated that team.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect for like Miraidon, and as well, it's actually one of the few items that I felt that managed or allowed me to set up TR with it.
Yeah.
Often it's just like assistant that clicks follow me, but now actually you can set up TR with it, and then it becomes a lot more of a dynamic team when you have like Taiwan and TR and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you've not only got the support in that situation for the Terrapagos, but you've got the support for that Regidrago that really came into its own. You really were able to showcase how strong that Pokemon is in that game 3. And when it came down to that, I was thinking, is this going to be enough to pick up the knockout against the Raging Bolt with the Assault Vest?
I was sure about that. That's their guarantee kill, 100%. like Drake could almost kill Electric if he Terra'd with his Bolt. So it's crazy damage output that he can do with Terra Dragon, Regidrago.
Yeah, well, let's talk a little bit more about Regidrago, because it isn't one of those Pokemon we see too often used in the format, but it really does provide some really unique things in this format in particular, where we are seeing a rise of Raging Bolt in particular. And I really like the aspect that you have with the Terrapagos and the Regidrago, because in front of something like the Raging Bolt, you're almost saying, okay, well, I'm going to Dragon Energy in certain situations, so you probably have to Terrastallize. But if you Terrastallize, I'm going to use Terra Starstorm, and I'm going to Terrastallize with my Terrapagos, and I'm really going to punish that. So it really puts you in pinned situations where you can really put on the pressure for your opponent.
Yeah, and it is also that, like, there isn't really that many good fairy types in the format right now. Like, there is maybe, like, Whimsicott, Fluttermane, maybe Comfy, maybe I'm missing someone else, but like it's not that many good ones, and also they are really passive, so they don't really punish you that well, so you can just like with your team handle the fairy types, and then Drago can handle everything else.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I think identifying that's a real key in the team building aspect as well, because when you look at the format now, you would say the Dragons have had a resurgence.
Yeah.
So the use of that Dragon Energy in particular, when you can get into positions with that Tailwind up on the field, it really puts a lot of pressure onto your opponent, where they have to react either with a Terrastallize, which falls favorably for your Terrapagos. So the complement of that Pokemon alone is just so good.
Indeed.
But another Pokemon I like to talk about, because Regidrago is a great one, is Whimsicott as well, because I feel like it was a bit of a star of the show in that last game as well for you.
Sure. Like I had several iterations of this team where I maybe had like Torn, and I felt that Tornadus was it was good, but I felt that I lost all the time against Raging Bolt, and Whimsicott would allow me to not lose against Raging Bolt, and it's a good Taiwan setter, so I felt that I preferred it over Tornadus. And as well, I had some iterations with like Cotton Spore, so you could like guarantee the speed control.
Yeah.
But I felt that just like being able to Encore Protect would also just enable a lot more matchups to be better in general, like, I don't know, TR or a little bit more small, like slower teams, if they say so.
Yeah, no, it's a really smart play, and I think as well, with how well Whimsicott did last weekend over the pond in Indy, I think it is just going to see a resurgence of use because of the ability to sit in front of these Pokemon that are so threatening in the format. Maybe not so much Tornadus, but I think it will supersede Tornadus to a certain point. But when you're sitting in front of a Raging Bull, for instance, there's not many options for the Raging Bull to do to the Whimsicott. And then when you're looking at like single strike Urshifu, what's it really going to do? I mean, you've got to get it down to such a small health amount. And by then, Whimsicott's disrupted. It's supporting your partnering Pokemon. It offers so much, doesn't
And also, in a weird way, it's good against Tornadus because Tornadus wants to just click Bleak Wind because they know that if they click Tailwind and you click Encore, they have to sort of switch or allow them to get Encored into Tailwind. So you can like pretty easily punish that because they have like at least more linear lines that way, and you can maybe take advantage of that, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I really like the aspect that it brings. And I think you had a situation in, was it game 3 where you could have clicked the Encore into the Tornadus, but there was you just Moonblasted anyway just to remove it, which was probably the smarter play anyway in that situation. But I do really like that aspect where it's pressuring your opponent into almost not going for those status effects.
It was actually also slightly related that I had a previous game where it was that I encored a Prankstermon that went for like Tailwind, and that way it became a Prankster like Moonblast or Prankster Bleakwind because there's like a weird interaction with Encore and Prankster.
Yeah.
So that was I was just like, I don't want to play around with that. Let me just remove Tord.
Well, I know we've got the next round getting ready in a moment, and I will let you go. Have a quick break before then. So it's been a pleasure having you on the couch, as always, Nils. Before we go, though, is there any shout-outs? Anyone at home, anyone here at the venue that you would like to shout out before we finish up?
I would definitely want to say thank you to my mom, my brother, and my whole family, and as well just the whole Swedish community, because it's been amazing to be a part of it this weekend. We have all of your support, and it's been really fun to see a lot of new players here. So let's hope that Sweden can do well in this tournament, and I believe it's going to be fun. And I'm just going to do my best in the future rounds.
Well, thank you once again, Nils. It's great having you here. Good luck with the rest of the tournament, of course. Hopefully we'll see you at some point throughout the weekend. And we will take a short break now, but we'll be back very shortly with our next round. So sit tight, trainers. We'll be right back.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Seijune's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Seijun Park. From South Korea, Seijun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Seijun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Seijun is the best player who's never won a world championship.
But if Seijun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Seijun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Seijun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Seijun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Seijun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Seijun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Sejun lost in top 8, but there were two major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these two Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Sejun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both Electric Immunity and Follow Me with only one slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had one weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sejun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage on the Talonflame, and the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had one chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu, not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds and the minds are all drawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Mo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back out there. Critical hit! Sejun Park takes down Mo Rotom. And Sejun Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division.
and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And I'm from Germany. Ich wäre gerne vom Typ Feuer, wenn ich ein Pokémon wäre. Ich bin durch meinen Bruder an Pokémon interessiert. Als wir bei der Weltmeisterschaft in London waren, wo ich meinem Bruder zugeguckt habe.
Fabian's brother Alex was actually the 2022 EUIC Junior Champion, but is it now Fabian's turn for an international title?
Dann haben wir mal an einem Turnier teilgenommen. Da habe ich gut abgeschnitten und dann habe ich weitergespielt. Ich mache Erfahrungen mit Pokémon und ich sehe Freunde. Ich habe Spaß dabei. Also dieses Event ist sehr wichtig für mich, weil es ist auch mein allererster Sieg. Ich habe auch noch nie eine Regional gewonnen.
The whole community rooting behind this junior who has taken his first international title.
Und deswegen ist mir das sehr wichtig, weil es auch eine International war. Ich hier das allererste Mal ein Turnier gewonnen habe. Mein Ziel ist es, nach Hawaii zu fliegen diese Saison. Also Sorgen sollten Sie sich nicht machen, weil es ist ja auch mein erster Sieg und vielleicht war es auch nur Glück, weiß man ja nicht. Vielleicht hätte ich ohne den Volltreffer nicht gewonnen. Vielleicht hätte ich, wenn ich in anderen Spielen kein Glück gehabt hätte, wäre ich nicht so weit gekommen. Deswegen müssen Sie sich keine Angst vor mir machen.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome back to the Stockholm Regional Championships. For those of you that are just joining us, my name is Lee Provost, and I have the pleasure to be joined by Zoe Liu. How are you doing, Zoe? Great to be behind the desk with you.
Oh, yes, same, likewise. And that last match, I was just watching on the sidelines, the Terrapagos. I think, we saw a lot of Calm Mind variants, but this Choice Specs variant is proving to be incredibly potent.
It's so scary, isn't it? And just the way that the trainers are training their Pokemon differently. We saw Nils be able to kind of take that Terra Starstorm initially and then return with the knockout, confidently knowing even after the Terra Shell had been broke, I'll be able to take this and then pick up the knockout and return it with such a huge play, and it's so strong. And that's even before it terastallizes and gets the boost. And yeah, it's just such a good Pokemon. I'm sure it's not the last we see of Terrapagos this weekend, though.
Yeah, and also I think it's really interesting to know in that last game, both the Terrapagos, I think, might have been a little unwilling to Terra against each other because of the Terra Starstorm, that mechanic of dealing double damage against any Pokemon that goes for the Terra.
Yeah, and I think in particular, it probably put off the Raging Ball until the Terrapagos have been dealt with on Nils' side, especially that game 2 for Aurelian, going for that Terastallization when that wasn't really a threat. And I think that was a huge thing, and it really is one of those things that does pressure your opponent into reconsidering those situations where normally it would be fine to terastallize your Pokemon, but if you do, you're going to take super effective damage if the Terrapagos is still on the field.
Yeah, and also a little special shout out to Whimsicott for actually, mostly a supportive Pokemon, but actually we've seen just in that last match and also in Indianapolis, it was actually being able to put in a lot of weight behind being able to deal offensive damage. That Moonblast hitting the Urshifus really hard, and the Raging Bolt as well, allowing its teammates to then pick up the KOs.
Yeah, it's been one of those Pokemon where you think, why hasn't Whimsicott come into the format yet? We've seen pretty much the entire season just Tornadus be that prime first go-to Tailwind setter, prankster user, and Whimsicott's not really had a look in, but now it feels like, okay, we've got a bit more of a format where Whimsicott feels so much more viable, and we know from Indianapolis last weekend, Whimsicott did the same there. It's continuing its trend as we come into this event, at least the early rounds anyway. So we'll see if that continues throughout the rest of the weekend, but that fairy grass typing that it's got access to, the prankster ability, the tailwind, and all of the other support option moves that it does have access to really make it such a really prime contender for players to lean on a little bit to help them with their teams.
Yeah, and I think a lot of players choose Whimsicott as, like, it's also the prankster tailwind setter. And in addition, you know, I think Tornadoes can't get 100% accurate moves unless it chooses to run the air slash. So, you know, Whimsicott showing itself, you know, being really helpful here and also in Indianapolis. And so we're going to take a look at the Indianapolis usage stats for the top 12 top 2 players. I had an extra one there by accident.
I'd love to take a look at the top 12. I'm sure we will get to that, but of course, we can take a look at the finalists from Indianapolis right now and have a look at what the teams that they were piloting last weekend, which was, you know, a phenomenal event. The first time we're seeing Regulation G in full force, and we see that Rajan Bal was our champion there, going up against Andrew Zeng in the final. Both players putting on absolutely phenomenal shows over the entire weekend.
Yeah, and the Whimsicott Miraidon and Ursa Luna Farigarath team is a core that I think has slowly started to revolve around the players that want to favor the Miraidon. And we see Andrew running, you know, the Terrapagos Tornadoes, that Fluttermane core that's also really, really popular. So I think we're starting to see the meta. Of course, we're in the second week of Regulation G, but it is starting to, you know, kind of slowly form the early archetypes that I'm sure as the season progresses and as we go leading up to Worlds, it's going to start solidify and players are going to start finding out what kind of picks that they really favor.
Yeah, and you know, these are the architects that are putting the building blocks in place for our Regulation G. You know, Rajan's team, not only mentioned in the Miraidon, we've already seen it perform pretty well today already on stream here in Stockholm, but it's the Blood Moon Ursa Luna along with that, because between those two, it really divides and splits the opponent's attention. Where do you put your resources? Do you go after the Miraidon hard? And if you do that, then it may leave you susceptible to the Blood Moon Ursa Luna, which is another behemoth, you know. If you allow it the room, it will just start cutting its way through your team. But not to take anything away from Andrew either, because Andrew had a phenomenal showing last weekend, utilizing that Terrapagos, and I really like the combination with that and that Chi-Yu.
Yeah, Terrapagos also paired up against the Among Us. It's also, you know, Terrapagos in its terrestrial form, so the form it enters by default first into battle. It allows, or any ability, any move that hits it at full health is going to become a not very effective move. And Among Us can heal its allies with Polen Puff, so you know that was a Calm Mind Terrapagos, so it could just heal up back to full health after taking a not very effective hit and be back to full, and then the opponent's forced to repeatedly deal more damage that the Among Us can heal back to be able to actually deal, you know, more than not very effective.
Yeah, and one thing we haven't really seen this weekend so far from our Terrapagos players is that Hyper Beam that we saw Andrew so effectively use with that Choice Specs item last week in Indianapolis, because that gives another outlet on top of the Terrastar Storm that the Terrapagos can take advantage of. I really like the Terrapagos with the Calm Mind that we saw from Flavio earlier on today. It does give the option to not only protect but change up moves. Sometimes when you're in a situation where you can utilize things like the Dark Pulse or the Earth Power, it really does open up the options that Terrapagos has got. But I think it really takes away from just utilizing the Choice Specs, because it is just so oppressive when players are opting for that item.
Yeah, it's almost like those two Terrapagos, they're very different archetypes, and I think what kind of set you run can change what the teammates that this Terrapagos is going to be partnered with. For instance, I think the Choice Specs Terrapagos is usually paired with a Chi-Yu just for consistent damage, whereas the Calm Mind variant wants some more supportive team members. And I think, you know, a lot of the players at Indianapolis in the top 8, we can see, you know, most players having different choices for their sets. And so we're going to take a look at the top 8 players and what kind of usage stats that they've been having over at Indianapolis.
Yeah, we've got the Miraidon, you know, throughout. We've got Rajan heading up as our champion there. And then Aaron Trailer as well, running that really unique team. There's kind of a play on Rajan's team a bit, but utilizing the Ditto as well, which I really like, because in a restricted format where you're only allowed one restricted, you can utilize that to such good effect. And I think it really showcases Aaron as a trainer, really taking advantage of that from previous experience, bringing the Ditto, and then allowing him to almost position the Ditto to get another restricted in a one restricted format. The other team as well I would like to point out is Kinu's team with that Zamazenta as well.
Oh yeah, it's so cool, and it's just such a creative team there with the Galarian Moltres. You know, that's a Pokemon that we've seen pop up time and again on stream, because that ability Berserk allows it to actually get a bit of a free boost every time its health gets knocked down to half, and paired with, you know, a really bulky, I think that naturally it's just quite bulky, and it's mostly, I think, paired with a Citrus Berry just to give it that longevity. And you can see also Chien-Pao, not a Pokemon that's been as popular, I think, in this current regulation, but it's certainly incredibly scary when paired with some other physical attackers like the Rillaboom, like the Zamazenta.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it's another Pokemon that probably will see a bit more usage as we get deeper into Regulation G, in particular because you have a lot of big physical threats. You can see as we go along to Justin's team and Leonard's team with that Ice Rider Calyrex as well, you know, the Chien-Pao, if you've got it alongside that Pokemon, there is a bit of a conflict with the typing there, but of course that would play nicely with that Glacial Lance ability. But the team there with that Ice Rider Calyrex is really good, you know, you've got the support with the Amoonguss there, you've got the Rage Powder, you've got that Pollen Puff that you can take advantage of, but the Pelipper as well that Justin utilized with that Wide Guard, the Rain as well to protect against those big offensive fire type attacks really comes into play, and I expect us to see a lot more Ice Rider Calyrex this weekend as well, I think.
Yeah, I think Calyrex Ice Rider is definitely up on its high horse there. I believe it is the most common restricted on day one so far. I've forgotten the exact usage stats, but from earlier it was the most popular and followed quite closely by the Shadow Rider. But I think Ice Rider has a lot more flexibility in that you can take more hits as opposed to the Shadow Rider form. And I also wanted to give a little shout out to Shilly and Tang there with the Serena Kyogre team. So that's a really cool team. You know, Serena, not quite the Farigiraf, but still doing a similar role in the team.
Yeah, with that Queenly Majesty ability, has pretty much the same effect of blocking any priority attacks onto your side of the field. And it does give you a nice grass offensive type as well, you know, and it has some good tools at its disposal with the triple axle that it gets access to, can be quite threatening for a lot of teams. But also Shiliang using that Iron Jugulis as well, not really seen by many players, but offering that Tailwind support. The dog typing on it as well is really nice because you can put on some good offensive pressure between that and the flying type attacks. It's, you know, such a good offensive typing into this format.
Yeah, Dark type got that buff in this generation. It's now immune to all status prankster moves, so that's really, really handy against, say, a taunt from a Tornadus, allowing you to get a Tailwind off before a Tornadus can taunt you. Of course, the opposing Tornadus will probably want to go for that taunt as well, but you know, you can also dodge things, or not dodge, but be immune to things like a Thunder Wave from a Thundurus, for instance. So, you know, it's a really nice typing, and there's quite a few Psychic types in the format now. The Calyrexes without going for terrestrialization. There's a Farigiraf. So, you know, Dark is just a really nice offensive type.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the move of choice that Shiliang used was the Hurricane, I believe. It played really nicely with that drizzle ability of the Kyogre, always able to bring the rain. Maybe a little bit harder in this format with the influx of kind of Sunsetters that we do have. But we haven't yet seen, talking about Sunsetters, we haven't seen any Koraidon really so far on the stream. And I do feel like it's a very strong option in this format.
I think because in the usage stats, like Koraidon was definitely up there. I think it was the 6th or the 7th most. Surprisingly, I did see some Groudons on the usage stats. No shade to Groudon there, but I think a lot of players maybe do have that nostalgia for Groudon. It is, you know, like just design-wise as well in terms of its artwork. It is a really cool, really scary looking, like, you know, physically intimidating Pokemon. I like that Pokemon, but I just am not comfortable clicking Precipice Blades.
Yeah, I think that's the problem like a lot of trainers have, is the lower accuracy that move has. I do like the way that players have been adopting the Groudon in particular within their teams, not only as a big offensive threat, but as a supporting option as well, with that helping hand we saw utilized last week in Indianapolis. The players were kind of utilizing alongside, where you're almost allowing the Sun to proc the abilities on things like Flutterman, and then you can support it even further with that helping hand to boost the damage and hopefully start picking up knockouts with those Pokemon. But it feels strange where Groudon doesn't feel like the premier attacker when in a one restricted format you kind of want your restricted Pokemon to always be the one that's picking up knockouts, and Groudon doesn't quite feel like it's there or up there with some of the other big hitters in the format that we've got at the moment.
I think, Lee, we might be waiting for maybe a future format where the Megas and the Primals come back. We saw a tease of Legends ZA where the Megas were it was teased. So, you know, that's a possibility. And that's something that, if that did happen, I'll be super, super excited.
Please make it happen. I would love to see the return of the Primal Pokemon. Mega Rayquaza as well. Primal Kyogre. Well, we've got regular Kyogre.
Regular. It's getting ready for it.
We're setting it up, But talking about setting up, we do have a bit of a game to play now. So I think we've got a Pokédex entry game that we are going to be playing. And stay observant, because you guys at home can take part in this, and we'll let you know when you can take part, and maybe go up against me and Zoe in this.
To see you know the Pokédex better than I do. I think I try to read most of the Pokédexes when I catch the Pokemon.
We're going to be great then at this. I like it. We've got a good teammate for once.
Yes. But sometimes I think I have forgotten the Pokédex entries. I do remember that infamous one at UIC with the Oranguru, which I laughed very hard when I saw that.
Hey, how was that Oranguru? I feel like we got stitched up there completely. I can't remember the exact Pokédex entry either, but no, it's. I like these games, and we'll see how good our knowledge is. I will admit that I haven't been putting in any extra curricular activities into Pokédex.
I've been studying up, so
Excellent.
I'm pretty keen to see.
Right, our first one. Who's that Pokemon? Legend tells that its green leaves can cure any illness when plucked. However, the leaves will instantly wither away.
Celebi, maybe? I think Celebi or Virizion. It's definitely a grass type.
Yeah, it's definitely a grass type. I like Virizion. I think that's good. I think Celebi doesn't really have leaves. Oh, Bayleaf.
Like Bayleaf, Meganium.
Yeah, because it feels like, kind of like a curing Pokemon, doesn't it? It doesn't feel offensive enough to be...
Although you don't pick the leaves.
I mean, you could do.
But then you have no leaf.
Chikorita does. It has a big one, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay, maybe we don't pick...
I mean, it would look a bit weird without its leaf. But...
I did have a Leafeon plushie that the leaf fell off once. It looked a bit sad without it. But you know, I think I'm going to stick to Celebi. It's
everyone at home can take a vote in this as well, because we will have some options, I think, coming up on the screen, and everyone at home can vote for who you think it will be. I'm just trying to think of other leafy Pokemon. Could Shiftry? Does it have leaves?
It's a grass and dark type, right? It doesn't feel like it'll heal. Feels like it'll make people more sick, I think.
So the options are Meganium, Petilil.
Oh, that's a good one.
Grovyle, and Phantom. So if you guys at home want to vote, it would be A, Meganium, B, Petilil, C, Grovyle, and D, Phantom. I think I would go a Meganium or Petilil.
I think Meganium.
Okay.
Because you can pick the necklace of
the
seed bulb leaves.
You've already said you've been doing the research, so I'm going to go.
Maybe I
with
didn't research as thoroughly as I
think we got Meganium.
Okay.
Do you want to lock in Meganium?
Lock in
We're going to lock in Meganium. A, Meganium. We think it is. C.
Let's see what is going to be.
Need a drum roll. Tension.
If it's Grovyle, I'm going to be very embarrassed. Or Phantom. I don't think it's Phantom.
We'll find out. Well, hopefully. The suspense now.
If it is a bit... I literally picked the one Pokemon that
they might be waiting on you at home voting, so we might have to wait a little bit. But I feel like the Meganium is the guess, I think. So
yeah, I'd be tempted to. Well, not tempted. I am going to go for it.
Yes.
And no cheating by looking it up.
Yes. No. Everyone at home with their Pokédexes.
Yes. So easy. Just look it up.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think grass types.
It can't be Phantom. I feel
no.
the same reasons that it would be. It wouldn't be Shiftry either, because Shiftry's the dark type. The ghost type doesn't feel... I mean, just because it's the ghost, it doesn't mean that it doesn't want to heal things, but it just feels a little bit more down that line where...
Yeah. Although Phantom's Pokédex entry, I distinctly remember it says something about stealing people's souls. So maybe that would...
There we go. It is Phantom. How?
Wait, what?
How is
No,
it
oh my. Okay, I think I failed in my studies.
Right, well, it steals
Okay, it does
souls,
have leaves.
but it does heal as well. So,
Okay.
well, that price. Well,
You'll be. Well, if you lose your soul, you won't be sick anymore.
That's true. Congratulations to the 6% of you at home.
Wow.
That
Amazing.
That used the Pokédex to find that out. Well, Meganium felt like it would be the one, but we were wrong. But
To be fair, it doesn't have leaves now that I look at it. I think I was thinking
No.
of bay leaf. It's got
Yeah.
petals, so not that one.
in Petalil, I feel like if you pluck those leaves off, it would be
Yeah. It'll
just look a little
yeah.
bit funny, wouldn't it? So.
There was actually in Legends Arceus, there was a side quest where you had to find a petal for this one character.
Oh, yeah.
I can't remember. And, well, I didn't guess what Pokemon it was, so I went around catching every grass type. So, yeah, maybe I'm not as good as this game. But let's go on to our
It's all right, we're warming up, we're
second
warming
entry.
up.
Okay, yes. That was a test.
Second entry is coming up, so we will have our next one in a moment. Momentarily, we are waiting for what it will be.
I think they're purposely trying to make it hard for us.
Yeah, here we go. Right.
I shouldn't have said I might be good at this.
Right, at home, listen up. Here we go. Next one. It lets its arms hang and then, quick as a flash, swings upward to land its speciality punch and send the opponent flying high into the sky.
I think that's Blaziken, right?
Lets its arms hang.
It doesn't quite hang. It holds them stiffly.
And then it's quick as a flash. Right,
Oh,
well, the options are, we've got A, Breloom. I don't feel like it's Breloom. It's got little arms.
Yeah.
And then you've got Coma O, is B.
Oh, I think it's that one.
Infernape, I think it's Infernape, which is C. And then Iron Hands is D.
Definitely not Iron Hands.
Iron
I don't
Hands.
think it doesn't hang its arms.
Nah, it keeps them up.
Oh wait, it does when it's resting.
Does it?
Well, when it's resting, it like the arms kind of slowly go down. I'm pretty sure because I remember when I was shiny hunting and Iron Hands, so many of them I thought were shiny, but actually it was just sleeping and it turned off all the lights.
Oh, wow, and it's just its silver hands were showing.
Yeah, but I don't think it's Iron Hands because I don't recall because Iron Hands doesn't swing upwards. It doesn't jump.
I feel like Infernape does, and Infernape, like, its natural pause is kind of like...
kind of hang, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that or Como-O?
I don't think it's... I mean,
Because Como-O
Como
learns
could.
Sky Uppercut.
Yeah.
Does Infernape learn Sky Uppercut?
No, but it's fast as well. And I think Infernape is quick as a flash.
Okay, Infernape. I thought Blaziken, which is a firefighting type, so
Okay.
Infernape. All
I'm
right.
going to lock in with
Yes.
Infernape. I'm sorry if we're wrong,
It's okay.
but I think
We're
it's
warming up.
Infernape,
We're
yeah.
still warming up.
I feel like Infernape.
All right.
That's how I
Infernape
guess.
is our answer.
What is everyone at home saying? Remember, it is A for Breloom, B, Como-O. We've got C for Infernape and D for Iron Hands, which I don't think it's...
Yeah.
I'm going to be shocked if it's Iron Hands. I mean...
If it is, that means both rounds, the Pokemon we said it definitely wouldn't be, ended up being that Pokemon.
Maybe that's what the players at home can do for the rest of the round.
Pick the opposite
This is what happens, yeah.
Pick the opposite of whatever we're picking. So, it is Como-O, yeah.
Oh, you were right. You were right.
It's okay.
I
that's
threw us
fine.
off.
It's all right.
Okay.
All
I guess
right.
its arms do hang a bit more than Infernape's.
But I'd see we have managed to discourage everyone from voting Iron Hands.
Yeah.
5% didn't believe us.
37% voted Breloom, though.
Well,
Its arms are so small.
It does learn Sky Uppercut, Breloom. I remember I had Breloom on my team in Pokemon Sapphire. It was a very good Pokemon.
I guess it's got Mach Punch, and that is
Yeah.
a quick, a priority boosted attack. So, I'm sorry. I feel like I've misled everyone at home with that Infernape guess. So 40% of you, I apologize.
We managed to convince them that it was Infernape. But it kind of makes sense. I'm now curious what the Infernape Pokedex entry is going to be. I'm going to look this up when I get home.
So the lesson from those first two is not to listen to me.
Yes.
To listen more to Zoe.
Although I did mislead everyone with the Phantom. I told everyone it couldn't be
Yeah,
Phantom.
but that made more sense, I think, than the actual answer. Right, next one. Everyone ready? This Pokemon slept for eons while in the form of a statue. It was asleep for so long, people forgot that it ever existed.
A Darmanitan?
Oh, that's a good shout.
But did people forget Darmanitan?
Well, we've got the options.
So we've got...
A, Regigigas, B, Zamazenta, C, Rhydon, or D. Curum?
I think it's Regigigas.
Yeah, I feel...
I remember that Pokédex entry, and
they're always portrayed as statues anyway, aren't they, in the game? So that feels very...
I think we're pretty comfortable.
I mean, I felt pretty confident about the last two.
Yeah, in before it is not Regigigas.
Yeah.
But I feel like this one, maybe they made it easy for us because they saw we were struggling so much.
Could it be Zamazenta?
Is it it is... I don't think...
No, it's got to be Regigigas.
I remember playing Pearl and reading something, Diamond, playing Pokemon Pearl and reading some entry about a statue and sleeping. And its ability kind of makes sense, like slow start.
Yeah, and you've got to have all of the other Reggies with you when you wake it up, so it makes...
I tried to learn Braille to be cool in Pokemon Sapphire to get all my Reggies, and then I forgot them all again. But I think we'll lock in to Regigigas.
I think, we'll go with you. We've got to get one right.
Okay, please let's get one right.
Okay, let's see. Let's see what everyone at home voted for. And then that might gauge if we're in the right direction or not, because I feel really, really no confidence.
I think we'll also see whether people are believing us or just going to pick the opposite of whatever we pick.
4% votes now coming in for Regigigas because everyone didn't listen to us. No.
Oh, wow, look at that.
It was Zamazenta.
What? Oh, no, I should have listened to you. Oh, no, you were right.
No. We're a team. We agreed. With 82%, we've misled all of you at home once again. So all I can say is I'm sorry, but it feels like it should have been Regigigas, but it was Zamazenta. The only reason I said it was because in Sword and Shield in Gala, I vaguely remember something about them being statues, and then we've got the promo video as well from Worlds 2021, 22, where we had the Zash and the Zamazenta statues. That might not have been a reference to, but I mean...
I think we should have listened to you that one time.
Well, yeah, but on the basis that we listened to me on the other two, probably a good idea not to, but
I think we
go. 9% of you got it.
Wow, well done to the 9% of you who did not listen to us, because I think we misled everybody into thinking.
Yeah.
I think I sounded way too confident.
Yeah, so we got 0 out of 3.
Oh, that's embarrassing. I will no longer say I am good at this game, because clearly I am not.
I feel like we need another chance at some point, because I think we're warming up now. We know where to look and where to kind of initially look and say, okay, we think it's that one, but it's definitely not that one because that's what we think it is. It's this one.
Yeah, and I thought this would be easier now that we get 4 options. It is not. But, speaking of Zamazenta, I think it is rising on the usage charts. So that is something that we may potentially see. And I think our players are now currently on a lunch break. But after the lunch break, we can see maybe some Zamazentas.
Hopefully we will. Maybe it's a little bit of foreshadowing. We are going to we are going to take a quick break right now. So sit tight, friends. We'll be back very, very shortly with our next round.
My name is Alex Underhill, and I'm from Seattle. My earliest memory would be playing with my friends. We competed to see who could get the most level 100 Pokemon. That was the coolest thing you could do. I started way back in 2014 when I went to Nationals. It was just kind of like a Pokemon convention I wanted to check out. And from there, I went to the following year, got top 8, and got hooked on competing.
It's Alex Underhill. Second out of Day 2 Swiss in this field. Definitely makes a name for me.
It's been a long time. I guess, it's starting my 10-year anniversary. And I don't know. I think that there's so many different ways to play the game. So winning with something new feels cool. Rehashing old ideas. Like, there's so much to explore in the game every year. The game just has so much depth. It's so cool, and I don't ever see myself stopping. Something that I've learned about myself while playing Pokemon for so long is that I like to play something that feels unique to me. I don't like to just steal what I've been seeing do well. I want to, make it my own, and I love personalizing my own team, I guess. Some of my favorite teams I got to run back in 2017 when I won my 2 regionals. Those teams were very unique to me, going about, either going all in on a move like discharge or a hard trick room strategy. Those are some things that were setting me apart from the rest of the field. Favorite moment from competitive Pokemon history is probably just attending my first Worlds in 2016 in San Francisco. It was a big Worlds. There was a lot going on. It was like just flying across the country to play Pokemon. The event was run awesome. It was so cool. Going to Japan last year, also very cool. Getting to travel, I guess, is a big part of it. There's too many to name, honestly. There's so many people that inspire me. There's a lot of players right now that, you know, are still innovating and building cool teams. Alex Gomez, and there's like David Kutash, some of the European players. They do some really cool stuff. For this season, I just wanted to qualify for Worlds. It's a hard year. 500 CP is a lot to get to. And I also do think I play a lot of events for like the glory. It's fun to win, you know, like there's prize money, there's championship points, but mostly I just want people to recognize me as a strong player.
Cross has worked so hard for so long. One of the most consistent players in North America. He's hunting for that first title, and I know he can taste it.
I wanted to use the pairing of Tornadus and other strong and fast offensive Pokemon to really like overwhelm my opponents with damage. And I really wanted to opt into that priority Tailwind and just start hitting my opponent with moves like Surging Strikes immediately.
Sacred Tornadus gets the one-hit knockout onto Heatran with the critical hit.
I found myself maybe trying to leverage some of the defensive aspects of my team a little bit more, really trying to use things like my Fire, Water, Grass Core of Arcanine, Rillaboom, and Urshifu Water just because they have amazing synergy with Tornadus. They're great at keeping each other alive and letting you like play not only long games, but long games where you're doing more damage than your opponent can.
And with another Surging Strikes targeting down that Urshifu, it doesn't even need 3 of those hits to lock in the KO.
The one that I lost to before is Rogov, who I knew was going to be a really tough opponent, and I really had to start finding some like creative ways to win that game and make tough decisions on which Pokemon I was going to have to sacrifice to stay in the game. Like in turn 1 of game 3 against Rogov, knowing like, hey, I think my strategy here is just going to revolve around losing Flutter Mane turn 1, and I have to accept that. I have to make a sacrifice to keep myself in the game.
I really like the Flutter Mane adjustment there from Sheppa. Not exactly the use we thought it would be.
I've proven that I'm really one of the best when it comes to consistency. One of the hallmarks of my plays is I do not mess up very often, and when my opponents mess up, I am ready to capitalize on it. That's part of why you see me in day 2s and top 8s so often, because I don't mess up, and I'm not going to start messing up.
Oh, but he doubled into it!
The Heatran is going down. Choppo was just one big read away from claiming the match.
I want to be one of the best in the country and one of the best in the world, and I've been chasing it for so long. It's part of why this victory after a couple of second places, as you know, even earlier this year, means so much to me, to prove that I really am one of the best in North America.
Choppa Cross gets the knockout and claims his first regional championship in the Masters division after so much hard work. Take a bow, Choppa Cross.
It's really just great to show that I can stand up there with the best. We've had some phenomenal players win this season, and I'm just so happy to show that I am one of them.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. Our trainers have had their lunch breaks, got that little refreshment, that little snack going. I'm sure they fed some sandwiches to their Pokemon as well, just to make sure to maximize those critical hits, those dodges.
Yeah, and we've recovered from that galling defeat that we just had there.
Oh, that was embarrassing.
It's all right. It was all planned.
Yes.
All planned. But there was lots of you at home that were with us in our failure. But like you say, our players are getting ready for round 6, so we'll be getting into that match very shortly. We've had some outstanding games so far, so I don't think the quality of games and the quality of players is going to let up anytime soon as we get deeper and deeper into this tournament.
Oh yes, so many games going already to that game 3. So, you know, there's going to be a lot of like high level, just kind of mind reading, trying to figure out what your opponent's thinking about. And especially as we get later on throughout the day, you know, players are going to start feeling that mental fatigue. And, you know, tournaments is very like a real, like tournament kind of in real life as opposed to an online one. You can't really take a step away. You really have to be there and kind of muster up that physical stamina as well as the mental stamina just to compete, be able to last through all those rounds of Swiss just to try and make it to that day 2.
to.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's something to always take into consideration in these tournaments. It's not just the ability to kind of play the games and play through the tournament. It's the mental fatigue that it takes on top of that, you know, when you're always having to play against such high-level opponents and have that higher-level kind of capacity, thinking, concentration. It does really take a toll on you, especially for these longer days. So shows even more testament to our players who actually get to that stage of progressing to day 2, of course, and then going on and winning the whole thing.
Yeah, and it looks like we've got our players for that next round, and it is going to be something that I'm very happy about because there's a Calyrex. So we've got Marco Silva versus Giovanni Manuel Tonelli, and it's Marco's going to be the one running that Calyrex Ice versus a Kyogre that is
representing today. Yeah, so we haven't seen Kyogre yet on the broadcast, but it'd be nice to be able to feature that. Of course, we'll be getting into the players, their teams very, very soon as they are getting set up on the stage now, so we can have a look at some of the standings from the tournament so far today and have a look at how our current crop of players are getting on here. We can see that Matthias Olsen is topping up the leaderboard there, just beside Nils Dunlop and Roy Gomez on that 5-0, and Joji as well. Well, we've got a lot of 5-0 players, haven't we? At this stage of the tournament, kind of be expected. Marco Silva amongst those, Giovanni and Jamie Keane as well representing the UK.
Yeah, no surprises there to all those players who are going currently undefeated. They have proven themselves to be most consistently the top players of each tournament, always making the day 2, always top cutting. So, you know, I'm not surprised by the caliber of players that we've got up here and the really high level of matches that we've got, and especially since I put my pick on a Calyrex Ice, which Marco is going to be running.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good pick as well because the Ice Rider Calyrex is so strong. It's very good defensively. It's a little bit slower than its counterpart, but for good reason. You kind of, for that trade-off, you take a lot of defensive capabilities as well. And now, with the added bonus of being able to Terastallize your Pokemon, you can take away a lot of those Psychic and Ice weaknesses that the Calyrex does carry. And you can also have the benefit in certain situations. We really haven't seen players benefit from this because it's hard to cultivate into a team, but the ice types generally got a buff in Scarlet and Violet this time around with the snow that you can bring to the field and the additional defensive buff that it gives to those Pokemon.
Yes, snow has been a really good buff for the ice types, especially Calyrex Ice would like to benefit from it because, you know, it's got that 50% boost. But we're going to have a look at, I think, the teams, the 2 different teams that the players
I think before we do, we're going to take a quick overview of Teemu, who is a Finnish player that is doing very well at the moment. 4-1 record at the moment, still in real contention and has a really interesting team, utilizing that Ting Lu there, the Milotic as well, and the Grimmsnarl and Moltres, 2 dog types there. Well, 3 dog types with the Ting Lu, of course. I'm thinking more along the lines of that ground typing that it carries, which gives it such a benefit against something like the Miraidon.
Yeah, Ting Lu is actually, I think, a really underrated pick in this current format because there's so many special attackers like the Terapagos, the Miraidon, and in fact, Miraidon can't do anything to this Ting Lu. Outside, I mean, it can Draco Meteor, but it does get its special attack reduced because of Ting Lu's ability, the Vessel of Ruin.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's something that Ting Lu is also just a really good team player, just being able to reduce those really powerful choice specs damage, special attacks coming off to its teammates.
I really like the Milotic as well there because it kind of puts your opponent off cycling Intimidate so much against the Ice Rider Calyrex. So it might have the clear amulet item, but we've seen so much in this format already how knockoff is such a really big option for Incineroar. So if you lose that clear amulet at any point, then you're going to be susceptible to that Intimidate. And if you've got a Milotic sitting next to maybe your Calyrex Ice Rider, then anytime the Intimidate comes in, it activates that competitive ability, and you can really start to have a big momentum swing there.
Yeah, indeed. And I think maybe we might be looking at some notable matches that's going on in this for this round. So we're going to look at our featured match there, Giovanni versus Marco, but there's still also Roy Gomez versus Joji Kaida, so all the way from Japan. And Nils Dunlop on his rampage, just charging in hot from EUIC champion finish up against Jamie Keane from the UK, and Matthias Olsen versus Julio Tarlau.
Yeah, some great matches here. In particular, I want to take a closer look at Jamie's team there with that Koraidon that he is running, the counterpart to Miraidon, of course, that is the fighting and dragon type we haven't seen too much of this weekend so far, but Jamie, undefeated in the tournament so far, having a great run with it up to this point, has a big challenge in front of him with Nils as the next opponent. We just had Nils featured in our last match, so not going to be an easy one. Great match and great matches overall that we've got going into this next round. But like you say, we will be featuring Marco Silva against Giovanni Tonali, which is an absolutely great match. Got great Pokemon, differences between them as well. It's going to make for a really interesting matchup. Both players, of course, at this stage of the tournament, still undefeated, having a great run here in Stockholm.
Yeah, and I think this is the first time today on stream that we've seen the Calyrex Ice that Marco's running, and also the Kyogre that Giovanni's running. So, you know, I think that's going to be a really, really cool thing to see. I've struggled with getting Kyogre to work, but I'm sure a top player can utilize it to much more effectiveness than I can.
Don't undersell yourself. I think in general it's a very, very difficult Pokemon to work into the format at the minute because you've got the predominant weather being the sun, so it's very difficult on that respect. You've got an increase in rise of Rillaboom that makes it difficult to use for that reason, and you've also got a lot of Miraidons kicking around in the format as well, which makes it very difficult because of that electric typing that it does carry so offensively against the Kyogre. But we can take a quick overview of the accolades, the achievements that these players have had. You can see Marco Silva is our current LAIC champion, World's top 16 in 2023, OCIC champion, something you're very familiar with, Zoe, and in 2019, the Geoping regional champion as well. So Marco Silva, no slouch in regards to the championship titles that you can acquire.
Yeah, a lot of champions up there, but Giovanni also, you know, got a lot of top 16, like a lot of top finishes. So showing that he's also a really, really consistent player. And, you know, just based on the accolades, maybe he's slightly the underdog, but that doesn't mean we've seen time and again, just because someone has, you know, not as notable achievements as another player, they still have the skill level is so high now that they're going to be able to, you know, pull a win if they play well. But we're going to take a look at Marco's team with that Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, we got the Calyrex Ice Rider there. Along with that, we have the Amoonguss Incineroar. The Urshifu, it is the single strike variant, the Dark and Fighting, the Goldingo, and the Raging Bolt.
So it's really interesting that typically that Urshifu would be maybe a rapid strike just to complete that Fire, Water, Grass core, but Marco maybe in team building deciding that actually I want that immediate damage from the Terra Dark Urshifu immediately. And, you know, Terra Dark, I think Dark type, as we mentioned earlier, does have a lot of great matchups against the Calyrex and against the Frugaraf, which is being rising, well, it's just being a very consistent pick for a lot of players. So maybe that might have influenced his team building decisions. And we're going to have a look at Giovanni's team over here. So he's going to be the one that's running the Kyogre, and there's another Amoonguss on the team with Incineroar, Fluttermane, Tornadus, and Archaludon.
Yeah, really nice combination. In particular, with that Kyogre, we are seeing Archaludon there, which does really benefit from the rain, of course, with that Electro Shot move that not only boosts his special attack, but it also does super effective damage to a lot of those water type attacks. Namely, when you look over to Marco's side of the field, you have got that Ice Rider, Shower Rider, and it is a water terrestrialized type. So if it does decide to go for that terrestrialization in this match, you need to be careful against the Archaludon.
Yeah, it's one of those Pokemon that you don't want to leave on the field for too long. It's got stamina, which raises its defense every time it gets hit. And also the Electro Shot raises its special attack. So if you just ignore that Pokemon, it doesn't do much damage immediately, but the longer it stays on the field, the more and more threatening it becomes. So it is something that I think a lot of players, of course, I'm sure Marco, being the top player that he is, he's not going to underestimate this, and he's going to time the matches, time the turns very well, so that he's going to try and rein in that Archaludon and keep it from doing too much damage. But here we go, going to go straight into that match. Kyogre Incineroar straight up against the Calyrex and the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, it's a really nice lead here from Marco. Expecting maybe the Kyogre to come out from Giovanni. It is going to get the rain up onto the field, but there will be that immediate pressure that the Raging Bolt will be able to put onto the Kyogre, although there is the supporting member next to the Kyogre of that Incineroar. So for at least one turn, the Incineroar is going to be able to get that fake out onto the Raging Bolt, prevent it from getting any big attacks off onto the Kyogre, maybe give it the opportunity to fire off one of those water spouts. The Calyrex not in the greatest position either, has taken an Intimidate, but because of the clear amulet, has blocked that, so it doesn't get that stat drop like you would normally see in this situation, and is in a position where it could potentially terrestrialize, take that water spout a bit better, and then also fire back a big threatening attack, or maybe even set up a Trick Room.
Oh yes, the Calyrex is in a really good position. It's not, I think it's not, if it goes for that Terra Water, it won't be terribly threatened by the Kyogre, but also the Kyogre also isn't terribly threatened by any ice moves from this Calyrex. So we're going to see a Terra coming off straight off the bat. It is going to be that Ice Rider, just wanting to have some extra resistances against an inevitable water spout that's coming its way.
Yeah, and that's a really smart play from Marco, expecting a big Origin Pulse or water spout to come out. We are going to see the fake out from the Incineroar into the Raging Bolt, as we are seeing the water spout fired onto the side of the field, but Raging Bolt and that terrestrialized Calyrex take that very comfortably.
Yeah, Calyrex now going for what looks like the high horsepower, so giving the Kyogre a nice kick and making sure that its water spouts are not going to be dealing any full power damage anymore. Now this Kyogre, I think, will be forced to rely more on either its Origin Pulse or its Ice Beam, but Calyrex now being the Terra Water type is in a really good position to maybe set up a Trick Room if it wants to. Of course, I think, you know, maybe Marco doesn't want to set up immediately just because the Incineroar is a little slower than the Raging Bolt, and he doesn't maybe want to give that an advantage. But Raging Bolt now also, it just got flinched, but it took that water spout so well, and it is in a position to maybe go for a Thunderclap and, you know, stop the Kyogre from doing damage. But the Ice Beam coming off, super effective and not enough to knock it out.
Returned with an Electro Web onto Giovanni's side of the field. It will lower the speed of the Kyogre and the Incineroar by one stage, doing some very big damage to the Kyogre in the process, and followed up by a high horsepower from the Calyrex, but not enough to pick up the Incineroar as it hangs on, fires back with a huge Will-O-Wisp into that Calyrex and really slowing it down, cutting that attack in half.
Oh, that was a really big Will-O-Wisp, but then such a clutch survival. I wonder if it's something that Giovanni especially trained his Incineroar to do, but now that Calyrex is heavily crippled by that Will-O-Wisp, it will be, all of its attacks will be doing half the power. Of course, judging by how chipped the Kyogre and the Incineroar are, I think, you know, they don't have much time left on the field. So maybe Giovanni might want to switch out his Incineroar to preserve that Intimidate.
Yeah, that's something to consider as well. The Kyogre in a really precarious position here where a Thunderclap will pick up the knockout, but Giovanni still has access to his Terrestrialization. If you look at the Kyogre, it can Terrestrialize into the Grass type, maybe give it a bit of an alleviation, not wanting to contend with it this turn, going just for that Protect.
Yeah, going for a Protect just to keep itself safe from any sort of Thunderclaps, and it looks like it was keeping, the Thunderclap did go out into its slot, and Calyrex now going for the Glacial Lance, so it's not going to pick up the knockout Kyogre, but it will pick up the knockout on this Incineroar and give itself a +1, so, you know, trying to boost that attack back up to maybe a bit neutral, because it's now still, even though it's burned, it's going to be, you know, at, I think, a -1 equivalent.
Yeah, equivalent to -1 after the burn. Really well identified there. So slowly getting itself back into a position where it can start getting some big damage, because the Kyogre is still threatened going into this next turn. We are going to see the Arcaladon come onto the field now, and it has got the rain behind it. It is going to be able to take full advantage of those Electroshocks, and it will also threaten the Raging Bolt as well with those Draco Meteors.
Yeah, the Draco Meteors is going to be really, it's not going to be something that the Raging Bolt wants to do. And Archaladon, I think right now, because the Calyrex is burned, even though it's at +1, the high horsepower is not going to knock out the Archaladon. And if the Calyrex does go for that, it risks giving the Archaladon a +1 in defense and making its body presses even more threatening. So this is something that maybe Giovanni has timed. So he's just wanting that free switch in to his Archaladon.
Yeah, it's really good call there, but we are seeing the Kyogre just retreat to the back for the moment for Giovanni, wanting to reposition the board, maybe support that Arcaladon even further in the battle as Amoonguss comes out, and we are going to see that Electroshock taking place from the Arcaladon, and which target will be into? You've got to imagine it will be into that Calyrex. Here it is, the Terra Water type now going to take super effective damage after the +1, picking up a clean knockout.
Oh, now that the threat of Calyrex has been removed from the field, and also Marco's Terra option is gone. You know, Giovanni can play around. He has a lot more flexibility now. And of course, the one looks like a Volt Switch, or was that a Thunderbolt? Oh, it's a Volt Switch,
yeah.
yes. Coming up to the Amoonguss, you know, sponging up that hit very, very nicely, but allowing Marco to have 2 free switches into his Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, and both of these Pokemon, the Goldingo there and the Urshifu, both options now that the Calyrex has gone down, and Marco has burnt that Terrestrialization, so doesn't have access to that option anymore. The Arcaladon, though, in a position now where it is going to be supported pretty well by that Amoonguss. It has got the Rage Paradin, does threaten the spawn to everything other than that Goldingo with the Good as Gold ability, so it is going to be something that Marco has to prioritize taking down as quick as possible before maybe another Electroshot comes out, maybe a Body Press comes out. You've got to be very, very committed in your convictions targeting that Pokemon when you've got the opportunity to.
Yeah, indeed, and there is that Urshifu in the back, but it looks like Marco is going to want to send the Raging Bolt in first. Maybe just wanting to keep that Urshifu nice and safe from maybe any potential spores that's coming in. And for Goldingo, of course, in a really good spot. It's not going to care about the Amoonguss going for any spores, and if it does go for the Rage Powder, Goldingo can go for Maker Rain. Of course, against the Archaladon, which is a Steel and Dragon type, I think the Goldingo is not going to be able to do very much damage, but I think this Goldingo is a nasty plot setup, so it can just go for that, and that's what we see immediately. So Goldingo just boosting up its special attack, thinking some very mean thoughts over there, and Archaladon now getting another special attack boost in this range. So he's now at +2, and it's going to be starting to hit very hard.
Yeah, and it is going to be into that Goldingo here. Will it take enough damage? It takes it down to 1 HP. That is a huge survival, followed up by an Electro Web from that Raging Bolt, but a huge amount of damage here from that Arcaladon.
Oh my goodness, that Goldingo clinging on just right there. But now the Amoonguss is free to go for the Spore on that Raging Bolt. So no more Electro Waves coming off, but I think the Goldingo is now going to be faster than the Archaladon after the Electro Web. Of course, I don't think it can, if the Amoonguss chooses to go for the Rage Powder, it won't be able to go for the Shadow Ball onto the Archaladon to knock it out.
No, it will not, and I think that's the big problem. You've got to try and remove the Amoonguss as soon as possible, not only for this, but for when the Urshifu comes in, because it is sashed. We are seeing, as a consequence of that, giving the Raging Bolt the opportunity to try and wake up this turn, the Protect coming out from the Goldingo, but because it has to have a guaranteed sleep turn here, we are seeing it stay asleep for this turn, as we are going to see an attack into the Goldingo just blocked from the Arcaladon.
And Amoonguss now once more going into the Spore. I believe it looks like maybe going for that for the Raging Bolt slot, maybe predicting some sort of switch out from there into the back Pokemon, which Marco has not revealed yet. So Giovanni has no idea what it is on the back for Marco's team.
Yeah, and we are going to go into this next turn here. It does look like the Goldingo Marco has locked into that Maker Rain. So we'll be coming down, ignoring any Rage Powder because of the double target attack here. Will it be enough, though, to get the Arcaladon? That is the big question. Probably enough to get the Amoonguss here, and we're going to find out. It drops and picks up that Amoonguss.
It's unfortunately not enough for the Archaladon, but has removed that Amoonguss from the field, which is going to be really, really helpful. But of course, that does give the Archaladon another the stamina boost. So I think this Archaladon is now at +4 from memory. It's either +3 or +4, but Draco Meteor coming out, and it's going to be a knockout for this Raging Bolt. So Marco has managed to remove that really threatening Archaladon on the field, and leaving just the Kyogre left now.
Yeah, huge turn here for Marco when it looked really bleak for him at certain positions where the Goldingo came in. It was able to get set up. The Raging Bolt woke up at the right time, getting that huge Draco Meteor off to clean up that Arcaladon, leaving the Kyogre now on very low health. Probably going to be at speed, both of these, but then you have to worry about that Thunderclap priority. Going to be able to remove the Kyogre very easily in this first game.
Yeah, the Kyogre is pinned, and now it looks like Giovanni is just going to go for a Terror on the Kyogre, possibly maybe just buying himself some time, because I think this Kyogre is very heavily chipped. The grass typing is going to help it resist any electric types coming off. Of course, we know that there's an Urshifu in the back of the Raging Ball. Hangs on from that Origin Pulse. It's going to fire back within it. Looks like, oh, that's a Volt Switch. So, dealing very, very minimal damage. But of course, we all know that there's an Urshifu in the back for Marco. Maybe not something Giovanni knows, but at this stage, this is a Focus Sash Urshifu. And it's going to outspeed this Kyogre. So there's no way that the Kyogre is going to be able to clutch out this battle.
Yeah, you just feel like the Terrestrialization was just maybe a few turns too late for Giovanni on the Kyogre. Great there to be able to sponge up and soak up those electric type attacks a lot better because of the resistance. But with this Urshifu in the back that comes in with that single strike, Wicked Blow, enough to clean up the Kyogre here. Marco taking game one in pretty comfortable fashion when we look back at the outcome of this match.
Yeah, that was really well played. I think there were a few moments when the Archaludon had boosted itself up to +2 from the Electro Shot and also +4 from the Stamina, and it was looking really, really scary. But I think Marco, showcasing that he is a top player, put that Electro Web on his Raging Bolt, knowing that it's okay, you can boost up all you want, but once you're slower, I can take the KOs first, and that's exactly what Marco did. And
yeah, huge way to kind of showcase the utility of that one particular move. But we got to talk about the survival of the Goldingo.
Oh, yeah.
Electroshock, 1 HP that Goldingo hung on with, and how pivotal that was, because that Pokemon goes down there. I don't think there's really a way back into the match for Marco. Yes, you can bring in the Urshifu, but it becomes a lot more difficult because of the Amoonguss support that you've got there, because of that Rage Powder that can pull in that Wicked Blow. And then you've still got the Kyogre in the back at that point. Low health, of course, but you've still got it in the back.
Yeah.
So Marco really fortunate in some ways, but also showcasing his ability to train his Pokemon in ways to allow them to survive in these really crucial turns, making it so difficult for Giovanni to get any sort of foothold in that match.
Yeah, there was a lot of really good information for both trainers in that game. And we saw that Volt Switch also from the Raging Ball onto that Terra Grass Kyogre looked like, 5 damage. So it's really good information for Giovanni kind of going forward, that if he wants to dodge any sort of really powerful, super effective Thunderclaps or any electric moves, that Terra Grass is going to mean that the Water Spouts coming off, if there was a Thunderclap into it and it was Terra Grass, is really going to be negligible in reducing the damage that comes out in the rain.
Yeah, and the Kyogre we talked about at the top of this game, where it is very difficult to kind of utilize in this format, but I feel like Giovanni got a lot of value out of it in that match, especially in the early game. That initial Water Spout, when you had the Incineroar paired next to it with that supporting fake out, it allowed you to get that big damage off. And of course, it wasn't doing a lot to the Raging Bolt or the Terrestrialization from the Calyrex, but it was doing enough to put those Pokemon in range for when the Archaludon came in later to kind of take advantage of the rain, take advantage of the electrical shots, and then put itself into a position where it was very difficult for Marco to get any sort of momentum swing.
And here we go. We're going to go straight into game 2. Bit of a switch up there. Incineroar and Archaludon versus the Amoonguss and Raging Bolt. So, I think both players may be wanting to switch up a little just to keep their opponents on their toes, make sure that they haven't settled into too much of a rhythm there. We can see a little glimpse of that Calyrex Ice in the back for Marco. So he's still got his restriction, just hiding back, maybe wanting to take some chip damage before finishing up with that really strong Glacial Lance.
Yeah, now that you're Archaludon in a position where it does have to be a little bit wary about the Amoonguss on the opposite side of the field, because it will be susceptible to the Spores, but a huge Draco Meteor turn 1 into the Raging Bolt, able to hang on though and fire back with a Draco Meteor into the Incineroar. Nothing getting knocked out from these Dracos dropping, but we are going to see the Amoonguss left in a position after the side Will-O-Wisp to prevent the Archaludon from getting put to sleep. Not opting for that, Marco goes for a Pollen Puff to top up that health loss from that initial Draco Meteor.
Oh my goodness, what a turn. Just Giovanni wanting to be wary of having his Archaludon put to sleep, going for the Will-O-Wisp, but Amoonguss, on Marco's side, just Marco reading into that self Will-O-Wisp and going, you know what, that's okay. I know my Assault Vest Raging Bolt can survive this. I'm just going to Pollen Puff and bring it back to full health.
Yeah, and it's really great as well, because the one thing that you've done is just top up that health on the Raging Ball, put it in a way better position. But the Incineroar doesn't have the ability to have something next to it to top its health up, so it's lost that health for the rest of the game. Obviously, Giovanni might be trying to engineer a position like that with another Draco Meteor, with that Amoonguss switching in for the Incineroar.
And now it looks like another Draco Missile. Both these dragons are just going to slowly whittle their own special attack down to -2. But we see a bit of a parallel here. And Among Us on the field, next partner next to a dragon type. Maybe Giovanni saying, oh, you know what? I think that's a great idea. I'm going to put my Among Us on the field, heal up my own Archaludon, and guess what? You don't have Self-Will-O-Wisp available right now, so I could spore the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. I think you don't really have a way now to get around that spore threat that you've got from the Among Us on Giovanni's side of the field. So really nice play, adjusting that, getting rid of those special attack drops on the Archaludon, bringing the Incineroar onto the field now. Will provide a bit of fake-out support going into this next turn. And Marco doing the same with the Among Us, wanting to readjust. And now it's time to bring the Ice Rider Calyrex onto the field. Perfect, because it has avoided any sort of Intimidate drops, even though it is holding that clear amulet.
Oh, this Calyrex has charged straight into battle, and the Raging Bolt is going to keep itself nice and safe by Volt switching out. And I think we might be seeing that's the Urshifu coming straight back in. So Marco opting to, just allow one of his Pokemon to get possibly put to sleep. But actually, Giovanni opting this turn to heal up his Incineroar, just making sure that it's nice and healthy and he can keep cycling in the Intimidates.
Yeah, it was a really nice play there. Not opting for the Spore would have been a really good play to go for the Raging Bolt, shut it down, but it's kind of obvious that it was going to switch out at that point to get rid of those special attack drops. You could have caught the Urshifu, but it's probably better if you are Giovanni to kind of keep the Incineroar around for longer. We are seeing that side Pollen Puff as well to get that health topped up. Now you have got the active Fake Out this turn, so you can utilize it and allow yourself to get something onto the field. It's going to be a bit more offensively pressuring onto Marco's side of the field next. Exactly what we see with the Kyogre hitting the field is going to activate that Drizzle ability and get the rain set up.
Oh, it's going to be Incineroar now going for a fake out on the Urshifu, breaking its focus sash and making sure that it can be taken out in the next turn if there was a potential. But Glacial Land's taken really well by both the Kyogre and Incineroar. Of course, both are resisting it, but Calyrex is a Pokemon that also isn't too threatened by the Kyogre if it goes for the Terror. So, a lot of options for both players here.
Yeah, I think the Glacial Lance in that position really nice because you have the ability there just to weaken that Water Spout slightly. So it's not as powerful this next turn, maybe not forcing you to go for that Terrestrialization and then go down a different route, maybe with the Urshifu that puts on a lot of pressure onto that Kyogre, naturally going to outspeed it, and you have the offensive tools to pressure the Incineroar as well.
And we're going to see a Terrestrialization coming off on this Urshifu, Terra Dark. So indicating this Urshifu is going to want to attack this turn. And these attacks coming off from a Terra Dark Urshifu is going to really hurt. And we see that Wicked Blow animation coming off onto the Kyogre. How much damage it will do? It's going to straight up knock out the Kyogre, preventing it from going for any Water Spouts or Origin Pulses.
That is a huge critical hit onto the Kyogre. Obviously, Wicked Blow guaranteed to land the crit, but it is enough to pick up the Kyogre and render it useless, followed up by a huge high horsepower. The Incineroar on Giovanni's side going for that knockoff to remove that clear amulet. Doesn't matter though, the ability activating it is going to get an attack boost, and these two Pokemon on Marco's side of the field feel like they are in pole position to close this round up and clinch it for Marco.
Oh, Marco is in a really strong position right now. Archaludon and Among Us, both Pokemon that can probably survive a hit from this Urshifu, but at the same time, they're not going to be able to do too much back. I think the Archaludon, of course, can start going for those defense boosts and maybe go for those body presses, but Urshifu actually just going to withdraw. Maybe Marco wanting to play it really safe there, bring out his own Among Us, which of course completely wars the Among Us and the Archaludon, and a Protect coming off from the Calyrex, just keeping itself nice and safe for this turn.
Yeah, we are going to see the Electroshot come out from the Archaludon into that Protect, so blocked and no boost this turn as the Among Us goes for a Spore. So again, another really nice defensive switch there from Marco, making sure that you aren't wasting that attack boost that you've got onto the Calyrex. This turn you're going to be in a position to fire off that Glacial Lance and also go for a Rage Powder to pull in those threatening attacks from the Archaludon on Giovanni's side of the field.
Yeah, it's a really nice play there. And Among Us on Giovanni's side, just trying to keep yourself safe with a Protect, and as you called earlier, Marco, going for that Rage Powder, keeping its partners safe. And Electroshot is going to come off, I think, this Archaludon at +1, even though it is, it's going to be at +1 attack. The Among Us is so bulky and it's going to resist the electric move. So I don't didn't think this is going to do very much to it, and indeed doesn't do very much, and Calyrex is now able to get a neutral Glacial Lance off onto this Archaludon.
Yeah, +1 Glacial Lance. How much will this do? Will be a big attack. Not quite enough to pick up the knockout. Archaludon just hanging on, but looking bleak with that burn. Is it enough? It is. Unfortunately, the side burn from earlier on to protect against those spores comes back to bite Giovanni as it goes down, and it's Amoonguss versus 4 Pokemon on Marco's side of the field.
Yeah, wow, what a well-played match. Just Marco, you know, timing a lot of his switches really, really well. And of course, Giovanni recognizing the poor little Amoonguss is a really good Pokemon, but on its own, it can't pick up the KOs. It really needs, it's really there to support its teammates. But really well done to both players. And Calyrex Ice Rider showing itself exactly why it's one of those top Pokemon and is, I believe, the most popular restricted currently on day 1 of this weekend.
Yeah, an incredible win there for Marco Silva as he does take that last round in such convincing fashion. Incredible to see, incredible play all around, but commiserations to Giovanni. Was so close in that game 1. Just that one moment where the Goldingo hung on with one HP, turned the tables of that whole match, and Marco really capitalizing from that, identifying as well what he needed to do in that game 2. I really think that showcases Marco as a player and how well he is and set up in this format with the team that he's brought with that Ice Rider Calyrex.
Yeah, I love seeing those invisible focus sash moments pop up on screen when the Pokemon survives on 1 HP. It's just a testament to how well the trainers have prepped ahead of the matchup. Like, you know, you don't really necessarily know ahead of going to tournament what you're going to face, but if you kind of take a general kind of idea of what sort of Pokemon threaten your team, and you can train your Pokemon against that and to give it the best chances of survival. And I think, you know, in that match we saw Marco's Pokemon just being able to take those hits, and also just the pacing of the battle was really controlled by Marco from the start, and he was able to take the win from there.
Yeah, and like you even said in that game too, identifying that the fact that you could have went for the Spore into Archaludon, but it was more valuable to Marco at that time to go for the Pollen Puff into the Raging Bolt to keep that healthy, get that initial damage onto the field, onto the opposing Incineroar, because once you remove that, things get a lot easier, especially for your Urshifu and your Calyrex, because the Urshifu doesn't really want to be firing the Wicked Blows into Incineroar. You're not going to be doing as much damage. If you're relying on the close combat, you're weakening your fences. So in that situation, really identifying that Pokemon is what I need to get rid of first, prioritizing that, and then not really caring about the Archaludon in so much of a way, because it did fire back with the big Draco Meteor, right?
Yeah.
But at that stage, it's -2 special attack. So you know at some point, Giovanni's going to have to switch that out to really get any more use out of it. And that's ended up what happened. The Calyrex was positioned well from Marco. And then from then, it just became a very difficult battle, especially after the Urshifu did go for that Dark Terrestrialization, start firing those Wicked Blows off, removing the Kyogre before it got any sort of return in that match.
Yeah, Urshifu, I think a lot of players there now, because the restricted are back, it's obviously not dropped off everyone's kind of radar, but I think a lot of people are focusing a lot on the damage that the restricted Pokemon can do, but Urshifu is still there, and that, you know, that single strike form, I think when we talked about earlier, normally it's the rapid strike form on this Amoonguss Incineroar core, but Marco's showing exactly why he chose the single strike form over the rapid strike, because he wanted that immediate damage output. And you know, you can't, when you put it up against a Calyrex, maybe some opponents want to protect, but you cannot protect against the Incineroar, and that's what makes it so scary.
Yeah, and in these situations as well, you look at that, the single strike Urshifu, and it's good against so many popular things in the format right now. The Calyrex versions, you've got Terrapagos that can hit for super effective damage. Its Dark typing's actually quite favorable into the format at the moment. It almost feels, because of its ability as well, hitting through that protect, your opponent just can't do that in front of you, otherwise you punish them for it. I mean, it almost feels like a pseudo-restricted Pokemon just because of the ability that it has, and I really do expect to see the usage of that Urshifu pick up a lot more as we get deeper into Regulation G. I think, like Nils mentioned in the interview with him on the couch earlier, there just isn't that many fairy types in the format, no dominant fairy types in the format at the minute, so it's having a really easy time, and I think it's testament to the players that have identified that and have brought this Pokemon to this particular tournament, because it might not last forever. But while the iron's hot, so to speak, these players are really taking advantage of it, and it's testament to them.
Yeah, you want that maximum value out of the Pokemon that you pick, because you can only have one restricted, you can only bring 6 Pokemon, oh, you can only have a team of 6, you can only pick 4, and what choices you make, which Pokemon you bring into the battle makes so much difference. Sometimes, you know, I've definitely had moments where I'm battling and go, oh, I wish I'd brought that Pokemon that I'd benched, because that would have been very, very useful. But, you know, players, Marco showing that he brought the correct 4 Pokemon to that match, and was able to take control of it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think even with the Calyrex Ice Rider, they didn't really get that much value. I think even in that game 1, it still provided enough for him to get utility out of things like the Urshifu, things like the Goldingo. So, like you say, picking the correct one. You can pick your 4 Pokemon without your restricted, but a lot of the time, because you've only got 1 restricted, you kind of feel like you should be picking it every game.
Yeah, it's like, you know, that's that one opportunity. But I'm sure we all want to hear more from Marco himself, how he built the team, how he thought his thought process through that game. So we're going to go straight into the interview where Marco is going to teach us how he's built his team.
And thank you very much, of course, Zoe and Lee. We are here with none other than Marco. And Marco, it's a pleasure every single time we see you join us on this couch area. Huge congrats on that great win versus Giovanni. It seemed like it was tough, and it could have gone initially either way, but it seems like you just trained your Pokemon very well. So how are you feeling after that?
Yeah, I'm feeling really, really good, because that matchup was really, really tough. Like Arcaludon, Kyogre, there's a lot of things you have to be aware of. And yeah, game 1 was extremely close. I feel like in game 2, I kind of understood like the type of play he was going for.
Yep.
And it's kind of like overall game plan. And I was kind of able to read like most of the turns, and that definitely put me in a great spot.
Yeah, I mean, that Golden Go really paying dividends to how well it was able to survive. I think it was 1 hit point, if I'm not mistaken, so it's like an invisible focus sash. And at that point, I feel like it was quite integral to have it, because you had the nasty plot set up in order to get rid of Amoonguss. So was that your key strategy that you identified by bringing the Golden Go?
So yeah, like I know that usually in the matchup they always bring Kyogre and Arcaludon. Also Amoonguss is really, really important. So I'm aware of the fact that usually when they have like Will-O-Wisp Incineroar, they tend to like lead it against Kali Ice, of course, because it's one of the best, the best Pokemon against that. So yeah, my overall plan was like I was exactly expecting him to go Kyogre and Incin. I was like, I can probably like chip it down, and then Goldengo's kind of like pretty good into like Arcaludon and Amoonguss. So yeah, like overall, that was kind of a plan. Honestly, I didn't really expect like Electroshock to do that much.
Right.
Yeah, like I was like, I'm probably like leaving on like 10%, but it did like 99.9. So
crazy. I didn't actually expect that. And then obviously it's able to try to get that snowball effect of trying to like stack up the special attack boost in order to deal even more damage. But then we saw your switch up a bit in game 2. You did identify, obviously, that Archaludon seemed to be like the main sort of threat, and you focused into it straight off the bat. I think it was a Draco Meteor, and then you were able to try to whittle it down a bit more slowly. But Calyrex did drop in game 1. We saw it was able to pull through for game 2. So what were your thoughts going into that?
So in game 2, I kind of thought about like the fact that, yeah, like I knew that was going for Incineroar Kyogre, but probably going for like Regibolt Amoonguss would have given me like a better advantage, especially because his Arcaludon was in Terra Grass. So I was kind of able to like, yeah, put pressure with Spore. And also, yeah, like since I have Volt Switch, which is a really, really good tech that a friend of mine suggested me, like I'm able to go for Draco Meteor and then also Volt Switch. I was a little bit scared of the fact that, yeah, since I don't have like Spore immunity other than Amoonguss, he might be able to like overwhelm me. But at the same time, since I have Volt Switch, I'm able, for example, to go for plays like switch out of Amoonguss, Volt Switch out, and then I get in with Amoonguss on that slot, and they're supposed to score there. But yeah, like, for example, there was a specific turn in which he could have done that, but yeah, I was expecting him to go for Pollen Puff because he's switching like the Incineroar. So I was like, I can probably position myself better, but just put in Urshifu, even if he goes to Spore, it's not the end of the world because he doesn't really have enough like offensive pressure on the field, so I'm able to like making waste like some slip turns on the Urshifu.
You can compensate stall him out of it.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, he went for ball and pop, so then I was in the exact spot that I wanted.
Yeah, and then like obviously as the consecutive like Draco Medias, which further degrade its special output offensively for the Archaludon, right? Because you're at that point, -2 special attack, it's not going to be able to pick up the KO it needs to on the Raging Bolt, and you were able to identify that and play around it, which was very cool to see. I just guess, generally speaking, with your team, I mean, Calyrex Ice Rider, we were just talking about it. It's a really busted Pokemon. It just feels like it's so strong, and you can have the duality of having the Trick Room set up, or let's say even if you don't want Trick Room set up, you just go for the attacks. Clear Amulet, #1 item, no doubt about it. So what generally were your thoughts after watching Indianapolis Regional Championships in terms of the meta, and what led you to bringing this Pokemon?
So I mainly have been testing this team for like since they really started the format. I wanted to build on Kali Ice, and I figured out that like with Goldengo is extremely good because everybody was like trying to use Amoonguss, of course, to stop like Kali Ice from doing everything in Trick Room. Yeah. And so I mainly built on this core. I didn't really like I watched, of course, Indianapolis. I figured out, of course, like the plans against the most common teams, but I didn't really like think that was going to affect too much the meta game here. So like I just stick with the same team. I figured out more, like I work more on my plays instead of like the meta, and I just stick with this team for like the last month basically.
Nice. Is that a suggestion you would give to anyone as well at home, generally speaking, or sort of it just maybe feels a bit more tailored to how you strategize on team?
So I feel like in this format, it's really hard to like basically cover for everything. So if you have a team that you're able to play really well, like the best thing to do is to just like grind the matchup as much as you can. Of course, like if the most common team is like auto loss, of course, like you kind of have to change things up. But in this case, I felt like everything was kind of fine. Some matchups were good, some were bad, and like almost all of them were like even. So I was like, yeah, I can just play better and use my team basically.
Just win, just play better, just play good. I guess how so far has the rest of your day been going? We mentioned you're at 6-0 right now, which is fabulous. You've just got one more round until you can lock in that day 2, of course. But are there any other like weird matchups that you had to run into today so far?
So for now, I haven't really played like. The stuff that I played, I was kind of like prepared for. I really hope they're not going to be playing like News because it's a Regidrago with Dragon.
Yeah.
It kills my whole team basically. So yeah.
It's very tricky, right? Because you got the different like the Trick Room and the Tailwind, and you know like those sweepers being the Terrapagos and the Regidrago that you need to deal with. Although you do have a Calyrex Ice Rider. Maybe it allows you a bit more room, right?
Yeah, the biggest thing is that I don't have like I double Terra Fairy on Raging Ball, I double Terra Fairy on Goldengo. Yeah. So you can basically just spam like Dragon attack. So yeah, I just hope I'm not gonna be playing, but I mean if he keeps winning, of course, and I keep winning, I'm gonna be playing.
You're gonna have to meet. Yeah. No, but that's great to hear. I guess generally speaking, have you been able did you travel here on your own or with a couple of friends?
Yeah, I'm here with my little brother. He also of course like competes in the tournament. He got 5th in the senior division.
Did it? Of course. Your brother's really good as well. But that's really wholesome to hear that you guys have been like working together so far. Did you give him any tips as well?
Oh yeah. I mean, he didn't use my team because I mean he has like his own play style. He used like other friends of mine. He used Joe's team, which is also really good. It's pretty much like has even matchup into most of the stuff. And yeah, I'm glad that he did like okay with the team because it's also pretty hard to play since it's a balanced team.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what restricted is your brother actually?
It's Kalido.
It's Oh, okay. So, Calyrex Shadow Rider. Is there a reason that you thought maybe you might be able to use that in the current meta for yourself? Because we know it is very powerful. It does have as-1 as well, but a different variety. It's got the Grimnay, and it's just very fast and very strong. So what are your thoughts around that?
Yeah, so I tried it. Actually, like, my main plan was to, like, master that one, because before the meta was dropping, I was like, this is probably, like, the best one. It's fast. Like, you're able to, like, stack up boosts really easily.
Yep.
But then, like, yeah, since it's only, like, you only get to play one Uber, it's really hard to get rid of the stuff that basically annoys Calyrex. Just in Cineral plus another Pokemon, there may be like a Phrygia, a Porygon 2, like a Terrapagos or something. Like, yeah, they're really hard to like break with the Calyrex. So yeah, I figured out that, I mean, Kaliais was probably slightly better, at least at the moment.
It definitely feels like it, right? Just because you don't need to risk the Terra straight away, even though you did use Terra Water, but that was in order to compensate for that Kyogre water spout, which we know if you allow it to get that move off in the rain with splash play as well, it can wreak havoc. So do you feel like there's any place so far? I mean, so far Giovanni's been proving there's a bit of place with Kyogre. We saw a lot of Assault Vest sets being run in Indianapolis. So what are your general thoughts around Kyogre?
So I feel like it was like a pretty good call. Like on the in-game ladder, it was really doing good. Like the team with the AV Kyogre and like Jugglis. But I feel like now, of course, since Miraidon is basically the most common team, I don't know like how strong that is. I didn't really consider it because, as I said, I stick with this team for like since the meta drop. But
yeah, 100%.
But yeah, like I feel like there's definitely room. I really feel like Koraidon can really be like a good meta call, especially. I feel like, for example, like Pelipper Kaliais, that type of team will probably like drop like in usage a little bit, and when that will happen, probably like Koraidon will be pretty good again.
That makes sense because you're sort of forced to bring that as the meta adapts towards it, right? So let's just talk a bit about yourself as well. So far, you've got 1,262 CP. You got the equivalent of 3 invites. Please, can you give one to me? I just, obviously you're in the race for the top 16 in EU region. So far, travel award towards Worlds. Is that still your goal? Are you even thinking about going to NAIC?
Oh yeah, I will attend NAIC. I think I'm pretty much locked for the top 16 in Europe. But yeah, my goal, of course, is to get like the first place. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. That's
it. That's the plan. You were here last season. You got second place in Sweden. It was Malmö regional then. It is Stockholm now. So I definitely see you want to go ahead and get that one in your belt and trophy case. So what I'd ask right now, though, before then, do you have any shout outs or anything, or any sort of call-outs you'd like to give to anyone at home or even in the venue?
Oh yeah, I want to shout out my friends that have been helping me out with the matchups and also with getting like the in-game Pokemon, because of course like I needed like a Calyrex for like the last week, and I wasn't able to like play the whole game again.
It's quite a big ask.
yeah, exactly. Like same for me and like my brother. So I needed to, and yeah, like my friend helped me out with that. So really grateful for them, of course.
Shout outs to you. But of course, that has been Marco and myself. What we're going to go ahead and do is cut to a short break where we're going to go ahead and come back with the next round. So don't go anywhere. Wishing you all the best, Marco. Thank you for the quick chat. And we'll catch you very shortly.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating, my whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worth in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favorite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
Altaria, there's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's Accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history!
No. Are we there? Are we there? There's a second energy cycle we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiaotongen is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit! Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
It's
got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And Boss's Orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Evisara is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
Now, Arcanine's gonna avoid
I don't think that KOs Gastron survives. That
It's
means
just a sliver of HP.
It's the Arcanine sled. That means Gastron gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's Italy Amogus. That's down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tolia Ogawa is your seniors division world champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。
ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。
家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。
I'm feeling good to be a world champion, something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
Hello and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon-themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
and welcome back, trainers and lovely spectators. We are here in Stockholm Regional Championships for the 2024 season, and what a day it has been so far. I myself am Costa, and I have the lovely pleasure of actually going ahead and sharing the caster desk with an international champion. Zoe Lu, hello.
Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here, and you know, I was rooting for all the horses to be shown on screen, so I got my wish. I saw Calyrex Ice Rider, and that is one very strong horse, just looking very majestic and noble, the Calyrex riding on its back.
With its steed.
Yes.
You know, it's definitely not horsing around. It is out there to pick up the KOs. We did have a chat with Marco during that winner's interview just there. He was looking very confident and very sure in the capabilities of that Calyrex Ice Rider, and we've already seen the usage stats point towards that. People, trainers are really identifying how great of a Pokemon it is. So does it surprise you at all at this point?
Well, I did have Calyrex on my picks, although, to be fair, I mostly picked it because it was a horse.
No other reason, no value. It is a horse. We have identified that.
Not because of its, super strong attack or super strong defensive stats. No, it's a horse. It's got 4 legs and hooves. I will pick that.
I'm glad you identified that.
This is how I pick Pokemon for my team. It looks pretty. It has a horse on it.
Oh, where's Mudsdale? Sorry.
Oh, well, King Loon. It's kind of a horse. It's got hooves.
It's got hooves and it has a huge vessel on top of its head.
Ready to receive any incoming damage and lessen it.
My lord. Yes. I mean, very well identified there. So we've got the horses, and they really have proven why they've got such a great place in the meta. Maybe Shadow Rider has sort of dropped off a tiny bit. We did see earlier on Javier Señoreña did try to bring it to the fore with the Fairy Terrestrialization, Calm Mind, Draining Kiss. So seeing that not be as common is quite interesting, because normally you'd think there's only 1 or 2 ways to run it. You either have a Focus Sash or you have some sort of damage boosting item.
Yeah, and I think Calyrex Shadow Rider isn't maybe quite struggling a little bit in this format, maybe because Terrapagos is on the rise. A lot of players are picking, because after Indianapolis, that Miraidon just taking KOs with Volt Switch of all moves, that's not really a move you normally expect to take that one-hit knockout, and I think players are trying to counter that, and I think that's also why Calyrex Ice Rider is picking up in popularity, because it actually counters the Miraidon teams quite well. Of course, it doesn't really like taking hits on the special side, but you can maybe Terra Grass or Terra Ground, as I think some players might be running that, and once you do that, you can take the hits, or just let your teammates maybe set up a Trick Room or redirect any electric moves, get the Trick Room up, and then Glacial Lance, just start spamming that.
Well, yeah, then just start picking up the KOs, and then snowball effect, no pun intended, with the Ice type, try to get even more Chilling Neigh boosts, and then at some point you've just won the game.
Yes.
It's sort of the point of Pokemon, right? It's just pick up KOs.
Calyrex saying nay to this opponent. Maybe.
Chillingly executed. I really like it. But I guess going into the set, though, we have seen a variety of very interesting restricteds being utilized, or at least the sets that have been composed from them. However, we do need to give a bit of a call out to the EU regional champions of the season thus far, as we're trying to go ahead and crown our new one, and we've got them on the board, all of them well coveted trainers in their own right, all vying for that title at the end of the season in Honolulu for the World Championships.
Yes, just 2 more events left for these players to take this coveted title, and you can see the little whimsical, cheeky little prankster silhouette there, just getting away, maybe
scheming.
Yes, maybe just showing a prankster, a very, very smart Pokemon, and I think it does take a really talented and really skilled player to be able to take the crown of the champion. And all these, we've got like world champion Eduardo Cunha as our first champion, then Simone Sanvito, Oliver Escolan, and Lorenzo, Antonio, Florian, Nikhil. So all really well-known, well-recognized trainers. So who will take the final 2 spots?
And I think at this point, we can easily say there may be a couple of them that may be vying for that second screenshot of themselves, that image. We did see Wolf was able to do that across the pond earlier, a couple of weeks ago, but being able to see if we can get that placement as well, it would be quite nice for EU, but we'll have to find out. We will be going ahead and checking out the progress, and so far we've already seen a couple of great trainers battling it out. You know, the matches so far have been incredible. We've had Guillermo Castilla, the World Championship finalist at London back in 2022, just going ahead and showing a lot of dominance in his sort of play style versus another veteran with Javier. So I'm definitely not gonna be surprised seeing any of those trainers doing exceptionally well.
Yeah, and here we can take a look at the current European leaderboard in terms of championships points, and Niels Dunlop leading the pack right there, coming off from his EUIC performance as the champion. And I think, you know, looking at all these, of course, you only need 400 points to qualify for Worlds. So all these players have qualified double, triple times the requirement. So showing that they are really strong players. And I think, you know, the first 8 players are quite locked in terms of maybe the travel awards, but there's a bit more of a much closer race, looking from maybe about 10th, 12th place onwards.
Yeah, and there's a lot of recognizable names we've actually even seen so far presented on stream today, sort of giving a bit of an acknowledgement that they're really trying to run for this race as far as they can. You know, Marco, we did have a bit of a chat before. I did request and ask politely for him to give me a Worlds invite. Unfortunately, he didn't comment because he has the equivalent of 3. However, you know, we'll have to see. I may go ahead and ask a couple of more trainers later on today.
I feel like Marco could, you know, give 400 points away and still be on the leaderboard for travel invites. So he doesn't need that 400 points. He can give away a World invite, surely.
No, most definitely. As we do have a couple of other trainers, I think the 2023 Japan World Championships finalist Michael Kelch, as he's been doing incredibly well. You know, he sort of set a bit of a trend with a certain archetype earlier on this, I'd say just a couple of weeks ago, leading into Indianapolis, with that Koraidon archetype. And with the online community tournaments, generally speaking, he puts in a lot of work, and he has such great insight into what clicks and what doesn't with the current meta. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to be able to see him have a great standout performance this weekend.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this Koraidon teams, because we haven't seen it on stream so far, but I think Koraidon is a really, really strong pick in this current meta. I definitely think I would prefer that over Groudon, just because it's got 100% accurate moves, and I am all for accuracy over power. And Koraidon, you know, bringing the sun, which I think the past Paradox Pokemon, all of them are really, well, most of them, I think pretty much all, like you've got Raging Bolt, Flutter Mane, they all really, really benefit.
Sandy Shock.
Yes.
Sorry, I had to.
Well, if you have Sandy Shocks and you're facing a Miraidon, you get the Sun boost and the Electric Terrain boost. So, you know.
Maybe there's a reason why I pitched it there.
You've been hiding it as a spoiler, just, you know.
Well, I mean, if we ever got like a caster match or something, I do have a team ready for it.
Oh, okay.
That's all I'm going to say.
Noted. I will bring a counter to the Sandy Shocks. Thank you for spoiling the team.
I guess I shouldn't in hindsight do that. But, regardless, I think it's a really nice touch to pick up on with that Koraidon. It has that speed, it has that damage. Thanks to terrestrialization as a mechanic, we've got the situation where, you know, you don't need another fire type necessarily. It would be nice, like an Incineroar, you've got disruption, you've got the sort of damage mitigation and the typing in of itself. Flare Blitz hits really hard in Sun, regardless of the Pokemon, but you're able to terrestrialize into that typing. You negate your weakness to Fairy and add a resistance to it, and then all of a sudden you have a Flame Charge, which is sort of what we were talking about with Michael. He's able to have the Flame Charge, Flare Blitz, Collision Course, and Protect sort of set with that Clear Amulet, and that could really push the boundaries in order to get you more success against certain common archetypes we're currently seeing.
Yeah, in a meta where there's a lot of Incineroars, that Clear Amulet is such a key item. We've seen it on a lot of really powerful physical attacks attackers like the Calyrex Ice, like that Koraidon, just making sure that the Intimidates are not going to be having any effect unless it gets knocked off.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the situations as well that you do need to take into consideration. Like we said, there's still a lot of adaptations that you can make. Terapagos, we've already seen how popular it is, but let's not forget, it is a normal type, so collision course boosted by the Orichalcum Pulse.
Nice pronunciation there.
Oh, thank you.
I can't pronounce it, I'm sorry.
I totally didn't practice for 20 minutes in the mirror. No, but like it's sort of those scenarios where it opens up a placement for it to be able to, no pun intended, shine quite nicely. So I'm really wanting to see it have a better place because I wasn't able to actually see an exceptionally high placing that I would have personally liked for it. Like you said, it's definitely better than Groudon, but we're just going to have to see how things do end up panning out.
Yeah, I definitely think we will be seeing a lot more Koraidon as the day progresses, just because it's a really fantastic team player. So, I think it's not something to be counted out, even though it is that ×4 weak to Fairy, but you can also just Terra Fire or Terra Steel or something out of that.
Just resist. Yeah, resist out of it. But enough of Koraidon love and gushiness that we've been able to provide. It is time to provide the notable matches. And we're going to go ahead and have a quick preview to them right now, both with the next one we're going to be featuring, as well as other high-level matches we're going to be going up against. And you can tell the excitement that we have both displayed. We've got Alessandro Giuliani versus none other than a cheeky little Jamie Boy with what is a lovely team that I was trying to give him a bit of smack talk about earlier. I was like, where are you going with the Chandelure, my friend? I understand Superior, but what's going on there? It seems like he's doing incredibly well.
This is a wild team. And of course, Jamie Boy, being Jamie Boy, bringing his favorite Pokemon. We all know Superior is his favorite. And him being able to make it work in this format is just so impressive and doing so well. And his opponent, Alessandro, with a Groudon. So,
we're
talking about Koraidon, but...
Yeah, we're anti-Groudon propagandaists in that scenario. And what do you know? We've got one coming up.
Yeah, Groudon, of course, is a Pokemon, and you can see why it is getting usage, because Miraidon is so scary, and Koraidon doesn't match up too well against Miraidon just because the two Pokemon are kind of, they speed tie, so they have to be really careful. But Groudon, doesn't care about the electro moves. It does, however, want to watch out for those Draco Meteors. But of course, we're going to go and see the other notable matches.
Indeed. Marco Silva versus Roy Gomez, Giulio Tarlao versus Niels Dunlop, Guillermo Castilla versus Frederick Hoy Nielsen. So a lot of well-known players, great archetypes and compositions all around. I love the use of the restricteds. We're starting to see a common pattern, and then you sort of awkwardly look over at Guillermo and you're like, Guillermo, what are you doing with the Zacian, friend? But he's doing incredibly well against another trainer that we did feature earlier on this stream.
Yeah, there's some incredible diversity in the teams that we're seeing, the Groudon, the Zacian, which aren't the most popular picks of this format, but these trainers showing us that, just because it's not something that everyone has really immediately thought it's a threat, doesn't mean that it's not good. With the proper teams, with the proper piloting, it can become a really scary threat. But I'm just staring at the Superior, and I am so happy.
I think, you know what? I think it may be worth going ahead and actually giving it a bit of a spotlight, that Superior. There's a lot of hype that Jamie has been trying to feed through the funnel about this Pokemon ever since. I think it's like one of his favorite Pokemon, definitely a first partner Pokemon. And there's a lot to it, especially in a format where there's a lot of different stat drops that you need to take into consideration. And because of its unique ability, Contrary, it's able to completely flip the table over onto any sort of intentions that would otherwise be able to nullify it.
Yeah, no more snarls or electro webs going on to that Superior. And it also gets access to Leaf Storm, which means that every time, he's still Groudon itself is already a really, really powerful attack, but every time this Superior goes for the Leaf Storm, it's going to be sharply boosting its special attack. So it is a really, really scary Pokemon. A little, slithery little snake there, but...
I like that you emphasize that, because I'm going to grab that energy and I'm going to say, when Leaf Storm connects. Because when it doesn't, it's a very sad moment.
Yes, it is indeed. But I think we may have given Jamie Boy, of course, he is also one of our casters, but may have given him a little bit of smack for saying, why do you bring Superior? But I think he might be able to show us in this battle just why he believes in Superior and why it's a good Pokemon.
Yeah, and another really nice utility tool that it has is the move of Glare, the status condition. It's able to guarantee a 100% paralysis onto Pokemon that, let's say, would be even immune to Thunder Waves and such, like go ahead and get a ground type, for example. Like, oh, Tinlu, oh, that looks like a nice little target for paralysis. Oh, or Groudon as well. That's a good shout, that. So it's able to sort of circumvent the type immunity in that scenario, where you can completely benefit off of it, and you don't even need to risk much in order to get that enabled.
Yeah, so this is, I hope we see it in battle. Of course, maybe Jamie might want to keep it safe because it is going to be playing against a Sun team, which I believe from memory, his opponent had that Ogerpon. So a Fire Ogerpon in the Sun does hit very, very hard. But of course, I believe Jamie's Superior is a Terra Fire. So that is, a defensive option that he can use just to make sure that it doesn't get knocked out in one hit from a Fire-type move in the Sun.
Most definitely. But of course, we do have our trainers going ahead and readying up their teams and their preparation. So going into this matchup, I am honestly really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be muy fuego, fire, spicy, whatever sort of connotation to heat that you can add into the mix. And it'll be quite fascinating to be able to see how they honestly do pair up. And I'm not sure, there's a lot of plush game going on between both of these trainers too. You got the Superior versus the Scorbunny. What are you?
Oh, Scorbunny. I think they're both very cute, but I do like Superior myself. I am a bit of a reptile person, so I do want to see the Superior make an appearance. I think, of course, Alessandro is probably staring at Jamie Boyd's team sheets thinking, what is this? Because I'm pretty sure this is nothing that he has prepped for.
Yes.
Normally, when you do prep, you go against a lot of the common team archetypes, but Jamie's bringing a completely unique team. There's a Chandelure, which I completely forgot about because I was too busy fangirling over the Superior and Iron Valiant. So actually, a lot of really, really unique picks.
As, of course, we do have the achievements of both of our trainers. We've got Jamie Boyd getting that notable top 16 of Worlds back in 2019. Top 16 yet again, but back in 2016, of which there was a format that did have restricted involvement, so he'll have a lot of experience as well. 2016 national top 8 and a 3-time regional champion, I believe, with Cottony, most notably back in Liverpool 2017. But over on Alessandro's side, currently not any set on record achievements. However, this is already a huge achievement. We've got the 5 wins, 1 loss on stream right now. Alessandro's got a lot going for themselves.
Yes, and at 5-1 at this stage of the format with such veteran players, it just speaks a lot for Alessandro, just doing really, really well in the format. I do have to call out that little Superior, just zoom in on the camera there on the little plushie. Superior looking very, very determined. So this is my hope. But I'm sure we'll get a really, really exciting match because nothing Jamie's running is conventional or standard. So, and in fact, Alessandro's team, the Groudon, isn't particularly standard in itself. But Jamie's team, we can see that Miraidon Superior, Chandelure, Urshifu, Grinsnarl, and Iron Valiant. So, I'll just stop talking about the Superior for a minute.
Double reptile power on the top bracket,
oh, yes,
right?
the lizard, the bicycle lizard, and the grass snake.
The grass thingamajigger. But then the Chandelure, we did touch on that very briefly. Dark Terror does have Life Orb, Trick Room, we know it's got Flash Fire. Very interesting pick here. I'm quite curious to see the matchup going into it. Maybe you can play a bit with the sun that may be set by that Groudon. Grimmsnarl is something that we haven't seen recently, but I do know that Jamie Keane as well has traveled with Jamie Boyd. He's also running Grimmsnarl, having a really good run so far.
I've actually seen quite a lot of Grimmsnarls was today. But here we're going to have a look at Alessandro's team. So with that Groudon, which we have made fun of, but I think Alessandro is going to be able to pilot to great success. You know, we see Heat Crash, Thunder Punch, Precipice Space. So, you know, really good coverage moves, of course, paired up, supporting the Ogerpon and the Incineroar and Flutter Mane and Raging Bolt. So, you know, actually Incineroar has no fire moves, so it probably doesn't care too much. But there's 3 Pokemon on Alessandro's team that really benefit from that Sun. And then also Gastrodon over there, just maybe protecting the teammates from any super effective water type moves, because both the Incineroar and Groudon are not going to appreciate any mortar moves, and neither will the Ogerpon if it goes for the Terastallization.
And I do like the Terrafire on that correctly colored Gastrodon there. It does work quite well with the Storm Drain interaction, and all you need to do is just make sure that you do avoid any sort of ground type focuses into that slot. So going into this matchup though, Zoe, what are your initial thoughts? Are there any sort of key players that both of the trainers need to really respect?
I think, you know, there's a really nice Firewater Grass core on Jamie Boyd's side. Yes, he may be using some unconventional Pokemon, but, you know, the core principles are there, and I think that Urshifu is also going to be really, really, you know, a really strong option there. Of course, it does have to watch out for that Gastrodon, which I think Lou might be upset at seeing the pink version, but, you know...
No, it's the correct version. That is the only version.
I didn't say it was the wrong version, I said it was the pink version.
Yes.
But there is, and you can see why Alessandro in his team building put that Gastrodon there, but we're going to go immediately into the turn 1, Groudon, Incineroar, 2 fire types, staring off against the Miraidon and Iron Valiant.
Oh, I do like the lead of this Miraidon. You don't have any opposing terrain to contest against, and we see Alessandro in a similar vein thinking the exact same in terms of weather conditions. So a quick interaction there of all of the different abilities being procced. We've got Electric Terrain, we've got the Sun, and we do have Iron Valiant, which is, at this point, most likely the fastest thing on the field. However, Alessandro does have fake-out potential.
Oh, he does indeed. And there is no Farigiraf on Jamie Boyd's team, unlike the Farigiraf that's typically paired with Miraidon. So, you know, there's nothing really stopping his Pokemon from taking a fake-out unless he wants to protect on his Iron Valiant. But of course, Miraidon cannot protect. It is choice specs, but that Incineroar actually going to withdraw from the battle.
Ooh, wanting to be saved for a later time, maybe towards the mid-game scenario, or even take into consideration a very powerful electric-type move coming out from the slot. We have the special attack that has now been heightened thanks to the Sun on the field. But Groudon wanting to safeguard itself a tiny bit there, does go for the Protect, and Iron Valiant anticipating a full-out Precipice Blades, does try to target it down, does get the wide guard set up quite nicely, and we have a bit of a stalemate going on between both of the trainers here.
Oh yeah, no damage taken in that last round, but of course a lot has happened, and you know, Jamie revealing that he was quite scared of that Precipice Blaze, trying to protect the Miraidon from taking super effective ground type moves. A really nice switch in. This Raging Bolt is boosted by the Sun, its special attack, and it's got its electric moves boosted as well from the electric train. So its Thunderclaps, if it manages to land one successfully, is going to be hitting really, really hard. And I wonder if that's going to be enough to knock that. I think actually it's going to be plenty to knock that Iron Valiant down to its focus sash.
Yeah, and I think the fact that you've got such great utility with Iron Valiant is quite nice here, because it does complement that electric terrain setup from the Miraidon. But talking about Miraidon, seems like Jamie is going for that damage. We've seen how critically powerful this Miraidon can be with the choice specs, with the electric terrain. However, before we get any of that undergone, Spirit Break will be dropping the special attack of this Raging Bolt. Does deal a good chunk of damage, but the Draco Meteor is enough to pick up the KO. It is more than enough, thanks to that ability and interaction. Having that 0.33 increase does guarantee it is more than enough, and we've got the interaction, the Volt Switch into the Iron Valiant, trying to at least break the sash.
Oh my goodness, that Iron Valiant, you know, that Spirit Break showing its usefulness in battle, because without the Spirit Break, the Iron Valiant would have definitely been taken down to its focus sash, but now the Flutter Mane is going to come in. It's going to take advantage of the Sun. Miraidon is locked into Draco Meteor, so it cannot hurt this Flutter Mane this turn. Of course, I think with the, I don't know the speed interactions between two, but I think Fluttermane is naturally faster than I Am Valiant.
Yes.
So if the Fluttermane is a speed booster, but actually this is the special attack, so the I Am Valiant, I believe, will still be the fastest Pokemon on this field.
Yeah, we'll have to see how things pan out in terms of the speed tiering between these two Pokemon, but we do have the Raging Bolt on the field. We know the electric terrain has been set. The most critical thing right now, in anticipation, would be Alessandro expecting a switch out of the Miraidon, feeling like, okay, well, surely he's not going to stay in with this Choice Spec locked one unless we see a cheeky play from Jamie, of which we do not.
But look what's coming in!
Oh.
It's the Superior, yes!
Hello.
And it's shiny too, what a beautiful totally irrelevant, but it's
completely irrelevant. We have no bias towards Superior that we can lock down, but we do have the terrestrialization of the Fairy typing over on Fluttermane, wanting to focus down on the damage output. It is Choice Specs. It does have huge damage potential, but guess what doesn't? This Thunderclap, as there is no target to be able to focus down on. Moonblast will be targeting that Superior, which actually takes the hit thanks to that Assault Vest.
And the Thunder Wave now coming off, going to completely cripple this Fluttermane. It is no longer going to be able to move first in this battle. Fluttermane, you know, couldn't even get fully paralyzed. Yep. And Superior now quite free to just start spamming those Leaf Storms, although provided it does manage to get hit. But I Am Valiant doing a really good job of just staying on the field right now, because it's a very, very frail Pokemon. But, you know, supporting his team a lot with the Thunder Waves, the Wide Guards, the Spirit Breaks, and I think, you know, might be able to, in this position, might be able to even, it doesn't look like a damage roll, so I think the Raging Bolt would survive. But of course, it does have to watch out for that really powerful Thunderclap coming.
Yeah, I think that's something you most definitely have to respect, and that may be a bit of an allurement to why Jamie wants to play a bit of the defensive play, going for the switch outs. Grimmsnarl is a great choice to be able to bring in right here, especially thanks to that lovely little electric seed that we don't commonly see, especially on Grimmsnarl, will be boosting its defense by +1, but we do have the switch out of the Fluttermane into the Incineroar.
Oh yes, Incineroar coming in, renewing that fake out pressure. There's nothing on Jamie's team that can stop the but the attack is going to rise. I don't think the Superior has even a Leaf Storm coming in. Is that going to be enough? It's going to do a little bit of chip, but special attack now is going to be quite strong. And the Volt Switch coming in, doing so much damage.
Yeah, guaranteeing a 2-hit KO there is definitely not something you commonly see from a Raging Bolt, but because you've got the terrain, because you've got the sun as well, it sort of dissipates any sort of drops that may be incurred due to the Spirit Break focus. But for now, we have the Fluttermane on the field. It is the fastest thing that can outspeed everything, unless, of course, we do have any sort of weird interactions of Scary Face that may come into fray from this Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, I think the Fluttermane also being paralyzed. You know, if Jamie gets a bit lucky this turn, it might possibly... But actually, I misspoke. Grimmsnarl also has the Fake Out. It's going to outspeed his zero, so not much just swapping Fake Outs for both trainers on this turn.
Yeah, taking a bit of damage from either side. It does put Superior into a bit of a worrying range of taking that KO, but we do have the dissipation of the weather as well as the terrain, allowing maybe the Miraidon to be able to freshly renew the terrain if Jamie does want to bring it more towards the end game scenario to pick up those critical KOs that he may be looking for, as Alessandro is now down a Pokemon, of course, and will need to really process the board state as best to their advantage.
Yes, no more Sun for Alessandro because he did lose that Groudon quite early on, but Miraidon can still switch in the back. Incineroar also going to switch, so Alessandro wanting to renew that fake out pressure, and out comes that Raging Bolt. So, you know, nice and fresh, be able to reduce, but fake tears coming out. Oh my goodness. I think we're going to see something really fun happening.
Yeah, we're going to see, yes, it does outspeed because of the paralysis. Leaf Storm is enough to pick up the KO. Fluttermane is out for the count. We've got a +2. Superior on the field. Beware, everybody. Loud and clear. It has cried out and it has picked up the KO.
Oh my goodness. This next Superior is at +4 special attack. Even if its Leaf Storms are resistant, it's going to start leaf falling. I'm going to say snowballing, but it's a leaf ball. But
I definitely see what you're going for.
There is fake out coming off from this Incineroar. So, you know, that is something that Jamie has to be aware of. Superior is heavily weakened, so it can get knocked out by anything, especially a Thunderclap. That's, you know, a priority move.
Yeah, I think it can, and the fact that Jamie still has more resources available to himself, even though he's gone ahead and utilized his terrestrialization right now, and the Superior may be in a point where it's threatened by a Thunderclap focus as well, he is able to navigate a bit around this board state. He has that flexibility to do so, and that is exactly what we're going to go ahead and see here.
Yeah, we're going to see that switch out back into the Miraidon. Of course, does give an electric boost to that Raging Bolt, but of course, I think Jamie has a lot of resources. He's knocked Alessandro down to his final 2 Pokemon. Vega does come out, so Superior choosing not to protect. It's going to take a flinch. Survives, but the Volt Switch coming off is actually going to do a bit of chip damage, of course.
Chip damage.
Yeah, there's no Sun Boost, so I think that's also why. Of course, the Miraidon, being the electric type, it's no longer ×4 resistant. It's now ×2 resistant. And you can see, I think Jamie, in a position right now where the Miraidon is not going to get knocked out by the Thunderclap, and he can just start selecting moves and just taking the knockouts.
Yeah, exactly. I think Incineroar is wide open for getting that KO focus onto Electro Drift is all you need to be able to dispatch of it, and leaving that Raging Bolt on its own to be able to try to bring this back with a 4 versus 1 is going to be a tough call, but at least it's making some progress as that Superior is now knocked out.
It's going to clap that Superior off the field. Bye-bye, Snake. I'm sorry, but the Electro Drift is going to come, and I'm pretty sure we've seen this over and over again. Exactly what is going to happen to this Incineroar. It is a knockout.
Ridiculous.
Electro Drift, of course, being the most powerful electric move I think this Miraidon is carrying. So that Incineroar really did not stand a chance there. And now allows the Grimmsnarl to come back in. This Grimmsnarl, of course, has Fake Out, so it can just stop that Miraidon, not Miraidon, Raging Bolt from attacking for 1 turn, while the Miraidon just starts to slowly chip it away with the Electro Drift.
And I think that is exactly what Jamie is going to be looking to do. Electro Drift, I am quite curious to see this count. Maybe around 30-ish%, I would say, with an Assault Vest, but let's find out.
Oh, wow. Right. That took it very well.
It very well did, didn't it? But at this point, you're having to face down a Fate Tears alongside that Miraidon, which, at this point, let's just say this seems a bit wrapped up for game 1.
Yes, it did. Very well played from Jamie's end. Just Electro Drift on this ×4 resistant, but it is also at -2. I think it's going to be comfortable enough to take that knockout. And there we go. Raging Bolt knocked out for game 1. Really well played from both players. But Jamie Boyd bringing that Superior, just, being able to take 2, I believe it was 2 KO. Oh no, 1 KO with it.
Yep.
The Groudon was knocked out by the Draco Meteor, but
yes.
Superior showing its offensive prowess and why Jamie Boyd believes in this. Believe in Boyd.
Believe in Superior. And I think he's doing that very well. But I think the way that it was able to take that Choice Specs boosted Terra Fairy Moonblast from the Flutter main onto the Superior, I think, what, did it take like 60%?
Yeah.
Maybe 7%? That is very respectable for a Superior.
It is, because it's not the particularly... I started with Superior in the early games. It's not that bulky. And I think when I saw it switching, I thought, oh no, this Superior is going to get knocked out. But actually, it wasn't even knocked into the red. It survived it really comfortably. So
with a respectable amount.
Yeah, so Jamie's obviously trained his Superior really, really well and knows that, he may be running an unconventional team, but he knows exactly what the format's going to be and has accounted for all the threats that's in the format.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of one of the great strengths of Jamie, but also other trainers that are very like-minded in terms of the creativity. You want to be able to find a sort of flowchart strategy to the point where you have to force your opponent to overthink or at least try to better analyze on the spot where they may have not worked that through in their regular flowcharts. Like, who would have expected a Superior doing so well right now? I'm not even going to talk about the Chandelure. We haven't seen it yet. But like, wow, so far it's incredible, and that is playing to your strengths. You want to be able to force your opponent to really have to use up their mind resources, let's say.
Yeah, and here we are, game 2. Can Alessandro pull this back with his Raging Bolt Flutter main lead against the Grimmsnarl and Miraidon? So this time, Jamie Boyd is the one with the fake out pressure on that Raging Bolt.
Yeah, and it's a substantial sort of position that he's found himself in. He's got the Fake Out, immediate pressure onto the Raging Bolt, but there is a case where Alessandro may have to try to really think hard on whether he's willing to try to go all in with a Fairy Terrestrialization on the Flutter Mane, knowing that the Miraidon's on the other side of the field.
Exactly, that Flutter Mane is a really big threat. Of course, Miraidon can just immediately Terrestrialize away from it. Of course, there's also this Grimmsnarl with fake tears, meaning that if you thought Miraidon wasn't doing enough damage in the electric terrain with that choice specs, wait till you get dropped down to -2.
Yeah.
Alessandro might maybe want to switch in that Incineroar to be immune to any fake tears. But of course, it will have to take a really, really strong electric move. But here we see a Terrestrialization coming off turn 1.
Oh, maybe a bit of an indication of intent from Jamie's side. It is going to be this terrifyingly powerful electric Terrestrialization from the Miraidon, looking for full damage. No fake out, just a fake tears. Oh, wow, it is trying to target down the Raging Bolt, trying to guarantee at least maybe towards the mid-game or subsequent turn, it may pick up a KO, but wait, no, it's just a Volt Switch. Focus into it. Wow, being a bit cheeky there, Jamie. Wanting to at least try to guarantee it, and for being open within range of maybe another Pokemon, such as Superior, to be able to pick up and finish the job.
Superior coming in once again, worked so well for Jamie that last round. Dazzling Gleam, though, of course, going to put that Grimmsnarl into very low health. Volt Switch not doing very much, but also enabling this Raging Bolt to reset that -2 from the fake tears earlier. I think Jamie maybe earlier thought that Flutter Mane might switch into the Incineroar and didn't go after it, but now Groudon is going to come out, is going to activate the Photosynthesis on this Flutter Mane. So if you thought this Flutter Mane was scary enough with this choice specs, now you're going to have to deal with it in the sun.
Yeah, and I think that may have actually been a bit of an indication where Jamie was expecting the Raging Bolt to Fairy Terrestrialize in that situation, capitalize off of thinking, okay, well, surely he's going to expect me to go for the Draco Meteor, hence why I'm going to go for the Volt Switch. If I have fake tears in combination with Electric Terror, surely it's enough to pick up the KO, but that didn't pan out. Alessandro wanted to play it slow and safe and did an incredible job in that scenario.
And the Raging Bolt now coming back in once again. Now that the sun's set up, these two Paradox Pokemon are having a really great time just having all the stats boosted, but the speed is going to be dropped by that on the Flutter Mane. Dazzling coming out, not enough to take the knockout on the Superior. Is it going to be enough? Is going to be enough for the Grimmsnarl, but leaving Superior to go for a Leaf Storm that didn't do very much.
Pitiful damage onto what is an Assault Vest Raging Bolt, but I am really liking the way that Alessandro is approaching this game too, wanting to sort of bank on maybe Jamie trying to get a bit ahead of himself, knowing that he's got the momentum in his favor, means that Jamie wants to go for those quick KOs, those sudden surprises, maybe reactionary plays to an adaptation from Alessandro's side. Alessandro had all of the pressure on him to either Terrestrialize or not, and he was able to get that call quite nicely and leave the situation where Jamie's going to really have to think well and hard on his strategy towards the mid and end game.
Alessandro has really just, adapted to Jamie's playstyle really, really well. And such a risk at turn 1, leaving the Raging Bolt on the field without Terrestrialization, but that risk paid off because we saw that fake tears and Volt Switch just do very, very little damage off a Pokemon that I think we've all gotten so used to the Volt Switch just taking KOs that, taking so little just really wasn't. But we're now going to see another Terrestrialization from Alessandro.
Oh, and it is now going to be the Fairy-type Terrestrial from this Raging Bolt. So maybe better perhaps wanting to navigate a scenario, anticipating potentially a close combat focus into it, or even trying to get rid of the Dragon-type weakness from the Spirit Break. But Spirit Break focuses onto the Flutter Mane and will be dropping its attack. Oh! Allowing the Iron Valiant and the Superior, of course, to survive. We do have the Focus Sash broken, but Superior gets a tiny bit of a nibble of HP back.
1 HP, I think, was it? Oh, no, 10. Add another 0 to let's see what this Raging Bolt will do. This Raging Bolt is Assault Vest, so it does have a spread move, but Draco Meteor coming off, maybe a bit too... not just really wanting to make sure that the Superior is going to go down.
Got to guarantee it.
Yes, caused a little too much damage in that game 1. But of course, this Raging Bolt is now down at -2, so you might want to think about maybe switching out to reset that special attack drop.
Yeah, and I think it could have also been the case where Alessandro identified there could have been a switch up from that slot, maybe anticipating, oh, who knows, that Miraidon and a Draco Meteor with additional multipliers applied to that Raging Bolt would have taken a lot of damage. But Groudon is actually very well placed here, but I think its main sort of obstacle is going to have to be that wide guard on the Iron Valiant.
It is indeed, but actually looking at Alessandra's last two Pokemon, the fact that the Miraidon is locked into choice specs means that whichever move it picks, one of the other Pokemon on Alessandra's team is going to be immune to it. So Jamie's going to have to rely on this Iron Valiant to actually deal damage to the partner. And we see that protect from the Draco Meteor, tongue-tied there, the Iron Valiant knockdown, which means actually Alessandro has locked up this game.
Yeah, and I feel like Jamie was trying to go for his out by getting that Thunder Wave into the Raging Bolt, maybe hoping to try to get that full paralysis, given that it was now a fairy typing, in order to better promote his position against the Groudon with the Precipice Blades. But everybody's favorite slug, the pink Gastrodon, is on the field, and Alessandro is just really ahead of this game too.
Oh, he's in such a strong position. No matter what the Miraidon picks, if it locks into Draco Meteor, it's not going to be able to do anything to the Raging Bolt. And if it locks into Electric Move, well, there's two ground types on the field right now. It's going to do 0 damage. So this poor Miraidon is unfortunately, even though it's got its glasses on, it's going to be able to see very clearly. It's not going to be able to take this game out. But I think Jamie might have trying to fishing for information right there, just trying to see how much damage that Draco Meteor can do. And now he knows the Draco Meteor can knock out the Groudon and the Gastrodon in one hit.
Yeah, as we see the Precipice Blades not missing and does connect for a one-hit KO onto the Miraidon, forcing this game 2 affair into a game 3. Very well played from Alessandro there. Like you mentioned and pointed out there, Zoe, we've got the sort of like testing grounds of understanding a bit of the calcs. You know, I know that Jamie quite often, he does want to try to identify them in order to better script out a flow chart in-game or mid-game, should I say, and he knows the sort of path that he needs to take. But I guess going into this game 3 then, Zoe, what are your general thoughts and adaptations from either trainers? Do you feel like Alessandro should still definitely bring that Gastrodon, even though, for example, it wasn't able to do much in that game 2?
I think Alessandro adapted wonderfully to Jamie's tactics in game 1. Now, Jamie, I think in that last game, I do think he brought the correct 4 Pokemon identified, because you don't really want to bring that Urshifu out against the Sun team with Gastrodon.
Yeah.
And then the Chandelure, I think, you know, against 2 ground types, it really isn't going to have a great time unless it goes for the Terror. So I think Jamie did bring the correct Pokemon, but the Flutter Mane on Alessandro's side just caused so much trouble for Jamie, and I think I wouldn't be surprised to see Jamie maybe putting a bit more of a priority on that Flutter Mane just to get it off the field, and then the Miraidon can come in and, you know, be able to do its thing.
Yeah, it did feel like that turn 1 in game 2 really did define the outcome of that match. You know, Jamie going for that hyper-aggressive read straight off the bat did sort of open himself up to not only going ahead and not having any defensive terrestrializations later on the game, but he wasn't essentially able to accomplish as much. You know, the Raging Bolt just stood firm and was like, nope, I am not going to move here. I am not going to terrestrialize in front of an oncoming potential Draco Meteor, and Alessandro really profited off of that.
Yeah, and I think that Raging Bolt, you know, it was a really bold move, but it paid off so well, because had Jamie gone for that Draco Meteor, it would have been a completely different story. But here we are, game 3, the deciding match, Raging Bolt Flutter Mane once again versus the Grinstar and the Superior.
Oh, a bit of a change up here. Superior maybe wanting to look for getting those Leaf Storm setups from the get-go, not wanting to at least go ahead and exhaust your Miraidon resource availability. So that this easily could be another play of a Fate Tears and a Leaf Storm focus.
Indeed, and you know, Flutter Mane doesn't resist the grass type moves, unlike the Raging Bolt, and Flutter Mane is way less bulky compared to the Raging Bolt. So I don't think we've seen the calcs of how much a Fake Tears and the Leaf Storm double up will do, but I'm really interested to see, and maybe because Flutter Mane is quite defense bulky on the, especially the 7 side, he might be able to take this
May well, as we do have a reveal of the first terrestrialization in this Game 3. And guess what? You will not guess it. It is the Grimmsnarl into the ground, typing here. Maybe a bit of an indication of wanting to prevent itself from getting focused down by the Raging Bolt, as we have faked this. Ooh! Getting locked onto the superior +2 in special defense. And the Moonblast, because of the typing change, is not going to fall victim to the Moonblast, but we have a miss, unfortunately, a fault switch interaction being immune and nullified on the Grimmsnarl. So many things happening.
Oh my god! What a fantastic Terra Ground. It may have looked a little unusual at first, but it allowed that Grimmsnarl to survive a fairy move and the electric move. A really unfortunate Leaf Storm miss, but now the Superior is at +2 special defense and staring down 2 special attackers. So it's in actually quite a comfortable position, and Grimmsnarl can just get another fake tears off this turn, or maybe even a scary face to make its superior partner even stronger. But we see now another Leaf Storm coming off. Is it going to connect this time? Another special defense.
I love this strategy. +4 in special defense at the cost of the trade-off of the Grimmsnarl now going down, being felled, wanting to actually value that Grimmsnarl's sustainability in order to get this this superior set up. It seems to be a very crucial piece in Jamie's strategy, as the +2 is now granted on the special attack of the superior. And look at that pitiful damage.
8 damage on that voltage. This superior is sitting in a really, really comfortable position right now. +4 special defense, +2 special attack. That Flutter Mane is going to be in range of another Leaf Storm, and in fact, Groudon being ground type is going to be really, really threatened by any Leaf Storms. I don't know if the Superior outspeeds the Groudon. I think Superior is not really a fast Pokemon, but there is the Iron Valiant and the Miraidon in the back. So, you know, really strong options that Jamie has kept hidden in the back. And Iron Valiant coming out, that was like the Thunder Wave, so it can slow down the Flutter Mane, or it has maybe the Wide Guard to protect its superior teammate if that superior, you know, is going to take a Precipice Blade.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think something he has to really be cautious about over on Alessandro's side is that Groudon. It has the options of going for the Heat Crash. It does have the Precipice Blade, so it really does depend on what the call is right here. The superior cannot defensively terrestrialize outside of its original typing, so there may even be an oncoming Heat Crash that he really needs to be wary of.
Oh, indeed. And that Heat Crash is going to be really, really scary for that superior. But of course, I think maybe Alessandro, just to protect his Groudon, maybe might think about a switch. But actually, superior is going to switch. So I think a really wise choice from Jamie. You know, even with all the boosts, he's deciding it's okay. I don't need that right now. I'm going to use something else to protect my Pokemon.
Yeah, and I do like this play. This could easily be a Spirit Break focus into the Flutter Mane, because the Electric Terrain now allows Iron Valiant to outspeed, potentially, I would say, the Flutter Mane. But we know Sun is in effect. We know this Flutter Mane can be a big threat when it comes to its speed. However, we have the terrestrialization being launched out from Alessandro's side with that fire typing on the Groudon.
Groudon playing to its primeval roots, just wanting to be Focus Sash going to be activated for this Iron Valiant. So Iron Valiant is going to be able to survive this turn, and the special attack drop not too much of a bump, because it's really not going to be, but the Spirit Break, excuse me for me there, is enough to knock out that Flutter Mane. And now this Groudon can actually be hit by the electric moves from the Miraidon.
It can indeed, as it does pick up the KO onto the Iron Valiant. Unfortunately, the Flutter Mane Spirit was completely broken down with that KO, allowing itself a free slot to potentially another Pokemon in the back that hasn't been revealed, but no, it's going to be the Raging Bolt at this current point versus the double Reptilian Snake team.
Ooh, the 2 reptiles on the field, and this is a much stronger position for Jamie now compared to that game 1, because that Groudon can be hit by electric moves. Of course, Miraidon probably doesn't want to hit that Raging Bolt with electric type moves because it's times for resisted. He's holding on Salt Vest, but you do have that Superior, which also resists the electric moves and can just slowly whittle down this Raging Bolt and eventually even get itself up to the +6. So, you know, it's quite close, I think, for both players, because the Raging Bolt is going to be a bit of a war for Jamie, but you know, I think both players have a lot of options.
And I think Jamie did recognize he had to sort of sacrifice all of those increases in its stat stages in order to allow this Superior to still survive and be utilized further on. But we're going to have to see what pans out. Draco Media enough to pick up the KO onto the Rage Ball. That's a one-hit KO. It is completely knocked out and out of the count. However, we do have the Superior. Is there a way for it to be able to get rid of this Groudon? But no, the Leaf Storm into the Miraidon slot, getting a cheeky little critical hit, maybe anticipating a Protect there.
Indeed, but the Heat Crash now coming off onto this, what I believe will be a Superior, and it's going to be knocked out in one hit. So poor Superior not being able to, stay for very long this turn, but Miraidon does still have the Draco Meteor. It is choice specs, but unfortunately, Alessandro does have that final Ogerpon left on the field, so Miraidon locked into that Draco Meteor. It's going to have a lot of critical hits to be able to pull this game out.
Yeah, so let's talk brass right now, and Tax, Zoe. What do we need in order for Jamie to survive? Does he need to get multiple crits?
Oh no, actually,
or he just miss.
Yes, he just needs to press and miss
blades. Press and miss blades. Okay,
yes, so
that's what he's fishing for.
Here we are. The Follow Me Ogerpon just keeping the Groudon nice and safe from a Draco Meteor. Gonna see one Draco Meteor come off. It is so close to knocking it out.
So close, but guess what isn't going to miss? It is the Precipice Blades. It does pick up the KO, and Alessandro Giuliani is gonna be your victor of this round 7 stream match.
Precipice Blades, no longer Precipice, but Precipice Blades. And, oh my goodness, what a nail-biting game that was. Just, I think if that had been a miss, I think Jamie needed 2 misses and a critical hit.
Or double critical hit, right?
Yes.
Because you have to incur the subsequent drops in special attack every single time, right?
Yes, but oh my goodness, I'm just so happy to see that Superior on the field, and it actually was able to do so much. Like, it worked out so well for Jamie in that game 1. I think Alessandro did start catching on to Jamie's plays, and I think Jamie, playing a little bit more defensively because Superior is a little frail, and that was something that Alessandro fully took advantage of.
Yeah. It's sort of being able to have a bit of a understanding and a read onto your opponent's play style itself. You saw that Jamie did really want to go on the hyper-aggressive form in that game too, and maybe there are a couple of plays that led to that belief, Jamie wanting to capitalize off of momentum gives a bit of a suggestion of, right, okay, I don't want to play a bit slow. Even though the pressure's on you, Alessandro, I'm expecting you to have to adapt to my aggression. And Alessandro was just saying, no, I'm not going to adapt. I'm just going to go ahead, play straightforward, do my thing. And if you go for Draco Meteor, then okay, I'm just going to have to take it. But Alessandro doing that is a sort of a sign of very great potential and consistency in terms of being able to analyze the best sort of course of action. And he did that to a great level.
And I think in that game showcase, had he had the Koraidon, maybe it would have been a bit different because the Groudon was just completely immune to electric moves, forcing that Miraidon to lock itself into a Dragon-type move, which is very detrimental to Miraidon because every time it does that, it then gets a -2 special attack drop, and that means that Jamie has to either switch it out or just be forced to do less and less damage each turn. Of course, I think once Alessandro figured that out, forced that Draco Meteor, then slowly took away Miraidon's teammates so that the Miraidon couldn't actually go for, well, once it got stuck using Draco Meteor and was just doing less and less damage, and keeping that Ogerpon, which was not something that we saw games 1 and 2. Just a nice little follow me little ogre to keep its teammates safe. I was trying to find a wordplay there, but failed.
Sort of like trying to protect the king.
Yes.
That being the Groudon. And it was very well identified from Alessandro. But I feel like I want to have a bit of a discussion with yourself, Zoe, about it. Even though it was a huge flex of a play with that ground terrestrialization on the Grimmsnarl, Fate Tears into the contrary Superior to be able to further promote its special defensive output, do you feel like that was necessary in that situation? Or maybe Jamie didn't benefit as much as he would have liked from that scenario?
I think it's really interesting because in that turn, we also saw the Leaf Storm miss. Because I think if he had connected, then because the Superior did manage to have 2 Leaf Storms, one of which missed. But if he managed to hit 2 Leaf Storms onto that Flutter Mane, that would have been the Flutter Mane gone.
Yeah.
So I think Jamie played gambling that the Leaf Storm would hit, which it should hit 90% of the time. Unfortunately, there is that 10% chance. And I think the nice thing is that by going for that fake tears onto his Superior, he discouraged the opponent from really attacking the Superior because there was a Raging Bolt and Flood Mane. But of course, fake tears only helps out on the especially defensive side. And then once he used up his terrestrialization, it also meant that he couldn't Terra Fire that Superior, and the Groudon was able to really easily pick off that poor little reptile.
Yeah, because like you said, if, for example, Jamie found himself to be at, let's say, +4 of special attack, you've got that Dragon Pulse coverage on that Superior that you could honestly focus down onto the Raging Bolt. It feels like maybe at +4, it should be a guaranteed 2-hit KO. Depends on the bulk and the training, but even, let's say, if there's a Fairy Terrestrialization, you're already at +4 with a Leaf Storm, so surely you should be able to guarantee another 2-hit KO scenario, and that unfortunately just didn't work out for himself.
Yeah, so, you know, who doesn't like a really free Leaf Storm? But unfortunately, you do have to hit the move, and, you know, that is something that was quite unfortunate. But I think Alessandro played so well.
Oh,
you know, he adapted the game 1. He kind of, you know, got quite... The Superior ended up doing maybe more damage than he expected it to, but game 2, he did a much better job of protecting his Groudon so that the Raging Bolt and Flutter Mane could also benefit from that Sun, because in that game 1, the Sun expired, the Groudon had been knocked out, so there was no more Sun, and he didn't quite have that offensive pressure.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Alessandro did very well in recognizing that, like we mentioned, even bringing the Ogerpon there, you don't only benefit from redirection. Let's say, for example, you reach the point where you identify you don't need to or you shouldn't terrestrialize the Groudon. You always have that Fire Terra boosted Ivy Cudgel and body aspect by the Sun as well, that just goes and picks up names, games, KOs, whatever you name it. So it's still such a great offensive utility tool. Ogerpons we've seen, there's a good reason why they've been so prominent in previous regulation set formats ever since its introduction, and that's one of the key reasons.
Yeah, Ogerpon actually fired not as... I think we've seen more Cornerstone Ogerpons than the Hearthflame one today, but, you know, Ogerpon, we didn't actually get to see it go for the Terra Fire with the Hearthflame and body aspect and the Sun Boost, the Ivy Cudgels. In fact, in that game, it showed itself more of a support Pokemon than an offensive one, and it worked really well because that Groudon, I think, because how much damage that Ogerpon took, it might have, you know, or it could have been a critical hit, and then Ogerpon can't really hurt Miraidon much because of its dragon typing. So it was something, and I think that really helped Alessandro, and it was a fantastic adaptation in that game 3.
And that's sort of the key thing that we're talking about. It's not only about having, let's say, your flow charts, which is like amazing, is great. You sort of paint a picture on the different paths that you need to take in order to go ahead and get that win. But it's also the discovery element to a trainer. You know, if there are things or sort of archetypes that you're unfamiliar with, how do you best adapt to them at the current time in order to go ahead and force your way through a situation that you're not used to and you're not expected? And I think Alessandro did that really well. So far, like, I mean, being able to go ahead and have such a strong win from himself is already a huge achievement. 6 wins, 1 loss right now, 2 more rounds left. They can definitely go ahead and guarantee that day 2 with 1 more win.
He must be feeling really confident right now because just 1 more win and he's played so well. And I think that's, you know, that game showed that you can have your flow charts, but against an opponent with an unconventional team, you really have to start thinking immediately on your feet, and there's really not that much time to think when you find out who your opponent is. You may not know the exact Pokemon they're bringing, but then you see the team sheet. You've got 90 seconds to form a battle plan to then go into the game, and that's not much time, and a lot of players under that pressure might not be able to form the best decisions.
Oh yeah, exactly, especially when you're going off the cuff from that game 1 loss to that sort of combination of the team that you wouldn't expect. But it's still not all over over for our good old Jamie, a fellow co-caster. He does still have the chance to go ahead and try to win out from this point. He needs to go ahead and get 2 more wins in order to force himself into the day 2, which he's done before, and I'm sure he could do it again.
Oh yes, indeed. All X and 2's cut. So, you know, there's a very good, like, Jamie, a player of Jamie's caliber. He has got multiple top worlds finishers, regional champions. Like, he will know how to play around it. And, you know, he's won a regional with a Cottony. So maybe he'll win a regional with a superior, the grass type.
Gets me every time.
Maybe we want to hear more from the winner of that last round himself, Alessandro. Let's hear the interview.
Thank you, casters. I think I speak for everyone when we say that was an epic best-of-3 set. How are you feeling after being victorious against Jamie Boyd?
Hi, mi sento molto bene, non ho mai fatto un risultato così bello in streak tutto in una volta e niente, adesso la speranza di fare almeno un'altra vittoria per fare il mio primo dei 2.
Hi, I'm feeling very well. I've never had such a positive streak of wins in a tournament, so now I'm just 1 win away from actually getting my first day 2, so I'm very happy about it.
That's amazing. That's awesome to hear that you might get your first day 2, and we wish you the best of luck in the rest of the tournament for that. I want to talk a little bit more about the match we just saw. Game 1, Groudon had a little bit of a difficult time. Were you expecting to be KO'd by the Miraidon there?
Ok, allora in realtà speravo che sacrificare Groudon sulla meteora di Miraidon poi mi permettesse con Fluttermane di riuscire a gestirlo, però lui aveva la tuononda su Iron Valiant che lo rendeva più veloce e alla fine mi ha distrutto.
I was actually expecting the Groudon to go down and to the Dracometer, and I thought that with the Groudon going down, I would be able to control the game with my Fluttermane, but his Iron Valiant having a Thunder Wave was too big of an issue for me, and I could not overcome it.
Iron Valiant was definitely a difficult Pokemon, but I'm glad you mentioned the Fluttermane, because in Game 2, Lee and I were saying you played expertly with the Fluttermane and the Raging Bolt. Can you talk us through how you adapt coming into a Game 2 with Fluttermane and Raging Bolt to win that match?
Sì, praticamente quando Game 1 ho capito di aver perso ho iniziato a pensare a cosa poter fare negli altri game e G2 Fluttermane Raging Bolt mi sembrava la risposta migliore perché costringeva Miraidon a scegliere una cosa e con l'altro potevo minacciare tanti danni.
When I figured out I was about to lose Game 1, I started thinking about Game 2 already, and I thought that the combination of Fluttermane and Miraidon was too hard for my opponent to handle. Sorry, Fluttermane and Raging Bolt was too hard for my opponent to handle because his Miraidon was forced to focus either one or the 2, and I could handle it with the other one.
I think that's good advice for new trainers as well, that at the end of Game 1 you were already thinking about Game 2 and making a strategy, so it's great to hear your insights there. Game 3, however, Game 3 was a little crazy with everything Superior was doing. We were really surprised to see the Superior switch out with all the boosts. Were you surprised to see that too?
Allora sì, un pochino mi ha sorpreso, però il motivo per cui io continuavo a ignorarlo era perché in Game 3 ho portato Ogerpon che sapevo che nel momento in cui entrava Serperior non era più un problema perché sarebbe morto di clava, però sì, mi ha comunque sorpreso il fatto che se ne sia andato perché reggeva bene quelli che erano in campo.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised that it switched out because it still had a lot of boost. I was not too worried about it because I knew that with my Ogerpon in the back I could threaten it with Ivy Cudgel, but still I was a bit surprised to see it switch out.
I mean, it was amazing to be able to see the, Terrifier Groudon as well. Really, really strong offensive pressure on the field. There is one Pokemon, though, I really want to talk about. It's Gastrodon. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. I was so happy to see you using it. Talk us through why you decided to put it on your team for this tournament.
Ok, allora all'inizio c'era Mungus al posto di Gastrodon, ma diciamo che alla fine Pelipper era veramente molto molto fastidioso e costringerlo a fare Hurricane invece e permettere al mio Groudon di rimanere in campo per fare tuono pugno e ucciderlo era diventata una cosa molto utile ed è utile anche contro Kali Ice Gastrodon.
Originally I actually had a Mungus over the Gastrodon, but then I was noticing that Pelipper was a bit annoying for my team, so I thought that forcing it to go for a Hurricane in the sun was good for me because I could force it to stay on the field and I could threaten it with the Thunder Punch from my Groudon.
Well, I'm very glad you dropped a Moongus for Gastrodon. It was great to see it here in Stockholm. As you said, it's kind of your first opportunity to maybe make day 2. For the viewers at home to get to know you a little bit better, can you tell us a little bit about your season so far and what your goals are? Are we maybe looking at Worlds?
Ok, allora, questa stagione in realtà ho fatto pochi regionali, ho fatto solo Lille e uno all'inizio, ho fatto qualche local e diciamo che non riuscivo a buildare niente di interessante e quindi negli allenamenti perdevo e quindi non me la sentivo di andare. Invece l'anno scorso ho giocato molto di più e ho fatto tantissimi 6-3, quindi provare a fare 7-2 sarebbe bello.
So I did not play much this season. I only played the regional in Lille because in testing I wasn't feeling very comfortable with my results, so I did not feel comfortable to attend regionals. But last year I actually attended a lot of regionals and I went 6-3 most times. So now it would feel very great to actually go 7-2 for once.
Well, it's good to see you back in action and feeling confident with your team. Before you go, are there any last shout-outs you would like to give to anyone watching at home or here supporting you?
Sì, allora sicuramente mio amico Carmine che è lì e che anche se non sta giocando molto mi aiuta tanto quando ho bisogno di testare e mi dà anche molta fiducia, e poi la mia famiglia e i miei amici a casa che mi guardano.
So first of all, my friend Carmine, which even if he doesn't play too much, he still supports me and helps me in testing. And then I also want to thank my family and my friends at home.
Oh, and I'm sure they will be rooting for you for the rest of this tournament. I'll definitely be keeping an eye on you and Gastrodon. We'll let you get rested before the next round, so we're going to kick it to a little bit of a break, but do not go anywhere, trainers. The action keeps going here at the Stockholm Regional Championships.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
they really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to.
So this will
try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be what decides the clean sweep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before Game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp! The crowd is going wild right now!
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no-guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up Game 1 in convincing fashion and was now 1 win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a Parental Bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As Game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're going to see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its Parental Bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just going to punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it going to pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Started with Pokemon Go back in 2016, and we had a group chat of just people we actively played with and rated. After I stopped playing that, I just got into Sword and Shield and started playing competitive. My first event was in 2022, UIC. Also seniors. I went 2-3, not the greatest. I really enjoyed it. I like how interactive the game is, the events, the community, just a lot of friends that also go to events, and just love for the game. I also consistently perform well, which allows me to fund my next events. Beating Pokemon. I've learned ability to find ways out of difficult situations, find a winning outcome. My favorite moment in Pokemon history was the 2023 Utrecht special event. I got second, and it was the first event I did really well at. It kind of started my competitive journey, I think. I've already won a regional season. I've already won an international. I got second at Worlds last year, so this year I really want to win. It's also my last year of seniors, so I feel like now would really be the time to do it.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. For those of you that are just joining us here at the Stockholm Regional Championships, my name is Lee Provis, and I have the absolute pleasure to be joined by my bestest buddy partner, Lou. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm so excited to be back behind the desk, not only because the action has been incredible here in Stockholm, but also I get a game with you. It's like old times,
yeah.
you
Old
know?
times, yeah, it's like a throwback.
We're vintage now. We're like the Paradox Pokemon of the ancient past coming back into fruition. But it's going to be a great game. We've had 2 Gastrodons on the stream so far today.
Yeah.
That's something that makes us happy.
Yeah, and we got a little one, a token one up there supporting us along the way. But yeah, the Gastrodon, you've been promoting it, championing it all the way through this event, and it's proving to be a really good shot. I feel like I let you down on the caster predictions at the start of the show.
It's okay. I will carry the Gastrodon mantle for both of us. It's okay. I got this.
I mean, the Gastrodon, I actually, if you hadn't noticed,
it's like half a Gastrodon. In fact, if we fuse these together, it's the same kind of typing,
yeah,
right?
that's true.
Yeah. So together,
fusions.
We are a Gastrodon, is what we're trying
I was
to say.
wearing a Kyogre before this round, but now after that last match, I feel like my allegiance has been shifted.
Do you know what? I was so happy to see a Gastrodon actually doing well. Not a Gastrodon, I mean a Groudon. Groudon, Gastrodon, so confusing. But I was also happy to see a Gastrodon doing well, but it was for me about the Groudon. Because I think a lot of disrespect is being thrown towards Groudon now that you've got Koraidon, like the shiny new toy.
Yeah.
And everyone's kind of saying like, oh, Groudon, I don't want to play with you anymore, kind of thing. And actually seeing it still have a place in the meta and being so dominant, particularly with the Terra Fire, I think, in the sun was so strong.
Yeah, and that heat crash, the pressure that it just puts on, you know, we saw Jamie switching out that Superior after all of those boosts just because of the pressure that the Groudon was applying in that situation, the fire terrestrialization as well. It's almost like a soft primal Groudon, right? Where it can still kind of take advantage of those fire type attacks that it has access to. And like you say, with the Precipice Blades, it's still a really big prominent threat. It's just not the most obvious one in the minute. Like you say, with all of the new shiny legendary toys that we have at our disposal, we're seeing a lot of Terrapagos. We've seen how powerful that can be this weekend. You've got all of the kind of I don't want to say dregs, but the remnants of Sword and Shield kind of coming over with the Zacian. We saw Guillermo playing that very well earlier on stream, continuing that into the tournament as well. And then the Calyrex Ice Rider, the Calyrex Shadow Rider as well. And yeah, Groudon, Kyogre definitely feel a little bit more forgotten, but still very impactful. And we'll not take too much credit away from Gastrodon, of course, because Gastrodon was part of that win in that last round. So it played a big pivotal role, didn't it?
Yeah, I think we can call them the veterans of the competition.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good phrase
Vintage
for them.
Pokemon.
The vintage Pokemon that tried and tested. But let's take a look at the standings as well, because this tournament is cooking along at the moment, and there are a lot of players already doing phenomenally well. Look at that, some 7-0 records. Julio Paolo and Marco Silva. Phenomenal records by both these trainers.
Yeah, both representing Italy this weekend and doing so well. You know, so far we had Marco on the stream earlier, performing extremely well, and no surprise to see Marco coming to this stage of the tournament with this record as well, with how he piloted the team earlier. Very cool, calm, and collected, like we know Marco is. And nice to see Julio actually having a good run as well in the tournament. Hasn't had the best of results recently, but is more than capable, especially in a new format. Obviously feels very comfortable in it, and having a good run here in Stockholm this weekend. As we go down the list a little bit further, you've got a lot of players. You've got Roy there, Gomez, 6-1. You've got Niels Dunlop, and then we'll go down a little bit further, and we got a familiar face and Alex Gomez as well, still at 6-1, really in contention to go into day 2 in this regional.
That's the winning spirit there as well, you know, really championing himself to try and go all the way here in Stockholm, and with a really cool team as well.
Yeah.
Look at that Zamazenta, not something that we see every day in previous formats, but at the moment it's creeping up those usage rankings. The Pokemon I want to talk about, however, is that Pelipper, a Pokemon that the Pokemon Go commentators were so excited to see on our usage stats for a change, not just on their side of the bracket. But it's very cool to see a Pokemon that has such nice utility with things like Tailwind, but Wide Guard as well, being so well utilized in a meta full of restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, and that Weather Ball that players are really like leaning into now, you know, taking advantage of the rain. We saw last weekend in Indianapolis the Life Orb item being used and how powerful the Pelipper can be. But with the Weather Ball, you can really take advantage of not only your own rain that you bring to the field with the Drizzle ability, but if the sun is overwriting, then you can utilize that move to maybe a different kind of angle. So I like Pelipper a lot, and with the utility of Wide Guard in this format with so many spread attacks, it's such a good Pokemon to have that offers so much support to your team and really good offense at the same time.
And I think as well, when you've got a sea of Kyogre out there, you know, really bringing the rain to the field, instead of having to use your restricted slot in order to bring rain maybe into the synergy of your team, you can bring Pelipper and then bring a different restricted in the form here of the Zamazenta that, again, being that kind of steel type, is going to really appreciate the rain being on the field when there are so many fire type Pokemon out there. Incineroar as well on Alex's team, and our #1 in the usage stats. You have to make sure that you have a Incineroar game plan, let's say.
Yeah, definitely. And also another player as well that we will mention is Simone Sanvito. Also 6-1 coming into this tournament. Again, another regional champion on this list. No surprise to see Simone having a really good weekend starting here in Stockholm, but playing a little bit of a different team here. Has got the Pelipper, which is nice to see. Another trainer utilizing that Pelipper, Incineroar, Raging Bolt Core, the Amoonguss as well, and the Ice Rider Calyrex as well, which is just such a threat into this format.
And I believe as well, it was back in 2018 at EUIC, it was Simone versus Alex Gomez in that final. Simone coming out on top and getting the #1 spot with a different Pokemon in the time. It was the Alola Ninetales bringing kind of the ice and frostiness to the battle. Now Simone is bringing that Calyrex Ice Rider instead. And really interesting to see the Pelipper still coming into the fray, as you mentioned. But I love the fact that you've got these slow options as well with the Calyrex Ice Rider and a Mungus.
Yeah, it's such a strong variant, isn't it? And you can see this from Simone's team. Doesn't really have a way to set up the Trick Room, but really doesn't need to rely on that. You've got priority with the Raging Bolt, potentially priority on the Urshifu as well.
That's true.
And then the redirection, which takes away a lot of the necessity for that speed control. So really relying on the defensive capabilities of the team and the individual Pokemon as a collective rather than needing the instant speed control. But then you look at the Pelipper, if you need the Tailwind, you've probably got it there as well.
I'm hearing a lot of people actually talk about Amoonguss because it is one of the most annoying Pokemon you have to deal with anyway. And it's almost like people forgot about it a little bit and they're like, do you know what? It's actually really annoying in this meta. I've got to find a way to deal with it. And that's where we are seeing a lot of these flying type moves coming through. A couple of ice type moves as well. For example, on Gastrodon, a Pokemon that, you know, coming down against an opposing Amoonguss doesn't want to have to take those spores. So maybe finds a way to try and get some damage on the board as well.
Yeah, Amoonguss is just one of those Pokemon that, you know, at some point, sooner or later, even at the start of a format, it isn't the most popular maybe, but it finds its feet, it finds its way. It doesn't have feet because it's a mushroom, but I mean, it finds its way into a format and really solidifies itself in the usage stats for players to rely on because it is just so good. We've seen it today, not only as that spore threat, but be able to kind of support partnering Pokemon with the Pollen Puff as well, and it just comes in, sponges attacks so well. Gets out, Regenerator, get that health back, and just an all-around nuisance for trainers to have to deal with.
If you look at its Paradox counterpart, though, Brute Bonnet, it has feet. Terrifying feet, but it has feet.
So it evolved and it lost the feet. It didn't need them.
A little bit. It kind of then just rooted itself in the earth. Didn't need feet. It's going to stay on the field and put your Pokemon to sleep.
Yeah. I mean, I'm lost for words.
It's thrown a spore in Lee's direction.
It has spawned. It's paralyzed me.
While we wait for him to go through his 3 speed turns, let's take a look at notable matches for this round so you guys at home can see what is going down here in Stockholm. Some incredible Pokemon trainers, but we're going to have Mika versus Alvaro here. We've got a Pelipper matchup here. We've been talking about it, bringing it into fruition here, and it's not the only Pelipper on this roster.
It's not the only Pelipper on the roster. It's a really good pick this weekend throughout of these feature or notable matchups. You can see we've got Simone Sanvito versus Flavio Del Pido, and that is another really good match. We featured Flavio earlier on in the day. Nils versus Alex Gomez as well, and we've got Alejandro versus Georgie as well. You know, the Terapagos versus that Groudon that we have just featured. Some incredible matches, but like you say, the match that we will be featuring next, Mika versus Alvaro, both have a Pelipper, both have a Zamazenta. It's pretty similar teams.
Yeah, there's
with a few exceptions.
Yeah, a few rogue choices out there, and I say, why am I calling Fluttermane and Raging Bolt the rogue choices? But they are in this particular matchup here. You've got a very similar Firewater Grass core there with the Rillaboom, the Incineroar, and the Pelipper. I don't know if the Urshifu yet is, you know, rapid or single strike variant yet to be determined, but either way, the Pelipper fills that water slot on the core. And I think it's really interesting that those Pokemon have been so staple, the Incineroar and the Rillaboom, whereas that water slot does tend to be rotated a lot. We've had, obviously, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, but we've also had Ogerpon fill that slot from time to time, and now we have the Pelipper.
Yeah, the Pelipper just, I think it's the flying coverage that you get from the Pelipper as well. It's so good, so effective. You get the Weather Ball, which is normally most of the time in the rain, your water type attack, which is great into a lot of things in this format because of how important fire types are here in this Regulation G. But the fact that is alongside that you can have that 100% accurate Hurricane in the rain makes it such a formidable foe, and then you add in the Hurricane, the Wide Guard along with that to protect you from those spread attacks and the speed control with the Tailwind. It's just a very good offensive and supportive option that players have obviously identified going to be really key in allowing them to unleash some of the potential of these restricteds that they've got access to.
And do not underestimate the accolades there of these players. They still have their history books to be written, and that's one of the beautiful things we've seen in this 2024 season as well. So many players really making their mark on Pokemon history, and the team that Mika is trying to do this with is the Zamazenta, Rillaboom, Incineroar, Urshifu. Is going to be that Rapid Strike variant, Pelipper, and the Fluttermane.
Yeah, it's a really nice combination distinction straight away that you can notice between that. Urshifu has got the choice scarf we commonly see on that Pokemon and able to take full advantage of the rain. You know, you're normally seeing that Pokemon paired up with the Tornadus, the Tailwind user there. But it has manual rain. So with the Pelipper, you don't need to set that. It's almost set up guaranteed to allow the Urshifu into that position where it can really take advantage of the rain and those Surgeon Strikes or the Aqua Jet if it sees fit. Nice with the Choice Scarf as well to get the jump on most things in the format. Something that you're going to have to consider if you're going up against it, of course. Zamazenta there going to really appreciate the rain as well from those fire threats. So all in all, some really scary offensive options and some nice support options as well, including the Incineroar and the Rillaboom. But we'll take a look at Alvaro's team just now, covering that Zamazenta, the Rillaboom, Incineroar core again. Ting Lu, not something that we've seen too much of today, but a very good pick. Pelipper, and then rounded out with that Raging Bolt.
The one thing I like about Ting Lu is that Sand Tomb as well, potentially trapping opponents on the field and then allowing Alvaro to either utilize that opportunity to switch the ball position up on his side of the field or get some big damage out on the board. Something like the Rillaboom coming through as well and being able to apply that fake out pressure can allow Alvaro lots of opportunities to pivot Pokemon in and out, whereas his opponent will not be able to have that flexibility.
Yeah, and it comes down, even though these teams are very similar, I think it's in the detail where the players are going to kind of overcome their opponent. When you look at the Zamazenta on Mika's side of the field, it has the Ghost Terrestrialization. So if you go for that Ghost Terra in front of the opposing Zamazenta, then you get the immunity to the body press. It's so oppressive. Whereas Alvaro is relying on that Grass Terrestrialization, so doesn't have a way to get the immunity from that body press. That could be a big problem for him to deal with.
Well, Pokemon trainers, the trainers on the stage are ready, so let's jump into the action here. Zamazenta and Fluttermane coming straight out of the blocks here for Mika. On the opposing side, a dominating Raging Bolt with an Incineroar.
Yeah, the Incineroar putting immediate fake-out pressure onto that Zamazenta. Of course, the Fluttermane in a nice position here, activating that booster energy here, and is going to get a boost to its speed, so it is going to be faster than everything on the field. The Raging Bolt returning with its booster energy of its own, activating that, but getting a special attack boost. They're going to be a lot more oppressive going into this next turn. Zamazenta here probably not wanting to sit in front of a fake out, get that disruption and take a big attack from the Raging Bolt, but the Raging Bolt at the same time hasn't got the usual Assault Vest, so has to be very careful in front of this Fluttermane that does provide big super effective damage.
That's the thing, Raging Bolt does have the capability to go for the Terra Electric, drop that Dragon typing, and therefore its vulnerability to a potential Moonblast, as well as then boosting up the Thunderclap even further. It's already special attack boosted thanks to the booster energy, and a Thunderclap could be a way to try and deal with this opposing Fluttermane. It's very formidable on the field, and you want to just try and remove it to help out your partner Pokemon.
But we are going to see a Terrestrialization kick us right off in this turn one. The Raging Bolt going for that Electric Terror, taking away the very weakness here from that Fluttermane and putting on some big pressure as the Moonblast fired out into it.
Going to be able to take that so much better now as Zamazenta follows up with the body press. Again, not able to get the KO, and Raging Bolt able to go full power here with the Thunderbolt. Will connect down onto that opposing Zamazenta. Does over 50%, so it cannot afford to take another one of those. And Incineroar, for good measure, goes for the Taunt. This means the Iron Defense will be locked up and Protect will be locked up. Zamazenta very exposed.
Yeah, huge turn here, especially for Mika, really identifying that the Raging Bolt is the big threat there. We forgot to mention that the Dauntless Shield ability on the Zamazenta activated, giving it a +1 to its defense, making that body press hit even harder. But even the double up with the Moonblast and that, not enough to take down the Raging Bolt. And now still the Thunderclap is something that Mika has to consider here. It is probably enough to take down that Zamazenta. Took the Thunderbolt really well, but it is a pressure situation here where a double up from the Incineroar, especially because there's no Protects coming out from that side of the field after the Taunt, could be something that we do see and may mean Mika has to reposition here. Fluttermane in a decent position, but we are seeing the Protect.
This is wise, though. You know the Fluttermane is faster, and another Moonblast will finish off that Raging Bolt. So a wise defensive play by Alvaro, maybe allowing the Incineroar to go for something like a Parting Shot and just get some adjustment on the field. Zamazenta, however, finding super effective damage. That's a one-hit KO on the opposing Incineroar before it could even go for anything. Fantastic play by Mika.
That is a huge turn here from Mika, really identifying that the Incineroar was a threat from the body press, taking the opportunity and removing it from the field, really playing super well here. Mika pressuring the Raging Bolt with that Moonblast and knowing that Alvaro had to either reposition or Protect there, opening the door for the Zamazenta to get some real headway in this game.
Zamazenta does jump in for Alvaro now, though, able to get the Dauntless Shield defense boost up. However, that was such a devastating turn. Losing your Incineroar, losing that potential switch-in of Intimidate against the opposing Zamazenta and your fake-up pressure going forward, particularly considering the Flutter main once again still in prime position to go for a Moonblast and KO the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, that's the big problem here. The Raging Bolt is at risk here. It does have access to the Thunderclap. Can it get some value before it goes down to an incoming Moonblast? That's the big question. Or does Alvaro want to switch it out? Maybe bring something in out the back to take that a bit better. Keep that Terrestrialized Pokemon for a bit more utility later on, because the Zamazenta now does pressure the Flutter main with the Heavy Slam. So that is something that Mika is going to have to be aware of as well. And in response to this next turn, we are going to see Mika go for the Terrestrialization into the Zamazenta, revealing that Ghost Terra type.
Oh, I absolutely love to see this on the Zamazenta. Just going to be able to reduce its previous weaknesses it had on the field. Now the Raging Bolt can go for this Thunderclap, but which target has it gone for? It's going to be going straight down. It's the opposing Zamazenta and gets the KO with a critical hit.
That's a huge, huge knockout here for Alvaro. He pulls himself back into this match, taking away the risk of that body press into his own Zamazenta and wasting the Terrestrialization. Now the Moonblast going to be enough to pick up the Raging Bolt, but the sacrifice made was worth it, taking down and getting good return for that Raging Bolt, leaving the Zamazenta open to fire off an attack.
Yeah, this is Zamazenta's moment here, able to just go for the Heavy Slam, bop into the Flutter main, remove that from the field, another one-hit KO coming through here. So much damage. Lee, I just want to dial it back a little bit there. That Ghost Terrestrialization, really love to see it, but do you think it was actually detrimental to the Zamazenta there?
I think so, because at that point you knew the Thunderclap was the kind of the last ditch move that Alvaro was going to go for before the Raging Bolt went down. So maybe it would have been better in that situation to not terrestrialize, maybe keep it for something later on this game, because now you do bring in your Incineroar. It does pressure the Zamazenta on Alvaro's side of the field, but you do also have to contend with the Rillaboom fake out here. You have fake out of your own if you're Mika, but after that's burnt, the Zamazenta is free to just protect here. And have you got enough in your arsenal to take down the Rillaboom in one turn and then concentrate down onto the Zamazenta before it gets a body press off, potentially picking up the knockout onto that Incineroar?
It really has been about body press here. Mika being able to show a lot of offensive pressure with the one on the Zamazenta, and now you have got a Pokemon in the form of the Incineroar that cannot go for any terrestrialization into the water type that it's running here on Mika's side to stop the opposing body presses coming through from the Zamazenta, particularly considering the Rillaboom's just trading a little bit of fake out here. They have been burnt, though, both these trainers down to their last two remaining Pokemon, so this will be it for this game one.
Yeah, and you think as well, if you had preserved that terrestrialization rather than going for it on the Zamazenta, if you're Mika, preserving it for the Incineroar to at least take away the weakness to that body press, maybe giving you a little bit of a better helping hand. But the thing is, in front of a Rillaboom, you don't really want to be water terrestrializing your Incineroar because you become weak to the grass types. I think the way that Alvaro's maneuvered this end game is perfect. Body press coming in, not enough though to pick up the Incineroar.
Incineroar just able to hang on, but not for long, because high horsepower doubled up into it to guarantee the KO. Masterful play by Alvaro, leaving just the Rillaboom now to face down against his counterpart and an opposing Zamazenta. I mean, this was the thing. We saw how much body press does to the opposing Incineroar, was able to get the KO on Alvaro's side, but I like how I like how Alvaro was able to actually realize, hey, it may not get the stretch here, I need to double into it.
Yeah, and I think the use of the Raging Bolt at the start of the match from Alvaro can't be understated enough, because I think when you look at it, you say, oh, well, you're terrestrializing it very early on, you're in front of a Flutter main, you're taking a lot of damage from the double up there. But the value that Alvaro got with that Thunderbolt initially onto the Zamazenta, putting it in range of that Thunderclap from the following turn, I know it got critical hits, so that might have factored into it a little bit, but I think putting yourself in those positions, utilizing the Raging Bolt, getting a lot of value out of it, whereas if you look at Mika's side of the field, got pretty much zero value out of the terrestrialization. And I think that's what Mika's going to have to do going into game two, because had a very good start to the game, but really didn't get any value after that terrestrialization happened. And the pieces kind of fell apart after that. Alvaro really capitalizing and taking full advantage of having the Zamazenta on the field, whereas Mika did not.
I like as well how Alvaro was able to play around the opposing Flutter main, because Mika using that booster energy gave it the speed boost, and you could see how formidable that was. The Moonblast were able to apply a lot of damage, forcing that opposing Raging Bolt to have to go for the terrestrialization. However, when you've got such a heavy physical attacker and steel type as well in the form of the Zamazenta going for these heavy slams, there's not a lot the Flutter main can do. Its terrestrialization is also the fairy type, so it has no defensive capabilities here. I think if you're Mika and you bring that Flutter main again, it's a key piece, so protect it better. Make sure that it's in a position position where it can keep applying pressure and doesn't just get completely bopped by the Zamazenta.
Yeah, and exactly that, because I think Mika has got the tools to protect the Fluttermane. You've got the Incineroar, you've got the Rillaboom that you can cycle in and out onto the field with that fake out support that would give a bit more alleviation with the Fluttermane against the big threats, because I think that's what you need to really do. Get the most out of the Fluttermane until you've got some good returns on it, some good value from it before it goes down, and then maybe look at your Zamazenta as your last piece of the puzzle that you bring in the late game, more fresh, healthy, and able to kind of put a bit more pressure onto Alvaro's side of the field. Almost do what Alvaro did in that match, but reverse it for your side of the field.
Well, let's go game 2. Remember, the trainer that wins this set will be guaranteed to advance into day 1, regardless of how their final match of the day is able to go. The lead straight out of the blocks, Mika with the Zamazenta and the Fluttermane against the Rillaboom and the Raging Bot on Alvaro's side.
Yeah, we've got that same situation. You've got the fake out support from the Rillaboom here from Alvaro, and the Raging Bolt here that is going to put on a lot of pressure once again to the Zamazenta, in particular on Mika's side of the field. It does have to be careful again around the Fluttermane, but it's easy enough for Alvaro to say, okay, I'm going to fake out here into your Zamazenta, I'm going to Terastallize, and I'm going to get that Thunderbolt into that slot. But Mika can react to this, can maybe protect the Zamazenta return, try and utilize the Fluttermane. It is immune to that fake out, so try and just pressure the Raging Bolt from that side of the field while not giving up so much health so freely on the Zamazenta this turn.
That's true, and you could always try and go for something on the Raging Bolt, like the Thunderbolt again, just to get some damage down onto that opposing Fluttermane. But actually a defensive play by Mika here, trying to scout out what Alvaro wants to do, and goes straight away for the Protect, as does the Raging Bolt, actually. Not going to lock in any Terastallization early doors in this game too. As Zamazenta goes for the Iron Defense, Alvaro leaves it unchecked, no fake out, so it's able to get another defense boost up in addition to the one it got from its ability.
This is a great play from both players here, to be honest. The Raging Bolt protecting here is a nice play because you don't have to commit to your Terastallization. You protect yourself from that big fairy threat, but at the same time, if you are Mika, you're taking the chance here of having the same thing play out as in game 1, but saying, no, I don't think you're going to do that this turn. I'm going to go for the Iron Defense because now I'm +3 defense. My body presses are going to be absolutely walking through your team on anything I hit. So really putting the ball back in Mika's court, Alvaro has to respond this turn and not really got the Pokemon you would want out on the field at the moment that are the responding Pokemon to this threat in Zamazenta.
Honestly, the Zamazenta looks set for this game. There isn't, as you said, a lot on Alvaro's side that can really take this damage. You do have utility with Ghost Terastallization on something like the Incineroar or the Pelipper to avoid taking that damage, but these Pokemon are staying on the field for this turn. Thunderclap, Grassy Glide coming through, not enough to get the KO onto that opposing Fluttermane, so it can go for this Moonblast, and you can see how much damage it does when Raging Bolt stays as a Dragon type. Follow up with a Body Press for good measure, and that's a knockout.
Yeah, this is a lot better here from Mika as he is able to get rid of that Raging Bolt before any value is taken from that Pokemon. Of course, the Terastallization not committed to that slot and still an option for Alvaro, but the big thing is that the Raging Bolt has been removed now and the Zamazenta is so healthy. It's full health and in prime position to potentially take advantage of that Terastallization this time around, because last game we saw taking so much damage up to that point where it wasn't really in a place where it could utilize that Terastallization. Now the tables have changed. We're going to see the Incineroar come in, drop an Intimidate, and put that fake out pressure back onto that Zamazenta for at least one more turn.
Thing is, you can throw an Intimidate down. Those defense boosts are there to stay on Zamazenta, helping out that body press. With the Incineroar on the field, you could go for something like the fake out into the Zamazenta. You can go for the Grassy Glide to try and get the knockout onto that opposing Fluttermane, but Fluttermane has the utility to protect, or Mika can even capitalize on that, make a switch. Maybe there's that Rillaboom in the back that isn't going to worry about taking any of these Grassy Glides and can then apply fake out pressure in that following turn. Additionally, on Mika's side, you have the Terastallization. You could always go for something like the Ghost Terror on your side, and that just puts you into a really strong position once again.
Yeah.
I think, however, if you're Alvaro, you kind of have to Ghost Terastallize the Incineroar. Maybe not on the fake out turn, but otherwise these body presses are coming for you.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. I think there is the fake out pressure here, but there is the possibility of Terastallizing. We are going to see the Fluttermane leave the field. Like you say, preserve it for later. The Incineroar coming back into the fray. Going to drop an Intimidate really good onto both of these physical attackers. In the Rillaboom, the Incineroar dropping that attack by one stage and also providing that fake out support the next turn. Rillaboom making its way off the field as well. And Zamazenta coming out for Alvaro.
You know, I like this from Alvaro, knowing that the Flutter Mane is not going to stay in and just get KO'd, so switches it out, resets that Intimidate, and brings the Dauntless Shield Zamazenta onto the field. As the Sparkles hit the stage as well, Terrestrialization on that Incineroar, of course it's going to become a Ghost type. It cannot risk being OHKO'd once again by a Body Press.
Yeah, really smart terrestrialization here from Alvaro, going for that to get the immunity, but Mika not baiting it, going straight for another Iron Defense, boosting that defense to +5 now as the knockoff comes out into what was the Flutter Mane. Now the Incineroar getting rid of the safety goggles, but not too effective, not really going to bother Mika very much at all. Now has access to that fake out, but with the protect on the opposing Zamazenta here, you would expect that to be the option. How do you deal with this Incineroar? Because, yeah, you can go for a heavy slam, but it's not really going to be that effective into the Incineroar this time around, and you still have to worry about the Flare Blitz it is super effective into, even though you have all of those body iron defenses under your belt.
The Ghost Terrestrialization on Zamazenta is now actually interesting, because if you do that, you leave yourself very exposed to the knockoff that we just saw coming through for the Incineroar. I don't believe that you can actually knock off the shield of the Zamazenta.
No, you can't.
But what you can still do is super effective damage to a Ghost type.
Yeah, and if you land a critical hit, you ignore all of those iron defense boosts. You put yourself in a precarious position, but that's exactly what we're going to see. Mika going for this Ghost Terrestrialization. That's all the talk of the town at the minute, as we see this Zamazenta on Alvaro's side, just protecting his turn, not wanting to take any unnecessary damage. Fish out what is happening, and it is that fake out into the protect.
Yes, it's the only Pokemon that can really take that damage with all the ghosts we got running around. As Zamazenta goes for the body press, again, just connecting it down into the protect here. And I actually forget all the defense boosts on Zamazenta. It's not worried about this knockoff at all. The parting shot, however, will be reducing its attack, but once again, Zamazenta staying strong with these defense boosts. That means that in the face of these physical attackers, and if you look at Alvaro's side, it's Rillaboom, Incineroar, and the Zamazenta. All of them hit on the physical side. It's sitting very pretty on the field.
Yeah, and the problem is now you can see what Alvaro's trying to do maybe before the terrestrialization from Mika is rotate, cycle in that fake out support. So now you've got the fake out potentially into the Zamazenta. The problem is the Ghost terrestrialization gives you the immunity from that fake out, and now Alvaro's Zamazenta are in a really awkward position. Does it switch out to the Incineroar that can come in maybe in place of it to alleviate that pressure because it has the immunity to the body press? Maybe that's what we see. We are seeing initially Mika just switch out the Incineroar on his side of the field and bring that Flutter Mane back into the fray.
Yeah, this could be a nice position if maybe something like a body press is coming down into that slot, being another Ghost type in the fray. It's not going to be taking any damage from that. As Zamazenta on Mika's side goes for the body press and gets the knockout. So much damage coming down from these body presses. Mika in complete command and control of this game too.
That is a huge turn there here where Mika identifies, I'm going to go for the body press, because even if you switch in the Incineroar, the reward if you keep that Zamazenta on the field is just too high for me to ignore. The Incineroar coming back into the field, but now it has that Ghost type in, is going to be weak to Ghost type attacks. We can take a look at the Flutter Mane that is part Ghost, and it does have access to the Shadow Ball.
Zamazenta saying, take a chance on me, I can get the knockout, and he certainly did in that turn. Here's another body press going into Rillaboom, and look at that, Lee, another knockout coming through. Mika forcing through this game 3 in such commanding fashion. There's the Shadow Ball coming through from the Flutter Mane. Not often we see this doing a lot of damage to Incineroar, but it's going to be a 2-hit KO here. Well, maybe not so much with the little snack it's got in his back pocket.
Yeah, just having
it's only
a
matter of time.
Only a matter of time, because Mika still has one Pokemon to reveal. Going to see the knockoff into that Zamazenta, do super effective damage, but 20 damage is not going to cut it here against this Zamazenta, and of course you are going to be taking another Shadow Ball for your trouble this next time around, and because of that, Alvaro cancels in the loss here. Mika taking the win, tying this up, taking us to a game 3.
Wow. I mean, I was not expecting Mika to come out and be that strong and that dominant coming out from that game 1. And I think playing so masterfully with that Zamazenta was the perfect strategy coming through.
Yeah.
Making sure that I think the Ghost Terrestrialization was utilized at the correct time here, making sure that you were the one capitalizing on those fake out opportunities. And I think calling his opponent's bluff a little bit more is what gave him the momentum to go for those iron defenses.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge testament to Mika as a trainer, and you know, no wonder he's at this stage of the tournament in such a tough field. It's 6-1 record. Really showing after that game 1 where it felt it slipped away from him slightly, bringing it back in such dominating form in that last game, and really picking the moments, identifying what went wrong for him in game 1 and adjusting it for the game 2. making sure that the Zamazenta was protected a lot better, making sure, like you mentioned, the Flutterman was protected a lot better in that game and really taking advantage of the terrestrialization, which he wasn't able to do in that first game, and making it nearly impossible for Alvaro to kind of get any clawback in that last game. Now, it's all back in Alvaro's court now. Can he respond and answer what Mika has just done in that game too? Because he was very convincing in that game one. He got a lot of utility out of the Raging Bolt, which wasn't really able to get any out of in that last game. So I think that's something to maybe look back on, because you can't allow the Zamazenta on Mika's side of the field to freely get those iron defenses like he was able to in that last game, because that was the crux of the battle for Alvaro, and I think that's something that you really need to identify early on. Maybe look at something like the Pelipper that has that big special attacking damage that can come onto the field. It's not worried about those iron defenses. If you do get in a situation where he is able to set them off, at least with the special attackers like the Pelipper, like the Raging Bolt, they can do big damage to that Pokemon and ignore the boosting side of its play style.
And I think as well, when there are no iron defenses in play, the Pelipper doesn't worry too much about the body press, even more so if they want to terrestrialize and go into its Ghost Terror type as well. One thing that I think Mika did very well in that previous game as well was utilize the speed a bit better, using that Fluttermane with the booster energy.
Yeah.
And if you want to shake things up and maybe go for something like the Tailwind on Alvaro's side, that takes away that key component and momentum from Mika. So I agree with you, Lee. I wouldn't be surprised to see some Pelipper in action, and there we go. It's coming front and center with Zamazenta on Alvaro's team. Alvaro sticking with Fluttermane and Zamazenta.
Yeah, this is much better here from Alvaro. Like we said, with that Pelipper, it is going to bring the rain, but along with it, some big, powerful water-type attacks. And more importantly, the speed control, which negates any sort of action from that Fluttermane that just was so free to fire off attacks in that game one.
The thing is, though, the Pelipper is definitely not safe. You could easily double up into it and remove it from play. And I think the speed is actually with Mika there before even something like the Tailwind is able to go off. The issue is you then leave your Fluttermane very exposed to the opposing Zamazenta. It's going to be able to absolutely remove it from the field with a heavy slam.
Yeah, and that's the big problem. I think, is the trade-off worth it in this situation to get maybe some useful damage off here? You're not picking up knockouts onto the Zamazenta or the Pelipper, and you're probably just putting them in range for something else to have to come in and clean up. Can a double up pick up a knockout? Potentially, yes. But like you say, is it worth exposing it, leaving it exposed? Because doing that, we identified that as a big problem in game one. If Mika does leave it exposed, doesn't protect it well enough, you're not getting any value out of it. And then Alvaro can really take a grip of this match and start a huge momentum swing.
And if that Pelipper protects as well, then you really have no reward for your risk. But we're going to see once again Zamazenta go for the Ghost Terrestrialization, not wanting to take a potential body press from the opposing Zamazenta. And I wouldn't be surprised to see here, Lee, a little bit of similarity where it is the Zamazenta on Alvaro's side as well, going for the terrestrialization into the Grass Terror type.
Yeah, it's a really nice option here because it does take away, you know, some weaknesses, even though you're going to still be taking big damage from things like that Moonblast, which is actually fired into the Pelipper. The double up, though, into that slot, identifying it as a big risk, takes it down very early on in this match.
Oh, Pelipper, we've hyped you up so much, but unfortunately wasn't to be in this match. Mika knowing that it needs to be gone, and exactly as we were saying, the trade-off is you do use the Fluttermane, but I think guaranteeing on Mika's side that there's no Tailwind, no potential Hurricanes coming down to hurt this Rillaboom that's coming in for Mika as well, could in the end game really help out.
Yeah, and I actually really like the play here from Alvaro, even though losing the Pelipper, because you say, okay, well, if you double into my Pelipper and I do lose it here, I lose my speed control, yeah, sure, that's fine, but I'm going to remove your Fluttermane at the cost of that. So the one Pokemon that you do have the speed advantage with, that puts a lot of pressure onto my Raging Bolt in the first place, is going to be removed at the cost of you taking down my Pelipper. So even scores at the moment, you would say that the Zamazenta on Mika's side of the field does have a little bit of an advantage because it is immune to those body presses that can be fired out from Alvaro's side.
Yes, Rillaboom on Mika's side as well has the advantage of having that fake out in play at the moment, choosing which Pokemon it wants to slow down. I think maybe stopping the Zamazenta in its tracks from going for another body press into something like the Rillaboom and whittling away at it could be strong. But at the same time, on the Raging Bolt side, we've seen how devastating it can be with something like a Thunderbolt. And There is no terrestrialization though, however, so you have to contend with the fact that those electric type moves are not going to be boosted, but they're still going to pack a punch.
Yeah, and you have to be careful for Alvaro taking the defensive play here because it could open the door for Mika to get an iron defense off, and that's what you want to try and avoid. Big fake out into the Zamazenta, and here we go. There's that iron defense, boosting the defense on the Zamazenta on Mika's side to +3.
You're really relying on your special attackers to come through now. The Thunderbolt connects down onto the Zamazenta, but it's not going to be enough to get the 2-hit KO, even considering the fact that you've got that grassy terrain in play, boosting up some of the HP remaining. It's going to take a lot to break through the Zamazenta, and I can guarantee it's going to be getting knockouts as time goes by.
Yeah, this Raging Bolt feels very, very vulnerable right now. If a body press comes out into that slot, it is likely going to pick up the knockout. The one thing that you say Alvaro has at their disposal is the Protect, which you don't normally see on the Raging Bolt. So it can protect, maybe get some value out of your own Zamazenta this turn. Maybe go for an iron defense if you want, or just fire off if you're confident in picking the knockout onto the Rillaboom. Go for that. Limit the ability of the supporting options next to the Zamazenta on Mika's side of the field, because I think that's what you've got to do at this precise time, because you can't really effectively deal with the Zamazenta. You could go for a Thunderclap here, but at the cost of probably losing the Raging Bolt. And will that Thunderclap be enough?
Zamazenta on Alvaro's side actually just going straight up for a Protect here as Zamazenta goes for the body press. It's the Raging Bolt, there's a critical hit and a one-hit KO. There is no stopping Mika and the Zamazenta today.
That is a huge, huge knockout here, and the critical hit, whether it mattered or not, I don't know, but the double up was there anyway. Alvaro losing a key member of their team as Mika creeps ever so closer to closing up this game 3.
Zamazenta, honey, I'm not stopping you in your tracks right now. You are absolutely on form. And I do not know what Alvaro has to be able to counteract it right now. It's the Ghost Terror type, so you cannot go for any body presses of your own. There's really not a lot that the Rillaboom can do to it. It's not running knockoff, for example. It's just got that utility with something like Wood Hammer or high horsepower. But again, it's a physical attack. And there is an iron defense up on that Zamazenta.
Yeah, that's the big problem here. And I think with the numbers advantage that Mika's got as well, you can see can cycle in something in the back. It is the Incineroar. Can come in if it gets in for free, if the body press isn't into that slot, which it might likely be. You're going to have access to fake out the next turn. Even if the Incineroar gets taken down here from the opposing Zamazenta on Alvaro's side of the field, it opens the door for your Rillaboom to just come back onto the field and have access to that fake out once again. And that Rillaboom on Alvaro's side is on a timer, because once the body press is targeted into that slot, it is undoubtedly going down.
I like this. Zamazenta taking a little bit of a rest, going for one Protect, as Rillaboom tries to get some damage on the ball with the Grassy Glide, but to absolutely no avail. The opposing Zamazenta can go for an iron defense, however, capitalizes on this opportunity, and considering that, again, on the opposing side, there are 3 physical attackers, this could put Alvaro a little bit back in the race.
Yeah, and I like that play. I like the idea of not going in, committing to the attack, taking the opportunity when it's there, presented to you to get those defense boosts, because I think that does keep you in the game slightly. I think this is looking like it is going to come down to a Zamazenta versus Zamazenta end game. And you would say if it does come down to that, Mika is in the driving seat, because you're the one that can avoid the body presses. You don't really need to worry about their heavy slams, because, yeah, you've got your defensive potentially +4, +5, +6. And the only thing that would threaten you in that situation would be the body press.
Yeah, that's the thing, and the heavy slam's not doing too much considering they're also the same weight. The fake out coming down into that opposing Rillaboom here, just stopping it from going for anything too much, and the body press stops it from going for anything at all.
Yeah, goodbye, Rillaboom. Thanks for coming, thanks for the fake out, but it's time to go home. Same to you, Incineroar, because now it is home time, as we have Zamazenta facing down against Zamazenta. Of course, Mika does have the Rillaboom in the back to bring in, and you can see how useful this grassy terrain is, in particular with Mika's Zamazenta, because it is just helping top up very slightly every turn that health, and to a point where it is going to be more in control. It does this fake out, if nothing else, gives Mika the opportunity to go for a fake out and another iron defense.
Yep, there's one fake out to slow the pace down, allow another iron defense to come into the fray, just to make sure these body presses are dealing as much damage as possible to this grass Zamazenta on the opposing side. And as we've already said, the fact that it's a ghost type means that there's nothing the opposing Zamazenta can really do, particularly with the high HP remaining on the Zamazenta. On Mika's side, the heavy slams are doing nothing.
Yeah, and it's time, I think, for Mika to lock in with the body press, and we'll see how much this does. It comes in and doing decent enough damage. The grassy terrain left the field now, so no more recovery as a body slam comes in, the body press press into the Rillaboom, not quite enough. So the Rillaboom going to get at least one more turn out of this, or potentially take up a turn going for the body press. As you can see, another one coming in to Alvaro's side of the field, and the Rillaboom finally going down.
I mean, you did call it earlier, Lee. You'd say a Zamazenta face-off at the end of this. But due to just the fact that the Zamazenta on Mika's side can just keep going for body presses, it's going to be able to clean this up. And Mika will not only win the set against Alvaro, but book in day 2.
Yeah, what a great win here for Mika, coming back from adversity, losing game 1, but is our victor in this Swiss round 8.
Zamazenta has been a Pokemon that's really rising up the ranks, and I would not be surprised at all to see it pick up in usage for trainers watching, trainers maybe standing by and catching a glimpse of this match, because it just demonstrated why it is definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, an incredible win here from Mika. Like we said, losing that game 1, and you think, oh, it doesn't look good because you're not really getting any value. Alvaro really playing smartly in that match, utilizing the Raging Bolt so well there, and really forcing Mika into a position where you weren't getting any value out of that Terrestrialized. It Terrestrialized, and then it just went down. And it was like, well, was it really worth it? I know you mentioned that in the break between game 1 and game 2. And it really wasn't, but I think the thing that you have to take your hat off to Mika is the identification of those issues, of those mistakes, and then readjusting going into that game 2 and saying, okay, this is what I need to do, and then just executing it perfectly.
Oh, definitely. It was lovely seeing how kind of in games 2 and 3, seeing that Ghost Terror type kind of redeem itself a little bit more and being like, this is actually how to pilot it successfully, just to give that kind of masterclass. And I think one thing I loved really about that Zamazenta was in game 1, the Raging Bolt on Alvaro's side went for that Terrestrialization and was able to deal so much damage with the electric terror boost it got to its electric moves. However, because of how formidable the body press was from Zamazenta, it forced Alvaro to have to go for the Ghost Terrestrialization on the opposing Incineroar or go for something that made the Raging Bolt a little lackluster, and I think Alvaro needed that in order to get victory in this set.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think when you look at Alvaro's side of the field, you are going to have to lean into those special attackers, but if you have them taken out of the picture like Mika was able to do so effectively in that game 2, then your options become so limited. And then what you would normally fall back on would be your restricted, your Zamazenta, but then Mika really utilizing that Ghost Terrestrialization perfectly there. And you've got to say that for that type of matchup, for the mirror almost, Mika's team's built to almost always be the one that supersedes it. So I was really surprised going into that game 1 how well Alvaro adapted and came out on top, because you think, well, the Ghost Terrestrialization is always going to be the Pokemon, and the Terrestrialization is going to give you the advantage in that situation. Wasn't the case, though, so all credit to Alvaro. But then, again, the ball falls into Mika's court, and he's like, no, I didn't do that quite right there. Here, this is how I meant to do it, and it just executed it brilliantly, and it was a real good showcase.
And I think Mika played turn 0 really well too. You know, looking at kind of the pieces that Alvaro brought to the puzzle and was like, I don't necessarily like this strategy. What's the piece that got, you know, the piece that doesn't fit right, you know, and you got to figure something else out. And that was the Pelipper in that game 3. And it just got absolutely removed from the field before it could go for any of the amazing utility that we've been talking about. And that was a key piece. If Alvaro had got a Tailwind up, it could have been a very different game.
Yeah, I think so. And you know, almost in those situations, that's what you're kind of hoping for. He got value out of that turn by removing the Fluttermane, but that wasn't the key component for Mika, because I think that was the distracting piece that you had there, almost dangling the carrot to say, come and get me, because if you don't, it's going to just constantly fire those Moonblast Shadow Balls that are so disruptive. But if you do come and get me, then I'm going to get a body press, and I'm going to get Iron Defenses up with my Zamazenta that's going to put me so far ahead in this match that Alvaro just couldn't really get up the hill to get over, to get down, to close it up.
And I think for trainers at home as well, watching and maybe thinking, oh, but you lost the Fluttermane so early. Isn't that bad to lose a Pokemon early doors, but also one of your really strong ones? A lot of Pokemon isn't just about, you know, preserving KOs. It's about moves and counter moves and thinking multiple turns ahead. And I think Mika really expertly identified, hey, I can afford to lose my Fluttermane. Yes, it's unfortunate I go down 3 Pokemon very early on, but as you've said, it then utilized a lot of different things to come forward as the match progressed. And I think for newer trainers, you want to always think a couple of turns ahead, not just with the full Pokemon on the field.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you identified throughout those matches some really key things that Mika probably had in the back of his mind with that, in regards where he was able to identify, okay, once I remove the special attackers, I've got no problem here, because once I'm Ghost Terrored, once I've got an Iron Defense up, what's Rillaboom going to do? No problem.
Not a lot.
What's Zamazenta going to do?
Not a lot.
No problem. And I mean, even if Incineroar does come to that match, I mean, yeah, it could Ghost Terror, but what offensively is it really doing to me? Nothing.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, that's the thing. What can Incineroar do?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, yeah, I mean, it can knock off for 20 HP damage.
That's the thing. You think
yeah,
you look at knockoff and you're like, that's a problem when I'm a ghost type, and then the iron defenses are like, sorry, can you just check that again? 20 damage, that's nothing.
It's not what you really are looking for when you go down that route. You think, oh, the knockoff, yeah, it'll do super effective damage. 20.
It's not knocking anything
am I seeing
off.
this
It's
correct?
just wobbling a little bit.
Yeah, just wobbling around.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. And I think the other thing that Alvaro really didn't have was a Fluttermane of their own to really take advantage of in that situation, because I think if you have your own Fluttermane in that situation, then you kind of pressure that Ghost Terrestrialization, because you have access to something like a Shadow Ball that really would threaten that Zamazenta in that situation. Fortunately for Alvaro, having to rely on the Pelipper that really got dealt with so quickly, so it didn't get any sort of value out of that. And then the Raging Bolt, that's always going to struggle. It's always going to be a 2-hit kill. And do you have the time in front of the well set up Zamazenta and that fake out cycling that Mika was able to do so well to get 2 Thunderbolts off into that Pokemon? I mean, in game 1, got very lucky, probably with the Thunderclap critical hit. It probably did come into play there. But, I mean, you're not going to get the 2-turn space that you need with the Raging Bolt, unfortunately, in front of such an impressive Pokemon like the Zamazenta.
And I think as well, Mika played so well with the speed advantage, knowing that that boosted energy on the Fluttermane was able to, you know, hit Pelipper to the post a little bit there. And just
I like that.
Oh, it's all the alliteration, what can I say?
Well, you're a master at it, aren't you?
I try, but it's getting late in the day. They could get more unhinged as the day goes on. However, speaking of speed, I think it's time to zoom on over to the interview area where we can hear from our winner of that amazing set.
Thank you, Lou and Lee. I am here with Mika, the winner of our last round, and securing himself into a day 2. Congratulations, Mika. How did you feel feeling that after that?
Thank you. I feel very good. It's my first regional I've ever played.
Oh, wow.
So I did not expect to do this well, to be honest. So I'm very happy to have.
Yeah, that's an amazing achievement. And now you've got day 2, and you know you're running a Zamazenta team, and your opponent also was running a Zamazenta team with a lot of similarities. So I wanted to know what your thoughts were during team preview and how you approached it.
I think Zamazenta is a very good Pokemon right now. If you look at the most used Pokemon in the meta, especially the restricted Pokemon like Shadow Rider or Ice Rider rather. And I think it does well into Miraidon if you have Rillaboom, which my opponent also had. So it's sort of a balanced team with Incineroar, Rillaboom, Urshifu, and Zamazenta. I will say the biggest difference in the mirror is that I had Terra Ghost and he had Terra Grass, and Terra Ghost is just so hard to beat if you do not have.
Yeah. So was your Terra Ghost specifically for that mirror match?
I'd say it's the biggest reason. It also helps against just general stuff like Fake Out, and it's a good defensive type since you fighting moves. Say against Koraidon, for example, with the Collision Course, you can just be immune to it. But it's very good into the mirror. I'd say that's the biggest reason I run Terra Ghost.
All right, yeah, and we saw that pay off because your opponent's Zamazenta just couldn't do anything to your Ghost-type Zamazenta. And so have you spent a lot of time prepping with this team because it works so well together?
Yeah, mostly the last 2 weeks I've been playing just online, on and off. Not that much, maybe. I played a bit just a few days before and didn't go that well, so I wasn't expecting much. I was just coming here to have fun, to be honest. But I think I've had some luck in that the tournament from a week ago, the teams that did well there has sort of shaped the meta a week later into a meta that Zamazenta really enjoys.
Yeah, we really saw that in that game. Just, you know, you're doing really, really well. So you mentioned earlier that this is your first tournament. So have you been playing Pokemon for long, or competitive Pokemon for long?
Yeah, I've watched and just played online for quite a long time. I probably played just a bit online, Sun and Moon, but I've watched for like over 10 years. I've always enjoyed Pokemon, yeah. So even though it's my first tournament, I know how the game works and I know how the Pokemon works. So it's not like it's completely
new. Like you've been following the scene and now decided to. And what was it that motivated you to enter this competition then?
Well, I live close, so I just took like a 30-minute train ride here.
Wow.
So I thought, since I enjoy Pokemon and I've never played in a tournament, I saw there was a Stockholm Regional, so I thought I should try it. I should sign up and see how it goes.
Yeah.
And so I prepared a bit, built a team I enjoyed, and thought, I'll just do my best and see how it goes, see if I enjoy it. And so far, so good.
Oh, that's amazing. So I imagine you must have a lot of friends that you team build with.
No, I really don't. No, I don't have a lot of friends who play Pokemon.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really just a personal interest, I guess.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Really well done too. And so, just as a lastly, do you have any shout-outs that you want to give to anyone?
Yeah, sure. I'll shout-outs to my friends. I told some of them that I was on stream. As I said, they don't really know Pokemon, so I don't know if they were able to watch or not. But I thought I should mention it since it's pretty fun. And shout-outs to my brother, who's the only one I can actually sort of talk Pokemon to, even if it's still kind of one-sided, of course.
Yeah.
Since I am a much bigger Pokemon fan than he is, but still nice to have someone to talk to.
Oh, that's amazing. It's always really nice to have friends and family to be able to talk to. And, well, huge congratulations on making it into Day 2 on your first ever tournament.
Yeah,
that is, a really huge achievement, and best of luck going forward. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in. That's all we have time for, but we'll be back very shortly for the final round.
EUIC 2024 was the largest event Pokemon VG had ever seen, making that international champion title all the more coveted. The very best trainers from around the globe congregated in London to test their mettle. Charlie Merriman here to take you through it. The run-up to the event had seen the sky-high rise of Raging Bolt, and in particular, the calm mindset. A similarly more measured tempo was also offered by Dondozo Ting Lu teams, using Yawn and Sand Tomb to enforce bedtime. But would Slow and Steady win the race? Well, speaking of slow, Trick Room was a key component of the junior finals. Ismail Ogi tried to write their own fairy tale with their innovative Enamorous Therian team, but the might of Kevin Hahn's Blood Moon Ursaluna composition ultimately eclipsed it.
But the battle is cancelled. We have our first juniors final in the EU 2024 Championships. Kevin Hahn.
The senior finals was a 3-game thriller. The first battle saw Benjamin Polster's Raging Bolt positioned perfectly in the endgame, but its head was well and truly in the clouds in Game 2, with Teddy French's Dondozo putting it to sleep. In Game 3, however, Ting Lu's Sand Tombs were just too slippery, missing while Benjamin once again got their Raging Bolt in the right place at the right time, clinching the set.
And we see it's been locked in! Benjamin Polster is your champion of the European International Championships for the Seniors Division!
In the Masters division, Nils Dunlop squared off against Tim Edwards, who had reached these EUIC finals in their first ever season of competing. An astounding accomplishment. But in the end, Nils' legacy experience proved its worth. With their Ursaluna dissuading Tim from bringing Raging Bolt, Nils balanced the board state brilliantly in their own favour and bounded to a 2-0 victory.
Nils Dunlop is going to be your European International Champion!
Metagame mix-ups, magnificent matches, magical moments. The massive 2024 Europe International Championships had it all. Fancy becoming a part of Pokemon history? Head to Pokemon.com/compete and join us at our next event. Who knows? The trainer lifting the trophy there could be you.
Terastallizing your Pokemon has been a key part of VGC since the release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, being very influential in the result of a battle when utilized effectively. Let's take a look at how trainers use Terastallization to give them an edge in battle and how the Stellar type can shake things up. Offensive Terastallization can be primarily utilized in 2 different ways to increase the damage you can output in battle. The first way people boost their damage is through Terastallizing into the same type. Fluttermane is a great example, as its most popular Terra type is Fairy, a type it already has. Fairy Terastallization changes its 1.5 times same type attack bonus Moonblasts up to 2 times power. Trainers can also give a new typing to a strong attacker with a strong coverage move. Landorus Incarnate terastallizing into a poison type can maximize Sludge Bomb damage, along with getting rid of some weaknesses its original typing has.
And because of the Terra, it barely hangs on.
Defensive terastallization drops your original typing weakness for the type you terastallize into, which can completely change your type matchups. An Amoonguss that wouldn't have taken a Flare Blitz well can now take the hit with ease. Additionally, terastallizing into a type with immunities can completely swing a turn in your favor. Qianpao terastallizing to Terra Ghost allows it to ignore moves like Sacred Sword and Fake Out. Immunities aren't just for damaging moves, but can also be used to get around status conditions. If an opponent's Amoonguss pressures your team, terastallizing into a grass type can make you immune to its powder moves, stopping Spore and Rage Powder. You have to be careful since there are situations where terastallizing can be detrimental. A Terra Fairy Fluttermane will lose its normal type immunity, making it vulnerable to getting faked out.
Fake out! The call to fake out into the Fluttermane!
Oh yeah, this Fluttermane is about to enter a world of hurt. Fake Out and the Moonblast is enough to drop it in turn number 1.
If you terastallize your Amoonguss into a water type to avoid taking too much damage, you could get punished by an opposing Amoonguss Spore. It's important to know when it's ideal to terastallize your Pokemon. The Teal Mask introduced Ogerpon, which has a unique take on terastallization. You're not able to change its Terra type and ability, since the masks are the only way to alter the Pokemon. When Ogerpon terastallizes in battle, though, it takes on a new appearance and also has its ability changed to embody aspect. The Indigo Disc took a different approach, introducing the Stellar type. This is a terastallization exclusive type, unlike any other. Stellar Terra retains all of its defensive weaknesses, meaning this mechanic is utilized for offensive purposes. You get a 1.2 times boost to any move that isn't your original typing, and a stronger 2 times boost if it is a move of your original typing. This allows Pokemon that run multiple different coverage moves, like Qianpao, a much needed boost to pick up a KO it might have originally missed. Stellar Terra does come with drawbacks, only getting the Terra boost the first time you use an attack. Stellar Terra also changes the effects of Terra Blast, giving it 100 base power while being super effective into any other terastallized Pokemon. This can lead to some cool interactions, such as an Urshifu Single Strike being able to deal with the Terra Fairy Fluttermane it originally couldn't knock out. However, Stellar Terra Blast does come with the drawback of lowering the user's attack and special attack at one stage. There are so many ways to utilize this mechanic, with players constantly innovating on its many uses. How will you take advantage of terastallization to help push your way to the top?
Welcome back, trainers. We are here for the last round of day 1 here in Stockholm for the regional championships of the 2024 season. I am Costa, and I am joined once again by the ever so lovely Zoe. And we had a bit of a brief discussion there with our previous round winner, and there's a lot to actually take hold from Micah's conversation and points that they wanted to raise, given that they are so new in terms of the event side of participating at tournaments.
Yeah, it's really amazing. You know, I always love hearing these stories of players going to the first regionals. We had a few instances over at the pond there in the US, you know, Justin Tang turning up to his first regional, winning. So we might see a bit of a playback to that. So that'll be really exciting.
Yeah, no, it definitely would be. And being able to go ahead and pilot that Zamazenta in what was a very frivolous mirror between both of the trainers, and it was quite tough. But we did see there was that Ghost Terra type that seemed to have that advantage that allowed Micah a bit more room to navigate the sort of treacherous paths of that mirror.
Yeah, Mika just showing also that he has completely thought through all the different team archetypes, because he did say that Terra Ghost there was for the mirror. So he was prepared for this. And Zamazenta itself is just a really strong defensive Pokemon. And I think when at the start of the format, we thought, oh, both Zacian and Zamazenta got a little bit nerfed. No one's going to use Zamazenta. We never used it in Sword and Shield. It's going to be totally useless. But actually, I think in this format, because of the Terra options, and also the fact that it's got access to Iron Press and Body Defense. Body Press and Iron
No, I agree. I mean, coincidentally, it gets, I think, Hard Press, but no. In this case, like you mentioned, like just benefits naturally with the Body Press, right?
Yeah.
Because of the +1 of the Dauntless Shield interaction.
Yeah, and it's just so amazing. I think in that last battle, I think it managed to knock out the Incineroar without any Iron Defense boost. It's just so strong. And this little doggy, you know, show himself to be the goodest boy. Arcanine might be a little jealous that it's spotted as the top dog.
I think that's very accurate, especially when you know that there's a Body Press. Like, definitely Hisui and Arcanine won't be happy having to go up against any sort of Zamazentas because of that rock typing weakness. But like you mentioned, being able to have that immediate offensive output as a potential into Incineroars, you know, 60% at least day one here in Stockholm Regional usage rate, is just so good because it also benefits you in a defensive capacity as well.
Yes, exactly. And it's also just does not care about Intimidate drops because it doesn't really
What's that?
it doesn't rely on its attack unless, of course, it is facing against the Ghost, in which case maybe it's forced to go for the Heavy Slam. But that's why you have teammates. That's why your teammates are there to deal with the Ghost types. We saw, you know, the Dark type Incineroar. There's the Flutter Mane with the Shadow Ball. So it's not really something that a player is hugely threatened by if they play the team well, and which Mika did pilot that really, really well.
Yeah, and I think Mika just going ahead and, you know, increasing those stocks of Zamazentas out there, especially like they identified because of Indianapolis. We're gonna most likely see that natural usage rise of the Terrapagos. You know, it nearly made its way through to that title on its first try. So who's to say it won't try to do it again and actually run away with it? So Zamazenta just feels like such a natural answer, especially against these high-octane, you know, damage outputting Pokemon.
Yeah, the ability to be able to just slow down that battle. To pair with that Rillaboom, slowly getting that health back is just a really valuable asset. And as you mentioned previously, it's a defensive Pokemon. And we saw, actually, even that Raging Bolt going for the Terra Electric. We were all expecting it to do a little bit more damage, but it took that so well. And in fact, I think
50%!
In Game 1, it was the critical hit that spelled its downfall. So without the critical hit, I think, you know, we don't know what the battle result may have been, but it may have been completely different.
Yeah, I think that's very well identified because in the end of the day, you need to sort of rely on a special offensive sweeper in order to dispatch of Zamazenta, because we know at least, you know, it's got this ridiculous increased stat of the defense straight off the bat the moment it gets onto the field. Obviously, you know, like we've had the nerf, like you mentioned, Zoe, of the moment that it switches out, it switches back in, it no longer has that proc of its ability, but you kind of don't necessarily need that when you have a setup move such as Iron Defense in order to just completely catapult that sort of defensive prowess as well as offensive via the use of that body press.
Yeah, why bother switching out when you're at +5 defense? What is the point? Well, you have to switch back in and get that all over again. So, you know, I can totally get that. And I think that's why it might be just that, gets that slight edge over Zacian, because Zacian, you know, it's not defensive. So it's relying on its offensive prowess. And if it needs to switch out, then we did see one earlier in the day, and Cassie was carrying that with the sword stance. So you know, similar concepts that if you do need to switch out, there is a way to boost your stats up so that you can actually do some damage.
That's a really nice observation there. The fact that you want to be able to compensate for that nerf really pays dividends, especially, let's say, for example, if your opponent doesn't have anything necessarily to sort of limit or mitigate that potential of, let's say, in Zacian's case, you've got the +1, but let's say, okay, there's that Incineroar with Intimidate or whichever other Intimidator you have, but you're able to just say, okay, right, I'm just going to ignore that, and I'm just going to go ahead and focus on getting that setup going. So in another vein, we've got Zamazenta, that sort of doesn't have to be scared straight off the bat, and it could start just stacking up immediately and still profiting off of that initial boost.
Exactly. So Zamazenta, I think we'll be seeing a lot more of that in day 2. But, you know, speaking of intimidates, there is one Pokemon that I'm actually a little surprised we haven't seen that much in. Is that Landorus?
Oh, yeah.
We were all saying, oh, you know, now that Miraidon has won Indianapolis.
Where's your ground type?
Yeah, here's the Intimidate user, here's the ground type.
Yeah.
It might be useful, but we haven't seen that many of it. In fact, we've seen 0 of it on stream, and I'm sure there are players who will be carrying that Landorus, but I'm still surprised that it just hasn't managed to knock Incineroar off its perch as a top cat.
I know, but then again, you also have the option not only for Landorus Therian with Intimidate, but Landorus Incarnate with the sort of sheer force, a situation, Life Orb boosted, you know, like Earth Powers, or even Sandsear Storms if you are running it alongside a Rain user or setter.
Or if you're just risky.
Or if you like playing and, you know, just
roll the die.
Roll the dice and say, you know what, if I connect, I might even get a burn.
Exactly.
It's like, we'll see. That's the best way to be able to slow down a physically offensive Pokemon on the other side of the field. But that is a really nice call out then. Sort of an adaptation that you would... It feels very reactive, so it is something that could better be utilized, especially because of the fact that we've seen it do really well in other formats as well. However, we do want to go ahead and profile a couple of our trainers. These trainers have so much consistency in their game. It's no surprise as to why they always make a very frequent appearance, let's say, on stream, especially at these major events. So we're going to go ahead and kick things off with our first one, which we definitely have already featured today. Guillermo Castilla, our 2022 World's finalist back in London, who did go ahead and start off this day incredibly well.
Yeah, look at this team that we featured actually in our round 3. The Zacian team that we called out, you know, having that Swords Dance, being able to boost up its attack, paired with a really nice balanced team. Amoonguss, Incineroar, Urshifu, Pelipper, and Raging Ball. And actually really interesting is that the Zamazenta we saw piloted by Mika was also on a Pelipper team with that Urshifu and Amoonguss.
Yeah, that's a good call out. Seems like there's a bit of synergy, positive synergy going into that combination. I did actually very quickly want to highlight that the player profiles we'll be running through right now will most likely be our winning in potential candidates. So we're seeing these great players having to sort of be on the verge of whether they go through or not in day 2, because there's a lot of great players that do unfortunately miss that cut, that additional win that they need. And Guillermo is going to be one of those.
Yeah, and you know, we are at the stage of the tournament where there is the winner, and some players have locked in their day 2s, but some haven't. So let's take a look at our second player who is also at a winning end, and it's going to be Flavio Del Pidio. And you know, Flavio is also going to be, I'm not too sure what team he's going to be running just yet, but we'll take a look very, very shortly. But I'm sure it's going to be a really strong, really balanced kind of team, and a really, really good candidate for our stream match that will be coming up next.
Oh yeah, and I think if we hadn't already mentioned it, it is going to be a community vote match as well. So we are going to give the power to you lovely folks at home, or even in the venue if you're here. But we do have Flavio's profile. Of course, he is a previous EUIC champion, World's top 16 in 2022, Milan's special event champ 2022 as well, and Leipzig regional champ in 2018, rocking that Terrapagos that we saw he was able to pilot to an exceptional level earlier on today.
Yeah, there's a lot of champions on that screen, you know, really, really top player, and not someone to underestimate. That Terrapagos, Rillaboom, Incineroar, Ogerpon, Wellspring, Golden Go, and Floodmane. So we see that Rillaboom, Incineroar, just a really, really popular core. I think that core has been persisting throughout Regulation F and G, because both these Pokemon carry the access to Fake Out, which is an incredibly useful, disruptive, and supportive move for yourself and for the opponent. So, you know, something that's really, really nice to be carrying, and that double intimidate, so one intimidate, double Fake Out, and you know, being able to switch out is just so useful.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen Flavio pilot some really consistent, strong Pokemon in the past. The previous event that I remember, EUIC do I see? I think it was a Pheasantipity, which is actually something a bit out of the pond of familiarity that you would expect from Flavio. But we're going to have to go ahead and check out our next player profile, who is going to be none other than Francesco Pardini, yet another Italian representative. A bit of a personal favorite of mine, I do have to say. But talk about favorites, look at what he's rocking. That's a Garganacl.
Oh, look at that. That is a Pokemon we haven't seen since, what, Regulation A? It is a regional...
When it was viable.
It is a regional champion piloted by Maluka, of course, that I forget which regional, it was a North American regional, but the specific one evades me. But we saw that Garganacl just stay on the field and be unable to be knocked out. And we see Francesco now running that on a relatively slow team. There's a Calyrex, Ice Rider, and the Amoonguss, so all Pokemon that really benefit under Trick Room. And I think Garganacl is also a Pokemon that has access to Wide Guard, which is a very, very valuable move in this current meta with all these really powerful restricted, being able to spam their spread moves and just deal out so much damage.
Yeah, and I think Francesco is one of those veteran-like players. You know, we saw his accomplishments. There was a vast array of them, but playing ever since 2011. He's a national champion too, so he's got a lot going for himself. However, we are going to find out what the community has decided to choose, or if we're going to go ahead and actually have the choice ready for everybody to be able to observe. We've got a couple of great names right here. We've got David Oberg versus Cameron Davidson, Francesco Piopetto versus Timu Mankinen, Lewis Markle versus Hjalmar Lind, and Matt Maynard versus Salvatore Rega.
Oh, look at those teams. There's just so much incredible diversity. My eyes are actually really drawn to that Dondozo team. I think Dondozo has been a team archetype that was really popular, Regulation A, and dropped off a little bit in Regulation B. But I think that from Regulation F onwards, a lot of players have just kind of put it aside in favor of more, like, a lot of stronger Pokemon. But here we see Salvatore piloting this with great success, you know, on a team with the Miraidon. So just maybe a good defensive kind of backbone, helping out against any super effective ice types. But of course, there's also two Clefairies in this community.
And coincidentally, they are accompanied by two Calyrex Shadow Riders as well. A bit of a hint to the strategy there.
It's a cavalry of Calyrexes. Look at all these horses charging you. But also, on Lewis's Clefairy team, there's a Mian Shell. So, you know, there's a lot of potential Wide Guard users just in this format. We have Cameron's Pelipper possibly carrying that Wide Guard, and now there's a Mian Shell also carrying the Wide Guard. And Mian Shell, very disruptive Pokemon, a little frail, but access to things like Fake Out, even gets Quick Guard. I think it gets Upper Hand as well, which is not it's a new move, but we haven't really seen it that much.
No, it hasn't been as utilized, has it?
Except in those Scissors, Paper, Rock, that game that we saw.
Hitmonchan?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Hitmonchan battles, yes.
Yes, I'm really interested to see if a Mian Shell, you know, makes it onto the stream. But of course, this is all up to the community, to all the viewers at home watching this. Please remember to vote for which match you want to see next, and we will showcase this.
Oh, 100%. I think I do have to give a bit of a call out and shout out to Timu there with that Galarian Moltres, also known as Goltres. As we saw Kinu actually from Indianapolis get top 8 with it. It was accompanied by a Latios as well, you know, Soldew Latios, something that, you know, the signature item we hadn't seen for quite a while, but most importantly, the Black Glasses was on the Galarian Moltres, and it's so well placed up against Calyrex Shadow Riders to the point where you can completely capitalize off of the Fiery Wrath potential. You have double flinches, or you could even optimize with a foul play choice in your set in order to completely go ahead and really scare off those high physical offensive Pokemon that don't get deterred by the clear amulet they commonly carry.
Yeah, Black Glasses is a really unique and really cool item, but enough of us for now. I think our community has made their choice on which match they would like to see stream for round 9, and it is going to be Francesco. Look at that, Clefairy versus Timu. So we were just talking about this. This is going to be an amazing matchup.
This is going to be a lovely matchup between them. Francesco, one of those up-and-coming players from the region of Italy that has been really improving on their game as time does pass through. You know, really trying to go ahead and put a lot of grind in terms of being able to feel as one, completely understand the meta, have some really strong breakout performances. I think we've definitely seen him quite a bit this season so far, up against Teemu that we hadn't seen for quite some time, I think ever since last season in terms of stream matches, being able to just come back right now in what is a very interesting composition there. We've got the Galarian Moltres like we talked about, Calyrex Ice Rider, but that's a Milotic.
That is, and it's a triple dark team. With a Milotic, there's a lot of really interesting choices, and you know, in terms of the defensive typing, there's a lot of dark types, so a lot of overlap to Fairy, but the fact that Teemu has been able to take his team this far shows that he has definitely considered the weaknesses in his team and made allowances to patch up for it. And you know, we're going to see the two Calyrexes facing off against each other. Which horse is going to be the one that's going to win this race?
Oh, it's going to be a bit of a horse-off. But I think if I'm Francesco, I'm going to be completely honest, I would be a tiny bit worried. Only because having a Calyrex Shadow Rider go into not one, not two, but 3 dark types, and one of those dark types is a Ting Lu, is not what you want to see. Unless you can find, and based on the set, of course, that this Calyrex Shadow Rider might be, maybe you could weave your way through with Calm Mind, Fairy Terror, get Draining Kiss in order to circumvent that typing resistance, but it's going to be a tall order if you don't have a sort of set like that that can really have direct answers to those common Pokemon that are used as staples against it.
Yes, that Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to be really heavily threatened by that triple Dark Core that Teemu is running and almost forces that Terra out. So that is something that Teemu can use to his advantage. I do notice that Francesco is running that Clefairy, which does get access to Follow Me. And there's no, besides the Fiery Roth, which is a spread dark move, there aren't any other spread dark moves. So Clefairy, being a fairy type, could potentially just help out its teammate and redirect away all those super effective dark moves.
Yeah, it's sort of like a great partner Pokemon in order to go ahead and have that redirection going and maybe even benefit off of a nasty plot setup as well. This could easily be a set that we've seen in the past that does have Focus Sash. You've got the nasty plot setup as well, and the more stacks you get with those boosts, you're able to just capitalize and sort of render resists to neutralities, to weaknesses, based on how much horsepower you have available to yourself in terms of damage.
Very good. I actually had a completely irrelevant thought, not related to competitive or, but regarding, I don't know if Francesco's Calyrex Shadow is carrying that Draining Kiss, but when a Calyrex Shadow Rider uses Draining Kiss, is it the Spectria that does the kiss? Calyrex? Who does the smooching?
Wow, okay. I don't think that thought has ever crossed my mind, but now that you've said it, it is glaringly obvious it is a question that had to be asked.
I've been wondering this all day, okay? We did see a Draining Kiss use round 1, and I was like,
What if it's a double kiss?
Oh, okay.
Maybe you have like a sort of like Kangaskhan, Mega Kangaskhan interaction going, right?
Yes, the pseudo-parental bond.
Pseudo-parental bond. Oh my god, that would be amazing. And you know, or you kiss as one.
Oh, very good, very good.
We do know that there's a weird interaction, though, that it sort of is treated, because of the smooching, as a contact move.
Yes. Yeah.
So it is susceptible to spiky shields, to rocky helmets. So that is also something that you do need to take into consideration. But what we also have available is standings, whilst we do know that our trainers are going ahead and getting things set up. So I'm quite curious to see which other trainers are trying to go ahead and fend for themselves in order to accomplish that day 2 going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see the top players. And look at this, Marco Silva leading the pack, undefeated. Look at that. Just Marco, you know, LAIC champion, EUIC, just showcasing that. Also, OCIC.
You would know. Surely.
Showcasing just, you know, so many championships under, and also a lot of Roy Gomez, I think, not a player that we've heard too much of, but having a really incredible breakout performance in this regional. And of course, we've got our old familiar favorites, Julio Tarlau, Niels Dunlop, Joji Kaida, and look at Julio's team of Terrapagos, Incineroar, Thundurus, Amoonguss, Urshifu, and Rillaboom.
Yeah, I think having
that's
tornadoes.
Sorry. I need some zoom lens.
To be fair, the genies look very similar, or at least Thunderous and Tornadus. But I think identifying that this is a very interesting composition because we've got the main damage sweeper being that Terrapagos, we've got the Prankster speed control option of the Tornadus, and then we've just got that good stuff. Yeah, exactly. Good stuff composition mix core of Incineroar, Mundus, Urshifu, and that Rilla. Most likely going to be that Rapid Strike.
Yes, I think, this kind of the Terrapagos team is commonly paired with this Incineroar, Amoonguss, Rillaboom, and I think it is starting to slowly shift into this balanced team that if a player is looking to play a balanced team, have a balanced play style that has a general answer to everything, this is the kind of thing that they will kind of maybe favor. And, Terrapagos just the normal type is a really good defensive typing, and it's also its ability, once it goes for the Stellar Terror, is a bit of an anti-ability in that it erases the Miraidon and the Koraidon's abilities.
Exactly. It's got some really good interactions with the mechanics of just completely neutralizing weather and terrain effects. And I think it's just something that we really need to appreciate how strong of a Pokemon this is. And, it came so close to getting that title in Indianapolis last week. I wouldn't be surprised seeing it reach the finals yet again, if not getting the title.
Oh, of course. And we are, of course, in only week 2 into Regulation 2. So there's so much room for exploration and innovation. And given how complicated that Terrapagos' abilities are, I wouldn't be surprised that players learn more and more about it as the season progresses.
Yeah, I think because there's a lot of different nuances around it, but we do have a couple of other trainers we do want to highlight. Aurelion doing so well so far. We did feature them on the stream. Joji Kaida coming from the Australian region all the way here to Stockholm is such a great feat. We did see their team do really well, and they had a hand in Indianapolis in terms of the team building, I think, from our finalists. So being able to go ahead and see them, try to get that going and impart that knowledge into practice is a great feat, especially when trying to go ahead and go cross-international if, you want to explore different metas of different regions.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing to see him perform in day 2, and I really want to see him go on stream with Pilot show us how expertly piloted teams will be. But there's a lot of other really strong players. We saw Donald Smith, Mika, who was the winner of our last round, Simone Sanvito, Taran Birdie from the UK, Giovanni, and there's Frederick. My eyesight's failing me a bit.
To be fair, the text is a bit compartmentalized there. But that's okay. That's not a problem. I think there is a lot of sort of praise to come through to all of these great trainers that have been able to do exceptionally well in terms of reaching this stage right now, getting that day 2, being able to toss their hat into the ring in terms of making their own history, and even if they have already existing history, work upon that, It's not a bad thing adding more titles to the trophy case, right?
Yes, and I think a few players might be wanting to just have 2 of their silhouettes on that graph we've shown earlier of all the regional winners. And, Simone, I'm sure, will be chasing that second regional win. It's such a good, it's nice bragging right to have your name had twice as a 2-time regional champion in one season. That is an incredibly difficult feat, and something I'm sure a lot of the regional champions playing here will be wanting to pursue.
Oh yeah, we need our own EU regional wolf to be able to get that second screenshot, of course. But we do have our trainers meditating and focusing on the matchup right now, recollecting themselves in order to sort of trench through the path of which they need to be able to reach that victory that they really need in order to force themselves into day 2. We do have Francesco over on the right-hand side, and we do have Temu, which is our Finnish player, over on the left.
Yes, and I think that meditation looks like Francesco has, regrouped his thoughts, is now ready for the game. It is, of course, round 9. It has been quite a long day. Players have battled through 9 grueling rounds, but here we're going to see our players' achievements. Temu on the right, EUIC top 32, so really good result. That was the largest tournament we've had so far, so that is incredible. And of course, Malmö Regional top 8, so a really consistent player. And Francesco with a little bit more accolades, but also just 2 players who know what they're doing and can pilot the team really well. That EUIC top 64, Gdansk regional, and I'm not reading quite fast enough to catch the last.
Players top 3, top 8, I believe, yes. I think there was a natural progression of a timeline there over on Francesco's side, just paying sort of respect to what we said, that Francesco has been progressively getting better and better, improving on his game, and Teemu, over on the other hand, did have that 2018 accomplishment and then goes straight through into 2024. Just now, a month ago, that top 32. But let us talk about these teams, Zoe, as there's a bit of spice involved in this.
Look at that. This Calyrex Ice Rider and Amoonguss quite standard, but then we've got that Galarian Moltres, or Goltris, as he like to call it. That Milotic, which is a bit of a snake. You know, my fondness for snakes, a danger noodle.
Especially with that Hypnosis.
Yes, it's going to want to hit that Hypnosis. Grimmsnarl, of course, the dual screens. That second Grimmsnarl we've seen today. Also,
Lagging tail
look
with
at that.
Trick.
That's amazing. A fantastic, very unorthodox form of speed control. And of course, a Ting Lu, a Pokemon that, you know, has been kind of in and out of popularity, but it is really good against Miraidon and Terrapagos because its ability to just, you know, nerf the special attack damage coming off. But here we've got Francesca's team. Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Rillaboom, Incineroar, Urshifu, Clefairy, and the Raging Bolt.
Oh, so it's gonna not have Draining Kiss, unfortunately, at least for the matchup. It does have Side Shock, which is so strong because you want to be able to build up on that same type of attack bonus. But the nasty plot is that set that we've been talking about, accompanied by that Clefairy, is so nice. Clefairy does have the Terra Grass in order to now be immune to any sort of spore focuses in terms of passive play and disruptive play. But there is the Raging Bolt. We've seen this really trend upwards, that Electric Terra with the booster energy.
Oh, it's so scary, and you know it did a lot of damage. Like a lot of times we've even seen a Terra Electric Thunderclap, you know, do like in the terrain also do so much to Miraidon. I think that Clefairy, I caught a glimpse of Sing, so you know there's a lot of sleepy times coming ahead.
Sing us a little lullaby, Clefairy, and see if you do actually fall, fall victim to a Hypnosis from the Milotic. So a bit of a reliance on these inaccurate sleep type moves, I see.
This is going to be a really interesting game, and you know, maybe the Pokemon on the team are saying, oh, you know, it's round 9. I want to get some rest so that I can get ready for that day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, as of course, at this point right now, we do have to really prefix the importance of this in terms of both of our players' journeys. They want to be able to completely capitalize off of their great performance and showing so far and get that coveted day 2. You know, it's great to be able to get Edge 3. You know, it's a great indicator that, oh, okay, I'm doing things, some things great and well and all that, but the real indicator is, are you doing things enough to guarantee the day 2?
Exactly. That day 2 is what players really are going to go for, and also that chance to become a regional champion. So you know, we see that face-off. I do believe that Milotic does carry the safeguards, so you know, it is something it can use to try and nullify the Sing that's coming off from this Clefairy. But this is going to be such a hype match, and here we go. We're going to go and start off our final round.
Oh, we got the lead of the Calyrex Shadow Rider, accompanied by the Clefairy. You want to have that redirection available. You are facing down a Grimmsnarl and Calyrex Ice Rider, but the Grimmsnarl does not have Fake Out. It cannot disrupt an immediate sort of setup here, although it does have Lagging Tail and Trick. It can maybe take away the Eviolite, but you have to take into consideration the Calyrex face-off.
Oh, exactly. And the Calyrex actually can't do that much to the Grimmsnarl. Can only do Astral Barrage because Grimmsnarl is a dark type. But of course, the Calyrex Ice Rider on Temu's side is going to take heavy damage from the Astral Barrage unless it terrestrializes out of that weakness. And I think we are actually seeing that. So Temu just wanting to protect it, and you know, Francesco switching out that Ice Shadow Rider.
Nice little adaptation here. You want to have Fake Out available in the subsequent turn with that shiny little kitten, of which it does have those great threats to the Calyrex. You know, it has the Will-O-Wisp. Likely gonna want to try to target down and reduce the damage output of this Calyrex. But talking about Calyrex, we have our first thrustalization, and it's the Dragon Terror.
Ooh, a very noble looking steed there indeed. Sprouting wings from that Calyrex. It's gonna go straight off with that Glacial Lance. Outspeeding Clefairy, doing a nice, almost half to the Clefairy.
Oh! but the Lullaby does actually miss the connect there, trying to be a bit cheeky from the looks of things. Spirit Break does actually try to at least break the focus sash on the Calyrex from Francesco's side.
Oh, that's actually, you know, a really nice, it's really nice second Spirit Break that we've seen. Not going to do too much to the Incineroar, and also that special attack drop isn't that relevant. I think that was a really good switch out from Francesco's side, recognizing his Shadow Rider Calyrex is not going to do anything against the Grimmsnarl, and he'd rather not take the risk of an Astral Barrage, which is not going to KO the Calyrex right now. So it's better off get that Incineroar in and maybe get that Will-O-Wisp to potentially connect.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we have another attempt at Sing here. This is sort of the strategy where you can enforce this play and play around with the RNG rolls. As the Wisp does connect into the Amoonguss, it will no longer be susceptible to a Sing interaction, which would have guaranteed it being put to sleep. But the Sing connects onto the Grimmsnarl, taking a page out of Jigglypuff's book and taking the microphone apparently as well.
There is a lot of sleep options available on the field. Actually, the Amoonguss is probably very happy to be burned because it can no longer be put to sleep by this Clefairy. And in fact, Amoonguss is going to come in and say, hey, I got the 100% accurate sleep moves. So you can try it and sing all you want, but I'm wearing earplugs right now, so I'm not going to hear your song.
Well done. Very, very nice. And I think it does limit at least what this Grimmsnarl is capable of doing. We do have to take into consideration that Incineroar does have the goggles. It's sort of to the point where Temu doesn't want to overextend and force a hard switch in, which will be susceptible to a sort of setup read from Francesco if he wants to try to target down a slot. As no switch outs, but we have a helping hand.
Oh, helping hand. Incineroar maybe going for some sort of Flare Blitz. Amoonguss not wanting to take the risk, going for that protect. Let's see what this Incineroar is going to take. Grimmsnarl just taking a little snooze right there. A little bit of a break, but here we go. The Flare Blitz is going to miss into that protect.
Yeah, so protect, a nice little play from Temu here. Just wanting to guarantee, say, okay, let me just try to see and scout out what Francesco's strategy here is. Are you trying to expect my hard switches here? Or do you want to try to slow play this to the point where we're at an awkward stalemate, you know? We don't have Pokemon that necessarily threaten KOs unless we do have that Amoonguss not terrestrializing and not switching out.
Oh, what a fantastic switch in. The Rillaboom, you know, now both Pokemon on Francesco's side is immune to the Spore. The Grimmsnarl is actually very nice, sitting quite, you know, it's going to wake up this turn and it's going to be able to get that Reflect off, a fantastic Reflect against these two physical attackers, and the Will-O-Wisp going off once again on this Amoonguss.
There we go, Francesco just wanting to try and get a bit ahead of himself there and expect that immediate reaction play from Temu. And like you quite nicely pointed out there, Zoe, that Rillaboom is now, of course, going to be immune to the Spore focus there. So like we mentioned, a bit of a stalemate where both of the trainers are trying to gauge and force any hard switch reads to be able to essentially be taken. But the Rillaboom can ignore the Amoonguss and at least start getting damage dealt onto the Grimmsnarl slot.
Oh, it can indeed. And Grimmsnarl has now woken up, so it is ready to be disruptive once more. It's holding a lagging tail. I wonder when it's going to start to trick that away. But we're going to see that Amoonguss just switch out. It's not going to do very much right now. And, you know, Temu calling that and wanting to get something better into it.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if Francesco does try to enforce and be persistent with the Will-O-Wisp into the slot, anticipating that is most likely the slot that's going to switch out. Woodhammer does guarantee a 2-hit KO, at least the range that is, and the follow-up with the Wisp will be able to limit and half the damage output of any Spirit Breaks that come out from the Grimmsnarl.
Oh, wow, the Calyrex switching in for free in that turn there. Grimmsnarl going to get another Spirit Break off, just, you know, a bit of chip damage at this turn. I think, you know, Temu might want to think about switching out this Grimmsnarl. It's not really going to do much. It's got its screens up. There's maybe might want to set up that light screen in the future so that when the Calyrex Shadow comes back in, the teammates will be protected. So, you know, I can see that Grimmsnarl just staying in for one more turn, but Calyrex now, you know, able to do a lot of damage. Of course, it does have to watch out from a Will-O-Wisp from that Incineroar.
Yeah, that is something that, at least for right now, there's no direct way that Temu can sort of mitigate that situation from occurring, as we do have a U-turn pivot action going from the Rillaboom, dealing a tiny bit of marginal damage onto the Grimmsnarl, but most importantly, we'll be able to most likely bring in a Pokemon freely, unless they are, of course, susceptible to a Glacial Lance. But it's going to have to be the case for the Calyrex. does actually avoid the Will-O-Wisp. This is huge, as the high horsepower does put it within range of getting KO'd, but I don't think Spirit Break's enough, unfortunately, but huge critical evasion of that burn there.
Oh, wow, that is amazing. And of course, Clefairy switching in, I think, really helped out its teammate, because that Friend Guard ability reduces the damage its friend, its team, I want to say its friends. Incineroar is a friend. Its friend took. And Calyrex, you know, just barely missing out on a KO, but now that grassy terrain is able to bring that health back. So, you know, Francesco has managed to slow down the pace of this game, and if he plays it really well, he might be able to get the Incineroar back to a really healthy state.
And I think it's very crucial to identify how reliant both trainers are in terms of board states. You want to be able to position your main sweepers in safely in order to sort of do the thing, press the button, pick up the KOs where you can, but you need to be able to make sure the board state allows that situation, as Protect from this Clefairy allows the scenario where we've got that immediate redirection available if the Incineroar, for whatever reason, does go down this turn.
Yeah, we can see actually this game is now a lot of both players just trying to jostle for a better position. Because right now, there's no immediate knockouts taking off. Maybe it might be an Incineroar with a helping hand. of Flare Blitz could take out this Among Us, because of course the Terror has already been used up by Temu. So the Among Us is going to be, if it stays in and doesn't protect, it might have to take that super effective fire type attack. But I always wonder, if the Incineroar goes for that Flare Blitz, it might actually knock itself out from the recoil.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout as well. And at this point, the Clefairy sort of feels like it's just a sitting duck. There's not much it can do. It can't put anything to sleep via seeing at least these two Pokemon in the field, because they have been burned. So all it can do is try to redirect a bit of action and attention over to its slot. As we do have the Flare Blitz focus into the Grimmsnarl, it will pick up the KO. And because the Grimmsnarl is at such low HP, it's definitely not going to be threatened by getting put into a range where it does get KO'd.
I think that's a really nice turn actually for Temu, because the Grimmsnarl's already done its job, but now the sleep is going to be put on that Clefairy. So stopping any further disruptive things like Helping Hand, and most importantly, the Follow Me. So now this Incineroar is going to be forced to take an attack from Temu's side, and it's going to be, you know, the Incineroar of course does outspeed that Calyrex, so it can try and go for another Will-O-Wisp onto that Calyrex before it attacks. But of course, we do see the final Pokemon on Temu's side. It is going to be that Team Lu. And depending on how they're trained, we don't know which Pokemon is going to be the stronger one.
Yeah, I think that is a good point to be able to bring in the Team Lu right now. You don't have anything directly threatening yourself. There is the Rillaboom that you at least need to respect if you are the Team Lu, but you do have a couple of options with that. But you need to be able to identify the moment you can bring that Calyrex Ice Rider back in order to dispatch of the Rillaboom. The moment you get rid of that, you should be able to be opened up to more suppression from your side onto Francesco's team.
Yes, I think this Incineroar is the biggest threat to Temu's side, just because it has that access to Will-O-Wisp, and I think, you know, Temu might want to focus fire on that Incineroar. But Incineroar getting for a party shot, just showing it's the faster Pokemon, just getting out of there, not wanting to have anything to do with this Team Lu, and we're going to see a switch in. So I don't know what's going to switch in, but I think maybe the Rillaboom for that fake out support.
It very well may be, and it is indeed. Good shout. We have the grass terrain as well as a fake out, but something the Team Lu does have in its arsenal is a fissure. And that could very well come out right now if Temu just doesn't want to play around, but that's not going to be the case. Stomping Tantrum just wanting to guarantee at least a KO onto the Incineroar if for whatever reason it stayed in, or if the Team Blue has been trained to try to outspeed a slowly trained Incineroar as well.
That was a really nice turn for both players. I think Rillaboom getting in virtually for free. In fact, it gained more health from that grassy terrain health regeneration. And Clefairy looks like it's taken, I think, is it 1 turn or 2 turn? I've lost count, but it is, you know, there is a chance that it can wake up this turn. And but of course, as you called earlier, there is the option of a one-hit KO move on that Tinglu. I don't think Temu is going to want to click that so early in the game, because he has a lot more options at his disposal. But, you know, if things get dire, we might see some buttons being pushed.
Yeah, I think that is the name of the game. And something to consider is that this Ting Lu does have Water Terror as its type, so it cannot forego its weakness to these highly impactful grass-type moves from the Rillaboom. Attack has been dropped on the Ting Lu, not on the Calyrex Ice Rider, as the Incineroar does make its way through onto the field, and we do have a fake-out slot focus into the Cali. No fissure. Guess what? Stomping Tantrum focus into the Incineroar switch. Lovely little play there. Does pick up the KO.
What a fantastic call there. Going for that Stomping Tantrum. It wouldn't have KO'd the Clefairy, but Temu, you know, catching on to the fact that Francesco is just constantly switching in and out and cycling the Intimidates and the Fake Outs. And now that Incineroar has been taken away, so no more Intimidates, and his Fake Out options have been very limited to that Rillaboom, which can't do too much to the Calyrex, and it's going to be forced to take a super effective Glacial Lance in return if it stays in and doesn't tear up.
At least this is a scenario that Temu has sort of been trying to find themselves in terms of being able to directly threaten a Rillaboom, whether, let's say, if it doesn't terrestrialize, whilst getting some really good damage onto the Calyrex. But Ting Lu, Vessel of Ruin, will be able to mitigate that special offensive output from the Calyrex, but we do still have that Clefairy in the back, so there's still potential if Francesco can try to get those nasty plots set up.
Yeah, the Clefairy at the back with his ability Friend Guard is going to be really, really helpful for prolonging the longevity of the Shadow Calyrex on the field. But of course, that Ting Lu is also in a lot of danger from that Rillaboom. You know, Woodhammer in grassy terrain will do a lot of damage, if not just outright take the knockout. And he's already lost his one Dark type, so once this Ting Lu is removed from the field, this Calyrex Shadow is quite free to just start spamming the Astral Barrage.
Yeah, and I think that at least is what Francesco needs to try to direct his path towards, as we will finally have a terrestrialization from Francesco's side, being the Calyrex Shadow Rider into the Fairy typing. It doesn't have a Fairy type move to be able to capitalize off of it. However, it's just more so on being able to avoid any Dark type move focuses into it.
Oh, that nasty plot. Calyrex at +2. It's going to be really scary, but Ting Lu surviving that turn. No grass moves coming out. Super effective U-turn, but that's a bit of a chip damage anyway, and leaves the Calyrex Ice very free to go for an attack. But of course, as you called out earlier, the Clefairy is going to switch in and is going to help protect his teammates. And I think the Calyrex Shadow can survive this turn. And so both Pokemon heavily damaged, and the Snarl, a wonderful move coming off from this Ting Lu. Now the Clefairy is fast asleep, so it can't actually go for a redirection unless it wakes up this turn. And Ting Lu not terribly threatened right now because the Rillaboom is off the field. So, you know, Temu looking quite comfortable. Of course, I think his Calyrex is going to be in a lot of danger facing off a +1 Shadow Rider Calyrex.
And it coincides quite nicely with that Light Screen now expiring over on Temu's side, whilst, of course, having the grassy terrain benefit of the residual recovery of HP at the end of each turn. Hence why Francesco has thought, okay, I just want to get a bit of recovery back, and if my Clefairy could somehow survive this turn, then at least I can guarantee that I'll survive another Glacial Lance. However, we have the Glacial Lance. It will be picking up the KO and giving this Calyrex Ice Rider a +1 in its physical attack, whilst the Rillaboom will be available for a Fake Out in the subsequent turn.
Oh yeah, a really nice, like, you know, Francesco losing that Clefairy, not the greatest, but now the Rillaboom can come in for free, gets that Fake Out off, and you have this Calyrex sitting across the field at +1 special attack. And you know, it could also just go for maybe another nasty plot if Francesco is feeling bold, but I think at this stage, you know, it's already got a +1 boost. I think it is ready to start attacking. Ting Lu can be just nullified this turn with a Fake Out, same as with Calyrex, but Calyrex can protect, whereas the Ting Lu cannot. So that is something that both trainers can take into account.
Yeah, and Vessel of Ruin will at least give a bit of cushion in terms of this Ice Rider, most likely being able to survive even a +2 Astral Barrage, as Fake Out is going to be targeting the Ice Rider. And guess what? Francesco said, right, I'm not going to pick up a KO just yet. I'm just going to get another boost and maybe do that in the following turn.
Oh, wow, look at that. That's Snarl, of course, bringing Calyrex down one stage of special attack, but because of those two nasty plot boosts, it is at +2, so it is going to be hitting really, really hard. Of course, it can't hit the Ting Lu for very much, but that's why you've got that full health Rillaboom. And I think, you know, Ting Lu has been left on the field for now. Maybe Francesco predicting that it's not a threat just yet, but it may become a threat very, very soon. And, you know, there is that fissure button, which I don't think Temu just yet is going to click.
I think there isn't a direct reason to do it just yet, only because the grass terrain has now expired.
Yes.
So you may no longer be susceptible to a combination of, let's say, an Astral Barrage and Woodhammer KO because of the loss of additional base power that you could profit off of because of the terrain.
Yes, indeed. And, you know, terrain going off also means that there's no more recovery for all the Pokemon on the field. Calyrex going for it!
Oh, hello.
One mean horse up there.
Very mean indeed. Whilst the hammer is going to be launched out from this Rillaboom, not quite enough to pick up a KO, but I'll tell you what is. It is the Glacial Lance double KO onto the Rillaboom and the Shadow Rider. And that is the end of game one. We have Temu in the advantage.
Ice Rider Calyrex says, I don't care how many nasty plots you've got. I don't care how mean you are. I'm the better horse. You know, get ready to get frozen to oblivion because I'm going to spring out my Glacial Lances.
That's it, you know. All it takes is the board position to be able to be advantageous and allow this Calyrex Ice Rider room to be able to just get the damage. That is why it's there. It needs to be able to capitalize off of it, maybe even snowball, but something I want to identify and call out here, Zoe, is we saw very early terrestrialization from Temu's side with the Ice Rider into the Dragon type, and it just seems like going into a Fire, Water, Grass core, it highly benefits from that because you can force a hard switch if you need to and not be susceptible to any sort of Astral Barrage focuses or Flare Blitz.
Exactly, and also quite interesting that there is a Fairy type on Temu's side, but it is also not Francesco's side, but it is that Clefairy, which, you know, yes, it's a fairy, and yes, it'll hit a dragon type, was super effective, but it also has very little offensive prowess. And paired up again with the Ting-Lu on the field, that special attack is going to be reduced even further. So, you know, it's not really in a threat. And so Terror Dragon is a very, very safe Terror to go for. And I wonder if that means Francesco might want to think about bringing that Raging Bolt into game two and adapting to that so that if the Calyrex does go into a Dragon, there is a super effective Draco Meteor that might be coming off.
I do like that thought very much. Given the fact that it doesn't have Draco Meteor, does mean that there's going to be just a dropped value of base power potential, but Dragon Pulse is still such a good viable move, accompanied by that booster energy, most likely going to be in the special attack stat, but alongside a helping hand, it can really take you far in this matchup.
Yes, and I think, you know, Clefairy being put to sleep in that game one also wasn't able to help out team. It did in that reduced damage, but let's go straight into the game to Clefairy and Calyrex versus the Milotic and the Calyrex.
Yeah, it seems like Milotic got a bit jealous of the Clefairy there in terms of those low accuracy, sleep-inducing turns, as we do have the leads. Milotic, Calyrex, Ice Rider versus Clefairy and the Shadow Rider. So in this scenario, what are we thinking, Zoe? Just Sing and Hypnosis shenanigans?
Oh, well, we're seeing Temu considering it. Milotic also has Safeguard, so, you know, it can protect any Sings, and maybe that's something Francesco is going to read into, but we're going to see whether or not this Hypnosis or any potential Sings are going to land. I think Francesco is still taking his time to consider out this move. Is he going to go for that Sing? Are we going to see two Pokemon fast asleep at the end of this turn, just snoozing away? But here we go, the Terror, turn one coming off once again.
Coming now, and it is going to be the Ice Rider going for the Dragon typing in order to completely ignore and neutralize those super effectively threatening Astral Barrages. But I'm not expecting there to be an attack, I would say. But Francesco has other ideas. Helping hand, Astral Barrage, maybe trying to catch him out off guard. Is it guaranteed to hit KO onto Milotic? It is, even on the Ice Rider. Does it connect the Hypnosis? No, it does not. Clefairy does evade that quite accurately and nicely. Glacial Lance in return does at least guarantee a two-hit KO, even through that Friend Guard.
Oh yeah, that's a really strong, like, just a testament to how strong the Calyrexes are. But now both the Milotic and the Ice Rider Calyrex are heavily friended. There's absolutely nothing stopping Francesco from going for that helping hand Astral Barrage once again. I wonder if there is that Ting Lu in the back, and if it does switch in, is that going to help the Calyrex be able to? But actually, we just saw that glimpse, and there is no Ting Lu in the back. Of course, Francesco does not know this, but you know this, and you know that's something that is quite dangerous for Temu, is that there is now nothing nullifying the really strong hits coming off from this Shadow Calyrex.
Very good adaptation from Francesco to have a very aggressive approach to this. All you need to do as a Shadow Rider is, if you can guarantee 2-hit KOs and survive that same turn, you can follow up with KOs, or maybe if you force hard switches like now, at least guarantee some damage too.
Yeah, the helping hand coming off once again onto this Shadow Rider Calyrex. I think this Milotic is going to go down this turn, but oh no, he goes for the Protect. So keeping himself nice and safe. Grimmsnarl is going to take this Astral Barrage incredibly well, and it's also going to be able to set up a light screen in the next turn.
Yeah, wisely done, and I think the fact that you do have those screens available to yourself right now is a really good place here. You avoid having that Astral Barrage pick up the KO, maybe get a cheeky Sing if for whatever reason we feel like the Shadow Rider stays on the field. I don't expect it to. You could even take into consideration the Clefairy wanting to go for Sing. We have the switch out of the Shadow Rider, and Milotic feeling like it may go for the Safeguard.
Yeah, Milotic, you know, getting some health back thanks to the leftover, so I don't think it's in range of a helping hand Astral Barrage anymore. So Francesco does have to consider that. And now, of course, there's that Grimmsnarl on the field. It is going to be an incredibly disruptive Pokemon to Francesco. Could even reduce or nullify the speed advantage that Calyrex Shadow has. But there we go, the Follow Me coming from this Clefairy.
Follow Me with the redirection will at least guarantee no targeting, at least from the Hypnosis, goes with that Cali slot, as the Nasty Plot is going to be setting up over on Francesco's side. A bit of a mischievous situation there. Talking about mischievous situations, Hypnosis does connect, and all of a sudden guarantees a forced sleep turn for the Clefairy in the subsequent turn.
Well, I think that was a really good turn for Francesco, actually, because the Calyrex has gotten up to a posture. Of course, there is that Grimmsnarl, which it cannot touch, and Grimmsnarl doesn't really carry anything that can... I don't believe the Spirit Break from the Grimmsnarl is able to knock out the Calyrex, but, you know, Grimmsnarl can go for that trick, which we saw, and Francesco, you know, maybe wanting to protect that Calyrex right there.
Yeah, and I think now that you no longer have redirection available to yourself unless and until the Clefairy does wake up, you're sort of forced in a situation where you have to play a sort of protect the king strategy and ensure your Calyrex Shadow Rider does not fall, you know, victim to that lagging tail interaction, forcing yourself to have the lowest speed turn of the same priority bracket.
Oh, there we go. That lagging tail trick not working against this Calyrex. Rillaboom switching in. It's the second high Hypnosis. Oh my goodness, half the team on Francesco's, half the Pokemon on Francesco's team are now fast asleep, taking a nap. But critically, the Calyrex Shadow is not asleep. It is at +2, and it is ready to rock.
My friend Rillaboom, where are you going? You're going straight to sleep. That's where you're going. And being able to capitalize off of that is a very nice play from Temu. He does acknowledge that there's either going to have to be a switch out or some form of a slot, maybe even just a mishap of a switch from both sides, double switch. But at least right now, correctly identifying that Calyrex wants to stay on the field because of its boost and allow fake out pressure the subsequent turn is a very nice play. So this is going to have to force Francesco's hand, and he's going to have to really consider his best options going into the next turn.
Yes, and Francesco, you know, half his Pokemon are asleep. The Milotic is quite... Both actually, Calyrex and Milotic are slowly getting their health back. Thanks to the grassy terrain, Calyrex, as you called earlier, is going to withdraw. And let's see what Pokemon Francesco brings out next.
Oh, okay. Francesco doesn't definitely want any other Pokemon to be put to sleep. Does bring in that Clefairy. And most importantly, the trick has now been burnt up onto the Clefairy slot. It will be losing its Eviolite, so being more susceptible to additional damage is the name of the game. But most importantly, the fact that this Grimmsnarl cannot threat the Calyrex Shadow Rider is pretty pivotal.
Oh, that trick Eviolite on the Clefairy actually paying off dividends because the Milotic is actually connected to Muddy Water, and I think that Clefairy is going to be in range of another Muddy Water. Of course, it will recover some health at the end of this turn thanks to that Grassy Glide, so it might be a little bit of a damage drop, but I think from the looks of it, this Clefairy, if the Muddy Water manages to connect, might be able to go down, and then there's no more Friend Guard and no more redirection for Francesco.
Yeah, and that's sort of the situation that you're in. You need to make sure that you get those KOs as soon as possible, because if you're going to lead yourself into a situation where just right now, as long as Teemu does connect with Hypnosis, it sort of really halters your momentum and progress to the point where you come to a halt. And that's essentially what we're seeing right now. The double connects are so pivotal in this board state situation.
Of course, both Pokemon will eventually wake up from their sleep turns, but there was also an Among Us that I think we saw switching in. So, you know, fully ready to support the team, put everyone to sleep. So I think a lot of these Pokemon are saying, you know what, I want to rest, but it is not the time to rest just yet. We've got one more match to go, and the players need to find out who's going to advance to that day 2.
Exactly. No rest for the Wicked, as we have a double switch from Teemu's side now that both of Francesco's Pokemon are still asleep. This is a perfect turn to be able to get the board and say, right, let me flip you straight over and have all of the offensive prowess available to pick up those KOs that I so desperately need.
This is a fantastic position for Teemu. The Calyrex switching in, taking 0 damage. Among Us can just go for a Pollen Puff. Of course, both the Rillaboom and Clefairy have taken their turns off sleep, so they can wake up. Of course, against this Dragon-type Calyrex, I don't think the Rillaboom is going to be able to take that knockout, but Clefairy is going to stay asleep this turn. What's going to happen to that Rillaboom?
Oh, it does wake up, and it goes for the U-turn, as naturally speaking, it couldn't go for Fake Out given that it was on the field for a couple of turns there, but we do have a pivot going right now. This could be an Incineroar perhaps to be able to take that Glacial Lance quite nicely.
Oh yes, the Incineroar coming in, once again, dropping that Intimidate onto Among Us, not going to be too affected. And then Clear Amulet, a fantastic item for this Calyrex. Glacial Lance coming out easily enough to knock out this Clefairy. No more redirect. Poor Clefairy has not been able to do very much. It slept through the entire battle. Is now
whilst trying to provide guard to its friends, which it did incredibly well, you know, like it paid dividends, but unfortunately for itself, it just wasn't able to move past that, right? And I do like the fact that Francesco wanted to say, I would be rather happy if I had to trade the Rillaboom to get a U-turn pivot going there and ensure that I have Fake Out and the Calyrex Shadow Rider on the field at the same time in order to force out immediate pressure, which is definitely what Francesco needs to embody right now to force a game 3.
Oh yeah, I think Francesco is still in a really good position. There's absolutely nothing stopping him from now going for that Fake Out and maybe a nasty plot. Of course, Among Us can start spreading spores. There is that safety goggles among Incineroar, which isn't going to care, and also the Rillaboom in that, but Calyrex can get put to sleep. So, you know, there's a lot of mind games going on right now. Which Pokemon is going to get the Fake Out treatment? Or, in fact, is the Incineroar just going to straight up switch out? And, you know, that's a common play that we've seen a lot of top players make.
Yeah, and Francesco could even think about a Will-O-Wisp into the Calyrex and not opt to go for Fake Out, get the setup going, hope to survive. But no, Fake Out is going to be the move of choice into that Clefairy. So we're going to have to see if this Shadow Rider is going to be able to survive this chillingly powerful move from the Glacial Lance. But no, of course he'll survive because the move never comes out. There's a Trick Room instead.
A free Trick Room from that Calyrex. That Calyrex Ice Rider is going to be so happy right now, setting up that Trick Room for its teammate Among Us, which is now very free to put the Spore on the Calyrex. Calyrex can, of course, protect or maybe even switch out into the Rillaboom, but if it switches out, it loses that nasty plot boost. But at this stage, maybe that is something that it has to consider because it's just so heavily threatened by the Spore. Of course, Incineroar does have the safety goggles, so it can try and get get the burn on the Calyrex and try and, you know, hit accurately, but that does mean that the Calyrex and the Mungus are both free to get their attacks off this turn. And I think we are going to see a Glacial Lance unless Temu wants to protect this Calyrex from a burn and maybe just trying to scout out what his opponent's going to do.
Yeah, it's generally been a beautiful play. Phenomenal board state reworking from Temu's side, forcing the Kali Shadow Rider to go for the Protect Spore, trying to target down that slot. So speed interactions is going to be key here. Is the Ice Rider fast enough to go for a Stomping Tantrum, I would say, high horsepower, I would say, but it actually goes for the Glacial Lance, not anticipating the Protect there, or maybe thinking the Rillaboom's going to switch in. Deals good damage, but the Wisp does connect.
Oh, that is a critical burn on that Shadow Rider Calyrex. Its attack is going to be halved, so this Calyrex, you know, has a really high chance of now surviving any Glacial Lances. Ice Rider Calyrex is at +1 from that previous knockout, but I think, you know, a burned Calyrex, his damage output is good, but it might just quite lack that punch behind it. And it's now left up to maybe the Amoonguss to maybe try and spore that Calyrex, but Francesco could just switch out his Shadow Rider, get that Rillaboom in, and I think, you know, at this stage, the Ice Rider Calyrex is still a threat, so it's not to be counted out, but Francesco has mitigated damage significantly.
Yeah, it still feels like that Calyrex Shadow Rider slot is pinned down. You've got Spore and Glacial Lance that you have to try to circumvent yourself around given the Trick Room condition. So you either go for a double protect if you're the Shadow Rider, or you try to go for the switch, and there is a double protect. Fails, unfortunately. Does mean Spore will connect in that slot, and it will most likely be followed up by a Glacial Lance too.
Oh, is this Glacial Lance going to take the knockout? Here we go. Glacial Lance, is that enough? And it is not enough. The sliver of health left. Incineroar now. Party shot onto the Amoonguss. So maybe, you know, maybe predicting some sort of protect there and wanting to just get that Rillaboom in safely. And, you know, Calyrex being able to survive that. Of course, it is heavily damaged. I think in this range, it might even go down to a Pollen Puff from this Amoonguss. That is, if the Amoonguss does not get faked out this turn.
Yeah, and the great thing about the synergy between Rillaboom and Incineroar is you can always incorporate a Protect the King or Queen sort of strategy because you have the fake out rotations going. You got that slow parting shot to guarantee that the Rillaboom doesn't go down to a Glacial Lance because of the speed interactions. However, the Calyrex now having a mandatory guaranteed turn of sleep really is going to be difficult for Francesco to be able to navigate around, maybe forcing him to go for an Incineroar switch, but no, we have the battle cancellation, and that means Temu is going to be able to guarantee the win into day 2 slot.
Congratulations to Temu. That was a fantastically played game. You know, the battle of the Calyrexes, Ice Rider Calyrex just proving itself to be the superior horse that won the horse race. Okay, it may have been a very slow Pokemon, but setting up that Trick Room in that second game was absolutely pivotal. And I think, you know, Francesco recognized that, yes, it did get the burn and it did halve the damage, but it doesn't stop the damage. And Calyrex Shadow is very frail. And, you know, you can stop the damage, but eventually you've been put to sleep. There's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of damage mitigation coming off. And Grimstar, I think, you know, did get that light screen off, which I don't believe managed to wear off by the end of that game too. So, you know, proving that maybe there was no Ting Lu, and at first I thought, no Ting Lu, but you know, proving itself to be really still a good choice.
Yeah, and I think it sort of adheres to the, you know, that folklore thought of the turtle versus the hare scenario. You know, like fast is going to be great, you know, like you get to a certain point much quicker than the turtle or the tortoise, but you don't end up sort of having that stamina and that consistency like with the turtle or the tortoise. And the fact that in this case Ice Rider doesn't have that, you know, like overwhelming amount of speed in terms of the immediate pressure and whatnot is sort of not to its detriment. It's more so an indication of the difference between hyper offensive strategies versus that guarantee speed control, full bulk investment, as well as damage. And that's just sort of what we see. And I think that's what trainers have realized more and more, and that sort of translates into the usage stats as well.
Yes, I think this is actually a trend that carries itself across generations, across different regulations as well, is that at the start of the format, there's always a lot of hyper offense going on. And then gradually, the players will start to train their Pokemon to be able to survive those attacks and then hit back with an equally strong move. And, you know, that shift into the bulk is something that we've seen time and again. And I am sure that as time goes on, you know, as this regulation develops, by the time we get to Worlds, we might see some really good, really well-balanced teams.
And I think that's sort of the situation that we find ourselves into in terms of the meta starting to centralize to a certain way, and you know, we start seeing more niche picks being developed and ran in order to have those direct answers and responses to the most common Pokemon found. And you know, even before Worlds, we've still got NAIC left.
Oh, yeah.
So trust me, there's going to be a lot of innovation coming out from our trainers into the build-up of that event. And so far, I feel like we've seen a very cool sort of like reaction point in terms of the team building, having to take into consideration Miraidon. Ting Lu wasn't pretty much anywhere going into Indianapolis, but we're starting to see it make a bit more of room and viability to the current state.
Yeah, that Ting Lu, I think, you know, it did a lot of work in that game 1, but in game 2, Temu realizing, you know what, it's okay, I don't need that double dark. And I think that the triple dark was incredibly difficult.
It was tough.
Yeah, for like you can, I can understand why Francesco brought his Calyrex Shadow, because that is your one restricted. In previous formats when we had the double restricted, there was a lot more freedom and flexibility to maybe bench one. But here, if you bench one, that is a huge power setback that you are taking to be able to, you know, keep that Pokemon safe.
Yeah, it's sort of like a tough trade-off, right? Because and I think you correctly mentioned or identified, Raging Bolt being a potential candidate for this matchup that Francesco could have potentially leaned a bit more into. You do have the sort of nullification of the weakness to the ice typings if you want to opt to go for the Electric Terror, and then you get to at least threaten that Milotic. Most likely, you know, it's either going to have to Terra or it's going to have to just get out of there, because it's going to fall down to that Thunderbolt most likely, boost the energy as well. That could have been perhaps a way, maybe Francesco could have, and I'm going to say it, left the Shadow Rider at home in order to bring that Raging Bolt, but it's still such a tough decision, like you've said.
Yes, and shout-outs to that Milotic hitting 2 Hypnosis, 2 out of 3. That's actually quite on par with the in-game accuracy. I think that's a 65% accuracy.
55.
Oh, 55.
Yes.
Oh, actually, so it was over the odds. That is one very lucky of Milotic there. But, you know, Hypnosis proving itself to be really, really helpful, preventing the Clefairy from going for those very annoying and disruptive follow-me's.
Yeah, but what we are going to do is we're going to hear from Temu themselves in order to run us a bit through with their lovely, very innovative team, as well as their general thoughts. So we're going to go ahead and toss it over to the couch.
Thank you, casters, for leading us through that incredible last set of day 1. I am joined by Temu, the winner of that incredible set. How are you feeling after such a victory?
Well, first of all, it's nice to be in day 2. And I think this is my first game that I have ever won in stream, because I don't like playing on stream, so that's a nice thing as well.
Oh, well, congratulations not only on day 2, but for doing so well on stream as well. We certainly really enjoyed watching that match. It was quite a long set. In your Stockholm regional experience today, have a lot of your games been that long, or have they been a bit shorter?
No, actually, I have been like one of the first guys to like finish each round. Okay. And that has been nice, so I can like go outside and take some sun and relax between rounds.
Perfect. That's a really nice way to get ready for the next round. And the casters were kind of really impressed how calm and collected you seemed throughout that game. One particular turn that got us all talking was your call with the Hypnosis on Milotic when they switched out the Pokemon and brought the Rillaboom in and you Hypnosised again. Can you talk us through your thoughts in that moment?
Well, I don't know. Like, I think that was like the only thing he can do. Like, that was his best play. So
you were confident there was going to be a switch?
Of course, I had to hope that it hits. Like, So I'm glad Milotic was good today. And
Yes, you've been training it really well, clearly, and wanted to make sure it hits those hypnosises for you. I know there's a lot of people who want to congratulate you, so we'll let you go off and, enjoy the rest of day one and get ready for day two. But before you go, are there any shout-outs you would like to give?
yes, of course. I would like to shout out the whole Finnish VGC community. We have a Discord group that is probably watching this right now. So
I'm sure they will be rooting for you and will have so enjoyed watching that set. And best of luck tomorrow in day two. We'll be keeping an eye on you and your Milotic. So congratulations once again.
yeah, thank you.
Of course, Pokemon trainers, we're going to be able to wrap up the show. We'll get all the other commentators over here to the couch. But in order to give them a little bit of time to get here, we're just going to kick it to a very quick break. But you don't want to miss the closing of day one.
Giovanni Costa wins his first regional championship at the San Antonio Regional Championship.
What an incredible match for Gio there. He played that match so incredibly well.
Honestly, I didn't practice that much because I was like, we're changing formats. So I'm going to use what I'm comfortable with, which is Faridraft, Goldango, Iron Hands, Flutter Mane, Ogerpon, and Urshifu. I think this team has every component I need to make everything work. I think the Faridraft was probably my biggest counter to people in this tournament. A lot of people don't see it coming when you start hitting with Hyper Voices and Psyshocks. The damage is kind of crazy, actually. And I was like, this Pokemon is very good. Not a lot of people are using it, so I'm going to keep using it until I can have a good result. I played a lot of really great players in this tournament. When I was facing Joseph Ugarte, he's a great player. That was probably the most scared I was of the top cut.
And now has to prioritize going after the Iron Hands. Is it enough damage? It is not. So well played by Gio.
It's finally time, Jake, to get into our Masters Finals here at the San Antonio Regional Championship. Giovanni Costa versus Raghav Malavia. It does double connect onto both of Raghav's Pokemon, though.
Okay,
completely taken out. The critical hit on the Rillaboom.
The double crit!
The double crit! What? On the Rillaboom. There's the critical hit.
In game 2, turn 1, once I got that knockdown into Landers, I knew I was going to be the champion. I think my mind just kind of exploded from there. I had no idea what was going on. My body was playing for me. It feels amazing. I've been playing Pokemon for 7 years. Being able to finally call myself a regional champion feels so, so good. Am I winning Worlds this year? This win proves that I have the capabilities of becoming a champion. Other players should consider me a threat because I'm kind of crazy. I'll make some weird team that nobody saw before, and I won't settle for anything less than the best.
Coming into the events, I knew I had a good team. I had laddered a lot with it, and I just had a lot of practice. I knew that I had a competitive advantage on a lot of people because my team building was something unexpected. So I wanted to ride that as much as I could and just do the best I could possibly do.
I'm really excited to see that team again. The previous time I was on stream, we kind of both underestimated a little bit.
The biggest Pokemon that I was worried about coming into this event was Terra Fairy Heatran. It's a really good Pokemon because it resists fighting and can deal with Pokemon like Iron Hands, which is why it's been able to gain so much popularity. And my team just doesn't have a good answer to fairy-type Pokemon in general. So it was a struggle for the team, and since it's relatively popular, I was a little worried coming into the tournament. It was mostly about executing. I just needed to execute well on the day. I knew that a lot of times my opponent would have a lot less understanding of the matchup than I did, so I just needed to play it well, and that's what I did.
Michael has just been playing out of his mind.
Yeah, Raghav was definitely my hardest matchup in Top Cut. He just had a really good team that was well-rounded and had the Terra Fairy Heatran that I was worried about, so I had to just play much more aggressive to be able to beat him. I was able to beat him in top 4, but in Swiss he had easily trounced me.
Como survives body press. Michael Zhang is advancing to the finals here in Sacramento, California.
I think Riley had actually played my friend Donald, who was using the same team previously, and because of that, he may have had some misconceptions about the matchup, but in both games, I had known from turn 1 that I had probably won the game.
Connects into the Como-O, deals the damage, but not a critical hit. Como-O survives, fires back an Iron Head, and Michael Zhang takes down Riley, becomes your Sacramento, California regional champion.
Honestly, I still can't believe it. The biggest thing is that it validates a lot of things that I've been working on. You know, team building. I've always had a weird style of team building, and last season it ended up being a lot of 6-3s, and I ended up making day 2 of NAIC, but I never got that one result. So it does validate a lot of what I've been working on, and I feel that I played super well throughout the course of the tournament, so all of that just feels really, really good, and I hope to continue to compete at a high level in the future.
Mamma mia, what a show we have had here in Stockholm of day 1 here at the Regional Championships. I have had one of the most incredible days. The action has been non-stop, the critical hits, the one-hit KOs. It's been incredible. Lee, how has your experience been in day 1?
It's been brilliant from start to finish. As always with these sort of events, the caliber of games, caliber of players that we've seen throughout, and we've had a real mix of restricteds as well. We've had Groudon. Wasn't really expecting to see Groudon, but changed my pin because of it. So yeah. Seen Terapagos perform extremely well, and then to round it off as well with the Ice Rider Calyrex as well, which was nice to see because that is one of the Pokemon that I think is probably going to be up there in the upper echelons in the top 8 when we get there tomorrow.
So many restricted Pokemon have come to the forefront. What's been your highlight today, Costa?
I think the showcase of Terapagos between Niels and Aurelion generally showing that, you know, even though it has such a busted stellar form, you don't necessarily have to use it all the time. You just need to be able to correctly identify the appropriate moment. Both of those trainers very much well did, and to the point where you could just use it with its increasingly or impressively high damage output choice specs, Terra Starstorm, I keep on forgetting because it's just such a tongue twister. But yeah, just being able to see that, you know, pan out as it does was a really good showing. Niels having that dual speed control mode, Trick Room, Tailwind, good stuff.
So many new terms that we've had to get to grips with this tournament. And something else that's new has been Zoe Liu on the casting desk with us for the first time this season. How has your experience been today?
Oh my god, I have been so thrilled to see such diverse range of restricted. I feel like every single viable Pokemon that could be in the format did get showcased today, but I do have to say, my favorite moment of today wasn't any restricted Pokemon, but it was that Serperior on the stream and the Chandelier, which did not make an appearance, but seeing that Serperior on the stream was just, I've never seen that on stream before, and I'm so happy Jamie Boyd had that confidence and courage to bring it to a game.
I think that's one of the cool things we've seen a lot this weekend. There's a lot of trainers maybe using their favorites or more unique Pokemon coming to the forefront. I've definitely loved seeing the Gastrodon on stream, although when we saw it earlier, it wasn't victorious. We then saw it later, and it was. So really great to see a lot of trainers picking that up. And if we take a look at the day 2 standings as well, we'll be able to get a closer look at which trainers have been able to make it into day 2. I do know that there is Javier Senera with that Gastrodon in day 2, and I have a dream that's going to go all the way. But Zoe, do you want to talk us through the other players here in day 2?
Yeah, so here are all of our players who have battled through 9 grueling rounds of Swiss. Marco Silva, of course, was undefeated going into that round 9, and then there's Guillermo Castilla from Spain. Roy Gomez, a little bit more or less of a known player, but still just doing so well, of course. Now familiar favorites, Alex Gomez, Julio Tarlau, Simone Sanvito, Donald Smith, Matt Maynard, Joji Kaida, all the way from Australia, a Japanese player, and Mika Shannon, you know, a newcomer, so I've got my eyes on him. And then there's Niels Dunlop, fresh off EUIC, of course. Then the really consistent player, we've got Aurelian Sula, Temu Mankinen, Javier Senorita, Frederick Hoy Nielsen, and Damani Palmer from the UK.
You absolutely crushed that there, Zoe. Such an amazing recap of these players coming through into day 2. But the list isn't over. There are more trainers battling it out. Lee, what do you think of these contestants?
I can't really keep up with Zoe's great job there, but I mean, you know, there's so many players that we haven't been able to feature so far on the broadcast, so hopefully tomorrow it gives us another opportunity to feature some of the players that we haven't been able to see. You've got familiar faces, Victor Medina, we've got Eric Rios, Jamie Keane, an old face from the UK there. We've got Taron Birdie as well, doing very well, but also the likes of Alessandro Giuliani, we featured on stream earlier with that Groudon. Extremely well played earlier on and managing to make it into day 2. It's a really great kind of collection of players who have all managed to get through. Like Zoe said, grueling 9 rounds here in Stockholm.
Alessandro might have had that Groudon, but Alessandro is also running a Gastrodon.
Gastrodon as well, yes.
So that's 2 Gastrodon in day 2. One may be pink and one may be blue, but hey, we'll take what we can get at this stage of the competition. It may also be our last summer regional here in Europe. However, there are a few more events as well coming up. We have got our special event and then some couple of international events as well. Costa, why don't you talk us through the last remaining events on the calendar?
Yeah, I think we do, of course, have Bologna going to be coming up, it being the special event. It's not notably a regional event. However, it does still have a lot of prize or CP that you can go ahead and claim. And, you know, it's the same as the regional events. If you win it, you guarantee a spot straight through at Worlds later on at Honolulu. But before Worlds, we do, of course, have North America International Championships in New Orleans. There's going to be a lot of action going on there. It's sort of going to be the real testing grounds for a mini Worlds preview before we hop over to Hawaii.
I think as well the fact that NAIC is always the last tournament that we have in a competitive season, it's where the stakes almost get the highest. It's often the last chance for trainers to be able to clutch out that world invite, or as you said, Costa, test out a team in the very fresh Regulation G that will be the format at the World Championships. Of course, the viewers here will have a lot of other action they can catch on Twitch. There's a couple of cool things that you'll be able to watch and engage with to be able to enjoy more Pokemon action as the weekend goes through. I always like looking at the Twitch schedule because not only do we have, you know, Pokemon tournaments, maybe from history as well to look back on, but there's often a couple of cool anime features too.
Oh, and it's all about the anime features, but mixed in there, you can see the schedule this week coming up. We have Pokemon Advanced Battle, the series there. Catch on Tuesday between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. And then we have that VGC recap from back in the day, a really good one to do. If you're newer to the formats this year, last year, definitely check them out this week on Twitch.
Yes, I love being able to see all the different competitive action from Pokemon history and across different games as well. You know, Pokemon Go and Pokemon Trading Card Game have also been having an excellent tournament. We want to know what you guys have thought at home, though. We've heard our highlights, but using that hashtag #PlayPokemon, you can get involved on all of our social medias and let us know who you have enjoyed watching the most and whether you are also rooting for Gastrodon in day 2, as well as the amazing host of Pokemon we have seen today. Is it going to be a restricted? Is it going to be, you know, a rogue Pokemon out there that's just a favorite that you want to be able to see? So make sure you're following all of our social medias to catch up with all the action, as well as following all the channels. If you're maybe here thinking, how do I catch up with the action? I don't want to miss a second of it. Then follow the channels at YouTube and Twitch as well, so you do not miss a single second of the action. The last thing I guess our trainers are probably thinking is, gimme more Pokemon, and there is more tomorrow as well. If you tune into the broadcast at 9:45 local time, you'll be able to catch all of the epic day 2 action. And Costa, you don't want to miss it, right? You want to be here.
I very much want to be here, myself and Sprigatito, which apparently I'm not sure if it's something's up with it.
Sprigatito, tell me what's wrong.
Looks fine.
Does it?
No, it's saying yes.
Yeah?
It's saying yes.
It's saying yes, there will be day 2 action as long as you tune in at 9:45 local time tomorrow. It's going to be okay, right, Zoe? You reassure it. It's going to be here tomorrow, day 2.
And look, we can listen to Speaker Teacher. Yes, it's going to be fine.
Even if Meowscarada won't be, Sprigatito will.
Just make sure you're here, otherwise Sprigatito will be sad. And you don't want that to happen. From all of us, though, however, I think it's time to take a well-earned rest. Our players are going to recuperate, get focused for tomorrow, so make sure you're here or Sprigatito will be sad. See you tomorrow, trainers.